It's too early for this shit. Boys, holy fucking shit, this is early. I am still not used to this at all. But you know what? We're doing it. We're doing what we need to do. And I'm gonna be honest, we got a hell of a week ahead of us. I'm gonna say that for fucking sure. A hell of a motherfucking week in front of us. Oh my God, you looking fresh? Thank you. I'm not. Like, I was so yesterday, I didn't stream, right? I didn't stream because, I'm gonna just keep it real, let you guys know, there was, like, I take a prescription for, like, muscle relaxers, and I was streaming, like, every day, so I never wanted to take the time off to get them, and I woke up with, like, a really bad neck ache and headache because I didn't have them. And I was like, yo, this shit can't continue. And so I had to take the day off to get it fixed, man. I'm chilling. I'm good. I'm ready. And gentlemen, we are ready to go. Big dick. Gentlemen, sup, y'all? It's me. It's your boy, Asmongold. And I have a little bit of a surprise. A little bit of something special to show you guys. It's my dick. No, I'm just kidding. Look. There it is, boys. There it is. We got him. It's dead? No, it's not. It's a flower. We have a flower in there. What y'all mean it's dead? What do you guys mean? Like, we give it, you know what? We give it the good stuff. Why not? All right, here we go. There we go. That's a good boy. Look at that. Wow. Wow, look at that. And so hopefully it's all right. I gotta trim these dead leaves. I gotta take like this one off. Like, I'm just so worried about making it upset, man. I'm getting so upset. I've gotta trim off some of the dead shit, dude. Okay, there we go. And let me go back over here and use scissors. I don't know if that's the right option or not. I really don't. And that's the thing. Magna is starting. I hope so. Like, I've just been trying to water it. Do y'all remember back whenever back like last year, whenever there was a bird of the fucking little baby birds in my backyard? Do you guys remember? I made all those pictures, like the time lapse of like all the little birdies and everything. It started. Oh my God. Okay, we gotta start. Well, I went out the other day and they're back. There's another little round of little baby birds out there in the same little nest too. I've been so worried about them, man. I checked on them like 3 times yesterday. I try not to upset them. Give me 1 second. I gotta get this shit started, man. And let's see where we at. We right here. Okay, we're good. And let me go back in here. Where the fuck am I? All right, good. That's ready. And I think we're oh shit, wait, what the fuck? Who's this? Oh, this is the bot. Wait, this is the guy that was laughing and had to leave the room, isn't it?
Can you please tell the jury your full name?
Richard Salter Moore, Jr.
Where do you work?
Emerge Ortho in Wilmington, North Carolina.
Oh, and what is your position there?
I'm a shareholder, physician, orthopedic surgeon, practicing hand, upper extremity, microvascular surgery.
That's the wrong person. I was wrong.
For how many years have you been an orthopedic surgeon?
So I completed my fellowship in 1997.
That's a God damn.
So for 25 years.
And I believe that you mentioned this, but tell the jury what area of orthopedic surgery in which you specialize.
So I'm a orthopedic surgeon. I finished medical school, went to a 5-year orthopedic surgery residency. At the completion of my residency, I wanted to specialize in hand surgery. So I did an additional year
hand
of training
surgery,
specifically in hand and upper extremity surgery, before starting
it's a rerun
in my first year as an attending.
Wait, refresh? Okay, let me refresh.
You mentioned a little bit of it just now.
So I attended University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, graduated in 1987
okay, there we go. Let's refresh.
with a BS in biology. I went on to medical school at UNC and graduated in 1991. I then went to
One
Hospital
guy.
University
Go
of
back in
Pennsylvania
the go back in the logs.
Philadelphia.
Parma
Did a 5-year
Parma
orthopedic
Bano.
surgery residency there. And in 1996, I went to Duke University Medical Center and did a year fellowship in hand, upper extremity, and microvascular surgery. And on completion of my fellowship, I was invited to join the faculty, and my role was hand and trauma. And so I went to Los Angeles for about 6 months for a preceptorship in pelvic trauma, and then went back to Duke and practiced as the director of the orthopedic trauma service and a member of the hand, upper extremity, and microvascular reconstruction team until 2000 when I relocated to North Carolina.
What's that little bow?
Wilmington.
What is that?
And you maintained an active clinical practice since
What's that little bow?
2000?
Yes.
And before that when you were at Duke, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just very briefly, can you tell the jury what is a residency?
Residency is
That's a doctor's thing.
largely an apprenticeship. So when you finish medical school,
That's
you
a
have
good way to say
MD
it.
medical
I never
degree,
thought of it like
but
that.
you really
That's true.
can't practice medicine, and you take a tract of internal medicine.
Yes,
or
you like
pediatrics
Colonel
or
Sanders.
OBGYN
You're
or
right.
orthopedics, and then it's a graduated training program anywhere from 3 to 5 or 6 years.
And what's a fellowship?
And a fellowship is a year beyond training. When I completed my residency, had I chose to, I could have practiced as a general orthopedic surgeon. But I wanted to subspecialize, and therefore that required an additional year of training.
And I believe you mentioned this, but your subspecialization was in the hand, is that right?
That's correct.
Why did you choose to specialize in the hand?
Patient population, the types of problems we treat, and the anatomy is really the biggest reason I chose it. I mean, for lack of a better term, it's really pretty beautiful anatomy.
And let's talk about that anatomy. There's bones in the hand, right? Correct.
Okay.
And then there's
All
tissue
right.
and blood vessels, right?
Objection leading.
That's good. It's a man passionate about his
I'm
craft.
sorry, you can go ahead and answer that.
Yep.
I like
that's
that.
correct.
And what is the surgery called where you operate on tissues and blood vessels in the hand?
A hand job.
Well, that would be hand surgery. I mean, there are different components of it. There's
I guess that
trauma
make
where
more
we
sense.
do repairs of tendons or blood vessels. There's a microvascular element where we repair injured nerves. In my practice at Duke, I was on the replant team, and so we would do replantations when digits were cut off. We would try to reattach the bones and tendons and nerves and vessels to.
I think I know why he's here.
Reattach the digits, and hopefully I'm survive.
I have a feeling I
And
know
have
why
you
he's here.
performed surgeries of that nature?
Yes.
Just a
When you perform
guess.
surgeries of that nature, what assessment do you make of the cause of those injuries?
whose witness is this?
So cause
Whose
is
is
a
it?
big element. It's an important element to appreciate
Amber's?
because it can
Okay.
impact management in a lot of those settings. You know, there's a difference between a laceration caused by a razor blade
Yeah.
and a laceration caused by, say, a serrated knife.
That
There's
would make
a
sense.
larger zone of injury. So what we anticipate having to manage is based on how the injury was created. There's also other elements, contamination. You know, farmyard injuries are totally different than clean injuries, and kitchen injuries with raw chicken are totally different than some other settings. And so it does play a large role in management.
After your fellowship at Duke University, I believe you mentioned you had another role at Duke for a few years. Is that right? Can you tell the jury about that?
So I did my fellowship and I joined the faculty as an assistant professor, and so I was in charge of teaching residents and fellows.
Yeah.
I was the director of the orthopedic trauma service, and I was on the hand call team in addition.
Have you had academic
Is the
appointments
volume
at
good or
any
not?
universities other than Duke?
I have a
Is volume good?
adjunct, assistant professor appointment
It's a
at the
bit
University
low.
of North Carolina.
I'll
Chapel
turn it
Hill,
up
which
slightly.
has affiliated training programs in the center where I practice now.
Have you held any leadership positions in your field?
I've been an officer and the past president of the North Carolina Society of Surgeons of the Hand, the Duke Hand Club or Society now.
All right, that should be better.
I'm a member of the American Society of Surgery of the Hand, of the Orthopedic Trauma Association, of the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgery, and of the American Orthopedic Association, the AOA.
Okay. So this guy's got a lot of experience.
Are the majority of your surgeries
basically
hand
it.
surgeries?
Yes.
How many hand surgeries, ballpark, would you say you've performed in your career?
Over 25 years, thousands.
Jesus. That's a whole lot.
Have you seen finger injuries similar to the one sustained by Mr. Depp in Australia?
Yes.
Okay.
And have you evaluated injuries like that?
Yes.
Have you treated injuries like that?
Yes.
Have you operated on fingers that looked like that?
Yes.
Okay.
How many times? Ballpark.
Hundreds, if not more.
That's a lot. God
What
damn.
does it mean to be board certified in your field?
So
bored of being
board
certified.
certification is a process that that you pursue after you complete training. So at the time, there have been some changes, but at the time that I finished my training,
never mind.
after residency, we took a written examination,
Mm-hmm.
and if you passed the written examination, you had to practice for 2 years. At the end of that 2 years, you submitted a list of cases over 6 months to the board, and they picked 12 cases, and then you gathered up 10 and went to Chicago and had an oral examination based on those cases.
Okay.
And if you passed the oral examination, then you were board certified.
I mean, that makes sense.
And your board certification is in what?
Holy
orthopedic
shit.
surgery.
We get it.
What is a certificate of added qualification?
So in the event that you elect to
Don't they only have a
to
limited
do
amount of
fellowship
time
in
here?
Subspecialized hand surgery is one of the specialties that you can
What? We get it.
apply for a certificate of added qualification. And so
Yeah, we get
once
it.
I was board certified, I practiced
He-
for an additional year or two, had to resubmit a list of cases.
He
and take a
knows.
written examination.
He
to
knows
become
stuff. I
certified
get it.
in hand surgery.
Uh-huh.
Do you teach other surgeons how to do hand surgery?
Yeah.
Occasionally, on occasion, yes.
Okay.
When was the last time you did so?
Swag to answer 10
Day
subs.
before yesterday.
Tell the jury
Damn.
about that.
Okay.
I was over the weekend.
This guy's working.
I went to Miami to
On the weekend, too.
serve as faculty for a course, bioskills course we call it, on shoulder and wrist surgery. And surgeons come in and we have case presentations and panels, and then they had a cadaver lab, and we were able to allow them to perform the surgery in cadavers to become familiar with the equipment.
That's how they made
Have you
Godric the
published in your
grafted.
field
I have.
in peer-reviewed literature?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Moore as an expert in the field of orthopedic surgery, and
All right, we're here.
specifically hand surgery and injuries to the hand.
All right, any
Okay,
objection?
let's see
No
it.
objection, Your Honor.
So moved. Yes, sir.
Dr. Moore, now we get to talk about this case. At our request, what have you reviewed, just general categories of information have you reviewed at our request in this case?
So a tremendous
Nothing.
amount of material. I reviewed the video deposition and trial testimony of Mr. Depp regarding the injury.
Yeah.
The medical records from Australia, the photographs
Right.
of the injury from Australia and
Right.
Los Angeles, texts and emails, the deposition of Dr. Kipper,
That's the guy that costs $100,000 a month.
and I'm sure there's more.
And
And when you reviewed the deposition of Mr. Depp, was that just in paper form?
It was a video deposition.
so he
And
watched
so what did
it.
you
Okay.
review of that deposition?
The section where he describes the injury.
And did you see a video of him describing it?
I did.
And you watched the testimony from this trial of him describing it?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you reviewed some texts as well. What are those?
If he didn't look at the hand, why is he here?
There were communications amongst
Shouldn't he be able
Mr.
to
Depp and
evaluate
his
it?
physician and others.
And what
He
did
listened
you
to him
specifically
talk about it.
review in those texts relating to the finger injury?
The
Well,
fuck?
in relation to the finger, there was a text where he had stated he cut his finger off.
Now, Dr. Moore, I'm going to ask you some questions about this case regarding the opinions that you formed relating to Mr. Depp's finger injury.
Based off of him
When
talking
I
about
ask you
it.
those questions, do you agree to answer my questions to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes.
And do you agree to advise the jury and the court if you are not answering any of them to a reasonable degree of medical probability.
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's see what he says.
Dr. Moore, based on your analysis, did Mr. Depp's finger injury happen as a result of a vodka bottle being thrown at him?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No.
He's like, how do you
And
know
what is
that?
the basis for that opinion?
Well, the medical data is inconclusive. It's not consistent with what we see in the described injury pattern or in the clinical photographs.
Mm-hmm.
And there are several elements. There's the description was of the hand being flat on a bar and the bottle crushing the finger from the top. But looking at the images, there's really no significant injury to the dorsum of the finger, and to create the type of injury with that type of a crush injury, we would anticipate both injury to the fingernail and other parts of the finger.
Can I stop you there and just
Sure.
just break down a few things? You said that
How do you
hand
think it
resting
happened then?
flat on the bar. Can you show the jury what direction the hand was resting based on the documents you've reviewed?
I think that the demonstration was with the hand flat, like this, across, and maybe even curled over the edge of the bar like this.
Which side was facing upward? Which side of the hand?
The back of the hand, or we call it the dorsal surface of the hand, was up.
Doctor, if you could get closer to the microphone, I would just appreciate
sorry.
it. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't
So
understand.
You referred to the back of the hand as the dorsal side of the hand. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Like a
Sort of
dorsal
like
fin.
the dorsal fin on a shark.
That's exactly what I was
Correct.
thinking.
Fair. And what is the other side of the hand called?
The palmar surface.
Palmar? Okay.
Yeah.
So what direction was Mr. Depp's hand resting on the bar?
So the dorsal side was up, which with the descripted mechanism of injury or the injury, the bottle would have struck the top of the finger at the fingernail.
And you also mentioned a term that I'd like you to explain to the jury, crush injury, please.
So with review of the images and the x-rays, I mean, this was a crush injury. That would generate the findings clinically on x-ray that we saw. The fracture is a we call it comminuted, and the tip of the finger is in multiple splinters, so there are multiple fragments, and typically you see that with a crush type injury.
So
Okay.
comminuted.
Overruled.
Wow.
You can answer.
Yeah, y'all don't want to
so,
see this.
so
Like,
I
y'all do
believe
not
that,
want to see this shit.
With the mechanism described,
This is
that
brutal.
If the bottle struck the nail, there would have certainly been
Holy
an injury
fucking
to the nail
shit.
bed. And in order for the soft tissue injury to be created by that mechanism, there would have almost certainly been tissue loss on the top of the finger as
Yeah.
well.
Does Mr. Depp's description of what happened line up with the undisputed photographic evidence that you've reviewed?
No.
Now, we mentioned the term crush injury a few minutes ago.
Then how do you think it happened? That's bad. I never thought it was this bad.
I'd
Holy
like to show
fuck,
you
bro.
DX360, please.
Like, that's
And,
brutal.
Honor, this is, we won't publish this at this time.
Good.
Is this a document that you reviewed in connection with your expert opinion in this case?
Yes.
And
Holy shit.
Michelle, if you can please go to pages, I believe they're 5 and 6. Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish these as a demonstrative.
Bro, I ain't going to pull this shit up. Like, y'all do not want to see
sorry,
this.
Sorry.
It's fine now. I don't
9
know.
and 10.
Page
Two
09
pages.
and 10.
I'm not sure,
Go
man.
to 10 also, so plaintiff can see it. Okay, any objection to 09?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, 09, 10
Like, this
can
looks
be
like some, like,
published.
if I saw that randomly, I would think
Dr.
it was
Moore,
fake.
what are these pictures
That's
of?
how brutal it
So
was.
these are
Okay,
x-rays
this is a
of
skeleton.
the injured digit.
And what do you observe in these x-rays? Explain
So-
to the jury what you
Okay.
see.
So these are two views. So one in the plane looking through the finger in this direction, one in the plane looking
Yeah.
through the finger sideways. And you can see that the tuft or
That
the,
shit is
the
busted.
tip of the finger.
That's
or
bu-
the
oh my
last bone of the
God, that's
finger called
busted.
The distal phalanx is shattered. You can see there's multiple little spicules of bone.
God damn.
And there's also a transverse fracture at that level, which runs through the bone. So this is what we would describe as a comminuted fracture, and it's commonly associated with crush injury.
Oh.
In your decades of practice, Dr. Moore, have you ever
Yeah.
seen a comminuted fracture like this result from an object thrown in the way that Mr. Depp described?
Well, not with the constellation of findings shown on the X-rays. I mean, I think that could
okay.
create a fracture, but in this setting, it wouldn't create a fracture with without the associated other injuries that we would anticipate.
And in your decades of practice, when you see a comminuted fracture like this, what are some things that have typically caused it?
So crush mechanisms could
That's
be
brutal, man. Holy
slammed
shit.
in a drawer, caught between two logs in the
What?
fireplace,
Yeah.
car door, sliding glass door. Those are all any mechanism that squeezes the finger between two hard opposing surfaces could create this type of injury.
In the statements of Mr. Depp that you reviewed, how did he describe what happened to the alleged bottle when it hit the bar?
I believe he said it exploded, shattered.
If a bottle had exploded near his finger in the way that he alleges, what would you expect to see in the documents that you have reviewed?
Well, I think that the physicians did a good job of documenting the presentation, the appearance of the wound. They did not document the presence of any glass shards, and there were no other associated injuries elsewhere on the hand.
And I just want to step back for 1 minute. Michelle, can you pull up the next page of the X-ray here?
Okay. All right. We see it.
Thank you. And Dr. Moore,
So
just
it's a
before
little
we
bit
move on from
split.
X-rays, can you? I know that
Okay.
this, when it's blown up like this, it's a little bit blurry. But can you point out or describe to the jury where the multiple bone fragments are in the finger?
So they're in the very tip. If you see the joint,
Yeah, I can see it.
And then there's what we call the transverse fracture, which is across the
Right.
the middle of the bone in the same plane
That
as
seems
the joint.
fucked
and
up.
then
I'm gonna
the
say that
multiple
for sure.
fragments are in the tuft. With a Xerox copy, the quality is not as detailed as a true X-ray.
This versus Amber. Isn't this
Michelle?
crazy?
Thank
This is what happens whenever you get
back
really
to,
injured.
To the glass.
Is you go
In
to the doctor,
records
they have
that you
X-rays.
reviewed, Dr. Moore, did you see
And medical
any
records. That's what they do.
adjacent injuries? In other words,
Yeah.
injuries to any other part of Mr. Depp's hand other than the tip of his middle finger?
No.
So
And is that observation consistent with the explosion of glass type phenomenon that Mr. Depp alleges?
Well, I think in the setting of a glass explosion like that, where there's multiple fragments and the tip of the finger's cut off, you would anticipate that there would be other lacerations.
Did you review the documentation in the medical records from the hospital in Australia?
Yes.
Did any of those providers report retrieving glass from the wound?
No.
What
Right.
about any glass near the site of the injury?
No.
What about any glass in other parts of the hand?
No.
What about any glass in any of the other fingers?
No.
Is there any reference at all, Dr. Moore, that you've seen to any glass in the records that you've reviewed?
No.
And Dr. Moore, in your decades of practice, have you ever seen an injury associated with a glass explosion that was focused on the end of a single finger in the way Mr. Depp describes?
Well, not consistent with the clinical images and the findings in this case, no.
okay.
Have you ever seen an injury associated with an alleged glass explosion where no other glass was found on any part of the patient's body or clothing or anything?
No.
And because there's been talk of a glass explosion, Dr. Moore, there's seems to have been a suggestion that somehow glass may have sliced off the end of Mr. Depp's finger. Is that what's going on here?
That's what it seems like.
This wound doesn't really appear to be a sharp glass laceration.
Then what is
You
it?
referred earlier to an avulsion.
What is
which
it
is a term
then?
I had never heard before. Your opinion in this case.
Then
Explain
what is
to the
it?
jury what that is, please.
So
Wait.
often with crush injuries and we'll see tissue loss that we call an avulsion, or where the tissue's actually pinched or
Yeah.
pulled away rather than sliced or cut. And it's not uncommon with crush injuries to see that.
In your decades of practice, Dr. Moore, have you ever seen an avulsion injury with a partial amputation that results from an object thrown from the top of the finger?
From the top of the
In
finger.
the way that Mr. Depp describes.
Like, oh, that's such a
Again, I
qualifying
think that the
statement.
description differs from the clinical appearance on the images.
Oh my God.
Michelle, can you please pull up Exhibit 369 at page 12?
What are they?
This
Yeah,
has
it's
been
like
admitted, Your Honor.
next they're gonna say it's not even his finger.
Sure.
Is this a bad boy? I'm gonna put this up just in case.
Dr. Moore, you said you've treated thousands of hand injuries over the course of your career.
Let me
correct?
see what it is.
Correct.
What is that on Mr. Depp's hand?
So we describe
Oh,
that
they're
as
not
a
showing
Objection
it.
calls for speculation.
The picture just changed.
Sorry.
Oh,
Page
there it
12.
is. Bro, that shit's fucked up.
Okay.
Oh no, his hand's fine now.
What is that on Mr. Depp's hand?
So that's a plaster
I'm sorry.
splint.
Overruled the objection.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
They put his hand in there.
I'm sorry. Please tell the jury what that is on Mr. Depp's hand.
So that's a plaster splint.
Got it.
A half a cast is how I sometimes describe it to patients, and it provides stability for comfort and to protect fractures in the course of treatment.
Is that plaster splint hard or soft?
What's plaster Paris? It hardens like a cast does.
Okay.
Dr. Moore, does Mr. Depp's description of how his finger became injured line up with the facts that you've seen?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right,
Thank you, Dr. Moore.
No, it doesn't.
Cross-examination.
Wow, what a way to end it. I guess it means he cut it off himself. Damn, bro. I guess he cut that shit off himself. You know, he likes to play guitar. He
Good morning,
said,
Dr.
fuck
Moore.
that. I said, it's gone, bro.
You said you reviewed Mr. Depp's video deposition, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you said you reviewed Mr. Depp's testimony at this trial, correct?
That's correct.
And was that also a video of his testimony?
Yes.
And you testified that Mr. Depp demonstrated that his hand was flat on a surface, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's not entirely accurate, is it, though?
No, his description was relatively consistent in both, including turning and resting the hand on the edge.
This is Johnny
Isn't it
Depp,
true, Dr. Moore,
according to
that
him.
when Mr. Depp did the demonstration in his deposition, he showed that his fingers were hanging over the bar?
Well,
Yeah,
even
well-
hanging over the bar, it still leaves the dorsum of the hand or the nail vulnerable
That's
to
not
the...
my question, Dr. Moore. My question is,
Yeah.
isn't it true that Mr. Depp said his fingers were not laying flat on a table, they were hanging over the bar?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
And in
oh
fact, you
wow.
knew that when you made that opinion. Isn't that correct?
Well, I believe that
You
as I
idiot.
demonstrated sitting here, that I said that he had said they were slightly curled over, I think,
Or,
was the description that I gave.
wow.
Your description in this courtroom was that it was laying flat, and I think you've done that now twice. But in your deposition, you testified that his fingers were actually hanging over the bar. Isn't that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the witness's testimony. He clearly indicated they were curled. Or could have been curled.
Overruled.
So that's
Overruled.
so
Nope. Let's hear it.
That's a distinction that
Jesus
perhaps
Christ.
I, misstated in one of the two descriptions.
Oh.
However, that does not substantially change my opinion of the impact it would have on the mechanism.
Oh, so it was a misstatement. Oh, that makes sense. Of
Isn't
course.
it true that Mr. Depp also testified that the bottle came from an off angle?
Yes.
Okay. And you consider that in rendering your opinions today, correct?
Yes, I believe he stated that it came from between 6 and 10 feet. I think it was I think he demonstrated it was off to his right. I can't recall specifically, but it was off angle, yes.
Right.
So it didn't come from the top, as you previously testified just a few minutes ago, correct?
Well, no, it would have struck the top of the finger, but it may have been slightly off angle in its approach.
That's interesting.
Based on the description.
Mr. Depp described it as off angle, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Dr. Moore, just at the outset, your billing rate for providing deposition
Oh.
testimony is $1,000 per hour?
That's correct.
I think I know why he's here.
And you were deposed in this action for several hours on March 22nd.
Guys, it's all coming
2022.
together.
That's correct.
And your billing rate for providing trial testimony is $5,000 per day.
That's correct.
You were
Guys.
reviewed in this case by Ms. Heard's legal team, correct?
Correct.
And over the last few years, you've provided expert services for one of Ms. Heard's law firms on at least 2 other cases, right?
That's correct, yes.
Dr. Moore, is it fair to say that you have no personal knowledge as to how Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia?
$5,000 a day.
No, I have no personal knowledge. My impression is based on his description of the injury and the available medical records for review.
But you weren't in Australia with
Follow
Mr.
the
Depp
money.
and Ms. Heard,
I
correct?
was not in
Paid
Australia.
actor.
And so therefore you have no personal knowledge as to how that injury was
Right.
sustained.
Correct.
Do you think he cut
You
it off
also never
himself?
personally examined Mr. Depp's finger, did you?
Correct.
No, you didn't.
You didn't examine Mr. Depp's finger at the time it was injured.
No.
I did not.
And you never provided any medical treatment to Mr. Depp in connection with his finger injury, did you?
Of course
I did
not.
not.
Now, you've testified
How
that you
convenient.
identified Mr. Depp's finger injury as a crush injury, correct?
Correct.
And a crush injury is when a body part is crushed or trapped between 2 opposing firm surfaces, yes?
Yes.
And a crush injury
Like
to
a
a
barn.
finger can occur when a foreign object hits the finger, right?
Yes.
And based on the pictures that you reviewed of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you cannot determine what particular object caused the injury to his finger, yes?
Well, I can't
No.
determine exactly what object did it. I think that I can say with confidence that the described mechanism of the bottle hitting and shattering the finger was not consistent with the
I
appearance of the
understand
injury.
that.
And
My
I think
question is just very specific. You can't determine the object that caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
Obviously not.
it's a little bit more of a non-specific answer. I mean,
But there's no way you can tell.
Again, I can't
How
determine
could you
the
know?
exact object, but I can determine that it's unlikely
obvious.
that it was sustained in the manner described.
This guy's having a bad
A
time.
bottle is a foreign object, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
It would look that
So
way.
you can't rule out that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger was caused by a vodka bottle, correct?
No, you can't rule that out.
Well, based on the injury pattern, I can say that the described mechanism of injury is inconsistent with medical findings.
That's good. Go back to the script. Read that
But
one
because a
again.
vodka bottle is a foreign object, you can't rule out that a vodka bottle is what caused Mr. Depp's
Just
injury.
say no.
Well, I can't rule out that a vodka bottle caused the injury, but I can rule out that it was caused in the manner described in his testimony.
You can't rule out that the injury was caused by a knife, right?
I think it's unlikely that the injury was caused by a knife.
But you can't rule it out.
Well, if a simple knife laceration wouldn't impart the injury to the distal phalanx to result in the comminuted fracture.
Okay.
Now, a chopping type, but again, that would likely come from a direction that would create a dorsal injury to create the fracture that was developed.
Do you remember giving testimony in this case, Dr. Moore?
Deposition?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay. And you were under oath, correct?
correct.
Uh-oh.
And that was on March 22nd.
Let's check the
2022.
logs.
Yes?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see the logs.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm ready. Oh my god, bro! Like this guy is a clown. What the fuck? Like you spoke about? Yeah. What the hell are you talking about? $5,000 a day. Yeah. I wonder why he's here. Bro, there's a raid. That's like a Raid Shadow
Dr.
Legends
Moore, may I
partnership.
please have you go to page 163
God damn.
of your deposition? Specifically line 17.
Uh-huh. All right. What did he say?
163.
Yeah.
Actually, apologies,
Yeah, thanks for
164.
10 subs, thank you. Man, this guy's having a bad time. I'm gonna tell you that. He's having a bad fucking
Line
time.
4.
Correct.
Question, but you can't rule it out completely, right? Answer, I can't rule anything out completely.
Of course.
I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door. Or, again, as Dr. Gilmer said,
Slammed it in
we
a
can't
car door.
definitively say what caused this injury. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Your Honor, I would object as to
Oh.
incomplete impeachment. I think if she's going to read his answer, she also needs to read or give Dr. Moore the chance to read the paragraph below. She just picked out half of his answer.
You can redirect.
Yeah,
I'll
as
overrule the
well as the
objection.
paragraph above.
Dr. Moore, there's no question pending. Thank you, though.
Yeah. Okay.
So you can't rule out that the injury was caused by
getting
a
upset.
car door either. Is that right?
Correct.
But it's your testimony sitting here today that you can rule out that the injury was caused by a vodka bottle. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that I can rule out the injury as caused by the mechanism described by Mr. Depp in his deposition.
But you can't definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
Well, the definitive injury is a crush injury, again, I can't say. I mean, I think that
We know you can't say.
quite likely that the initial
We know that.
mechanism described at the time of presentation of the accordion doors would classically create this injury pattern. You know, the hand up in front. Picture accordion doors as the edge is closed. If the hand's up, the palm is exposed. If the door's pushed,
Dr. Moore,
closes about the fingers.
I understand that.
Shut up.
But my question is,
I think it's important that they understand that.
this is the time for me to ask you questions. Your counsel will have the ability to rehabilitate you and ask
Okay.
you questions on redirect.
There we go.
Right
There
now,
we go. All right.
Let's try my question.
All right.
You
He's
can't
going
definitively
on,
say
man.
What caused the injury
It's
to Mr.
$1,000
Depp's
an
fingers.
hour,
Yes
okay?
or no?
You try to
No.
make this as big as possible.
In conducting your analysis
Yeah.
of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you did not attempt to reconstruct the incident. Is that right?
What?
Well, I think the incident was reconstructed. You mean did I throw a vodka bottle at something?
No, no, Dr. Moore. I mean, you didn't do any type of accident reconstruction, either computerized or you didn't conduct any type of
No.
accident reconstruction of the
No,
alleged.
that's correct. My opinion is based on the medical records and the clinical images and Mr. Depp's description.
And your analysis is based on an understanding of how Mr. Depp described the exact position of his finger at the time of the injury.
Right.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And your analysis is also based on the assumption that Mr. Depp's hand remained completely still in the instance that a vodka bottle was hurled at him. Yes?
No, my assessment is on his description of the vodka bottle striking the top of his finger.
Well, it didn't hit the top, obviously.
But his hand
It obviously
stayed still,
didn't hit the
according
top.
to your analysis. Yes?
The chose things for 5 stops. For sure.
I guess it was still long enough for the bottle to hit it, but natural reaction would be to try to pull away.
Yeah.
When you perform traumatic finger surgeries, you inquire about the cause of the injuries, correct?
Correct.
Right.
And your best information on that is typically just the self-report of the patient. Yes?
Yes.
Correct.
And your assumption is that the patient is trying to get care. Because the patient is trying to get care, that person, that patient, is generally telling the truth, right?
I would assume that.
You would hope so.
Yeah. You reviewed Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony informing your opinion about Mr. Depp's finger
Mm-hmm.
injury, correct?
Correct.
In forming your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment
Objection,
for
Your
Mr.
Honor.
Depp,
May we approach?
Okay.
Bo, this is like, you know what's so weird about this is like, what do you think happened? Like, let's say his hand was like, it wasn't like this, it was like this, right? Because I would imagine like you have your hand on the side and it's like this, right? So like the bottle would break and it would come down and it would slice your fucking finger. It's like, the thing is, the reason why I'm much more willing to like fill in the gaps with like Johnny's story than Amber's is because Johnny's finger's fucking gone and there's a picture of it and there's supposed to be a finger there. There ain't no fucking finger there. Right? Like I'm willing to, you know, like assume that maybe his hand wasn't exactly where he said it was because there's something that happened. Something
Start
fucking
over.
happened.
because it's important the jury hears this. So in forming your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment for Mr. Depp's finger injury in Australia in the driveway of the house, Mr. Depp told him that his finger was injured when Miss Heard threw a vodka bottle at him?
Right.
I don't recall that from the deposition. I'd be happy to review it if you have the deposition available.
Did you consider Dr.
Doesn't
Kipper's
remember.
testimony that he recalled
He
that
didn't
Mr.
read.
Depp's finger was found in the kitchen?
I do recall that.
So you must have also seen Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that he wasn't the one who actually found the finger, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Kipper testified that someone he thought was the chef told him he found the finger in the kitchen area,
Thank
correct?
God it wasn't a Wendy's.
I'm going to assume so without reading the deposition now.
Uh-huh.
Did you review any testimony from Ben King in rendering your opinions today?
Yeah.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you see any of Mr. King's testimony at this trial?
I did not.
So you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he is the one who found Mr. Depp's finger, are you?
No.
Oh.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he found Mr. Depp's finger in the bar area, right?
Correct.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger in a piece of tissue in the bar area, either?
No.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that multiple broken liquor bottles were also found in the bar area, right?
Correct.
Oh.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1817,
Oh my
which is
God.
already in evidence.
Am I gonna have to click this again? Let me see. I'm gonna put this up just in case there ain't no bad shit here. Like, it's just like, but like, you can't know. It's about, did
And
she...
it may be published, please.
I just don't have it yet.
Like, it's like, the question is like, did he cut it off himself?
That would help.
Yes.
I don't think he
Just have it on
did.
screen at the moment. There we go.
Like,
Thank
There we
you.
go.
I don't think that happened.
Have you ever seen this picture before, Dr. Moore?
No.
So you're not aware that this is the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger?
No.
Do you see that broken vodka bottle in the back corner near the bottom of the bar?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the blood drops on the floor?
Yes.
That's what it looks like.
Can
I
you
don't
please
know.
pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820, which is already in evidence?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, okay, that one's fine. That's
Have
brutal.
you seen this picture before, Dr. Moore?
Holy
I
shit.
have not.
So you're not aware that this is also a picture from the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger?
Correct.
Do you see the bloody tissue on the ground at the bottom of the bar?
Yes.
Oh.
Do you see the blood drops around that tissue?
Oh.
Yes.
So you didn't consider any of this evidence in rendering your opinion about how Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, did you?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank
All right,
you.
redirect.
It's just, to me, it's so obvious. Like,
Can you pull up Exhibit 1817?
Okay, all right,
that
let's
was just
go.
shown to the witness, please.
let's see it. I'm gonna fucking get this in the way just in case. Like,
And can you
this one's
blow
fine.
up that what
Okay.
Ms. Vasquez referred to as a broken vodka bottle, Michelle, please?
How can you possibly...
Dr. Moore, what, based on your review of the documents in this case, what did you understand to be the size of the bottle of vodka that Mr. Depp alleged cut off his finger?
The description was that it was a handle, a half-gallon bottle.
And that's bigger than a 750 mil or fifth of liquor, correct?
Who cares?
And what size bottle, if to the extent that's even a bottle, what size does that appear to be? to you?
Wait.
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Does that appear to be a handle?
It is.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
You can take that down. Dr. Moore, Ms. Vasquez just
Oh, bro,
asked you about Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony.
I
and she
figured it
says
out.
that,
I actually figured it out.
where
Wait for
she
the break.
claims that Mr. Depp allegedly told him that the finger was severed from a vodka bottle. Do you remember that question a few minutes ago?
Objection
I figured
leading.
it out.
Overruled.
I do
is-
remember that question.
Yes, thank you. Is that consistent,
Mm-hmm.
that alleged account, is that consistent with the texts you reviewed between Mr. Depp and Dr. Kipper?
No.
And what did those texts say?
As I recall, Mr. Depp indicated that he had cut his finger off.
Now, Ms. Vasquez wouldn't let you finish when you were trying to explain to the jury how Mr. Depp's account of injuring his finger in an accordion door would be perfectly consistent with the photographs you saw. Could you please explain that to the jury?
Oh, an accordion door.
Well, so
He
again,
cut his finger off.
We tend to try to believe.
Yeah, like you
patients.
broke your
We hope that
arm?
They come in with an honest history initially, and that's a reasonable mechanism for this to have occurred.
Okay.
And again, if you picture your hand up with either a closure of a hinge or a closure of a door, the palmar surface is exposed. If it's caught in that hinge as it closes, it could be
Rips it out.
be slightly off center. It would pinch that tissue away in a similar fashion.
Yeah.
But because it's below the level of the nail bed, it could create this injury with the fracture, the tissue loss, and preserve the nail bed.
No shot. There'd be like tearing and shit, right? Like, I don't know.
Can you look at page 1?
There'd be like tearing.
Deposition, the one that Ms. Vasquez just showed you.
Yes.
You think it's just
Objection,
like
Your
it's in
Honor.
like a
I'm gonna
little
object on
perfect
hearsay grounds.
square? If
Your
it
Honor,
gets
she
ripped
only-
off?
Overruled.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Ms.
right.
Vasquez asked you a question, and then she read your answer, trying to impeach you, but she only read half of the answer. So I'm going to read the whole answer to the jury, and I'm going to ask you to tell me if I'm reading your answer right, okay? The question is on page 164, line 4, but you can't rule it out completely, right?
Yeah.
And you answered, I can't rule anything out completely.
Obviously not.
I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door. Or again,
Right.
as Dr. Gilmore said, we can't definitively say what caused this injury. And then you go on to say, this is where Ms. Vasquez cut you off and didn't let you finish.
I don't think that's in the transcript. Objection.
I'll sustain that.
The rest of your answer that she didn't read to you, Dr. Moore, is the question I can answer is that the mechanism that was described by Mr. Depp and demonstrated by Mr. Depp is inconsistent with the injury pattern that's found on the images and the description.
Okay.
Did I read that right?
Yes.
I think
And
that's fair.
Does that remain your opinion today?
Yes.
Has anything that's been presented to you on cross-examination
Okay.
changed any of the opinions that you hold in this case?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Moore, you're free to go, or you can stay in the courtroom.
I-
It's up to you. All right.
The
Thank you.
entire test.
Your next witness?
Your Honor, we'd like to call Dr. David Spiegel.
Dr. Spiegel?
The entire context of this was under the pretense of a larger bottle.
All right, that's fine. Yes, sir.
You heard him say that? He was talking about a mega bottle. And that's why he said the crush injury was impossible. So he gave, that's his $5,000, by the way. That was $5,000 for him. You just saw that guy make $5,000. So he gave his entire testimony and medical opinion on this based off of a size of a bottle that's clearly not even shown in the pictures. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's not even that he's wrong, it's that he's starting on the wrong foot. And it's also, do you think that he cut it off himself? That's what I wish Camille had asked him that. Do you think he cut it off himself? Or even better yet, what do you think happened? You should have asked him that. I really, that's speculation. Maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe that is speculation. I guess that could be it. Yeah, you're right. I didn't think about that. That's what I would fucking wonder, though. I would say that for sure. He said a hinge door. I mean, maybe that's it. All I'm saying is, it's just so annoying that somebody would say this. And, also, how many of you guys have ever dropped something and then, that thing that you drop, it fucking goes somewhere. It's you drop it on the floor and it's, over there, right? Or, some stupid shit. Is it really... Is it unrealistic that drunk people on drugs could have thrown a bottle in a way that you couldn't predict, or maybe he didn't remember quite exactly where he had his hand? Because, again, the reason I'm willing to fill in the gaps here is that I don't think he would have cut off his own finger. I don't think this happened. It's also there's no evidence, really. It's we have so much evidence of Johnny Depp being drunk and high. Guys, we have a lot of evidence of that. I'm talking about, I'm pretty sure that, that's a fact at this point. We know this. There's not really been a single other case that I can think of any, maybe, a serious nature where he's ever hurt himself. He's never hurt himself in the process of doing this. You see what I'm saying? This has never happened before. So, what are the odds that this has happened? And there's no history of self-harm. There's nothing like that. It's just weird to see that. Yeah, what a cock. Yeah, it could be an accident. It could be an accident, but what I'm saying is, I feel even whenever you're drunk and shit like that, if he cares about his hands that much, especially he's an actor, right? That's somebody who cares about their body. They don't want to fuck themselves up. And he cares about that kind of stuff, and it just didn't happen. I don't know, man. And there's evidence. Yeah, exactly. There's evidence. I think the strategy is to prove the injury was not documented properly to remove it from the case to have less stuff to deal with. Well, it's just like, you can't just remove that from the case and expect people to not fucking take that seriously, man. It's so obvious what's going on. That's what's pissing me off about this, is like, what do you think happened to the fucking hand? Do you think it just, like, one day it's just fucking, you know, he pulled like a Harry Potter thing? He was, you know, practicing for Grindelwald and he just fucking snapped his finger and part of it fucking disappeared? Like, what the fuck, man? Like, why would he do that? Like, why would this possibly fucking happen, man? It doesn't make any sense. Now, I do think that a bit of evidence that's, like, kind of compelling is the fact that, like, what do you call it? Is the fact that none of the other parts on his hand were cut. This is what I think could have happened, right? Is that the bottle broke into two, and a large side of the bottle, either the top or the bottom half, because that's usually how bottles break, came and it fell down and it sliced it, right? That's kind of like what happened. Like, I think it was probably like that. And maybe he was moving his hand at the same time, or like it happened initially and then he fucking jerked his hand and it cut it even more because he didn't see what the hell was going on. Like, I could see something like that maybe happening. It's a fractured bone, kind of sus. I'm not sure, man. No way he cut himself? He lied about hand being on flat on surface, bottle coming on top, which are both wrong. Yeah, I mean... But, like, it still obviously happened. You see what I'm saying? It clearly happened. No point speculating? I don't know, man. Of her apologizing on the night? Yeah, I did see the audio of that. I did.
Thank you. All right. The doctor can be sworn.
That's a good point. May have dropped it and went to go catch it, and he's drunk. Yeah, exactly. Possibly he's just drunk and high, didn't remember the exact bottle size. Yeah, that's what I would assume.
Will you
Okay, here
please
we
tell
go.
the jury your full name and business address?
David R. Spiegel. I'm a physician.
What
I
up?
work at 825 Fairfax Avenue in Norfolk, Virginia, as part of the Eastern Virginia Medical School.
Okay.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a physician psychiatrist.
And where do you work? Do you work at...
I work at Eastern Virginia. I'm employed by Eastern Virginia Medical School, but I also work at Norfolk General Hospital.
Is this another
which is
$5,000?
Teaching hospital in Norfolk.
How many years have you been practicing as a psychiatrist?
I entered residency in 1989. I graduated residency in 1993.
Damn.
So from 1993 to today,
It's 28 years.
I've been physician practicing.
29.
That's almost 30
That's 30 years, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's 30. Oh, shit.
Please describe for the jury the nature of your clinical practice.
So my clinical practice is comprised of both inpatient care at Norfolk General
Let's see
Hospital.
what this guy's got to say.
As well as my outpatient practice at Eastern Virginia Medical School. About 85 to 90% of my day is clinical between the two components.
And what is involved in a comprehensive evaluation?
Okay.
So in a comprehensive evaluation, in addition to reviewing the historical information that you receive from collateral other sources,
Right.
you undertake a history from the patient. You get, whether it's the history of current illness, the past psychiatric history, family history, social history, legal, substance history. Then you do what's called a mental status exam, which is the psychiatric version of the physical exam, where you're actually giving a description of what you see in front of you. Then you can do cognitive testing, which tests the patient memory, attention, concentration, etc.
Got it.
Then you come up with a working and a differential diagnosis, describe any other additional testing you may need or not need, and then you come up with a treatment plan.
Okay.
How many patients have you treated over the 30 years?
Quite a lot, probably in the tens of thousands.
Jesus. All right.
And
That's a
how
whole
many
lot of people.
patients do you regularly see?
So inpatient is generally about 5 to 8, sometimes more. Outpatients probably 5 to 6, sometimes more.
Right.
I should point out that my inpatient work is divided between consultation, psychiatry, and I believe we're going to talk about that, as well as working on the inpatient service. So I believe we will talk about that.
What, if any, differences are there on how many patients you see on weekends as opposed to weekdays?
So when I'm on call, which is on either a Saturday or a Sunday meeting, I have to be in the hospital and around. That's probably an additional 35 plus patients.
That's a lot of people.
How frequently do you treat patients who abuse drugs and alcohol?
Unfortunately, drugs and alcohol are part of psychiatric practice. And so probably 3/4 of my patients have substance abuse problems.
Does this include
a
both
lot.
legal and illegal drugs?
Yes. Put them both together, probably 75%.
And how frequently do you treat patients who have suffered from someone in their lives who abuses alcohol and drugs?
On a regular basis, like I said, on a daily basis. This is part of what psychiatry is.
Okay. And as part of that treatment of patients who abuse drugs and alcohol, do you evaluate the impact of the abuse on their brains and personal interactions with others?
Yes, substance of abuse, both in the short term and the long term, can affect the brain in terms of mood, behavior, cognition.
All this makes sense. Yeah,
attention,
absolutely.
concentration.
Of course
memory,
it's going to
ability
fuck your head
control
up.
behavior, as well as your overall level of functioning. It can affect it in the short term, such as alcoholic blackouts.
Right.
It can affect it by causing stroke, such as stimulants can. And so at the end of the day, it's a rather lengthy list of what substance abuse can do to the human brain.
Yeah, sure. That makes sense.
Dr. Spiegel,
Sure.
how frequently have you treated patients who have suffered intimate partner violence?
Again, it's very unfortunate that probably 50% of my patients suffer from trauma. If I had to guess of those 50%, probably 25% of my practice is people who have suffered intimate partner violence.
Well, this guy's got a lot of experience.
How consistent is that with the national average?
In America, unfortunately, it's about 20 to 25%, depending on the study of women have complained, have reported intimate partner violence.
And how frequently have you treated patients who have perpetrated the intimate partner violence?
Again, in the outpatient setting, I don't see it quite as much. But
Here we
in the
go.
Inpatient setting, again,
Setting
it's
the
a
stage.
really relative common phenomena that I will see perpetrators of partner violence.
I think I know where he's going.
And, they're patients who need treatment too.
And overall, how many patients have you treated who have been perpetrators of intimate partner violence?
Perpetrators?
Yes.
Probably 5 to 10% of the patients I do is perpetrators.
And would you say tens of thousands over the 30 years?
Yes.
And leading.
Overall.
Thank you.
It's a lot of people.
As part of treating patients relating to intimate partner violence, do you regularly evaluate these patients?
That would
Do I
make
regularly
sense.
value the patient?
Evaluate the patient, yes.
Oh, yes.
Of course.
Yes, regularly.
Of course.
They get the same comprehensive evaluation that I described before.
Are you licensed in Virginia?
Yes, I am.
And when did you first become licensed in Virginia?
1993.
Okay.
Have you been qualified by courts as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
For how
In
much?
how many states have you been qualified as an expert?
3, which would be Virginia, Maryland, and South Carolina.
Okay.
Dr. Spiegel, can you please review for the jury your educational background beginning with your undergraduate studies?
So I went to Duke University undergrad.
All right.
I went to medical school at the State University of New York Health Science Center in Brooklyn, formerly known as Downstate Medical Center. I did my internship and residency between Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center and Penn State Hershey Medical Center.
Okay.
And
And I'm also fellowship board certified in consultation liaison psychiatry.
All right.
And where did you do your residency and your internships?
So I did my residency for Penn State and internship at Dartmouth.
Okay. And what is your current title and position?
So I am the acting chair endowed chair and professor in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at Eastern Virginia Medical School.
Uh-huh.
Are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
And what are you board certified in?
General adult psychiatry.
Guy's got everything.
and
Yeah, it's his job, you know?
liaison psychiatry is a subspecialty.
It's his job.
Okay.
Makes sense.
So you have 2 board
Yes.
certifications. Okay. Can you explain
double
to the
wizard.
jury what's involved in board certifications in those 2 fields?
So board certification is the standard we strive to in being a physician or any other mental health practitioner. It involves taking a very comprehensive test at the beginning of your career to initiate board certification. Then you get tested again every 10 years. Then you have to go through continual medical education throughout the entire period. You have to do what's called performance in practice, which is basically ways to improve things in your practice.
Right.
And again, this occurs always throughout
Sure.
the years.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Now,
All
are
that
you a
makes
member
sense.
of any professional organizations?
Yes, I am.
Could you
I'm
please
a
tell the
member
jury?
of the American Psychiatric Association, as well as the fellow of the American Psychiatric Association. I'm a member of the Medical Society of Virginia.
Okay.
I'm a member of the Psychiatric Society of Virginia.
That's a lot of
I'm a
guilds.
member of the Tidewater Academy of Psychiatry, and I'm a member of the Academy of Consultation Liaison Psychiatry.
This guy's busy.
Do you have any teaching responsibilities?
Teaching, oh yeah.
Teaching, yes.
So teaching is a daily occurrence as part of my job when I do my inpatient rounds. Residents, medical students, physician assistant students are assigned. So we round together, and there's teaching with every single encounter.
Yeah.
In addition to that, I teach lectures to the residents, to the third, second, and first year medical students, as well as a fourth year medical student lecture as well. So I'm constantly teaching.
Have you engaged in any hands-on training of psychiatrists practicing in Virginia
Thank you. This is
Hands-on
one.
training
Yes.
with the residents.
with psychiatrists?
I was
Oh,
wondering
yeah.
about
So,
that.
Again, I'm teaching at bedside. I mean, we don't speak in front of the patient, obviously, but I'm teaching at bedside, meaning after we see a patient, we discuss the important points to learn. And again, that includes residents at every level. That includes medical students, third, second, and first year.
It's a smart way to
physician
teach people. It makes
students.
sense.
So every day is a teaching explanation session to the students and residents.
What is your role at Eastern Virginia Medical School as the acting chair? Please tell the jury what that means.
So as the acting chair, you are not only accountable for your own practice, but you are accountable for your faculty members' practices.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I have to make sure that everyone is treating, seeing, evaluating.
They've got their shit together.
A certain number of patients. I have responsible for their academic requirements. So in terms of publishing, et cetera, I'm responsible for their teaching assignments to other residents, to other students. I'm responsible for fiscally that they are accountable
This
to
is a
their,
longer intro
fiscal
than my stream.
productivity. So, and a heck of a lot of other administrative meetings that I go to.
Okay.
Have you published in your field?
Thank God.
To the tune of about 80 manuscripts.
Holy
and
shit.
I have my own book on catatonia and the consultation liaison setting. I have a book
Jesus.
chapter on the current and current and contemporary approaches temporomandibular disease, the
Guys.
psychiatric portion. I'm also in a dissociative identity disorders chapter on a wiki book.
Holy shit.
And have
All
you
right.
peer-reviewed literature?
Yes, so I'm a reviewer on. I've served as a reviewer on Lancet. I've served as a reviewer as innovations in clinical neuroscience. I've served on reviewer for clinical neuropharmacology.
Sure.
And I'm actually editor in chief of at this point of clinical neuropharmacology.
Okay.
Have you lectured on the effects of drugs and alcohol on the human brain?
Yes, I teach to the residents. I teach lecture to the second year medical students, third year medical students. So I am fully aware of not only what I teach, but what I see in the emergency room and the consultation and inpatient settings.
Okay.
Have you published and lectured on the
I got
causes
it.
and effects of intimate partner abuse?
Yes, I punctured, I believe, 2 articles on the effects of trauma, and in that trauma was intimate partner violence.
Are
Okay.
you familiar with the hallmarks of intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what causes intimate partner violence?
One more, excuse me?
What causes intimate partner violence?
Yes, there's a multiple explanation that causes
Yeah, of course,
intimate
it's
partner
very
violence. And if
complex.
I kind of just mention
That would
at
make
this point,
sense.
too, that when we are discussing intimate partner violence, I think it's imperative for the jury to know we are talking about repetitive behavior over periods of time. And the type of abuse can be any physical, psychological, sexual, but just as important is for somebody, one of the partners, to maintain some uneven element of control or to maintain power, control, or authority.
Oh, is
So
this
there
where
are a
he's
lot
gonna
of
go?
facets to intimate partner violence.
he
I know
was
people
controlling.
tend to think of it as just the actual abuse act, but there's more to it than just the actual abuse act. Abuse act's important, but it's not the sole thing.
Of course.
Your Honor, I move to qualify Dr. Spiegel as an expert in the field of psychiatry and behavioral sciences with specific emphasis on drug and alcohol abuse, intimate partner violence, and the effect of these as they pertain to the issues in this case.
All right, any
Okay, let's
objection?
see it.
Your Honor,
You wish to voir dire?
I do.
Okay. To his qualifications.
His qualification.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, shit. Like, you just made all that up. We saw you out there. They just bought you that suit. You're a hobo, aren't you?
Sir, you talked about 2 board certifications, general adult psychiatry
Yes.
and liaison consultation psychiatry.
Other way around, but consultation liaison.
liaison psychiatry.
Subtle point.
Right. Now,
Right.
that is not intimate partner violence. That deals with a issue of comorbidity between people who have medical problems and health problems.
So you're saying subspecialty?
Yes.
So consultation liaison psychiatry does have that, but you're also treating people who have medical illness who have comorbid psychiatric illness, or people who have psychiatric illness that have comorbid medical illness.
Right.
And many of the patients that I see on the trauma service have tried to take their own life, and unfortunately, as part of that, intimate partner violence and trauma in general is part and parcel of that. So it's very, very narrow to say it's just the medical psychiatric interface. It's much more of psychiatric patients who need medical help, medical patients who develop psychiatric problems, but also that interface.
Sure.
So-
Okay.
As a subset of your trauma patients, which you say are about 50% of your practice, as a subset of that practice, some people have been involved with intimate partner violence.
So as a subset of my overall practice, 50% have suffered from trauma. About half of that number have suffered from, I'm sorry, about 20,
Yeah.
so it's 20, about 20% that suffer from IP, intimate partner violence.
All right. You've never conducted any empirical research on individuals who experienced intimate partner violence, have you, sir?
If your definition is trials, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Like pharmaceutical trials, or what are you saying? Is that what you're saying? Because I've done review articles on patients who suffer from trauma. So the answer is, I haven't done any studies like where you give them medication for treatment or try.
This guy clearly knows what he's talking about.
I've reviewed the body of literature.
I mean,
on
clearly
intimate
does.
partner violence to get 2 review articles. Yes.
So you've read about it, is what you just testified to.
I would have to disagree with you on that, sir. Reading about it and writing a review article are completely 2 different things, sir.
All right. You haven't authored any articles specifically on IPV, have you, sir?
As a subset of trauma, the answer is yes. In terms of in the name of the title of the article, the answer is no.
You've never written any books specifically on IPV?
I've never written any books on IPV.
The guy's obviously legit. I mean, come on. Let's move on.
Temporomandibular disease, okay, in terms of psychiatric
let's
issues,
move on.
does have a higher frequency
Come on.
in those patients who have suffered from trauma, including intimate partner violence.
You've never.
And I am part of that book.
Who was talking?
Temporal mandibular disease.
He's got an
deals with
hourly rate.
problems with the jaw?
Is that a question, sir?
What is temporomandibular?
Temporomandibular disease is a problem with oral issues, yeah, but there are many patients who complain
Okay.
of oral issues where the oral surgeon cannot find a reason for it, and the reason why they can't is because people who have suffered from trauma and intimate partner violence are prone to increased sensitivity of somatic sensations, which can manifest in temporomandibular disease. Thank you, I appreciate that. Nice plug for my book, Chief, thank you.
Didn't hear it, but there we go. So, you
This guy's a real asshole. I like him.
Specifically about IPV.
This guy's an asshole.
Again, I think I've gone over that.
Oh, my
I've written
God.
2 articles on that, and I've written parts of chapters. And dissociative identity disorder, I
Yeah.
should add, where I did write a
Okay,
chapter
here we
on,
go.
is completely based on trauma and intimate partner violence.
Right. I'm not asking you about trauma.
He's a
because you
businessman.
want to talk about trauma. I'm asking you about IPV specifically.
Mm-hmm.
I will reiterate again, you cannot separate intimate partner violence and say that is a separate rubric aside from trauma. Trauma is overall, intimate partner violence is part of trauma, and the answer to the question is any individual who suffers from a dissociative disorder, which I am the author of a chapter of, suffers from trauma, whether it be at the hands of
It's
childhood
categorical.
or
Yes,
it be at the
we
hands of
understand.
the intimate partner.
Right. But you've already testified that half your practice is trauma and a subset of that practice is IPV, correct?
Which is actually, I treat the national average of patients. About 20% of patients suffer from it, and that's about my practice number.
Except you're discounting the fact that half your practice is not trauma at all. So 10% of your practice is IPV.
I don't know if the numbers add up exactly like that.
I'm just using
but
yours.
I don't know if I'm doing, I don't know if those numbers add up like that. Because I'm not sure if that's the case. If you say
He's a
25%,
doctor, not a
then maybe
mathematician.
12.5% of my practice, that's being rather specific. So again, a significant number of my patients have suffered from intimate partner violence. I see it on a daily basis, and I'm not sure exactly why I'm getting asked the same question again.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You listed 60 references to articles. I guess you said 80 now.
2 assholes. Head to head.
I said around 80. I said around 80.
Look, 60,
I love
80,
this.
Whatever it is, right?
No, 60 and 80 is not. If you go to the PubMed, actually, you go to PubMed right now and Google, not Google, put PubMed Spiegel DR, and you'll find that number is 72 with 2 waiting to be impressed. 1 submitted, so that'd be 75. So it's around 80.
Look me up on
So again,
Google. That's
why my
right.
CV is not necessarily the most updated
Bro.
version because I still publish since the CV's been given to you, sir.
This guy.
Right. And not
Damn,
one
man.
of the 72, 80 articles has IPV in the title, right?
Correct. Not one of them has IPV. It does have trauma, but not IPV.
And you've never presented on the topic of IPV specifically.
As a function of trauma and as a function of somatic illness, again, I would say to you that it's part and parcel of these illnesses. So the answer is yes, I have. Okay.
All right.
The answer is yes, I have.
And IPV doesn't appear in your CV at all.
This guy's 80-year-old ninja. What the fuck?
If you say
Wait, look
it's
at
not
his
in my
face.
CV, I will believe you.
Okay.
There's a lot of things that are not in my CV that I do. So.
And you're not associated with any professional literature on IPV.
I'm sorry, repeat the question, sir?
Is there any professional literature that you've contributed to relative to IPV specifically as opposed to trauma generally?
I can't unsee it now. I know.
The answer to the question again, sir, is that you cannot separate this artificial separation you are trying to do between trauma and intimate partner violence.
2 assholes.
It's part and
I
parcel
love it.
of trauma. We don't thread it like that.
This guy's such a dick.
Your Honor, plaintiff would accept this witness as an expert on general psychiatry, and with respect to the drug usage issues that Ms. Bredehoff referenced, but not with respect to IPV.
All right, over objection, he's entered as an expert as stated on the record. All right, you may continue. Thank you.
Very much, Your Honor.
He's But dude, look at
Dr.
his
Spiegel,
face, man.
at
He's
our
mad.
request, what have you reviewed in this case?
He is
Just
mad.
more
So
gen-
it's,
with the jury more
it's
general.
a lengthy review, but.
Oh my
court
God, I
filings,
love it.
Psychological
He's
testing.
so mad.
That was done on Ms. Heard by both Dr. Hughes and Dr. Curry. Other physicians' medical record,
Yeah.
physician note, Dr. Kipper.
Yeah. He's mad but slightly amused.
Counselors and therapists.
It's a worthy
at both
challenge.
parties and psychiatrists that they went to.
Another asshole.
Text messages, depositions, snippets of the UK trial. And I'm sure pictures.
He's mad.
Of,
Oh,
physical
he's
injuries,
mad.
So I've seen a lot.
What, if anything, have
Oh.
you seen in terms of emails?
He got the hands up now?
audios, videos, things?
Yes, so I've seen videos
Yeah.
of Mr. Depp. I think the video was showing Ray of Mr. Depp destroying, slamming cupboards and breaking glass and yelling at Miss Heard while having a wine glass in his with wine in his hands. I've seen videos of destruction of property in the house.
Oh, the implication is that he did it. I see.
And what, if any, review
Great
have you
implication.
conducted of the deposition and testimony of Mr. Depp's hired witness, Dr. Curry?
Objection.
Sure.
Hired witness. How are we going to just use hired witness? Oh, was he not getting paid? Oh, wow. Like, look, the hired witness. Nice try, Elaine. You gonna try and pull that fast shit? Like, that's gonna happen. You can't testify on anything IPV related now? I guess not. I love how, like, Johnny Depp's legal team just brings that guy in as, like, a bulldog to just back any expert into the corner by just being so fucking belligerent and bullish and aggressive that that person is just like, okay, just fucking leave me alone. It's like a lot of the he's just so aggressive and like he's an anti-wizard, exactly. He fucking destroys him, man. And he just backs him in the corner because he'll find like some technicality and make them say that they don't know it and be like, see guys, he doesn't know anything. He's a spellbreaker. I know. It's just so fucking funny. I love whenever he gets up there. He's the guy that said Amber Turd as well. Like, this guy is, oh my God. He's the anti-mage, exactly. He's the main tank, yeah. I mean, like, you guys see what I'm saying, right? Like, this is fucking amazing. I just, yeah, it's perfect. I feel like, it's like, obviously, like, there's a video. It's weird how they're trying to use, like him having like there's a video of him getting like really upset and pissed off, right? And there's like no violence even remotely directed at Amber at all, right? He's just slamming cabinets, etc. This kind of stuff is somehow the same thing as what do you call it? As like fucking like cutting people's fingers off and like assuming all the other violence is because of him. Is like the guy he just wanted a break, man. Check Twitter? I will. Yeah, it's he breaking his own stuff. Like, I've seen people do shit like this before, but, like, it's just dumb, man. People say that this guy is accused of driving a patient to suicide. He killed my stepfather. Was an alcoholic as well. Like, I don't know about this. Like, I don't... The thing is, like, anytime that this is, I mean, this is literally a review. I mean, like, yeah, obviously this looks really bad. Like, let's be honest, right? But yeah, he gave him 1 star. I bet he did. But it's just a review. Like, maybe this is true. Maybe it's not. It's hard to say. I don't really know. So is 3 years ago? Yeah, no, I'm not saying that, like, yeah, I mean... 3 years ago? I know, like, I'm not saying that, like, this person made the review. All I'm saying is, like, I'm not going to immediately read. Like, you guys need to get this through your head. Like, whenever you read something that confirms a bias that you have, you need to be twice as discerning about that than stuff that doesn't. because that's how things take advantage of you. That's how people get you. That's how you trap yourself in these thinking things, right? It's like you want to believe this is true, right? Like we all want to believe this is true because it invalidates the guy. But like, does that mean it is? Not necessarily. I don't know.
Do you remember my question? Did you review the deposition? And
Doesn't he look like
testimony of
old
Dr.
ninja?
Curry?
Holy shit.
Dr.
Curry.
Yes, I reviewed Dr. Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh my
yes, so I reviewed
God.
testimony of Dr. Curry. I reviewed Dr. Curry's reports. I reviewed
Oh my
Dr.
God.
Curry's
You
testimony.
guys see that? Like,
Okay, and what
How'd
if
this
did you
happen?
review the deposition and trial testimony of Dr. Hughes?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the disclosure.
Dr. Blevins? Yeah.
I'll allow that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Did you interview Mr. Depp?
No, I did not.
Interesting.
Did you request to
I
interview?
requested to interview Mr. Depp twice, and both times Mr. Depp and his lawyers refused.
Okay.
Dr. Spiegel, I'm going to ask you some questions in this case respecting your opinions and the opinions you have formed and the bases for them. And I'm going to ask you to provide me with, in a reasonable degree of medical probability or
Okay.
certainty. Can you do that?
I think he can
Okay.
probably do that. Sure.
On what were you requested to analyze and opine in this case?
So it's fourfold. One, I was asked to opine about the risk factors
Opine.
that are associated with intimate partner violence and behaviors that are shown, risk factors that are shown in intimate partner violence to be consistent with behaviors that Mr. Depp has demonstrated. Two, I've been asked to opine about the acute effects on alcohol and substance use, and I mentioned that including mood, behavior, cognition, functional impairment. Three, talking about the psychological profile, if you would, of, is there a question? I'm sorry. Oh.
No.
Okay. Of psychological and
That
medical
was the door.
sequelae of patients who have suffered intimate partner violence and perpetrated intimate partner violence, and whether or not Mr. Depp's behavior is consistent with that. And lastly, about alcohol and other substance use disorders, their diagnostic criteria, their medical and psychological effects, psychiatric effects, their cognitive effects, and their functional effects. And I think I would like to just go with the jury one other thing. When we talk about, when psychiatry talks about substance use disorders, it's imperative to understand we're not talking about someone who rarely uses and happens to have a bad night. We're not talking about someone
thanks for
who
20 subs.
uses
Thank
on
you.
a weekly basis and
Right.
has a bad night.
Okay.
We're talking about repetitive patterns of behavior that meet a list of 11 criteria that could be deemed mild, moderate, or severe. Because I think people get confused when they hear the word substance abuse, that they think of, oh, I may have used this because I used it twice. There is a whole criteria of behavior and sequelae and consequences that go with a substance use disorder. I'm not just talking about someone who will occasionally smoke a joint or smokes a joint or snorts
They
occasionally
both
coke,
did this.
okay, or has alcohol on weekends. So I really need to reiterate that, because I think when you look at psychiatric behavior, we tend to people look online and say, my gosh, I have all 7 of these, right? And they're
that's how you
reading
get
it
cancer.
not quite the way the psychiatric
When you
literature
have a
is supposed
headache.
to go. So please, when I'm talking about this, I need you to understand, one, that's what's going on. As I told you about intimate partner violence, it's horrible that anyone would strike anyone.
He gets paid by the hour.
Okay? But again, we're talking about repetitive behaviors for means
He gets
of
paid by the
control.
hour, guys.
Right. So that's real important to understand when you're moving forward. And I may say occasionally substance abuse,
Yeah.
but what I'm referring to is substance
Objection
use.
beyond the scope of the question.
Thank you.
I don't.
Sustained. Next question.
Thank you.
Dr. Spiegel, could
The
you
Wizard
please
Destroyer.
just summarize for the jury the conclusions you came to with your opinions, and then we'll take you
Anti-wizard.
through the specifics.
So in my opinion, based on my a review of the evidence,
Silenced.
based on my clinical experience, based on my publishing experience, based on my teaching experience, that Mr. Depp has behaviors that are consistent with both someone who has a substance use disorder as well as consistent behaviors for someone who's a perpetrator of intimate partner violence.
Okay, well, what about the second one? Because we
Thank
know
you.
the first one.
I'm going to start with the impact of drug and alcohol abuse over time. First of all, based upon
He
your
didn't
review
interview him,
of
by
the
the way.
record evidence, what type of drugs has Mr. Depp used?
So, Mr. Depp, and I'm talking about use, we're talking about a substance use disorder here. We're not just talking about use, okay? So we are talking about alcohol. We are talking about
Hourly.
amphetamines.
Hourly
We are
paid.
talking about marijuana. We are talking about cocaine.
Write this
We are
down. It's going to
talking
be on the
about
test.
LSD. We are talking about ecstasy.
Yeah.
We are talking about opiates. We are talking about prescription benzodiazepines. And we'll get
Oh, I
into a
have
separate
that.
thing about the abusability of Seroquel and or gabapentin and
Mm-hmm.
Neurontin. And we are talking about much of the time
So all of them.
concurrent use, meaning simultaneously.
No.
In your practice, do some patients suggest
Mega
to
high.
you that drugs and alcohol actually help them?
So
Of course
I
people
think
say
it's
that.
patients who lack insight or are in the very early stages of recognizing they have a quote unquote problem will sometimes actually say that they have this medication actually calms me down. This medication makes me feel better.
Well, isn't that what it's
And
supposed to do?
In actuality, they may not
What?
acutely feel anything, but chronic and continual use will take its toll on the brain. So the answer is yes, but again, people who have substance use disorders have lack of insight
confused.
and a lack of judgment about what's going on.
I guess substance
And
abuse.
very poor moderates of their own.
What's the difference?
behavior.
Yeah.
Has Mr. Depp suggested, based on your review of the record evidence, that alcohol and drugs actually help him?
Yes, in review of the evidence, he has suggested that alcohol, Xanax, I'm in the list of medications, do help. Although I will also tell you on review of the
course they help
evidence
somehow.
that there were at least 2 times I can remember
Wouldn't be
that
prescribed.
Mr. Depp was referring to at least short-lived periods of sobriety, and I cannot exactly tell you what that included. That both times he said that he functioned better and that he recognized that alcohol and drugs was at the root of his problems.
Now, there's been testimony that Mr. Depp is quite charming, both off and on the drugs and the alcohol. What is your answer to that?
So, again, let me put one thing clear here.
Yeah.
I am not here to impeach Mr. Depp's acting skills or his persona. He has way greater skills than I do in that. What I'm here to say is talk about how drugs and alcohol affect what we all have in common. We're all human beings. We can all only get so much, take
He
so
gets
much.
paid by an
when
hour.
Something is going to happen.
He gets paid
That's what I
hourly.
see every day in the emergency room, on the consult service.
Every hour he
in
gets
patient
money.
Psychiatry. Bad things happen.
So the longer
Not
that he
because
talks,
of anything special,
the more
except
money
we're
he
all
gets.
Human beings, and our brain
And he could
substance
just-
of abuse are not titrated. They're not regulated by the
Eric-
FDA. We don't know what we're getting. We don't know how much
Yep.
we're getting.
Keep it up.
There is no control over what makes it
Yep.
to our brain. So it is not the actor. It is not the persona. Okay? It is a person just like the rest of us who are human beings who will have these effects. And that's what we all share in common. Everyone in this courtroom shares that in common.
When Mr. Depp was in his relationship with Amber Heard, was he a polysubstance abuser?
Was he in what substance abuse?
Polysubstance
Multiple.
abuse?
Poly is
Can
multiple.
you explain to
Leaving
the
your
jury
own.
what that is?
Overruled.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so polysubstance abuse is the use of 3 or more substances. And I answer, like I said, concurrently, he was. Even while I was getting ready for rehab on the island, he was. So, yes, he did engage in that.
Did Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol abuse affect him cognitively?
Yes.
Okay.
So, if nothing else to look at, Dr. Blaustein, a psychiatrist that evaluated Mr. Depp, did a mini mental state exam on him. And as part of that mini mental state examination, you're
Are
asked
drugs
to remember
drugs?
3 words and then come back 5 minutes later and repeat those 3 words. And
Right.
in the meanwhile, you're getting other types of testing for attention and concentration and visual, spatial, and language. So other things that are being tested too. Mr. Depp was unable to recall any of them, and that is very unusual for a 50-ish-year-old male. I don't remember how old he was when he took that. Generally speaking, that age group should be remembering two or all three of those words. One, I do know that his lines were also fed to him by earpiece. Again, affecting memory. I did see in video deposition about having to have questions, I don't want to say repeat as much as completely forgotten. So the answer is yes. And you know, any one of us who use alcohol and cocaine to that level of degree, and I'm talking about a severe level of substance use disorder, are going to have effects. It is inescapable because we all have brains that are malaffected by extensive substance use, and potentially sometimes less, but certainly what we're talking about here is extensive.
Okay.
What, if anything, did you observe
paid by the
from
hour.
the record evidence about Mr. Depp having difficulty focusing, his attention span, processing, whether he could function as an actor?
So,
Objection compound.
Compound is only if it's over.
It's like the implication is that it's because of the drug use only. That's it.
We do know that he needed his lines fed to him for movies.
Okay.
Part of that could have been also due to, and I don't know which movie, and please forgive me about that, that he actually confessed he did a movie entirely wasted. So I imagine it would be harder
Only
to do
one?
That. Additionally, like I said, when I looked at deposition, you can tell that the processing speed was down. His thinking rate was
Fear and
down.
loathing, obviously, yeah.
If your thinking rate is down, and I'm not talking about, again, I'm getting older. I'm probably not as sharp as I was at 25, okay?
Sure.
But I'm talking about it so slow that when we're trying to move on to other questions, we're still trying to answer the original data that's presented to us. So attention span is very much impaired. And if your attention span is impaired, your memory is going to be impaired. It is inescapable that that's going to happen. So all that comes into play there. And that's what I witnessed in the video deposition. Fortunately for Mr. Depp, I do see that during this trial, his cognition has improved somewhat, which will happen if you are sober. So I commend him on that. But again, I'm specifically referencing the time with Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's relationship. So we're talking about that.
What, if any, observations from the record evidence did you have about Mr. Depp having alcoholic blackouts or foggy mind?
Again, there were reported times where he would be essentially, quote unquote, passed out drunk. You saw pictures of him passed out drunk and not being able to remember what he did, which is, again, if you look at the record evidence, you will see that, and this is linking intimate partner violence and substance uses together. I know we're going to get to that.
Okay, good.
Which is basically, if you have blackouts and you're using alcohol or using cocaine, it's going to be near impossible to remember what happened the night before. I don't think I'm the first person that's ever told you that alcohol can cause blackouts. And basically, alcohol decreases a brain chemical, glutamate, which is involved in memory formation. If it blocks that to an extensive degree, the individual cannot remember what happened because they didn't have enough time for their brain to process the memory. You need this brain chemical. So does alcoholic blackouts happen every time? No, of course not. But are they a complication of a use disorder? Absolutely yes. And there was record evidence of that.
Dr. Spiegel, you said at one point alcohol and cocaine. Is it possible to have blackouts with alcohol and different types of substances?
Obviously.
Yes. So my clinical experience, and I'll date it back within the last month, we had a patient who was using both, especially cocaine, and she had these kind of stroke-like lesions around the brain center known as the hippocampus, which is involved in memory formation. So
Objection relevance.
Objection, this is an hourly rate.
Combining the two substances together increases the likelihood, even if you don't get What is a major stroke? And again, we think of a major stroke as someone who has speech difficulties and movement difficulties. There's a lot of different types of stroke that can just affect cognition. They don't necessarily have to have severe movement deficits or severe language deficits. They can solely affect you in terms of your cognitive symptoms, and actually known as a vascular neurocognitive disorder. So you need to understand, and that's part of the psychiatric diagnosis. You need to understand that you can have these insults, these lesions, these strokes, without demonstrating physical features. And at a minimal, we know that he was using both substances concurrently, and at middle, we know he had cognitive issues that we talked about.
Sure.
Or at least had some of that.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel.
Yeah, I
What,
think
if any,
everybody agrees on that.
correlation is there between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders?
So,
implications.
the risk factors, if you would, for intimate partner
Implications.
violence, okay, and there are probably many of them. I don't have time to go over all of them, but the ones in particular, characters in particular, are one, having someone in the relationship who is jealous or suspicious.
Now, here we go.
Two, having someone who has a higher than average acceptance of violence ideations. Three, someone who has rapid and extreme mood shifts. Four, someone who has limited self-control. One of the roles of cognition, one of the roles of our brain, is to prevent inappropriate behaviors and acting out on thoughts. We all get angry at people. That's human. We all get angry.
Right.
We all think things about people. The difference is when our brains are intact and working well, most of us don't act them out. Okay? Most of us do not act them out.
Yeah, I would say that's
So
true.
that's because your frontal lobe and other parts of the brain are involved
Yeah.
in making sure these negative
You
thoughts
don't mauled out.
don't get acted on.
Yeah,
Okay?
sure.
So, when you have the effects of alcohol acutely, it causes disinhibition, which means you are, by definition, losing control and having rapid
You do whatever the fuck.
Two, you are affecting parts of the brain that are involved in what we call social processing cues. So you no longer can interpret what's in front of you that is, I would say, right or wrong, or what I should act on and what I shouldn't act on. So we act on them. Even though sober, and I've seen it in Mr. Depp's record evidence, I've seen it clinically, sober, we can contain that. We can contain that. But when you have these mixtures together, knowing, by the way, that about 40 up to 60% of intimate partner violence is done under the influence of alcohol and or substance use disorders, okay? Knowing that treating it gets it better, improves, I'm not saying removes it, but improves it. Hearing from Mr. Depp's own text to Dr. Kipper that he was better with that things are going better, will show you that given those confluence of factors, given them all lining up, the risk factors, combined with something that when any of us use to a certain amount, if we're novice at it, it'll be a lot less. If we're more experienced and have more tolerance and dependence, it's going to take a lot more. But inevitably, will make us disinhibited and will make us act out, and acting out could be done in a lot of different ways in intimate partner violence. Okay? With also, remember,
guys, he's getting paid hourly,
control is
okay?
the end game of intimate partner violence. So that's how they basically interact.
He's getting paid hourly.
Ms. Butterhoff, I assume you have,
I have quite a bit more.
let's go ahead and take our morning recess, ladies and gentlemen. Just do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. We'll be back with you.
I'm sorry.
Say, okay.
We're just taking a break. No, we're just taking a break.
What? What? I wasn't done talking. I wasn't done. Look, he's mad. He's mad. Everybody told him to shut the fuck up. He gets paid through recess? Yeah, I bet he does. Yeah. We're not talking. How long could he stay up there talking? If you let this guy go, I bet this would be the entire rest of the trial.
Let's just take a break till 11 then. We'll come back at 11.
He would just start talking. This is the kind of guy that, I mean, he obviously really knows what he's talking about. He's got a lot of experience, and he's going to make sure that you know that. Like, he's going to make sure that you know exactly how much experience he has. He's going to explain to you what that experience is, where he acquired that experience, the people that he interacted with that gave him that experience, and all of these things he will be doing while he is being paid hourly. Right? That's basically it. Yeah. But yeah, they forgot the lawyer forgot even the question. He's just going on and on and on. So let me go back. I got to talk about some stuff that's been going on here, okay? Now, number one, let's talk about the fact that the fucking first doctor, I felt like he kind of I don't know about let it slip. That implies they were trying to lie. But like whenever they were asking him about the bottle size, you guys remember that? They were asking him about the bottle size. And that was what he gave his entire testimony under the context of, is the size of the bottle. Do you see kind of where I'm coming from here, where I'm going? Like the entire thing was built around the context of like how big the bottle was. Whereas like actually that's not really what it was. See, like here's what, like this is what I'm assuming, right? This is what I'm assuming happened. Is that I think he had his hand on the side and the bottle came down and it cut the hand, right? I think that's what could have maybe happened. I'm not sure. Now, what happened after that, I have no idea. Maybe he fucked his hand up afterwards because it freaked him out. I have no idea. But I think what the initial injury was from Amber throwing the bottle at him, right? Yeah, I think that's what it was. Like, I find it to be so ridiculous that this is even a question. Like, he probably didn't cut his own finger off. Like, I just don't think that. I mean, like, this is Johnny Depp according to that guy. Okay, you guys want to see Johnny Depp according to that doctor? Shit, where is it? There it is. This is Johnny Depp. Okay? Right here. This is what they did. This is the story they're trying to tell us. All right, guys, you're strawmanning. I'm not strawmanning at all. Ariel, thank you much for 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. He slammed the card door repeatedly on his finger until it fell off. I'm not strawmanning this at all. I'm saying that they literally said that it was based off of the size of the bottle, and I think that it's obvious. It's obvious that's not what happened. So this is what really happened? I have no idea. All I'm saying is that I think the chances of him cutting his fucking finger off are very, very low. Exactly. And his finger on the edge of the bar would explain the pinch without the nail. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of people that get mad and they get pissed off, right, about this kind of stuff. But it's so obvious to me. I know that there's been a lot of people who have started to think like, oh, maybe he's not telling the truth. Maybe it's a lie or whatever. I cannot imagine that. I really can't, because again, like all of the evidence points in one direction. It's obvious. There's plenty of sliding glass door injuries that occur, some people from glass shattering and falling on people, not even impact damage. The bottle was thrown at his hand, made impact, and cut the finger off. It's not that hard to believe. Well, what I'm saying is like, I think this is the point that I'm really trying to get at, is that we don't really know what happened. Like, let's be honest, right? We don't know what happened. And you know what I'm assuming? I'm assuming Johnny probably doesn't really know what happened. Right? Or, like, Amber doesn't really know what happened. Like, all we know was what happened is that two people were in a house and then somehow somebody's finger's gone. That's what we know happened. Now, whenever that happens, I would assume, especially with a violent relationship like that, it came from the other person. It's just that simple. Yeah, I think that's obvious what's going on. I think that this has happened a lot with the witnesses that they've brought in. Amber's team has brought in, is that the witnesses that they brought in, basically the way that they form a case is not with evidence. They form it with implications. They form it, they say, well, there's a lot of people that do drugs, and there's a lot of people that have trauma. And there's a lot of people that do drugs, that have trauma, that are interpersonal, that have interpersonal violence. And so they're trying to like A, B, C, and then get the audience to say D. Or like the jury to say D, and D is that Johnny Depp is the abuser, right? So they're trying to like lead them into this conclusion, even though this is clearly not what the evidence has provided. This is not the case. You wish you were in the jury? I mean, I don't really give a shit about that, right? I mean, I'd have to wake up even earlier than I do now. That's the way I see it. And like, say, yeah, probably the bottle crushed the finger, and after crushing it, hit the corner of the bar and broke. Doctor presumed it exploded on impact with the finger. I believe the skin and bone makes it too soft for it. Well, all I'm saying is that I feel like any reasonable person would come to this same conclusion. That even though, like, let's assume that the story was not perfectly accurate, even though that, I think that we can clearly see that there was something that happened. Like, for example, the reason why I didn't believe a lot of Amber's testimony for things, Saber and Sync Rush for the 5, get the community 6, gift the community subs. I appreciate that. The reason why I didn't believe it is because there was no evidence. That's why I didn't believe it. There was no real evidence. It's hard really to say. The stories that people told were conflicting. Nobody actually saw the violence except for Amber, really, and like his sister that said one thing happened. That's about it. Yeah, there's no audio. There's nothing like this happening. And then also, wasn't there? Can we find this in the 10 minutes here? The audio of Amber Heard apologizing for his finger. Like, I'm actually kind of curious about this. Let me go back over here and double check this, okay? Let me go back over here. I'm gonna look at this. Yeah, because didn't she apologize for that, right? That's pretty damning. Yeah, like, why would you even apologize for that? It doesn't make any sense. That's how violence cases are. It's super hard to prove anything. Well, you're right. It's very hard to prove things, but I think that it becomes easier to prove things whenever you have recorded evidence and things like this that indicate something else. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? She just keeps saying that she was apologizing to de-escalate stuff. She was apologizing to de-escalate stuff. I disagree with that because there are plenty of other stories where things were being elevated and she wasn't apologizing. I don't think that's true. I think she's lying. I think that she's apologizing because that's what happened. Like, there were a lot of I think she's lying because it was already explained before. Like, let me see here. I'll check the audio here, and we're gonna look at that right now. Oh my fucking God. Okay, let me see here. It's just a bunch of dumbass shit. Oh, here we go. This is great. Thank God that we have this. Fox News. Police identify perpetrator who allegedly defecated in beauty store, not Amber Heard. So that's right. Obviously, people will keep fucking every single time somebody shits somewhere nowadays, they say it's Amber Heard. Yeah, exactly. Perfect. That's fucking great. Thank you so much for making sure that I know about this. Let me see if I can figure out the rest of these and find some other stuff too, okay? And let me go back over here. Let's see here. I just want to look at the rest of it. All right. Let's see here. What's this here? Testimony is clear breach of the Goldwater rule applied to all practicing psychiatrists. You cannot express a public opinion on the mental state of someone who is not your patient without being stripped of your license. Well, I have no idea how this works exactly, but I do find it to be kind of odd that this person was not given an interview with Johnny Depp multiple times and somehow he knows what happened. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Like, isn't that kind of odd? Especially whenever you're talking about, like, details for the case, etc. Because it's also, like, whenever you talk about intimate partner violence, I feel like this is something that I've heard, right? I mean, I'm a layman on this. I don't really know what I'm talking about. But with a lot of this kind of violence, this is not, like, a, like, open and shut case. So it's not like there's one person who is like 100% the aggressor. And like I've even said this in this case too, where I don't think Johnny Depp is totally like not a perfect angel. I think that he did bad stuff too, right? I just think that it was initiated by Amber. That's always been what my perspective has been. And what I've said before is that, and like through that, how are we not even taking into account, like this person is supposed to be an expert witness. Do you see what I'm saying? Like as an expert witness, I feel like it's a little bit, I think it's like weaponizing a person's expertise to bring on an expert witness and not even have them comment on other things that could corroborate the other story, right? The other side. Now, defense only has 8 hours left. They really, can they really afford to let this doctor run his mouth on non-issues? Yeah, they probably can. Yeah, they probably can. The expert is very one-sided too. Exactly. And like that's, like the expert referred to like people that were victims as women again, right? And I think that's kind of like a, you know, a little bit of an implication there. But on top of that, what I'm saying is that whenever he brings this up, like, he didn't bring up at all that a lot of this violence goes two ways. So it's not even brought up at all. The real question is, does the jury buy this shit? Here's what my opinion is that I don't think any of these testimonies or anything like that probably moves the needle that much. I don't really think so. That's my opinion. Yeah, Mikey, thank you much for the 5 good subs. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't really think so. Now, maybe a little bit. I think that with all of the other personal stories, this is kind of like what happens, is that it's like the game of telephone in a way. Is like you kind of, not even really the game of telephone, but like you keep retelling and have different people corroborate a story that they've all kind of heard from the same person. And so like the same person tells 10 people a story, and then you ask the 10 people what the story was, and then they all say the same story. That doesn't mean the story was true. It just means the same person said the same thing 10 times. You see what I'm saying? Like, it makes sense. Like, why would they say a different story to each person? It makes no sense. Yeah, what's this here? Drunk enough to blackout beat his wife, but sober enough to hide it so nobody knows but her. That is that's a very interesting situation. It really is. But yeah, a lot of people are bringing this up to me. They're showing me this post here. As I said before, I don't necessarily know if I believe this. I don't know how much stock I'm really putting in this or not, but I will say that this is certainly interesting. This is the guy, and this is a post that was made, and this was made again 3 years ago. I'm not sure if you can edit these posts to change it. Dr. Spiegel killed my stepfather. His stepfather was suicidal. My stepdad is dead. Spiegel does the bare minimum treatment to push meds and then doesn't care if you die or not. When he finally did, he said he would follow up and never did. So basically the guy was, trying to help out this girl's stepdad, and he basically just completely dropped the ball. Now, I don't really know if you can edit it, but it shows as it's edited. Okay, all right. Yeah, I didn't know. I'm not sure. Now, we don't know if this is necessarily true. Check his Google page. I wish I could do that from like 2 days ago, and that way it wouldn't be afflicted by like today's testimony, right? He can't handle thousands of patients. That's true, but then he shouldn't take them on. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't think anybody would expect him to be able to handle thousands of patients, but I think people would expect that if he takes somebody on as a patient, he would be able to handle them. Does that make sense? Archive.org. If somebody wants to link it to me, I'll try to find it, but I don't want to go on like a wild goose chase here because I don't really know what I'm looking for. I don't know what I'm looking at either. Let me go back over. I'll double check the rest of this stuff and see for myself. Australian Auto. Okay, so this is this was the audio from, let me see if I can find this, from the event. Let me see if I can find the part where he cuts his finger. Do you guys know where in this audio it shows the part where he actually gets his finger cut? It's got over 1 million views, so maybe somebody has seen this before. Some person says 853. Okay, all right, we're gonna check 853. If it's not 853, this is a permaban. Here we go. All right.
Yeah, is there trash that has bandages in it? Don't mess with the house, man.
What?
Which I feel like is maybe one of the first things.
Okay. So I think they're talking about it. I bet it's here, okay. Okay, so what did it... What the hell? All right, that person was not completely wrong, but I'm not going to ban them. I think that they were trying to... I never meant to hurt them. That's crazy. Wow. She said it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, this guy here was just talking. I never was talking about, you know, I didn't find anything that looked like flesh. I feel like the context of this conversation is obviously about his finger. Am I right? Like, is that the conclusion that you would come to as well? Because for me, I feel like, yeah, that's the conclusion I would come to, right? I never meant to hurt him. Which I believe it. I don't think that Amber Heard threw the bottle at him with the intent to cut off his finger. I don't think that's what it was. You know what? I could even say that Lacey Titan with the 10 gift community subs, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, I could even say maybe she didn't even intend to throw the bottle at him to really hurt him. But she did. But that's why you don't throw bottles. You see what I'm saying? Like, now maybe she did. The thing is, like, you don't, here's a little bit of advice, right? Is if you're going to throw a bottle at somebody, don't do it unless you want to hit him. Don't fucking do it. Why, what are you doing? You're trying to make noise? Like, what the fuck are you doing trying to throw a bottle at somebody? What the hell are you trying to do? Yeah, she thought it was plastic, exactly. It's just weird, man. It was his second bottle, yeah. It's like, if you're trying to throw a bottle somewhere else, like for effect, right? Like, let's say you get really mad and you're like, fuck, man. And like, you throw something like over here. You throw something like over here. Maybe like you throw it like over their head, like 2 or 3 feet over their head. Like, this is going to be nowhere near where their hand is. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what I would say. Like, I've seen people do shit like this, and it's nothing like that. It's crazy because society makes it like the man's a bad person. Of course, that's what happens. All right, here we go.
All right, ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor, can we approach before the jury can...
Okay, sure.
Okay, all right, let's go. Let's do it. And I've had glass thrown at me by a psychotic ex. It never stops at just one. Well, yeah, it stops it whenever she's run out of things to throw. Man, why not just throwing a glass ball in your own house is clean? It's dumb. Why would you want to clean that up? Exactly, man. It's just so weird that people would believe that. I'm a psychology student, been following the case, all the issues there. She's got borderline personality disorder. You should look up some videos on it. So there was one time I had a girlfriend that told me that she thought that she had borderline, she had BPD. And I thought that she meant bipolar disorder. And I said, you know what? I think you do. And I had this happen. Yeah, oh no. And because I had no idea. And I was like, yeah, you do. I mean, because sometimes you have a different personality. And she realized it. And that didn't really help me at all. Yeah, that did not help at all. Rookie mistake? Yeah. That's bad. Here we go. All right, let's see. Let's see what he's got to say. I gotta take a piss. Oh shit, he got Gatorade. I'll be right back.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right, your next question. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Spiegel, before we took the break, you were talking about the correlation between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders. Does the literature support your testimony on this?
Yes, the literature fully supports everything I just said with that interaction.
Thank you. Now, you indicated that you reviewed Mr. Depp's video depositions. Is that correct? The
Yes.
ones from November 10 through 12 of 2020 and December 14 of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you reach any conclusions about his cognitive symptoms, insight, and judgment in watching those?
So during the video deposition, what was readily apparent was a gentleman who had a significant delay in processing speed. And like I said, when you have a delay in processing speed, many other cognitive functions are going to follow. You're going to be impaired attention. concentration, memory, all that's going to happen. In terms of having to...
It's an implication.
The speech
Another implication, boys.
The way the thoughts were conveyed were much more in the way of kind of disconnected, disjointed statements. It wasn't that they were not necessarily understandable, but they didn't have any coherent pattern until he was more structured by Ms. Bredehoff to kind of get to the point of the question, which happened throughout most of the deposition. And so you can see that there was obviously some form of cognitive issue that should not be happening in someone in their mid-50s. I think probably due to the alcohol and substances.
Okay.
What, if any, observations did you make about impulse control?
So during the deposition? Or,
yes, or,
okay.
and,
or any
and
other
other
time?
record evidence either.
So again, I think that under the guise of not being acutely intoxicated, I think Mr. Depp was able to control much of his behavior, much of his thinking, even if it was aberrant or negative, he was able to control that. I think that once you start getting to the point of adding substances to that, that will set it over. If you saw the video, I think you all did, about the in the kitchen where there was smashing of glasses, slamming of cupboards, and yelling at Ms. Heard that you don't exist.
What about all the other videos?
The deposition of Dr. Kipper.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp is firing him and rehiring him and yelling and screaming. And I do believe that a lot of it had to do with the interaction of, hey, we're trying to help you get sober, okay? And it is obviously something you are resisting, not ready for, not wanting. And so you saw a lot of yelling, a lot of acting out, if you would, which puts you on the state of, hey, this is a gentleman who has really significant trouble with delaying gratification, okay, delaying reward. And certainly one way to make that significantly worse is with substances. There's no question about that.
And
of course,
you may have subsumed this in, but what, if anything, did you observe relating to erratic behavior based on the record evidence?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, when you talk about erratic behavior, Dr. Kipper's deposition, I believe it was, where, and I think I made particular note of this only because I'm a psychiatrist myself. There was a very large ranting about Dr. Cowan, who was Ms. Heard's psychologist therapist. And the language, you can be dissatisfied with your provider. I have no problem with that. You could be dissatisfied and you have the right to go to wherever you want to go to.
Gets paid by the hour.
The texting that were involved in this in terms of erratic behavior was disturbing in terms of the verbiage used, the phrases used. Am I free to use some of the language, or should I reserve that, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
I can?
Believe me, the jury's been hearing it.
Okay, all right, let's go.
One picture. Okay. So it's something along the line that Dr. Kipper is an effing charlatan. He ought to...
Objection, hearsay.
He's entitled to rely on it and he's to give his examples.
He can talk about what he developed from the hearsay, but not repeat it himself.
He's entitled to give examples of it.
I'll sustain the objection.
Pummel.
Without giving the exact words that you recall.
Without giving the exact words?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean,
got him.
Giving the exact words, it was basically...
Silence, bitch.
Vulgar language directed towards Dr. Cowan throughout multiple texts, multiple things that Dr. Cowan were doing in therapy. It was, like I said, it was without relaying it, the exact thing. I'm trying to be as accurate as I can. And I think at the end of it, I think he was also talking about that Dr. Cowan was filling Amber with positive thoughts or therapeutic.
Objection, hearsay.
Oh,
I think he's keeping it more general.
That's
He's
a storm
he's
bolt.
entitled to rely on. Thank you.
So
It missed.
more along the line of giving Amber psychiatric jargon to put on him. And actually, what I read and interpreted what Dr. Cowan's was getting blasted for was he was kind of teaching Amber how to misheard, how to use conflict resolution in a more appropriate manner and learning to express things more rationally rather than express things as irrational as they have been expressed.
I don't believe this.
And for that, there were a lot of negativity being sworn at. So again, erratic behavior in terms of writing a text, but I have no problem with people being angry. Okay, none whatsoever. It's just the expressing of it and the continual ranting of it was very uncomfortable for me.
I agree with them. I think that they are full of
I
shit.
think we have seen in terms of erratic behavior.
I agree with Johnny Depp.
Much of the psychological and the physical maltreatment we talked about.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
He's
I don't
getting,
agree.
Sustain next question.
but he's being paid by the hour, though.
Mr. Depp is 58 years old. Are the
being
behaviors
paid by
that
the
you
hour.
have been describing for the jury, are those typical and age-related?
Yep, shield bash.
No, so, while I don't consider 58 years old, I'm 59, okay? I will tell you that the age-related changes
Personal
that occur
bias.
in humans are very erratic, hit and miss, meaning they'll occasionally be there. You may need a little
God,
bit
it
more
can't be old
time
because
to
then
answer
I'd be
a
old.
question or pull things out of memory. Just a little bit slow and a lot more inconsistently slow. You wouldn't describe what Dr. Blaustein's changes were or what I saw in the deposition attributed to age.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Seroquel?
Seroquel or quetiapine is actually an atypical antipsychotic, which is indicated for many things, including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, adjunctive treatment for major depression. So it's indicated for a lot of things.
But what effects may it have? I mean, this is one of the drugs that Mr. Depp was taking,
Yes.
correct? It was a prescribed drug?
Yes.
Okay.
So
please
So
explain.
the effect of Seroquel is it's very often used as a sleeping agent. Because it doesn't have a lot of the side effects that are associated with conventional antipsychotics, movement disorders, tardive dyskinesia, et cetera, or at least it's a very low risk of that. So people have used it off-label, physicians have used it off-label to help them sleep. The problem is the effect is very barbiturate-like, and it really knocks people out, or certainly if you use it
It's a yeet and
at high
delete.
enough doses it can.
Yeah.
Okay. And the problem is it also has street value. So it's
I see.
absolutely used on the street.
I've never heard
for
people
that
sell this.
downer-like effect, and obviously it's a little bit more readily available because it's
Yeah, I never heard
prescribed.
people sell this.
So it does have that street value portion of it.
I mean, like Ambien, yeah.
Dr.
But like,
Spiegel, what effect would this have on Mr. Depp based on the dosages he was taking?
So I think what you're looking at
no,
is
that's worth it.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Oh,
what you will see in patients who have substance use disorders are people who unfortunately kind of wake up and fall asleep only through pharmacological assistance, meaning that their own circadian rhythms are no longer in control of that behavior. So you will take stimulants to quote unquote get you up in the morning, and then you will take things like quetiapine, Seroquel to knock you out.
then why'd Amber
So
have all the
basically,
pictures of them?
What these are being used for is,
And some he
I'm
didn't
gonna
even
get
have
up,
alcohol.
and I'm going to get knocked out. And that's very characteristic of what would be actually legal prescribed substances. That's not illegal at all. That's very legal. And that's the seemingly what these medicines affect are. on patients who have substance use disorder.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Neurontin?
So Neurontin is actually an anti-seizure medicine, which I think it's indicated for seizures, and it might be indicated for one chronic pain condition, although I can't swear that to you. That said, again, in a substance use disorder population, it has significant street value, and people who misuse opiates often supplement that with Neurontin because it has this anti-pain calming effect.
Okay.
So unfortunately, it also can cause respiratory suppression. And so when you use it with opiates, there are people that are unlucky enough to succumb to respiratory suppression as a result.
Jesus
but it has a very
Christ.
additive, calming effect.
That's bad.
That people use it for.
And what
Okay.
effect would this have on Mr. Depp in the dosages he was taking?
Again, I was waiting for the objection. Okay, again, what it would
Waiting
do
for the objection.
is have the street value of using it
Just like-
with the opiates.
I'm gonna keep going.
Using with opiates, and it's making, because opiates in general,
He's
despite
fake
everything
casting.
else are calming,
Holy shit.
and you use it with it, it offers further calming, which is why doctors
Yeah.
have been warned not to prescribe medications like gabapentin and opiates together unless under significant, strict following, because it can cause serious problems,
Yeah, sure.
such as death, respiratory suppression.
Yeah.
And
That's
Mr.
a
Depp
bad
was
one.
also taking Adderall, correct?
Yes.
Can you please describe to the jury what that impact
makes
would
you
have
play
in
video games
particular
better.
in connection with the dosages?
Yeah.
So
I need to take this.
Adderall is a psychostimulant, which is prescribed relatively regularly for ADHD.
Right.
The problem comes again when you shouldn't be prescribing or receiving Adderall when you're already misusing cocaine.
Oh.
Okay, you're now doubling your stimulant dosage.
So I
here.
could
And
just use
basically,
cocaine.
What you are talking about, again, it comes down to in the substance use disorder population, you are using it to stay awake, have energy, keep yourself going, getting high, getting energetic, and then the only way to kind of combat that, because you have this effect, is to kind of take downers during the day, and downers being anything that's calming. So anywhere from opiates, prescription, anywhere from Neurontin, anywhere from Seroquel, all medications that are which are abusable. And so that's what this is going on. That's what the substance use disorder patient has, and it can't be given with someone using cocaine, because that's an extreme risk for death. You can't be given together.
Okay, that makes sense. All
what,
right.
if any, effect would these drugs have if they were mixed with MDMA or cocaine?
Yeah, what would it do?
So when you combine the two together, like I talked about before, there are effects where you are looking at, right, the predisposing traits of intimate partner violence.
Right.
So jealousy, rapid mood changes, poor self-control, and to some degree, condoning violence to a certain degree. When you combine them all
Didn't
together,
Amber do
you
that?
get this disinhibiting,
I didn't punch you, I hit you?
effect from cocaine and Adderall. Then when you combine the two together, what happens? You get too much, and then you start getting irritable. You start getting agitated. Okay, you start becoming suspicious.
Yeah.
Jealous.
Right.
Potentially disinhibited, psychotic, and these are the risks. And again, we're talking about not your average everyday use of these substances. We are talking about chronic use together. And we also know that alcohol and cocaine use independently increase significantly the risk of intimate partner violence. These aren't statistics I'm coming up with. They all depend, anywhere from reports up to 7 to 27-fold. So
that's a lot.
You are, quote
Goddamn,
colloquially playing with fire when you are talking about substances and intimate partner violence.
I would assume that's true.
And that's all of us.
Yeah, I would assume that
And
part's true.
The substances that Mr. Depp was taking and the record evidence relating to those, did you draw any conclusions concerning whether he met this criteria or these risk factors?
How could you?
So in terms of substance use disorder, when you look at it, so major role obligations not being fulfilled, don't have any evidence about operating under the influence or not. Social issues, especially disagreements and arguments with your spouse or family.
Yeah.
Obviously, there was tolerance and dependence for the amount he was using, because if anyone is naive to these medications, most of us would be dead.
Yeah, that's true.
Unsuccessful efforts, difficulty cutting back, using more than intended, giving up social, occupational obligations because this. I know there was right after the rehab on the island in Australia when Mr. Deb went out partying with Marilyn Manson.
Right.
And using.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Interrupt.
Actually, that's asking for the record evidence for this.
Interrupt. There it is. Interrupt successful.
Okay.
What other record
No
evidence?
fake
do you
casting
have?
today.
Psychological, using despite the fact it causes known psychological, psychiatric, or medical effects. And I think that's been pretty well documented. So in this case, you're talking about someone who has a severe substance use disorder. I do want to emphasize, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that intimate partner violence and substance use disorders are two scourges in this country. They're two plagues.
Gets paid by the
This
hour.
is very serious stuff we're playing with.
Every
And when
hour
you are
he
just
makes
getting
money.
Someone closer and closer to the
So
threshold.
the longer that he talks,
Relevance.
the more money he makes.
This is highly relevant. Your Honor.
I'll overrule as to
So he can just keep
beyond the scope.
talking and keep making more money.
beyond the scope of the question.
Yes.
And now he's making money being confused.
Tell me more about the relationships between substance abuse and IPV, please.
Yeah, so again,
Let me repeat
we're
myself. Let me
talking
start from
about
the beginning.
this, And you may be able to control the risk factors for any of us.
Just like
may
me?
be able to control the risk
I didn't
factors
think I
for
noticed.
IPV. Any of us might be able to. Okay, when we're thinking and we're not disinhibited, not having these hyper intense emotions from substances. Once you add that to this mix, your brain can no longer do what it's supposed to do.
Yeah,
And
that makes
It's supposed
sense.
to prevent you from doing this, quite frankly, because it's wrong.
Did you arrive at any conclusions concerning substance abuse and potential self-harm that may have led to Mr. Depp injuring his finger?
Oh,
So I think the
Indicate.
physician,
Here we go.
Before me explained that pretty well. But
It's gonna be an
I'll tell you
implication
that
again.
Mr. Depp has a history of self-injurious behavior.
yeah.
Meaning cutting himself. Mr. Depp has a history of burning himself. I know when the
Does he?
actual
I never
event
heard that.
happened, there was
Yeah, I never heard
texting
that.
to Dr. Kipper, paraphrasing, not saying exactly, that Amber and him got into a disagreement related to her wanting him to be sober, and then as a
Okay.
result of that, he said he got so angry he cut the tip of his finger off. So if you're asking me, can someone who has, or have I seen, and can someone who cuts themselves, burns themselves, can cut a tip of their finger off
Yeah.
with or without alcohol or cocaine or the rest? The answer is
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
That's exactly what he Thank you. Please
Was it
continue.
overruled?
It was overruled.
Okay.
Go ahead.
That's shit. Okay, I got to start again.
So that is not a very far jump. I've certainly seen patients do a lot
No,
worse than
interrupt.
that who started out with similar risk factors of, burning self and cutting self. I'm not going to get into the descriptions, but it has seen people do a lot worse than that.
Another
So the answer is
implication.
yes.
Okay.
Another
I'm gonna
implication.
turn
You
now
guys see that?
Specifically to intimate partner violence, and I know you've talked certainly about it. But can you tell the jury, please, a little bit more about intimate partner violence and what is included in that?
Oh my God.
So,
all right, here we go.
The APA Task Force on Violence in the Family defined more or less this topic of domestic abuse, intimate partner violence, as recurrent abusive behavior by means of psychological, sexual, or physical maltreatment for the purpose of achieving control or maintaining power, authority, and control.
Okay.
Can it include threats and intimidation?
Obviously.
It includes, so in the part of psychological abuse, which is done essentially as a means of emotionally and mentally hurting someone, but with the same end goal to achieve control, it can be destroying property, it can be financial, which is part of that, verbal abuse, verbal outbursts, threats, intimidation, body language, all of that goes under the concept of psychological abuse. And you may be able to divide it, verbal, nonverbal, what's exactly emotional versus verbal, but they're all under that rubric, and they're all under the guise of maintaining control.
Okay.
Do survivors of intimate partner violence experience mental health issues?
Obviously. I mean, not every single time, but I would assume, yeah, 99.
Can you repeat the question?
Do survivors of intimate partner violence experience mental health issues?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So survivors
10 extra
of
seconds.
Intimate partner violence. And by the way, I should start out by saying
it's hourly.
We don't expect, in psychiatry, we don't expect our victims to be perfect. We don't expect our victims to be unscathed by what they've received. So starting with that, okay, it is not unusual as survivors to see substance use, substance abuse, substance-induced symptoms, chronic depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, or subsyndromal post-traumatic stress disorder along the lines of Bader-Weiss syndrome, and some emotional unpredictability. And again, you are a victim here.
Sure, yeah.
You are a victim.
Do perpetrators typically seek treatment or counseling?
No, perpetrators are not receiving counseling treatment. One, because they're going to be probably having to tell someone that they actually struck someone, which is what their thought is about the big problem. Intimate partner violence is just the hitting, again, important, but not the sole part of it. So perpetrators very rarely will go into any type of formal counseling. Victims go into counseling. Victims are seeking actually couples counseling. Victims are seeking couples advice to try to repair what's happening.
Did Johnny try to get advice?
Perpetrators? No, they don't do that.
In your review of this case, is there
I feel like he
evidence of physical violence by Mr. Depp?
So
Objection, Your Honor.
They both did. Like, I'm pretty sure.
No foundation.
Do you want to approach him?
Oh, there we go. All right. It's weird to me. It's like, obviously there's no perfect victims. Like, that's clearly true. But, like, it's just, it's so weird to me that, like, all of this is being told in the context of Johnny Depp. Like, there's not even a question. Like, I hope that they're going to be able to ask him questions as well about Amber, because it's like a lot of this same stuff, like people are saying it in the chat a lot, I think it's very true, is that a lot of this stuff could be applied to her as well. Gatorade? Yeah, Gatorade, that's right. It's fucking, Gatorade's great. That's the best kind too. It's the yellow kind and the light blue kind. Those are my two favorites, man. I love Gatorade. And yeah, that's the thing. Mega Pint Sif, exactly. And yeah, Master of the Obvious. Yeah, it's so weird to me to see this happen, because I feel like what he's saying and everything, it's like, it's not that it's not true. It's that the implication of what he's saying means that Johnny Depp is the person who's wrong. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Yeah, it's a mana potion, exactly. Holy fuck. And I also don't think that Amber trying to resolve things is legitimate. I don't think so at all. The reason why I don't think that it's legitimate is that I think it's a front for her to act that way in order to make herself seem like the victim. And the reason why is because she has a completely different demeanor even after all of the situations, like in the 2016, the deposition. And like, we saw this, right? I mean, she was a fucking psycho. Like, this is, yeah, I don't feel like, what do you think? So she was crazy, and then she wasn't crazy, and then she was crazy again? Like, that doesn't really make sense to me. I'm like, I mean, I guess it does make sense. That could happen. But I just feel like it's not likely. Basically just explain Amber as well as Johnny. Yeah, exactly. Like, I feel like anybody who listened to this testimony, based off of like who they thought was guilty, this will only reaffirm what they already thought. Like, this is not like, I don't feel like this is a guarantee. And it's like, are you going to not remember things if you're addicted to substances? Like, yeah, sure. Of course that's true. Absolutely. New York Post said Kate Johnny's ex will testify on Wednesday. Great. That's good. Crazy when convenient. Yes, exactly. He's so biased and it's clear. Well, I think it's weird, right, to have like an expert witness, somebody who's supposed to be an expert in the field, and then have them give a one-sided perspective. I find that to be a little bit unfair. I don't know. Like, that's my opinion. Meanwhile, Amber testifies she remembers a whole day while on mushrooms. Exactly. It only establishes correlation, but no proof of abuse is happening in this case. Exactly. And, like, that's what's happened. Is that, like, all of the cases and everything that they've done, all they do is they try to establish a correlation. They try to establish some degree of connection. Like, because of X, then Y. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Is that they're not really actually... Like, they're not using any evidence. They're not using any, anything else besides that. They're just talking about a correlation. That's all. It's all hyperbole. It's a slippery slope. No, it's like imagine somebody says 1, 2, 3, 4, and then they point at you. What do you think you're supposed to say? 5. And that's effectively what they're doing to the jury. Is they're saying 1, 2, 3, 4. They point at the jury. And they're hoping the jury says 5, but actually what they should say is, well, we don't know about 5. We didn't see any evidence for that. You see what I'm saying? People give too much credit to experts and acts like they're infallible and perfect people. Yeah, I think experts are the closest thing that we can get to that, though. It's not like we have a lot of other data or like people that we could talk to instead that could give better information. And people thinking Johnny Depp is playing for time. They don't need to with this shrink. I have no idea. Jennifer made the letter to Amber's sisters coming on this week too. That's a good idea. I'm actually really curious to hear what she says. And I think this is probably the best way for them to play it. Is because I'm sure that there are people, and like I saw there was this article. Let me see if I can pull it up here. I liked the article, and let's see if I can find it. Where the fuck is this? Okay, yeah, it's articles like this, right? And I'll talk about this more during the lunch break. Me Too is over if we don't listen to imperfect victims like Amber Heard, which I find to be very ironic, especially in this circumstance, because it wasn't that guy just talking about an imperfect victim or an imperfect actor as Johnny. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, it's very odd. Johnny's writing the book. It's very, very fucking weird, man. What a moron. Yeah. We don't listen to imperfect victims like Amber Heard. Yeah, so this is, again, it's more important. I'll complain about this later. Yep, I'll complain about this later.
So, what have you reviewed that correlates with the risk factors for IPV that related to Mr. Depp?
So risk factor I reviewed that correlate. So starting with the, I guess we'll start
risk
with this
factor.
Because that was a question that was put out there.
This is an implication.
Has demonstrated
another implication.
Pushing, shoving, grabbing.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me see if I can direct this a little differently, Dr. Spiegel. Rather than giving the summary of what that was, what did you review that correlates? In other words, did you review witness statements? Did you review depositions, photos?
Yes. So what I reviewed was in terms of witness statements.
Right.
Dr. Kipper's.
Right.
Notes.
Yeet.
Very, very interestingly, actually, early on in I think it was 2012, around that time, circa 2012, 2014.
Hourly.
Ms. Heard was...
Action beyond the scope of the question.
Interrupt.
What he reviewed is the question.
All right, let's see.
So I reviewed so Ms. Heard's...
Objection, there's no question pending.
If he's
smiling.
Go ahead and answer.
He's like,
what
wow,
you
we're
reviewed.
wasting even
Please
more
continue
time.
with
This
what
is
you
great.
reviewed.
Therapist's notes, counselor's notes, text messages.
He's pogging, exactly.
Video. pictures, psychologists' notes and evaluations, and I said physicians' notes. That's what I reviewed.
All right. Now, you've indicated that intimate partner violence includes physical violence, sexual abuse, and psychological aggression. Can you please describe for the jury what psychological aggression is and what it entails?
Oh, I wonder where this is going.
Psychological aggression would be the engaging in behavior for the sole purpose of emotionally and or mentally harming someone with the main purpose of, again, to maintaining control. So behaviors that can occur with psychological aggression include insults,
fat old man,
holding things financially against someone.
I need the money for the Land Rover.
Jealousy rants.
$50,000 a month.
Property destruction. So all that
I can't list all
is
of those.
Involved. A nonverbal communication, so threatening looks, glances,
shitting
things
on a bed.
like that. All that is involved in psychological maltreatment and intimate partner.
But that's literally
any,
all of the things that she did.
What, if anything, would be psychological aggression if it was trying to control somebody's career? Would that be a factor?
Oh, leading.
Section leading.
There it is.
So yeah, I'm trying to control someone's career. That would be under financial, trying to mistreat someone, especially someone wants to succeed and try and have a career, and you're preventing them from doing so by maltreatment. That's another example.
Right.
So I'm going to ask specifically about the risk factors for intimate partner violence. Is substance abuse a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
An implication, of course it is.
It is a risk factor as well as a precipitating cause.
Yes.
And what record evidence did you review that correlates to Mr. Depp engaging in substance abuse?
So the record evidence of, I'll just start with Dr. Kipper and the substances that Mr. Depp was using and misusing, both in terms of prescribed and on urine drug screen.
Right.
Were brought out through that.
Okay. Is lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness risk factors for intimate partner violence?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And what, if any, record evidence were you aware of that Mr. Depp had exhibited lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness?
Again, threatening.
Objection.
Yeah.
Record evidence.
That correlates with, and I'm on the risk factors at this point. Thank you, Your Honor.
Shit.
Threatening. Destroying furniture, property.
Like a bed?
Breaking things. Writings on walls, mirrors.
They both did
blood
that.
on furniture. All that would go with that.
Right.
Okay. All right. And what, if any, risk factor is narcissism?
Scripted? Yeah, a little bit.
Partner violence.
So, a patient, before we get into narcissistic personality traits or disorder.
Oh, here we go.
The overall, it's categorized under what's called cluster B personality.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the question.
Interrupt.
He's explaining the narcissism.
Well, I'll sustain objection.
Oh,
Can you
there it
explain
is.
to the jury what's involved with narcissism as it relates to the risk factors of intimate partner violence and
So
what that realm is?
So narcissism
Another pummel.
patients have, again, poor self-control, okay, rapid mood shifts.
I didn't mean to hit him.
As a result, they have an undue sense of admiration. They worship power, they worship control. They have lack of empathy, and people are generally kept around as long as they're useful to them.
Okay.
A large sense of entitlement. Anything else? Need for praise. So that would go under narcissistic personality and IPV.
Especially the need for praise
What if
thing.
any,
You know, guys, I mean,
What if any traits would be requiring
Man.
admiration? Would that fit into it?
Yeah, oh yes, requiring admiration need to be admired as part and parcel of narcissistic personality disorder. Yes.
Would being envious
Need to being
fit within
admired.
that?
Yes.
for like a
Fragile
donation
self-esteem?
Yes.
of like $7 million.
And what, if any, record evidence do you
Yeah.
have that correlates with Mr.
That's
Depp
interesting.
being narcissistic?
Oh, sorry, pledged.
Well, I
Excuse me.
do think that the fact that he thought that Amber owed him, Ms. Heard owed him,
Objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
the fact that Ms. Heard owed him and only wanted to be together with him because of his fame is an example of that. I do think the jealousy aspects are
30 guys.
an example of that.
30 guys.
I do think
30 plus.
As I think Mr. Tillett had testified that being admired is one thing, but then behind your back saying something else about people is another thing. And I can probably say with a reasonable certainty that to some degree this whole trial is that.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
That's not.
What the fuck is he
record
talking
evidence.
about?
Speculation.
Please continue.
Oh, here we go.
That
Keep
this whole
casting.
trial in terms of narcissistic
He's got
insult
aura
is
mastery
what's
on.
going on. I believe that Mr. Depp was very much a mainstay appropriately in Hollywood, and then this was pulled the rug without.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be?
He's able to explain what he's.
Sustain that objection.
Yeah, there we go. Interrupt.
Can you explain what you mean by this whole trial?
Your
This
Honor, can we
proceeding would go.
approach?
This court case would go. Right.
There's an objection, sir.
Okay, so yep, now that like you can't see it, but I guarantee, yep, they're walking up there. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. Yeah, he just loves to hear himself talk. I mean, this guy is gonna be. That's it. Proof that they're looking online. What's this here? And what people are saying about Amber and using it. Well, it's obvious that they were looking online about what they were saying. They even brought an entire expert to say the same thing. I think that's very well and evidently stated.
What other conduct
Of course they
is
are.
in the record evidence that correlates with Mr. Depp being narcissistic, having those traits?
Okay.
Was the thing about the trial rule? I can't
Yeah,
speak.
you're not allowed to say that.
Not say that. Okay.
Okay.
The only other thing about narcissism that I think in terms of the trial would be in order to maintain any sense of control,
Yeah.
a narcissistic person really has to have lack of empathy, because in order to engage in behaviors that quote unquote are used to keep individuals in control, you don't really think about the other person. You're not really caring what happens to that other person.
Right.
So I think that's another facet.
So are attitudes accepting or justifying intimate partner violence a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Do some perpetrators in intimate partner violence try to minimize the IPV?
Yes. So it is unfortunately not uncommon, especially during the calm phases of the abuse cycle where there is no increased tension, there is no acting out. Okay, you are talking about more of the honeymoon apologetic phase, begging for forgiveness, telling them how you're going to change, maybe giving them gifts. And then when the dust settles later in the day, a day or two later, it is not uncommon for the perpetrator to kind of switch the blame over to the victim, saying that,
He cut his
hey,
finger off.
Did
he cut his finger off or
this
something?
never actually happened. They're trying to make me look bad, or an allopathic defense where you instigated it, or an altruistic effect, where I'm doing it for you, transformative effect. that society kind of accepts this. So it is
Tell the
very
world, they'll
uncommon
never
for all
believe
of a
you.
sudden for that to start shifting during that time.
Oh my
because it is
God.
during the calm phase, and everything is relatively calm. This, of course, is when the victim wants to engage in treatment. But beyond that, the ability to kind of quote unquote, for lack of a better phrase, win people over, family, friends, the law. I mean, the very ability to do that is part and parcel of that calm, charming phase where it looks like the victim is, you know, just fabricating this.
And is victim blaming a characteristic?
Yes, like I said, I mean, to blame the victim, that one of the defenses are the allopathic defense comes along with victim blaming. That's what, in a sense, you're doing. I'm blaming you
like he cut it
for
off
what
himself.
You made me do.
Yeah. Yeah, you're
And
making me do this. Exactly.
Is there record evidence that you reviewed that correlates with Mr. Depp engaging in this type of behavior?
So I think for a lot of the issues seen, the big precipitant was going to be the need for sobriety. Coming back to that severe
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I think he's trying to explain it. Thank
He's
you.
not,
Please
no, he's
continue.
just telling a story. That's all.
the severe substance use disorder, and many of their arguments, but what I reviewed in the record, stemmed around Ms. Heard's desire for Mr. Depp to maintain sobriety, and that what was happened. So as a result, she was blamed for, you know, bothering him in a way he didn't want to be bothered, and that triggered what was going on.
That's bullshit
Are you
because
familiar with the
he was
term
going to see
gaslighting?
his daughter.
I'm familiar
He
with
wanted to see his daughter.
What, if any, gaslighting is consistent with intimate partner violence and the risk factors?
So again, when you start being
What a bunch of
able
horse
to
shit.
when a person starts to be able to be manipulative and charming, you start to be able to win people over, and especially when you see someone who's a victim who is essentially vulnerable, emotionally labile. Okay, you see that person, then you see this calm demeanor in front of you, who is very charming, very engaging, very personable, and then all of a sudden it starts looking like the victim is just was essentially losing it, and i.e. they're being gaslighted.
Is there examples where an intimate partner violent perpetrator claims that the victim is the person who's actually committing the abuse?
Yeah. Oh yes. Oh yes.
How common is that?
That's very common. Again, that's part of that is very common in the occurrence of the honeymoon phase and the calm period of the abuse cycle.
Obviously.
Very common during that time.
They're
Where the
both
victim,
doing
where
this.
they're shifting the blame or anything along that line. That's very common.
This
that
is
happens.
beside the
You
point.
indicated that you reviewed some audio tapes in this case, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, evidence did you review there that correlates with Mr. Depp attempting to claim that Amber was the one?
Well, I think that was what was said, that Amber was the abuser.
Objection, Your Honor.
I
Interrupt.
understand the objection.
What record evidence?
Thank you. Please continue.
So that claiming that Amber was the abuser in this particular scenario.
Claiming.
And what I will reiterate again is that, one, victims are imperfect, and two, it is not uncommon in the context of being a victim when you know that person is about to proceed or relapsing to a substance or going to a substance and anticipating what's going to happen, that you anticipate the next move and start initiating self-defense. But by and large, that's not what's going on here.
How?
By and large, Mr. Depp, behavior.
Objection, Your Honor.
behavior was consistent.
There's objections.
Behavior was
I'll
what?
sustain the objection.
Was consistent with another
All right,
implication?
we can move on to the next one. Is prior
Holy
victimhood
shit.
of abuse a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes.
And what,
So-
go ahead.
There's something known as intergenerational theory of violence, which is basically along the line of observation, imitation, reinforcement. So you observe a behavior that occurred in childhood, you imitate it when you see that there's no significant negative consequences, but you do get the positive consequence of maintaining control of a situation, solving the conflict in your way, if you would. So that theory is, interestingly, it applies to not only the victims, not only the perpetrators, but also the victims, because there are many victims who grow up in a house of abuse.
Really?
Are not abusers, but they're the victims of abuse.
Yeah.
What are the warning signs
heard
of
of that.
intimate partner violence?
So warning signs would be increasing the tension, escalations of tension. So that's when you start seeing, hey, partners getting angry, okay, starting to break down the communication.
Yeah.
Starting to engage in verbal, nonverbal threats. Victim concedes due to this tension. And that leads you to the actual acts. So these acts progressively build.
Yeah, of course. I think that makes
then
sense.
They occur.
Absolutely.
What, if anything, have you seen in intimate partner violence about apologies and promises?
Oh, here
So
we
again,
go.
the apology is part and parcel of the honeymoon phase, and promises are part and parcel of the honeymoon phase.
Yeah.
And, the victim wants to believe it's going to work. They want to believe their spouse is going to be faithful to this. And as part of the abuse cycle, it ends up, as I should say, in the calming cycle, like I said, the victim tries to get some help to try to resolve this until the tension buildup phase where something bothers them. So again, it could be
I know exactly what you
someone
mean.
about substance abuse.
Totally
It
understand.
could be bothering someone about finance. It could be bothering something about your career. Anything is liable to build up tension when you have this framework
Bothers him.
of limited
Isn't that cute?
self-control and erratic.
Yeah, isn't that cute how they do that?
intense mood shift.
So what, if any, record evidence did you review that reflected Mr. Depp engaging in these warning signs, including the apologies and the promises?
I think that was almost routine, that after it was all said and done, that he would apologize for letting this monster out, letting this anger out.
Oh, no, he's talking about Johnny. Okay, never mind.
Almost routinely. And there's very well record evidence of that starting as early on in the marriage in therapy from his herd. So that's very common and very much occurred. Recognizing what happened. And the other part of this is, again, when you can recognize that when you're sober, even short-lived sobriety, when you could recognize that, that things are better.
Sure.
Things are happening.
Yeah, all that
life
makes sense.
is better. Then even that should show you that, hey, there's an issue here. There are issues here that when I don't use can be resolved.
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. I'm going to now move to the Goldwater Rule. Can you explain the Goldwater Rule?
Oh, this is the one that we looked at. Yeah.
So the Goldwater Rule.
Okay, let's see
when
it.
Senator Goldwater was running for presidency, and I'm going to
in like the
be honest with you, I
60s.
think it was in the late 60s when he was, early 70s. because
Against Nixon.
I was too young to even follow politics then, so please don't quote me on exactly when it was. But basically what's happening is clinicians, psychiatrists were making these quote-unquote armchair diagnoses from their homes or offices because they saw this person on TV, the way they acted, and were asked to comment about what they think their diagnoses are. and therefore it was felt that that should not be done by professionals in these public settings.
Okay, sure.
Does it have any applicability here?
No. it does
Objection.
not.
Why not?
No foundation.
The foundation is another implication that they're well, the foundation is obvious, right? Even though it's obviously like they shouldn't be asking us, but like the foundation is clear. The reason why they're asking that is because they are basically getting ahead of the obvious accusation that this is a violation of it. Do you see what I'm saying? Like the foundation is obvious. The foundation of it is his entire fucking testimony. Like giving his like a diagnosis on this and explaining everything about this. Yeah, that's what it actually is. And guy's so fucking weird. I just like, I don't know about the guy being weird. I think the guy's generally fine. And I kind of say a quick, would be a call Jackson's like that on the fly. Yeah, you've got to be on top of your shit, man. You do. Absolutely. Look how he drinks. I don't give a fuck about how he drinks, man. What does he have to say about situations where she actively sabotaged his sobriety? Well, I think that, like, again, like him being sober and her having control over that was a method of power, right? And like, I think, again, especially with like the fixation on being admired, I think that was like so strong in Amber Heard. It was massive. That's why she said that she was going to donate all that money, but she didn't to those different places. And even her publicist says the reason why she donated to those places is so it would get more press. It's like that they literally just went out and said it. I mean, like, fuck. How is this even a question? Jesus.
Dr. Spiegel, do you remember the question? Does the Goldwater rule have any applicability here to your testimony and your conclusions and opinions?
Okay, here we go.
No, it does not.
And why?
Multiple reasons. One, the basics of expert witness testimony would almost be thrown away if you are not allowed to base things on what you evaluated of an individual, what you've read about.
What are those basics?
So if I'm not allowed to comment on records or charts or information that I look, then expert witness testimony can't be done. But more specifically for this case, in the Goldwater rule, the pure version of it was the armchair diagnosis of watching someone on TV. Just, you don't make a diagnosis. More recently, I think that's even more recent. We've had examples of that. So you don't make diagnoses like that.
Yeah, people did that all the time.
This is not the case here.
Yeah.
Because
they do it with Biden
like
too
I said
now.
to you at the beginning, I have reviewed a lot of professionals and their evaluations and their treatment course. Video deposition, picture deposition, court filings, emails. I mean, I reviewed a whole lot of things that directly describe.
It seems that way.
Mr. Depp and his behavior. So I'm not commenting on a public opinion, and I have absolutely no knowledge of what's in Mr. Depp's
It doesn't
history.
apply to him because he thinks he knows more about it.
Like watching a movie, that's not relevant here.
Okay.
And in fact, I think you testified earlier you invited Mr. Depp to give an
again,
example.
Twice.
Leading.
It's obviously leading.
So to be fair, for an evaluation, for my own direct evaluation, again, I was offered twice that I can do an evaluation of Mr. Depp directly, and both times Mr. Depp and or his lawyers decided that that wasn't going to happen.
Okay. And in fact, the court did not require Mr. Depp to.
No, and the court did not require Mr. Depp to undergo.
It did not happen. Okay.
Okay.
That would make sense.
Dr. Spiegel, these opinions that you have offered here, do you hold them to within a reasonable degree of medical and psychiatric probability or certainty?
Obviously.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Okay, all right, here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Dennison.
Now we get the anti-wizard. All right. Of course it's going to be him. Oh, boy.
Dennison, we haven't met. But let me ask you, let's start with what you finished with.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Oh, shit.
You understand that the court was twice asked by Ms. Heard's counsel to order a medical exam of Mr. Depp, and those motions were denied.
I think your team told the court you didn't want to have them, and the court ruled on. I don't think the court proactively did it. You kind of had a motion to them, right?
No, when Ms. Heard's lawyers moved for them and asked for them and did not get them.
Yeah.
Isn't that right, sir?
If you're saying that's what happened, my understanding of was that you
Oh
did
my
not want to
God.
undergo one. They petitioned for
Oh
it.
my
The court said no.
God.
Yes, that's what my understanding of it was.
The court said no to ordering Mr. Depp to do the medical exam.
Right, I said the court did not require it, right.
And there was one that was ordered, in fact, right?
There was,
All right.
Okay, yeah, there it is. He's going too hard on him, man. Holy shit, how long is this gonna go on for? Wow, he's so aggressive? Yeah, I mean, this guy, as I said, he doesn't fuck around with wizards. He doesn't give a fuck about wizards. Just destroys them.
So, the last thing you talked about
Oh my
was
God.
the Goldwater rule.
He's stacking sunders.
yes, sir.
Been around for almost 50 years, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm 59. That sounds about right.
Yeah. And it's been around as a result of a presidential election that you referenced.
Yes.
And who has that rule? What organization maintains that rule?
The American Psychiatric
The
Association.
one you're part of.
An association you're a member of.
Oh!
Association I'm a member of, yes.
Aren't you a fellow or something?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, and this is an ethical rule, right?
It is an ethical rule. And yes, it's ethical. They say rules. It's an ethical guideline. Yes, they're
It's a
guidelines.
guideline.
And
It's not a rule, it's a guideline.
you know that over time, the American Psychiatric Association has amended the rule so it's not just about diagnoses, but it's also about professional opinions.
Could you be more specifically say about professional opinion in regard to what?
No.
Well,
Oh
let me read this and see if you're familiar with
no.
it.
Oh, the wizard. Oh,
It is
no.
unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual based on publicly available information without conducting an examination. That's the rule, right?
If you're reading it directly, I will believe you.
Okay.
Okay. It's got all the sunders up.
However, a
Stacking
diagnosis is
Saunders.
not required for an opinion to be professional. So my question is, it's not just diagnosis that this Goldwater rule applies to, it's professional opinions.
So again, I will reiterate that would come down to essentially nullifying witness testimony, expert witness testimony, without direct evaluation. And as we know, it didn't happen. But regardless of that, the whole expert witness testimony thing would be
The thing.
basically rendered null and void.
The rule, in fact, contemplates that issue, doesn't it, sir?
Again, I'm just telling you the answer to the question. When you were reading me those statements,
Oh,
I'm
God.
telling
Here
you
we go.
The response by the
Here we
other
go.
side, who publishes also, is that if that was the case, there could be no expert witness testimony in the courtroom.
Psychiatrists are ethically prohibited from evaluating individuals without permission or other authorization, such as a court order. That's the rule, right?
Again, if you're reading that, then I have to believe
God.
misrepresent
Oh, God.
And I would come back to, again,
Oh,
then
no.
this whole thing on expert, we might as well get rid of all the expert witnesses we've had throughout all of time for court proceedings.
He gets
'Cause
paid
what
by the
you're
hour.
saying is unless a court orders it, and that's what you just said, or the APA said, then therefore expert witnesses cannot do an evaluation based on an observation of the medical records. Insurance companies cannot do evaluations solely based on the medical
Now
records
he's
where they're
talking.
doctors rendering professional opinions.
Don't let him keep
So at
casting.
the end of the day, you are essentially saying that unless someone has directly evaluated it, this whole medical system we have,
he's
this whole
mad.
legal
Yeah, he's
system we
mad.
have is null and void.
I'm not saying.
No,
anything-
yes, you are, sir.
Oh.
Give me a second, and I'll give you
Spell
more than-
reflect. Okay.
What I'm saying and what I am reading to you
Yes.
is a rule by your organization that takes into account that there could be court orders that would permit the exact kind of evaluation that you say I'm eliminating.
And I think we're going in circles because I think I just said that means
Uh-oh.
expert witness testimony would not be allowed, and the branch of forensic psychiatry would be especially hindered. And we know the branch of forensic psychiatry does not prohibit that. So I am a member of the APA. That doesn't necessarily mean every single thing they put in there, everybody has to uncategorically agree with, because clearly that's not the case.
Did you agree in your deposition that the professional opinions you rendered were inconsistent with the Goldwater rule?
Yeah, my first was inconsistent. If we're saying that if the Goldwater rule says, and I very much said that during deposition, that the Goldwater rule was made for presidents and public figures such as that, but regardless of that, because that's what it was made for. It's not made for Hollywood, but I'll even take that Mr. Depp's a public figure.
Obviously.
What I'm saying to you is that the Goldwater rules say we cannot do any expert witness testimony in our field. That is exactly what the Goldwater rule is saying based on exactly what you read. And I'm just telling you what you are saying that rule encompasses.
What I'm asking you, sir, is did you
they fucking hate each other.
With the ethical requirements
Did you comply?
Of the APA when rendering the professional opinions that you've rendered today?
This is the execute.
It is a requirement of the APA. It is not the requirement of the APA. Secondarily,
so the answer is no.
Secondarily,
they're getting mad.
In order to not, we wasted our whole morning because there was an expert witness before me. There's an expert witnesses everyone brought in. So all I'm saying to you, that means the whole field of medical legal law is corrupt and unethical for engaging in an act that the APA clearly says we should not do. So if you're saying that, then the answer is yes, I'm agreeing with that statement.
You're agreeing that the APA would deem your testimony and your professional opinions rendered unethical?
I am saying you are saying that the whole I'm an
Speller's flag, boy. Oh my God.
Witness, and solely as an expert witness.
Oh no.
That guideline is permitting that from occurring.
Jesus Christ.
I would say then that the whole field of expert witness testimony again would be disavowed by what you are quoting in the Goldwater rule, and we know that's not the case, because if it was, we would not be allowed to do it.
And you said the rule was for presidents, right?
That was initially for presidents, yes.
And the name of the rule came from that.
Well, it wasn't
the rule says it is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual. That's right, sir. It's not just presidents, it's not public figures, it's individuals.
Funny, it was named after according to your logic, if you don't put something in the title, it's not true. That's what you told me this morning.
God!
Intimate partner violence.
They're talking shit now.
He's
talking big shit.
Is that if you say this about an individual, again, any court would have to render an expert witness testimony invalid. Any doctor that reviews charts would have to render it invalid. I can go on the list of docs that do not see or interview patients directly, and that's a violation. So basically, you are saying that unless you do a direct clinical evaluation, then all of the field of forensic psychiatry and all of managed care is doing an unethical violation because we are not seeing the presence. We deny patients medications all the time without seeing them. We deny patients treatments, unfortunately, without seeing them. And I'm on the receiving end of that. So the answer to your question, again, unless you were saying to me that all of this is unethical, which is what you are saying. This is what you are.
We heard about that.
Interpreting what you are saying to me, that unless you do the evaluation directly yourself, therefore it cannot be considered ethical. And I'm telling you how that's applicable to not just expert law, but also managed care. It's applicable to multiple branches of medicine. Hospital duration of hospitalization stay, they get evaluated. So tell me where you want me to end this.
Well, why don't we talk about what
he's so mad.
I love
this.
I didn't ask you anything about that. I asked you whether, under this rubric, under this principle of medical ethics,
going to make him say it.
Have you acted unethically? Yes or
He's
no?
going to make him say
No,
it.
As an expert witness, I have not acted unethically. And if you
Now
want
he's
the
gonna say
jury to
as a
believe that
psychiatrist.
expert witnesses are unethical, then I guess that's for them
Well,
to decide.
yes
And
or
that's
no,
for them
sir.
to
You
decide.
said no. Let's go to the next question.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Psychiatric diagnosis occurs in the context of an
Jesus.
evaluation based on thorough history-taking examination and where applicable collated
Johnny's so happy. Look
or
at his
collateral
face.
information.
Yeah, fuck
You'll agree
you.
with that?
I believe I said that earlier.
Fuck
yes.
you.
And it's a departure from the
Dick.
methods of the profession to render an opinion without an examination
Oh.
and without conducting an evaluation
Oh.
in accordance with the standards of psychiatric practice. Correct?
Well, again, by the way, for the record, intimate partner violence is not a psychiatric diagnosis. I'll start with that. Substance usage by themselves is not a psychiatric diagnosis. If you want to cut to the chase, psychiatric use is not a diagnosis of that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. Ergo, I am basically commenting on the things that were brought to me, which are not diagnosis. But an evaluation, if I was going to treat a patient or anyone here, those are the steps I would take.
We, I think, started with the notion that this rule applies broader than diagnoses. It applies to professional opinions.
I believe you
you've
just
rendered
quoted
professional opinions
Interrupt.
relative to narcissistic personality traits, haven't you, sir?
Oh,
Relative
shit.
to Mr. Depp.
Again,
Just talking
I
right
believe
over him.
You just commented on what it takes to do in a psychiatric evaluation to establish a diagnosis. I'm almost certain that's what you said, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you didn't say that, but I'm sure
Bro,
you did.
I love this.
And
This
therefore,
is
what I'm
great.
saying is neither IPV nor substance usage nor narcissistic personality
picture
traits
fucks
a
up.
psychiatric diagnosis. And then under the rubric of expert witness testimony, you are saying I acted unethically under the rubric of expert witness testimony. So if you, sir, would like to proceed that expert witnesses are unethical, based on that, I am not going to sit here and disagree with you and waste everyone's time. I think it's fairly obvious. So thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
These were your words. I'm just saying them back how they're interpreted.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Let's start with the easy question then. Maybe we can.
That was pretty easy. Go ahead.
All right, Doctor, you're going to have to just answer the questions.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Getting into it.
You need to just answer the questions,
Okay.
Doctor.
Just like, calm
You
down.
are not rendering any diagnosis
I'm getting into it.
whatsoever of Mr. Depp
I love this.
today or ever.
This is great. He's Malding, yeah.
No, I probably would say to you that
doesn't even
certainly I
care
would not
he's
say
Malvin.
narcissistic personalities, or I would say traits. Certainly, from what I have read, intimate partner violence is not a diagnosis. So the answer is no for that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. The answer is no. But if you want to tell me that substance use disorder is a psychiatric diagnosis, the answer is yes. And
But that wasn't an issue, was it? Whether Mr. Depp used substances. I mean, you said you've gone through the record. That wasn't really an issue at this trial. He's said it from day one.
Oh, so you're saying he's already admitted to the diagnosis?
He's already admitted to the
Yeah.
use of the substances.
Yeah, we know this.
Well, again, there's a difference between admitting to substance use and substance use disorder.
Let's go back to what you just said about
A disorder?
narcissistic
Yeah. Is
personality
a disorder a
traits.
diagnosis?
Yes.
Isn't that exactly what you're thinking?
Narcissistic personality disorder is a DSM-5 diagnosis, correct?
Correct.
Diagnostic personality, and you haven't testified that Mr.
This
Depp
might be a
has
spell reflect.
narcissistic personality disorder, have you?
I would certainly, if I didn't, I'm certainly thinking that, but at least I'm going to say he has traits which are characteristics of
downplay it.
provisional diagnosis.
Downplay
It's
it.
a provisional diagnosis of probably narcissistic personality disorder. But yeah, I mean, I do believe that.
Well, when you say provisional diagnosis, you know the DSM-5 requires, in order to find that diagnosis,
You have to talk to him.
5 of the 9 factors. And you haven't done that analysis. You've never made that diagnosis. You've just identified certain factors.
Oh my God.
That are criteria for the diagnosis.
Right. But
Yeah.
you need 5 of 9 to get to the diagnosis. You've already told us that you didn't make a diagnosis.
Oh my
You're
God.
just identifying traits, correct?
I'm identifying traits that are consistent with the diagnosis, yes.
Uh-huh.
And did you testify in deposition that the existence of traits as opposed to the disorder doesn't have a correlation with IPV?
If I said traits do not have a correlation with the, if that's what I said, and I don't remember saying that, but that wouldn't be a correct saying. Narcissism has a correlation with the diagnosis. Yes, that part's true.
All right, how far are we going to back this up? Because there's a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder.
Diagnosis.
Right? Yes, sir.
And that one is has some correlation with IPV, right?
Narcissism has correlation with IPV. Again, sir, you're not allowing me to answer.
Oh, really?
You're splitting hairs.
Here we go.
You're splitting hairs between
the judge
traits
is
that
going to
are
have to come in
consistent with-
soon.
Which all I'm commenting on.
Yep, they're
is
getting
behaviors
mad.
And traits that are consistent with the diagnosis. And Mr. Depp, narcissism absolutely has risk factors associated with IPV.
Let's go back again, and maybe we can focus on the question I ask you, and we can get an answer that's addressed to that question. Narcissistic personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV, yes or no?
Yes.
And you've previously testified that there is no literature at which you are currently aware that the mere presence of narcissistic traits is a risk factor for IPV.
Am I answering the question?
Yes.
That's incorrect.
You didn't testify to that.
A cluster.
Oh, boy.
Cluster B traits,
boy.
which narcissistic personality disorder is part of, is a huge risk factor.
Oh, my
for
God.
intimate partner violence, which include cluster B traits include narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, amongst others. So the answer to the question is every resource on intimate partner violence will support that cluster B traits, where narcissistic personality falls under, is a risk factor for intimate partner violence.
Any single trait is a risk factor for IPV.
Oh, God.
Again, I will
Any
repeat.
single one.
Cluster B traits.
Oh,
I
God.
didn't say any trait. I said cluster.
Oh, my God.
No, you said
Let me be more precise.
Interrupt. Let's go.
Okay.
Any narcissistic trait in and of itself is a risk factor for IPV.
He's going to make him say no.
But you are mischaracterizing what I said.
Of course
What
he
I
is.
said, I'm pretty sure
He's the
I said
wizard
cluster-
destroyer.
If you look at all the intimate
That's what he
partner
does.
violence literature, and it would behoove you to do so, you will see
Oh,
that
God.
cluster
He's gotta
B
get that in there.
traits. I didn't say narcissistic per
Oh,
se.
my God.
Cluster B traits, where narcissistic personality disorder is part of, are risk factors for intimate partner violence, part and parcel, uniformly true. And I'm not sure, the thing I don't understand is, I'm not sure
here
why
we
we're
go.
arguing psychiatry, because I'm telling you what it is.
Dr. Spiegel, you just need to answer the question.
I
So
told
we
you
wanna
she was
talk
going to have to
about,
come in soon.
Cluster B, so let's do that for a minute.
I told you he was getting
Borderline
revved up.
Personality disorder is a risk factor
Yep.
for IPV.
As part of cluster B traits, yes.
Histrionic personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
Uh-oh.
Less so.
But it
Less so.
It's good.
Less so.
It's
I mean,
cluster B.
it's a risk factor, but less so, yes.
Yeah.
Less so. Significantly less so.
All right. So
Because
which traits
he saw where he was going.
under narcissistic, before I move on there's only been one diagnosis in court of personality disorders, correct?
In this court.
I'm not sure who you're referring to. Are you referring to Mr. Depp, Ms. Hurt? I'm not sure what you were talking about.
Do you understand that there was a medical examination done of Ms. Hurt?
Yes, I did.
Do you understand that the testimony was ultimately that Ms. Hurd suffers from 2 personality disorders?
Okay, so I'm just being specific. I just wanted to know if you're talking about Ms. Hurt or Mr. Depp. So that's all I was asking you.
Yes or no to my question?
Which was there's only one diagnosis of, Ms. Hurd was diagnosed with that.
Yeah. And both of the diagnoses are in cluster B, and both of them are risk factors for IPV.
But both those
Spell
cluster
reflect.
B things are. I'm not allowed to
Fucking
comment
spell
on testing,
reflect.
So therefore,
Holy
all I can say
shit.
is that cluster B traits, and I'll tell you what they are. And by the way, I testified this before.
Oh
which
my
was
God.
That, one, I don't expect perfection from my victims. Two,
I don't
absolutely
think-
there
don't
must be
expect
Mr.
perfection.
Hat. Absolutely, Mr. Hat.
Already
Given that you
conceding the
testified to it
loss.
before, let's move on to a new question.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. You indicated in your opinion
Jesus.
today that you thought, oh, well, why don't we move a little differently? Are you a member of the American Medical Association?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what the ethical rule of the American Medical Association is relative to doing clinical diagnoses
Oh
about
my
individuals
God.
you've never talked to.
So you're saying in terms of doing expert witness evaluations under that rubric, right?
Uh-oh.
I'm just asking you, do you know the AMA's rule?
Under doing, you're saying the AMA's ruling under the rubric of not
Oh,
doing
God.
that something you did not see, and I'm questioning, I'm asking. So you are talking about expert witness testimony.
No, I'm talking about, do you know the rule?
I'm not a member of the AMA, so I don't,
Okay,
I don't
great.
read the
So he
rules.
doesn't know
Okay,
the rule.
move on. You don't know the rule.
Jesus. Oh my God, I love this.
You rendered an opinion about Mr.
Oh my God, this
Depp's
is so good.
Reported cognitive impairment.
Yes,
They're such assholes.
What do you use as a baseline?
a baseline for processing speed.
He doesn't know the rule.
For analyzing.
Yeah, he
Mr.
just
Depp
dispelled one of his debuffs.
Before you watched his
Dispelled one of
deposition.
his buffs.
What is a baseline for that? Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess my baseline would probably be how I've seen him interact in public. How I've seen him interact with others. I've seen him interact in
in
media.
public.
I've seen him interact and his process speed is certainly not slow. I've seen him do commercials.
Isn't that against the
process speed was
Goldwater
not
rule?
slow.
A deposition, didn't you say that what you did was compare Mr. Depp's performance in lots of pirate movies against his deposition testimony here?
What I said was I've seen Mr. Depp do apology ads. I remember he did an apology ad with Bad Dog with no delay in process speed. I've seen him interact with the media regarding to that. I saw no delay in processing speed. All I'm saying
Let
to
me
you is-
ask you about pirates, though. You compared pirates to the to the depositions given in this case.
Then I apologize for what I said. Then I misspoke.
You misspoke. You didn't make the comparison.
Right now, just a second ago?
Uh-oh.
Just a second ago, I may have said that I misspoke. I apologize.
You mean a
misspoke.
medical diagnosis on a movie? I told you, man.
Because you know you can't compare pirates to sworn testimony, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
But you can, you can
but wait.
judge someone's processing speed.
But wait, there's more.
At any time. Like I'm judging yours right now, you're judging mine. We all judge processing speed as a baseline because of what we know about each other. I would say your process speed right now is not slow. So, I mean, we're judging processing speed. I'm just saying to you.
Jesus Christ. These guys are such dickheads.
So,
This is
any
amazing.
of Mr. Depp's other portrayals in movies that
Oh
affect
my
your
God.
analysis of processing speed?
Only I've seen him interact on interviews.
He's
and that
farming
was it.
money, yeah.
When he wasn't in movies.
What, right. But Willy
Two
Wonka doesn't
assholes,
matter to
yeah.
You see him in that movie, Charlie and Chocolate Factory? You were comparing his processing speed.
He's looking at the judge. He's like, save me. But I'm actually going to have to answer it.
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
Yeah.
You have to answer questions. Yes, sir.
No, you'll be happy to know I didn't see Willy Wonka. I didn't see 21 Jump Street when it happened. Or whatever. No, I did not.
All right.
Oh, no.
You made
He's
a very kind admission, I think, early on in your deposition.
I'm loving this. This
that
is amazing.
You're not claiming to be a better actor than Mr. Depp. That's correct, isn't it?
Christ.
100%.
All right. But with respect to acting, you know that actors actually rehearse for their parts and work on the language, diction, timing of their dialogue as part of that rehearsal?
If you say that's, I'm not an actor. So
I don't know.
What goes on. I can't tell you. I have no
What do
idea
you
what goes
think?
on in acting.
Okay, but you don't know enough about acting to know whether actors rehearse?
Sir, I am not an expert in acting. I have no idea what an
Holy
actor
fuck.
does.
Okay.
Holy fuck. Bro, this is... I don't feel bad for him either, because he's an asshole.
During your deposition, what were the circumstances
He probably doesn't even care.
under which you decided to call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Under somebody call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Yeah, you called Mr. Depp an idiot in your deposition.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
That's
so I
great.
think it was in the context. I think it was
What a
in the,
surprise.
You probably should read the context of it, because I think the context was, and I'm trying to think
Sorry.
back, and I'm trying to think back, okay? And what I thought it was related to was
Holy
if you're
shit.
coming to some deposition, okay? And again, I'm thinking back, so you have it in front of you. I don't. So I'm thinking back where he's coming in from Europe for a deposition, video deposition that he gave, and he took an overnight the night before. And what I think I said was that if you're going to do a major thing to a trial that you're involved with, I think you'd be an idiot to come in the night before.
All right.
So I didn't call Mr. Depp an idiot. I certainly called that planning an idiot. I didn't call him an idiot.
So the words, so I mean he's an idiot, are mistranscribed?
No, I'm sure. Again, if I said it in that, if you're just reading one line, one snippet, I'm sure it was in the context I just said. But again, you have it in front of you.
Bro, this guy...
Is idiot a professional opinion?
I wasn't ready.
Is it a psychiatric
It actually
opinion?
used to be.
And that follows the Goldwater rule.
Oh, he's being a smart ass.
Oh, you just said that. I'm not rendering a professional opinion. I just said
Jesus
idiot.
Christ, this is
So it is
amazing.
not a professional opinion? Mm-hmm. Is it your practice to describe people as idiots?
Oh,
my practice to describe people. In my practice? No, I don't describe people my clinical cases as idiots or patients as idiots or victims as idiots. No, sir.
But you sat for a deposition in this case
Sir, these
and
things are
described the
fucking
plaintiff as an idiot, correct?
But that's...
You gave me 9 hours of deposition, and if I said the word idiot, it was an idiot in planning. It wasn't making him an idiot. I don't know Mr. Depp's IQ. I don't know his overall functioning. So therefore, if I said it, it was an idiot in planning, which is what I meant to come across as.
All right. So you did say you don't know his overall functioning, but you made some testimony
He did just
today
say that.
as to some
Oh my
evaluations
God.
you made relative to his functioning. You would agree with me that it's probably a
IQ mean
good
idiot?
idea
It used to, yeah.
think about the questions that are asked you in a court proceeding before answering them.
Am I allowed to answer that question?
Yes.
Okay. So what I meant by function, what I said by function, I believe that his agent reported how late he was showing up to every movie while the cast is waiting for him. I believe that would be an impairment. If I showed up late for that, I would not be here right now, would not have a job. Okay? I believe the thing was in terms of balking out of treatment for substance rehab that his doctor is prescribing for him. So if you're asking me if that's an impairment of functioning, I would say I'm very much substantiated in that.
I'm trying to understand how you got to this notion of cognitive decline.
Oh, my God.
And I thought it was based
Bro.
at least in part on the manner in which he testified.
This is bad.
I'm sorry, what?
On the manner in which he testified.
This is fucking bad.
I'm sorry, I'm not being difficult. I can't hear. I'm sorry. On what?
I was asking you about the cognitive decline testimony that you made.
Yes.
And it was my understanding that at least a portion of that testimony that you rendered was that you derived some evidence of cognitive decline from the way Mr. Depp testified.
Yes.
Okay. All right. What was it?
Okay.
And that's what I said, yes.
Right. And so
Good.
all I'm asking you is, don't you think it's a good idea when you're in the middle of a court proceeding to answer questions carefully?
Again, professionally, we diagnose patients with a neurocognitive disorder by gross evaluation.
Oh, my
all the
God.
time with cognitive. On the thought that, again,
Oh,
age
my
normal
God.
controls- I'm just saying, age normative controls does not put a 58-year-old gentleman at that
This is
process.
brutal.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I said.
And you derived this without ever once talking to the man.
You mean me directly talking to him? Because we know how I derived it. So you're talking about me directly talking to him?
Yeah, you never talked.
No, I've never talked to
Nah.
him.
Right. And this
Wizard destroyed.
exam you gave,
This exam just.
well, you did talk about Dr. Blaustein, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh my God.
And you understand that the entirety of Dr. Blaustein's medical records are 12 pages of handwritten notes.
The important part was what I said. For me, as an example of cognition, which I'm trying to prove, which is what you asked me, the important part was what I said. And that was irrefutable.
The important part is that he gave the mini mental status exam.
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's
Let's
a
talk
cognitive.
about the mini mental status exam. Scored on a 30-point scale, right?
Yes.
All right. And it's an exam that basically is most often used for what, Alzheimer's, dementia, those kind of testing.
It's an exam that tests cognition in all psychiatric illnesses, not just Alzheimer's.
This is bad.
It was made for dementia for Alzheimer's, but is the standard, has been the standard for testing cognition in all psychiatric illnesses, substance use disorders included.
Okay. Now,
Someone drop a repair bot for this
there is
man.
an element
It's
of
bad.
that exam that requires drawing, correct?
Yes.
So you don't know what drawing Mr. Depp did or whether the drawing should have been fully scored.
I wasn't questioning his visual spatial perceptual skills, which is what that does.
Right. And you don't know what score Mr. Depp received on the exam.
I was very specific. I know 3 words, not remembering at 5 minutes. That's all I said.
3 words, not remembering 5 minutes, and he remembered one of them, right?
From what I understand, you didn't remember any of them.
All right.
Yeah. All right.
Memory on the exam, out of the 30 points, what's it worth? 3. 3, right?
Oh God.
Memory is 3 out of the 30.
Yeah, memory's 3.
Okay.
But again, the memory section in and of itself tests memory. That's the only question that tests memory. Only section that
God.
actually tests memory.
So the memory section tests memory. It's the only section you testified about. And for all you know, that with respect to the exam that you're
He could have
relying
passed everything
on,
else.
Mr. Depp scored 27 out of 30.
It would be 28.
And that
right?
would be
It's much
telling, though,
worse.
cognitive, if you score 27 and 30 and you miss 3 points on memory. That would be very telling.
You don't know if Mr. Depp had been up all night the night before.
That's true.
Again, you wouldn't
There's-
expect
yep.
to not recall any words at 3 minutes unless there's a cognitive issue.
You don't know if Mr. Depp was high.
And again,
That's a good
now
point.
that's-
He
again,
got
now
you.
That could affect memory, but I'm not refuting that. I'm not.
He
refuting
probably
that at all.
was
He
high.
could have been high. He could have been drunk. He could have been using cocaine, and that would absolutely affect his memory.
Or all of the
Like what I
above.
said. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
So ultimately, you have no idea what state Mr. Depp was in at the time he took the exam that you're relying on.
Short of what you just said about drugs and alcohol, okay, there shouldn't be a reason why 58-year-olds also with
He's
strokes and
done.
other neurocognitive conditions. But short of that, there shouldn't be a really good reason why someone at that age shouldn't come up with at least one. But an answer.
But wait a minute, you started that question with short of drugs and alcohol and spent 35 minutes talking about his use of drugs and alcohol. Isn't that right?
Spell reflect.
I thought I agreed with you. I think I agreed. I said
Oh
that
my
drugs
God.
and alcohol can absolutely affect cognition.
no.
I'm not sure. I agree, but I'm not sure if that's a
Holy shit.
problem. I agree with you on that.
He's not looking at the jury anymore?
So you don't
Yeah,
know-
because now they're arguing.
One way or the other.
Now he's mad.
How he scored on the exam. You don't know whether he was at the time on drugs and alcohol, but you're going to rely on it in your testimony to say that he's cognitively impaired.
That does sound bad.
Which is what we do in clinical medicine, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
You rely on tests that you don't know when it was administered, you don't know the score of the test, and you don't know the state of the person.
This is
being
bad. He's
tested,
getting into a
but
corner.
You rely on it anyway.
Again, if we had to know every test, when people get the mini mental state exam,
Oh
we
my
have
God.
no idea clinically if they are high, wasted, stoned, stroke.
Holy
we have no
shit.
idea. So if you're going to say that, that means everybody needs a drug test before they do a mini mental study, and that's not the standard of care. And I think you know that. So
I think. Oh, there it is. He's mad.
Let's talk
Here
a
we
little
go.
bit
It's not over.
about this word you kept using, correlation.
Uh-oh.
You know the word, right?
yes,
Correlation and causation aren't the same thing, are they, sir?
correlation. No, they're not the same thing.
No, how are they different?
Correlation
they
is
differ?
consistent with causation is direct link.
Can you say that again? You were so fast I didn't hear it.
I'm sorry about that. Correlation is a risk for something happening. Causation is a direct link.
Right. So just because something's correlated doesn't mean it's going to happen.
100%.
Right.
100%.
Lung cancer, for instance. Smoking is very highly correlated with lung cancer, right?
Yeah, and certainly, and there's certainly a link to lung cancer and smoking.
Right. But not all smokers get lung cancer.
That's true.
Not all smokers do. No one, like I said, no one fits the curve perfectly.
Right. And
The wizard's getting into a corner.
Testimony to
Oh,
all of
no.
us. All of us do this. All of us do that.
Oh, no.
Your suggestion about all of us is you're just looking at the world as a sample and not at any particular individual, correct?
Oh.
What I'm looking at is that I'm not talking about an individual, how they can or cannot be resistant. What I'm saying is invariably, when you use substances, this is going to happen. Now, is there a 0.05% chance
Here
that
he
someone
goes.
who does?
He's all Mike.
But is that medical degree of certainty?
Bro. Oh, he's getting mad.
5% chance of what, sir?
Of developing,
He's
developing symptoms. If you're using excessively, eventually you're going to develop symptoms.
He's malding, yep.
But risk factors tell us nothing about any one particular individual, do they, sir?
Uh-huh.
No, again, risk factors tell us nothing except that they have it. They're at a higher likelihood of developing it. That's what
This
they
is
tell us.
bad.
But you did a whole litany of risk factors relative to IPV.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Right. And none of those risk factors tell us anything specifically about an individual.
Other than they're at higher risk. Right.
Right.
Yes. Yes.
So someone could have every single risk factor for IPV and never commit IPV, right?
That's true.
It would be, again, if you're going to say a medical degree of probability, the answer is they will. But if you're saying uniformly, the answer is no.
Oh, they will. Medical degree.
IPV can occur without substance abuse.
Oh, sure.
Someone can abuse substances without ever perpetrating IPV.
Again, absolutely. But, again, you are saying different than what I said. I did not say abusing substances. I said substance use disorder. Those are two different things, because there are surely people who use substances that do not engage in any violence, do not become psychotic.
Oh, my God.
So
And that's
absolutely.
equally true of people who have substance abuse disorder. There are certainly people who have substance abuse disorder who don't commit IPV, correct?
They are saying people who have substance use disorders, the majority of them, over 50% do. So over 50% do. So that's medical.
The answer is yes.
As you said, not everyone who smokes gets lung cancer.
Holy shit.
There are
Holy
significant
fucking
numbers
shit.
of people. You said it was over 50, so you'd say 40% of the people who have substance abuse disorder don't commit IPV?
And those are the ones that do not have
That's a
IPV
lot.
risk factors, though, right? So
That's
we're
a
talking about
lot.
people
Wait a
who
minute.
don't-
Isn't substance abuse disorder and IPV risk factors?
Yeah. These are other people that don't have other risk factors, right?
But again, we're talking about people in general. You don't know anything about any particular individual as to whether anybody's going to commit IPV.
If statistics follow through. All we can say is more than 50%, 70% will. If you combine more risk factors you have, the more likely you're going to develop the illness. If you smoke cigarettes once, that might not correlate to lung cancer. If you smoke it chronically, that might.
Right,
So that's all I'm
we're
saying.
talking about individuals here. You either have lung cancer or you don't.
God.
Right?
If you're smoking.
He's trying to
Right,
use the
right.
statistics.
You either commit IPV or you didn't.
That
I
either
mean,
could be it.
Yeah, you either did or you didn't, yes.
Yeah.
Right. So you took some issue with me because I was asking about substance abuse generally.
Oh, now it's getting personal.
And you
Okay,
wanted
here
me
we
to
go.
Talk about the disorder. I asked you earlier about narcissistic personality disorder, and you haven't made that diagnosis. You've just talked about the traits, right?
Yes.
And somebody can have these narcissistic personality traits and substance abuse disorder and never commit IPV, right?
That's true.
So, along that line,
Right.
about 80 to 90% of people who commit IPV have a personality disorder. So the answer is less than about 10% obviously do not.
That's an inverse statistic. You should compare about the amount of people that have the disorder that
There
commit
are
IPV.
more
It's deliberately disingenuous.
close links with IPV for borderline personality disorder than narcissistic
nice try.
personality disorder. Correct, sir?
I'm not going to agree with that.
No?
I'm not saying there are more links. I would say to you there are absolute. If you're asking me there are links, the answer is absolutely. If you're saying to me more, I can show studies say yes, so studies say that. That has not been absolutely definitively correlated. No. No, absolutely not.
Yeah. And now what? He's getting nervous now. Look at his face, bro. He's nervous. He's fucking stressed. He's pissed.
MDMA.
Oh.
What is it?
What is it?
Ecstasy.
Yeah. And what's the normal dosage of ecstasy for people who use ecstasy?
Again, I couldn't tell you the quote unquote normal dose because honestly speaking, no one knows what they're getting when they're using it, right? It's not regulated, so.
But the effects of ecstasy enhance sense of well-being?
Yeah.
At low doses, the answer is yes. I'm going to gather when you're using it at higher doses and develop tolerance, you develop the sympathomimetic effects, which are not so enhanced well-being.
Increased extroversion, that's a symptom.
Again,
Just walking
at
away.
low dose, you are 100% right.
Here we
At
go.
low amounts, you are 100% right. It is an adaptogen. We feel closer to people. That's what people who use it say. They feel close to people, warm to people, 100%.
Yeah.
But with continual use and higher doses, it can be fatal.
Right.
So that's not well-being. I don't know if I'd call that well-being.
So continued use at higher doses, MDMA can be fatal, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
What if you took 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA?
What if you took again?
He doesn't know
you
how big
don't
the tablets
what
are.
It's very hard to say that. You don't know what it's. What's the word I'm looking for?
There's a
Contaminated
standard.
with. Okay, you can't just say, "Hey, let me just take 8 to 10."
But the
pure
Wizard
ecstasy
Destroyer
and see what
doesn't
happens."
care.
That's
He's
not
gonna
happen.
make him say it
So
anyway.
What I would say to you again,
He doesn't care.
because substances of abuse are unpredictable. They are not regulated. No one knows what they're going to. No one absolutely has any idea whether it's going to cause this empathic and tactogen effect at very low doses, or is it going to cause the sympathomimetic? Increase.
He's laughing.
It's just like a stimulant, like cocaine. Something we talked
Checks
about
the
like that.
clock.
No one knows what's
Holy
going to happen.
shit.
It's not regulated, and no one knows if you're using
Holy
it with other
shit.
substances either. Like,
Checks the clock while he's talking.
Or if you mix it with alcohol?
or mix it with alcohol. No one knows if it's going to be potentially worse.
Right. But this is a
Holy
potentially
shit.
lethal combination. 8 to 10 MDMA tablets and alcohol.
This is a potentially toxic combination.
Ah.
Can it kill you? Yeah, I mean, it is a potentially toxic combination. That's true.
Ever heard of someone cutting off their own finger on MDMA?
Have I ever heard of it?
Yeah.
No, I can only give you one example.
Hadn't seen that one before.
I
Okay.
Hadn't
So,
seen that one, but
Sarah-
he looks at the judge.
That one puts you to
Hadn't
sleep,
seen that one before,
right?
have you?
If you want to phrase a barbiturate putting you to sleep, then the answer is yes.
Yeah, you heard Mr. Depp talking about sometimes being on the nod, right?
And again, I think I explained Seroquel very well this morning.
Good. I'm going to ask him a few more questions.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Here we go.
Making references to street value. Why were you doing that?
Because that's why people with substance use disorder use quetiapine and Seroquel.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
That's why people who use quetiapine or slash Seroquel can get
Street value. Why are you talking about that? Like in the implication that he sells
You said
drugs.
that Mr. Depp
Yeah, I
had
love
a
that.
prescription.
There are many substance use disorder patients who have prescriptions for Adderall and quetiapine from their doctor, and that doesn't mean
is
they're not
brutal.
getting high out of it. That doesn't take much. Doctors like to believe what patients have to say. They're not
Yeah.
going to go in there being expert witness testimony.
No.
All I'm telling you is that in people who have substance use disorder, it is not uncommon. And the thought was initially that because quetiapine was not addicting, that it's safe to give in people with substance use disorders, when in fact, we absolutely know it has street value. We absolutely know that for a fact.
Right, but my point about this is you made a bunch of testimony about street value, but you knew at the time you made the testimony that Mr. Depp, in fact, had a prescription.
Oh.
He also had a prescription for oxycodone and roxycodone. Does that count? Because that's also probably not a good thing.
Oh, see the
Just
implication.
because you have a prescription
Yeah.
doesn't mean
Mr.
that
Depp would agree with you it wasn't a good thing.
just because you have a prescription doesn't mean you can't abuse it.
No, I'm not suggesting you're abusing it. I'm just wondering why your testimony was in any way tied to street value when every single drug you referenced, Mr. Depp had legally.
Again, you can have prescription substance abuse, and we know that, correct? No, I shouldn't be asking that. We can have prescription substance use disorders.
Just gonna start
That's not
talking.
uncommon.
He just starts talking to the
Epidemic
jury.
that we're living in right now. We can have that. That's not an uncommon thing. Unfortunate, but uncommon.
He's just so great. This guy is amazing.
Seroquel, I
Flip
think
the script.
you
Yeah, now I'm
described as
talking.
a sleeping agent when used off label.
When I saw what?
Sleeping agent, Seroquel, when used off label.
When used off label, it's used. I can be used sleeping agent. Yes.
Right. So, Mr. Depp's use of Seroquel could account for some of the photos we saw in this trial, where he's asleep in a chair.
Again, what I would say to you is that if you have a substance use disorder, you are using it to be knocked out. Yes, I agree, but I'm not sure at the end of the day
Yeah.
you should have vomitus over you either, because I've never seen Seroquel do that.
Ah.
So when he was passed out in the chair, he also had vomitus over him. I've never seen Seroquel do that ever.
One of Neuron. Drugs you testified about.
Now he's talking
That
shit.
one's also prescribed, right?
Yes, it is.
And what's the prescription for that?
What's it used for?
Oh
And
no.
what's its indication, or what's its used for?
Oh
Its
no.
indication is for seizures.
Here
It may
we
have
go.
one pain indication. Again, I'm not a neurologist, so I can't tell you exactly if it does. But,
Oh,
but
God.
it's chronically used off-label for pain.
It was
It's
ice
used
cream.
off-label for anxiety.
Right. And what's its effect?
Yeah, it was ice cream.
That's
You're right.
another-
I forgot about
That's
that.
another one that'll put you to sleep, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, sure, 100%.
Right. And you made reference to a picture. That
Here we go.
There's been testimony around that picture that Mr. Depp fell asleep with ice cream in his hand. That's not vomitous, right?
I was told it was vomitous.
Okay.
By who? He's just he's just laughing.
You
Yep,
talked
there
about
we
the
go.
fact that Mr. Depp.
By
indicates
who?
that from
Yeah, who
time to
told you
time
that?
He uses an earpiece.
I was, yeah, I mean, I
I was
read
told
yes.
that. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you read that?
Did you read the testimony of Mr. Wyatt, who told you what was being pumped into that earpiece?
Yeah, I mean, if I remember right, I mean, I think it was lines, right?
No, it was music.
It was music, not his line?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
What?
if Mr. Depp was listening to music rather than being fed his lines,
What?
does that change your opinion as to his cognitive function?
If he was never fed his lines through the earpiece, which I know he was, but read he was.
How do we
and
just...
That may have been that example. Mr. Wyatt may have said that it was music. I guess the question is, were you having the music during the actual talking of your lines? Is that what you're saying to me?
Well, you know, if you can do two things at once, that's a pretty high cognitive function, isn't it, sir?
You know,
I
it's
would
very
assume
important,
so,
actually.
yeah.
Divided attention is something humans have a lot of trouble in. So, for instance, we have trouble driving and putting on the, using our cell phones and direct. So, divided attention
True.
humans actually
I've heard
are
about
not
that.
very good at. I'll put that out there.
But Mr.
In general, not just Mr. Depp, in general.
But Mr. Depp is pretty good at acting. You acknowledged that early on.
Absolutely. Well, better than me, so I know that.
Because you don't act. In fact, you don't know about acting.
You're right.
The Wizard
I have no idea about acting.
Destroyer. Holy
How prevalent the use
shit.
of earpieces are in acting.
Again, I
Oh
know
my
nothing about
God.
Irrespective of the fact you know nothing about acting, you've testified that Mr. Depp's use of an earpiece is somehow a cognitive deficit?
So if I was giving a lecture and I was fed my lines, I would think there's a cognitive deficit. So and maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe
I'm wrong.
Hollywood stars get lines fed to them through earpieces all the time, and I don't know. That could be said. It sounded to me to be unusual if you're doing a movie and you don't know the lines. But like you said, I'm just judging it on what I do with lectures, and that would never happen.
If you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece.
Maybe I'm wrong.
You're not going to tell anybody how to act.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I said if you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not telling anybody how to act.
Yeah.
Well, I would not use an earpiece during lectures.
Right.
But I don't know what the standard for care of how standard is Hollywood is for that. I have no idea.
Your testimony about the use of an earpiece, as maybe you were wrong. You're comfortable with the fact that you may have made a mistake there?
No, because I think in the basis of what I've read about it, I'm comfortable that I don't believe that actors are routinely given their entire script through earpieces. I find that hard to believe.
But it was music.
But not one whit of evidence that this ever happened here.
I guess what I said. I just said I find it hard to believe. I didn't say it. I said I find it hard to believe.
Why is that hard
That's
to
all I
believe?
Oh, yeah, but what you found hard to believe, sir, was that every line of the script was pumped through an earpiece. Where did you ever get the idea that occurred?
That's what I have been. That's what I read in the court review. The court evidence. That's where I got it from.
This is bad. Holy shit.
Whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece?
Isn't he dead? So the answer is no. He does not use one now.
Oh, no, I used the past tense. Sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know nothing. I will concede to you. I know nothing about it.
This guy is a legend.
If that is the
He
standard,
doesn't use
and
one
people have
now.
done
He's
that
dead.
acting, then I apologize, and that was wrong on my part. If that's the standard,
Holy
I'm wrong. I don't know.
Okay.
This is unbelievable.
Let's go with that. No further questions.
Let's go with
How long
that.
is your return?
A bit. You may want to take.
All right, let's go ahead and break for lunch then, ladies and gentlemen. Again, do not do any outside research. Do not discuss
Jesus.
your testimony with anybody, okay?
Oh my God. Is it? No, he doesn't use one. He's dead. Holy fuck. And then he decides to end it on that. That's the best fucking thing. Oh my God. This is what the fuck just happened?
All right. So let's come back at 1:55 then. All right. Is that fine? All right, thank you. 1:55.
All right.
Wow. Dude, that was fucking brutal. Holy shit. It's like we have this in politics. Bro, I told you. It's like they have that lawyer in there, and all he does is he just dismantles the experts. Like, that's all he does. He's like, you're an expert in this? Oh, really? Do you know everything about it? He's like, no. All right. Well, see, I told you. So do you know this about this certain thing that could have happened? Well, no, I can't be sure about that. Yeah, you're not sure about anything, are you? That's what I thought. It's just, it's like he's trained. He's like a trained destroyer of these experts. Like, that's it. He just can't even, like, they can't get anything out there. He's a Death Knight lawyer. Yeah, I mean, holy fuck. Have you seen Johnny Depp's brain? Well, no. Well, then how do you know what's in it? Like, God. The Witness Vanquisher? Yeah, this is amazing. Love to see how much fun you have. I love seeing it because you know what? I bet the guy that's up there isn't even mad. I bet he's enjoying this. Because finally, he can be an obnoxious asshole to somebody else. Because, yeah, he didn't even care. Like, it wasn't even a problem. Like, he's happy. Yeah, he's enjoying this. Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck. He just wants a good 1v1. Yeah, this is amazing. Johnny's reaction was perfect. Like, the Marlon Brando one. Just fuck. Did you know he uses the earpiece? Isn't he dead? Like... wow, that was just so good. Is it replay? Okay, let me do the replay on that one. Sure, give me a minute.
Rapid mood swings. Yes, it is.
Okay, give me a minute. Let me find it
What's
again.
What's it used for? And what's its indication, or what's it used for? Here, I guess what I said. I just said I find it hard to believe. I didn't say it. I said I find it hard to believe. That's all I said.
Is this it?
Yeah, but what you found hard to believe, sir, was that that occurred.
That's what I...
Wait a second.
You know whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece?
Isn't he dead?
Isn't he dead? Like, what the fuck? Oh my god. Drugs in the Gatorade? Bro, like, this is just amazing. Continue and watch Johnny. Yeah, I know. Watch it. Here we go.
Yeah.
So the answer is no, he does not use one now.
Oh, no, I used the past tense, sir.
Oh,
I wish you could have seen everybody's expression whenever that happened. The answer is no, he does not use one now. Holy fuck. New meme format. Yeah, it's insane. So the answer is no.
Sorry. I know nothing.
Look at him. He's just. Oh my god.
I will concede to you, I know nothing about acting. I will concede to you 100%. If that is the standard and people are done that acting, then I apologize and that was wrong on my part. If that's the standard, I'm wrong. I don't know.
Okay. Let's go with that. No further questions.
Right.
I'm wrong.
How long is your...
He's like, what? He's like, I'm wrong. All right, let's go with that. Yeah, it sounds good. One more time.
If that's the standard, people are nothing. Sorry. The answer is no. Isn't he dead?
You know whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece?
Isn't he dead?
Yeah.
So.
It's just like, holy fuck, man. How does that even happen? It's a savage. Yeah, it's like, where did that even come out? Where did that even come in from? Like, what is this? Johnny had to hold himself from laughing. It just came out of nowhere.
The answer is no, he does not use one now.
Oh, no, I didn't.
I feel like everything up until then was like he was just making him mad, but like the fact that he got him to just say something that fucking stupid, it's just amazing. Technically he's right. Yeah, exactly. Amber's lawyer laughed at that. Yeah, I bet. Ariel with the 10 gift to give 30 subs. I appreciate that. Holy fuck. He said in past tense, he means savage. I know, it's crazy. And the lawyer's amazing, but the witness is also great for content. I just like, it's like this guy, it's like, this is what he does, man. Like, you just...
All right, is that fine?
He's just... It doesn't matter. Like, what I love about it so much, about this guy, is that it doesn't matter how much of an expert they are on something. You know, it's like the other guy literally taught class at MIT at 14 years old, And this guy backed him into a fucking corner like a bull in a china shop. Just fucking smashing shit around. He doesn't give a fuck. And he just goes and he makes this happen. And he's got this nerd in the corner of the room. And he's got him cornered. He's like, well, do you know for sure? He's like, well, within statistical probability. So that means no. He's like, well, we do know with a high degree of certainty. He's like, so do you know or not? Well, no, I don't know. All right, well, then he doesn't know, guys. He's got no idea. Yeah, he's just a straight up boy. Like, this is brutal, man. I love this. This is amazing. The expert was so proud of himself when Amber's side was with him. Of course he was. That was the best part about it. Dude, speaking of his worst fucking thing for the entire case on Amber's side, so far he has a mental doctor, but he's the most clinically insane people I've ever thought of. He's not clinically insane. He's just a fucking asshole. That's it. He's not a terrible person. He's not insane. There's nothing wrong with his head. No, he's just a fucking asshole. That's it. That's literally it. Yeah, and yeah, he's a paid asshole, exactly, and he's gonna get his 2 hours worth. He's probably gonna get 3 hours out of this. Oh my God, he wants to be correct. He sure does. Let me see if I can find some of these here. I know that a lot of people have sent me stuff here. I'll go ahead and I'll pull this up. Obviously, we got a lot of these, and you know, there's about like fucking 50 of these that people have sent me. I'm not exactly sure what this is specifically, but yes. And let's see here. Also, it's like 2 expert witnesses already, man. What about words in this case? They dance with the words and phrase and bury people with them? Yeah, I know. Exactly. Does he know he's an asshole? I think that he knows he's an asshole. I think he does. Because whenever the judge was trying to stop them, whenever they were assholes to each other, he's like, no, it's fine. No, this is fine. Like, he 100% knows he's an asshole. Absolutely. Yeah, he's a proud asshole. Yeah, let me go back. I'm going to look at this. So apparently, I'm kind of surprised about this. Kate Moss is going to testify. What the fuck is this? It's not back on. This is just simply some fucking bullshit they're playing in the meantime. So, Kate Moss is going to testify on Wednesday via video link in Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. Pretty excited about that. We're going to have a star-studded cast. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, wow. A specialist have a tendency to narcissistic behavior? Yeah, it's fucking nuts, man. Let me go back over. I'm going to look at the rest of this stuff, too. Most doctors think they're right. Exactly. Of course they do. Why would they not think they're right? And so let's go back over here, and we're going to look at a few other posts as well. It means potential for Elon to come on. I think that Elon has not tweeted out, don't stick your dick in crazy. If he tweeted that out, I would be like, yeah, he's probably going to come on. He did not tweet that out. If he tweeted that out, you knew for a fact that, like, yes, that's what it was going to be. Yeah, we need Rocket Boy. There's no way he's coming on, okay? And this is apparently, like, people are saying this is Johnny Depp showing what happened with his hand to the lawyers. Let's go back and we're going to look at this here. And let's see this. So he's got his hand. And so he's literally showing it to them right there. And so it fell down. Okay. James Franco definitely hit it. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people that did. Oh my God. His Google reviews tanked. I mean, the guy was a jackass, you know? Like, that's all there was to it. Yeah, he was so he's explaining it right here, obviously. Oh my God, Elon's chilling at Elden Ring. We need to get him to come play Elden Ring with us. Like, imagine me, McConnell, and Elon Musk doing Elden Ring together. That'd be a lot of fun. You know, we gotta get him to come on the stream, man. I feel like maybe one day after, like, the Twitter acquisition, maybe I could... I feel like if I tweeted at him to come on stream, there's, like, I would say a 10% chance for it to happen. I think it's probably a 10% chance, which, whenever you think about it, that's really, really high. Like, that's an incredibly high number. You won't? I mean, maybe I will. Maybe I will. After the whole Twitter thing, yeah, maybe I will. It's a better chance than most amounts. Exactly. And holy shit. So yeah, he's obviously explaining what happened. And let's go back over here. We're going to look at a few more of these things. And there was an article that was written today. I'm looking at some of these posts that people are sending me here. Holy fuck. Oh my God. This is... Oh no, what is this? What is this shit? Here we go. Take a look at this.
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have to answer questions. Yes, sir.
So this was right after, and again, like the guy straight up just asks him, he's like, have you ever seen Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory? And he's just like pausing. He's like, do I even have to answer this? He's like, yeah, I do. Yeah, that's the expert right there. The guy's high on ball. I don't know. The guy could be, he could be high. Absolutely. Oh my God, man. It is just amazing. Rated underrated under-amount date. Tweet Elon to play Elden Ring instead. Maybe I could get him. I probably could him come on for like maybe an interview or something like that. I mean, the thing is that, like, cause he said he was gonna do the Tesla shit, and I don't know. Maybe I probably couldn't be able to meet him. I feel like that would be unlikely. Yeah, maybe that probably wouldn't happen. 0% chance. Yeah, it's a little bit unlikely. And I don't know. I'll think about a way to say it. I don't want to just fire something off and have it not go well. Sounds weird hearing it from an advocate of the pharma industry, acting like illegal drugs are some mysterious topic, like we don't know what coke and meth and ecstasy does. Well, like, here's the thing. Is him talking about fucking street value of the drugs. I feel like it's obvious why he was talking about what the street value of the drugs is. And this is kind of what I've said before, is that I always hate disingenuousness. I always hate whenever people try to say something that they're not actually meaning, and it's like, oh, well, I didn't mean it this way. It's like, well, actually, you kind of did. This is certainly what people are thinking, but somehow this isn't what you meant. I fucking hate that, dude. I really do. I think it's so fucking annoying, because the reason why I don't like it is the fact that it assumes that you are stupid. It assumes that you're so stupid that they can't even tell. You can't even tell what this person is trying to do, and that annoys me more than anything else. It's fucking awful, man. And Lex Friedman interviewed him. He's not super big. Yeah, sure. You can't certifiably diagnose anyone without meeting them, period. That was the point. Well, the weird thing about it is, like, so the guy there, right, Angry Boy, he was going and talking about how there was a distinction between substance abuse and substance abuse disorder. But substance abuse disorder, I am assuming, okay, I'm not a doctor, but I bet that's a diagnosis, right? Yeah, I bet that's a diagnosis. Am I right about this? Yes, it is. So it is a diagnosis. So we have established that substance abuse disorder is a diagnosis. And on top of that, he was drawing a distinction between substance abuse and substance abuse diagnosis, and then implying, and not even really implying, just flat out saying, and basically saying that, like, well, Johnny Depp has substance abuse a disorder, substance abuse disorder, and he's not just simply abusing substances. So he is implying a diagnosis that he's thought of. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, he's literally fucking saying that. And that's clearly what they were saying. And then also, he tried to draw the distinction with the Goldwater rule that he's only making observations and not a diagnosis, but his observations are contingent on an implied diagnosis. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Look at that. That's so interesting, isn't it? And this is the kind of shit that people think they're going to get away with. And you know what? There's a bunch of dumb fucks out there that somehow they're going to get hoodwinked by that. They're going to get bamboozled by Beetlejuice over there and get fucked around. And you know what? I'm not going to be one of them. I see exactly what the fuck this is. It's annoying. Stop using smart words, okay? It's not a smart word. That's like literally that's a middle school word. I don't want to hear about it. Yeah, why are you such an Elon simp? Oh, shut up. Shut up. Give me here, say it 3 times. Let me see what this is. Dan Carlin also interviewed Elon. This is the best podcast of all time. Yeah, I'm not sure. All I'm really trying to get at, smart for him probably, maybe. All I'm trying to say is that, don't you find this odd that he never met with Johnny Depp, but he simultaneously has an assumption that is not that the person has abused substances, but he himself drew a distinction between substance abuse and substance abuse disorder, and then implied his diagnosis on the assumption that Johnny Depp had substance abuse disorder, but then before then used it as he was only making observations to skirt around the Goldwater rule because he wasn't explicitly making a diagnosis, even though all of his observations were built off of an assumption of a diagnosis. You see what's going on? You see how this happens? Look at this. It's crazy. It's absolutely fucking crazy. Yeah, let's face it. What is this? All these idiots disingenuously diagnosing people without ever meeting them is dumb. He literally said in cross-examination, everything he said is based off of what he was told that later changed to be what he read. Well, yeah, but like he was told something and read. People use told and read interchangeably. There are so many legitimate things to be mad about. This is not even on the list. So here's really how I see it too. It's like also, so Johnny Depp was hearing music out of the earphones. Now, was he hearing music? Was he hearing his lines? I think that it's completely possible that Johnny Depp sometimes forgot his fucking lines and they had an earpiece for that because he wasn't, he didn't prepare himself. And like, yeah, I'm sure people were pissed off about that. And to be fair, that's Johnny's bad. He shouldn't have done that, right? How much of that was done by Amber? I don't know, but he's he's a grown-ass man. He should be able to make sure that he knows what he's doing. It's his fucking job. But I don't know how much of that there is. But the person that testified said it was music. And so the entire expectation of this was built around it was built around the expectation that he was being fed his lines, which this guy didn't even know, apparently, that in the testimony the person that actually knew about this said that wasn't what happened. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, he didn't even read the whole thing, and then he called Johnny an idiot. Which, by the way, for anybody who doesn't know, all of the terms moron, idiot, retard, and mongo, the whole word, I'm not going to use it because it's derivative of something racist. All of these terms are all medical distinctions. They used to be medical distinctions, and they were actually different levels of IQ, right? That's what it is. And who cares? Yes, they used to all be medical terms. You can look this up. And so actually, like him calling Johnny that, it's one thing, I guess, like he's probably just speaking as like random guy. People call each other idiots all the time. It's like, it's whatever, right? It's just normalized language now. But it is odd to have somebody who knows this. Like, of course this guy knows this. Like, guaranteed he fucking knows this. It's weird to have somebody using that word. You know what I mean? It's not a legal document. Yeah, it is certainly weird. It's not the word that I would use. And it's especially it's the word that you would use to describe a person like that. You know what I mean? It's just, it sounds odd. It makes sense you're not allowed to look at information about the case outside of the courtroom. Well, I don't know if that was presented to him or not. I have no idea. But either way, I think that certainly makes him look a lot worse. I'll certainly fucking say that, man. Yeah, Kate Moss is going to testify. That's what people have said. Apparently, that's what's going to happen. I'm pretty excited to see that, but we'll see what's going to happen. He really called him an idiot on the stand? Yeah, that's basically it. Just woke up. What did I miss? Oh, he missed a lot. Johnny's lawyer made him look so fucking bad, even though I think the guy knows his stuff. Another thing is you can't really use probability and statistics in a fucking courtroom for a reason. No, of course not, right? Because, like, if you use probability and statistics in the courtroom, you would just assume that every man is guilty because men commit more crime than women do. It's just that simple. And it is true, right? Like, men are more often the aggressors in these situations. This is true. Yeah, you can't use statistics, and there's a specific reason for that. It would be horrible if you could do that. Now, speaking of fucking statistics and speaking about ignoring data and information, we've had a very interesting article come out. This was released, I believe, yesterday, and it's called #MeToo is over if we don't listen to imperfect victims like Amber Heard. Even when young women join the actor's male tormentors, ideas of justice soon begin to unravel. And so again, I want to look at this right here. Good. Well, the thing is, like, anything that, like, I read these articles, right? I see this stuff all the time. It's unbelievable that people write such stupid shit like this. It really is. It's like, I don't know why. Well, I do know why. I do know why mainstream media tries so hard to defend this shit, but I think that, again, people are getting fucking tired of it, and isn't that a beautiful thing? It's The Guardian. Yeah, The Guardian is like the equivalent of TMZ, right? Or maybe it's one step up from TMZ. What's one step up from TMZ? I don't really know. I'd have to really think about it. Yeah, it really depends, right? CNN, no, not really CNN. I don't know, but regardless, The Sun, yeah, something like that. The backlash to the Me Too movement was always coming. We know this because a backlash has followed every single step forward feminists have ever made. The backlash was going to be big too. Not only did Me Too threaten a status quo that props up powerful men, it threatened those men personally, and as it seemed to some, with reckless caprice. If somebody can be brought down by accusations like this, a White House lawyer said about all this shit, then you, me, every man should be worried. Well, obviously people should be worried about that, because should somebody be brought down by accusations? I think that, like, this is what these people want. They want to be able to just simply say, they want to be able to just dictate and control you. They want to be able to say, listen, you did this and nobody can question me. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for a way that they can provide information, a way that they can say these things without having any sort of recourse from other people. There's no way for that to happen or anything like that. It sounds like abuse. Do you think Amber's team is worried about how much time they have left? I think after this guy they are. Absolutely. So this is the kind of article that we have written, and these are the people that write this stuff, because again, it's so absolutely unfair. It really is. It's absolutely fucking unfair. And the article, making the Me Too stuff, men versus women, but it's about fucking abusers of power and having repercussions to their actions. Well, of course it is. And I think this is something that's happened to a lot of guys. There have been guys who have been, sexually, treated badly, sexually harassed at work, right? Stuff like this. This has absolutely happened. Whether it's by another male boss or a female boss, I think this has happened. It's happened to a friend of mine. It's actually, now that I think about it, it's happened to 2 friends of mine. So yeah, of course. There's a case where proved the couple was guilty of murder because Mac Condition calculated the probability of there being 2 of the exact same cars in the area. Something like okay, yeah. Well, sure. I mean, like, you do have some circumstances with statistics, but not everything. Happened to Terry Crews? What happened to Terry Crews? If you want me to be honest, I don't remember what it was. Yeah, what happened to Terry? What happened to Terry Crews? What's this here? Question marks? Yeah. Terry Crews, some producer grabbed his dick? What the fuck? What the fuck? You're using an idiot's take to justify discrediting abuse against women? I'm not about discrediting abuse against women. If that's what you think, then I'm not going to argue with you. If you think that I'm using this as a way to discredit abuse against women, I am not going to try to prove you wrong. And the reason for that is because you did not arrive at that conclusion logically. You were not thinking logically. And I'm not going to try to reason you out of a position you didn't reason yourself into. So think whatever you want. It's stupid. And it doesn't make any sense. It's not what I've said. It's not what I've said for years. It has nothing to do with it. So if that's something you believe, go on ahead. Believe whatever you want. Anyway, what I was saying before, there's not really a lot going on here. We're just looking at this other shit. Yeah, pop up. It just doesn't matter. When a man is treated, when a man is treated badly, it lands with a double sense of burning injustice. That's true. Women's stories of woe are so common they can leave us comparatively unfazed. What a fucking stupid, like, this is the kind of stuff that I see, and it's so fucking obnoxious and patronizing. Like, I'm unfazed by this stuff. There was only one article that I've ever actually had trouble reading and doing on stream. And do you want to know what that article was? It was the article about people stealing breast milk at Blizzard. That was the one that was too perverse, too weird, too creepy, and I just couldn't do it. And you guys might go back and watch the video. That was the only fucking time. I had nothing else to do with that. That one went hard. It went too fucking hard. It was awful. It's about listening to every claim. Well, it's important. So here's what the difference is. I think that it's a good thing to take accusations seriously. I think that it's a bad thing to assume accusations are true. Does that make sense? So you should assume that somebody is telling the truth to the best of their ability, but you don't always know what the best of their ability is. So I think that you should you trust but verify. So, like, yeah, I think that a lot of people, what they don't like is that somebody gets accused of something with little to no evidence, or in the Johnny Depp case, something with evidence of the contrary, and then this person is ostracized. They lose hundreds of opportunities, like Swifty. This happened to Swifty last year, a couple of years ago, and it was obvious that, like, I mean, Swifty, this is a person who literally has 24-hour surveillance in his house that's available to the public. Nobody's ever seen anything like this, and somehow this is the guy that had this happen. And so it happened to him, and Blizzard immediately removed all different interactions with him. They removed everything that had to do with him. And what is that exactly? That's not, believing an accusation. That's acting on an accusation. And I think that's what's much, much different. Do you see what I'm saying? And also another example of this is Blizzard, again. There was an actor for Kale Thoss, a voice actor, and this person, like, fucking definitively pretty much proved that the accusations were a lie, and Blizzard did not reinstate them, and they shoot first without asking questions. And I think that's what people don't like. They don't like the shoot first, ask questions later paradigm of this, and that's what the problem is. It's got nothing to do with accountability. I think everybody wants accountability, because the truth is that, like, the creeps that do stuff like this, they would do this to your sister, they'd do it to your daughter, they'd do it to your mom, they'd do it to anybody. Why would they do that? Well, because they're fucking creeps, and nobody likes them. Absolutely fucking not. They've done that. Let me read the rest of this stuff. Blizzard banned a method player because of an accusation he didn't do. Well, I don't know about that. I can't determine every single thing. The accuser deserves to be punished if they can't provide witnesses and proof. I don't think that's necessarily true, because there's a lot of cases where things are not as cut and dried. But I think that if it's determined that somebody has brought forward evidence that they know to be false, I think that, yeah, they should suffer the same punishment as if the person who they're accusing was considered guilty. Now, I think that's what would be fair. This person like an Uno reverse card. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, that's kind of the way that I look at it. And let's see here. Malicious intent. Yeah, you have to prove malicious intent. Agreed. Manufactured evidence. Yeah, I think that's basically the exact same thing. And shoot first, ask questions later only applies to home intruders, in my opinion. Sure, I agree with you, actually. Completely agree with you. And if it's proved to be a false accusation, then yes, exactly. And innocent until proven guilty is the basis of law. Court of public opinion is bullshit. Well, of course it is. And that's why you always have these qualifying statements, right? Court of public opinion, these other things. Is that sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing, basically generally on if you agree with it or not. But the truth is that mob justice, vigilante justice, court of public opinion, the reason why these words are not used interchangeably with justice and court is because they're not the same thing. They're not as good. This is just something that people do because they can. That's about it. Let me go back over. I want to look at the rest of this stuff. I want to talk a little bit more about it, okay? And there's a lot more to get into here, but it's just really fucking annoying to see this. There's people that want to make it, what's this here? What do you think the mainstream news will say if Depp wins? What will the mainstream news say if Johnny Depp wins? I think that they will paint it as a victory for incels and a victory for they will look at it as something that was negative about the people, because this is kind of like what happens. And this is a problem that we've had with my stream, and I've actually had conversations about this with my mod team privately, is that the truth is that every single person that hates women is going to be on Johnny Depp's side. This is just true. Categorically, because Johnny Depp is being accused by a woman, if somebody unironically hates women, they're probably going to, 99.9% of those people are on Johnny Depp's side. The fact is that I'm also on Johnny Depp's side. So what does that do? That makes some people who unironically hate women come into my chat and think that they have a place here. Now, that usually doesn't last very long because they get banned, but that still happens. And so we had a conversation about this and about how we, need to learn like where to draw the line and like how to handle these people and just to be aware of it, right? Of course, right? And this is what happens. But this is one thing that that the media does a lot, is that in order to discredit something, what they do is they find the like most extreme 1% of the people that do it, and then they make it out like that 1% is representative of the entire population of people that are like that. So like, for example, like the Buffalo bitch boy, right? Or fucking that went off and shot a bunch of people. Now they're saying that this is because of video games. People are saying this. They're saying this because of, give it a second. We good? Are we good? Is we good? I just want to make sure is we good? All right, good. And so, yes. Anyway, what was I saying before? Right, so the Buffalo bitch boy that shot up a bunch of people. Now people are saying, well, maybe it's because of video games. Maybe it's because of things on the internet, things like this. And most people on the internet are not talking about crazy stuff like this. They don't go on shooting rampages. But the media uses these types of things in order to demonize entire groups of people based off of the actions of the most extreme people inside of that group, who oftentimes are not even liked even inside of the group itself. That's what happens. And you see this happen constantly. So if he wins, Fresh Skittles 92, thank you very much for the 5 good subs. I appreciate that. If he wins, I think that you'll see a lot of articles. Big win for incels. Big win for misogynists. Big loss for women's rights. This kind of stuff. You're going to see a lot of articles that way. I absolutely guarantee it. Is there anybody that fucking disagrees with that? Buffalo bitch boy, quote Tucker Carlson media. So media is at play here. I'm not going to get into that specifically, but what I'm saying is that you can see how there are cases. It's the same thing with like the protests and things like this. Most of the people that went to protest last year for like all the BLM stuff, they were just people that wanted to talk about this issue, right? These were not people who were breaking into stores. These were not people that were burning down buildings. They were not breaking into cars. They were not assaulting anybody. They weren't doing anything. These were just people talking about the situation. And I think there's a good example of that with those people. And obviously those people are lumped in with actual criminals all the time. Shandy plays with the 5, give the community subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Big loss for women already. What happened? Roe versus Wade overturned. I don't think that happened yet. It might happen, but we'll see what it's going to be. It's sad that families, both Amber and Johnny, having to witness toxic relationship. Yeah, it's fucking awful. Of course it is. Look at the racism in chat. Well, of course you're going to have racist people in chat. We have over 100,000 people in the chat room. I can guarantee you that there are racists in my chat right here. I can probably say out of 100,000 people, there's probably somebody in here who's a neo-Nazi. If you play the odds. That's just the way it goes. That's the way that statistics work, guys. Like, yeah, there's probably somebody who looted buildings that probably, like, I'm talking about the looting, and they're thinking, and they turn around and they look at their television that they got from Walmart last year while the Walmart was getting attacked, and they're like, yep, that was me. I guarantee it. Because that's how many people there are. That's the way it goes. And what the media does, and what a lot of these people do, is that they try to paint a handful of these people as the norm. They try to paint these people as this is the average person. It's deliberately disingenuous. And I think that it's done in a way to generate outrage, to farm fear, and just in general to divide people even farther than what they already are. I think that's what happens. And as long as racism, maybe people go, racist, one of you guys, what's this here? Let me go back and look at the rest of it. Do you have an Arab neo-Nazi in here? What's the chance? I don't know. Why don't we get the fucking Twitter statistics guy fucking in here, and I'm sure he'd tell us. All people literally think it's because of the shooting games and stuff like that, so media just mirrors that? Yeah, of course. That's because most people that are listening to mainstream media are like fucking 55 years old. And absolutely. So let's scroll down. We're going to read a little bit more about this. And this has always been my take about this, is that, unfortunately, this is the truth. Unfortunately, it does fall on people like me. It falls on people like my mods who are amazing. And it falls on people that are I guess you could say, like, leaders in the community. Obviously, I am in my community. And I think just in general, communities in general, to ostracize the extremists. And what I think that we're seeing here is the Me Too movement and the people that supported it not ostracizing an extremist and then being lumped in with that extremist. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Is that because they provide cover and support for this person who is misusing their cause, then they are also being used as a tool. So it completely delegitimizes the entire thing, because now you have people that are using it in a bad way. It's almost like how people sneer at patent law because people patent things and they copyright and trademark things. It's literally called patent trolls, right? I mean, there's a literal term for this because of how obviously abusive something like this is. And it's very common to see it happen. Extremists? Yeah, extremists are bad. I think that most people would agree on that. Absolutely. Everyone pushing believe all women were extremists, but now mainstream. Now the mainstream media has to defend Amber to their action. Well, of course they do, because if they don't defend her, then it proves that they were all wrong. Basically, media take a group of people and categorize them as guilty until proven innocent 1,000 times till it's over. It's bullshit. Yes, and I think that we're seeing the same thing happen to the Me Too movement as well. Is that a lot of these people they've gone and they've done this, believe all women thing. They've said that it doesn't matter what evidence she has. She's a woman. We have to believe her. Like there's a bunch of women that have the same story. We have to listen to her story, right? So it's categorically that she's right. It has nothing to do with her story. It's just categorically. And this is the kind of stuff that happens constantly. And it was bad to roleplay racism on WoW. What do you like? I don't want to hear that. Like, I don't want to get into that. But let's actually talk about World of Warcraft. I think this is a great example. So in World of Warcraft, WoW has a big problem, and I'm just gonna say it. I know some people might not want to hear this. People might disagree with me. I'm gonna say it. WoW has a huge problem with people that are fucking racist. They do. It has a massive problem, and it also has a massive problem with people that are sexist and abusive towards women. Abso-fucking-lutely they do. And you know what? If you disagree with me, talk to a girl about it. Talk to a black person. Talk to Nick. See what his experiences are, and then that might change your point of view. So yes, I actually think this is true, and I think that the reason for that is because obviously Blizzard doesn't moderate the game, and it's not actually like these people are going to be anywhere. It's just if you don't have good moderation, they're going to pop up. They'd come out in Final Fantasy too if Square Enix didn't moderate it. That's just the way it goes. And let me look at the rest of this stuff here. How probably is it John Wyn's case? I don't know. It's dislikely. You're being disingenuous describing what believe women means? No, I'm not. I'm not at all. I think that for a lot of people, and you guys, tell me if I'm right or wrong on this. I felt like the idea with the believe all women is to automatically assume that what they're doing is telling the truth and to just go off of that. And any type of questioning, any type of trying to ask for authenticity is considered doubting them. That's what I felt that movement was. Yes. Okay. So there's a lot of people that believe this. All right. I know that there are some people that don't. I mean, I'm never going to get everybody, but I think that 99% of people think this, which big surprise because it's my stream and people are going to think like I do. But either way, yes. Okay. So that's, and again, I don't really care about these movements. I think the movements are in general, just like they're transient. They come and go. It doesn't really matter that much. What really matters is like the justice that comes as a result of them. Egyptian Iris with the 5 good subs. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I think that the focus that a lot of people should have, I think, and the focus that I try to have, is on figuring out and finding bad actors. And I think that what's happening here is this this pushback is because of this group of people not ostracizing their bad actors. That's fundamentally what it is that if you don't ostracize your bad actors, you are going to get people that assume that everybody in that group is a bad actor. And why is that? It's because it's partially true. Because if you're providing by like cover of just like there's a lot of people there, right? And there's just so many people and you're kind of protecting this person and saying like, oh, well, they're not always wrong, you know, et cetera, right? And again, categorically defending them in whatever category they're in, you are effectively taking on their cause. It's the same thing in general. Like, I look at it from the same perspective that there are no good cops, which I disagree with this, but I think the logic is sound that whenever bad cops do something bad and then good cops don't hold them accountable, I think that to a degree that puts the accountability on the good cops as well. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Yeah, do you see, like, yeah, it puts the accountability on them as well. And yeah, it's like the support, yeah, they support it effectively. So I think that that's something that a lot of people can agree on, and I think that's not something that's just exclusive to, it's not exclusive to, you know, X or Y thing here. It's exclusive to all groups, and it's not just the police. That's what it is. Makes perfect sense. Yeah. I try to use examples of things that people understand, so it's easier for people to see the correlation, because I think there's a very, very strong correlation. I'm a feminist. I agree. Me Too hurt feminism so bad I can't imagine. Well, here's the way that I look at it, right? Is that last year or year before, when did all that, like, it's hard for me to say, like, I'm in a fucking time loop all the time. So I thought Cataclysm was 6 years ago. It was like 11. Like, that fucking freaked me out. Like, Mists of Pandaria was almost 10 years ago now. It came out in fucking September. I'm gonna have a fucking existential crisis if we keep talking about this. So I'm in time dilation. I don't really fucking know. But it was like 2 or 3 years ago. Was it 1 year ago? I don't remember when. Whenever like a bunch of fucking people got exposed in the community, in the streaming community and YouTube, online in general, as being fucking freaks. Absolute fucking freaks. Like, I'm not even gonna be like, oh, well, you know, these were just assholes, right? Freaky, creepy pieces of shit. And who was on the front line covering pretty much every single one of those? Well, it was me. It was me. Because what people get mad about, Elvine, yeah, that was an actual fucking freak. I hope that piece of shit's in jail. You know, I gave him a hug at BlizzCon. I want a refund. Yeah, what a piece of fucking garbage. Female accusers usually found to be guilty in the end anyway. No, they're not usually found out to be guilty. I think that the majority of these, especially like really hard domestic abuse cases, I think that men do perpetrate a lot of them. I would even say they perpetrate the majority. And crime in general is perpetrated more by men than women. This is just the truth. This is the way it is. These are what the statistics are. And this is what the reality is. And that's not a bad thing. That doesn't mean that men are inherently bad. There's a lot of reasons for that. Some societal, some, I'm sure, genetic, and different stuff like that. So it's not biased. Like, this is just the truth. And if you can't, and this is what I think the problem is that there are so many people out there that they will listen to something like that and they won't want to believe it. And I think that if you don't want to believe something that's true, you are leading yourself off of a cliff. Because you're never going to check off the stats. Well, there's a million stats, there are a million things. What I'm really trying to get at here is that whenever you take a statistic and then you individualize and personalize it down to an individual person, you dehumanize that person, and that person is no longer a person. They are a number, which in many cases, that's not even an accurate number. Do you see what I'm saying? Trial live, I'm gonna, guys, the debater stuff is gonna get banned. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I hate reading it. I hate reading it. I hate it so much. If you guys start doing that shit, I will permaban you. It's quite simple. Just because I can, if everyone could, statistics would be closer to 40 to 60, I think. Yeah, sure. Everything should always be questioned, exactly. And so I find myself on both sides of fire here pretty regularly. That I'm either an SJW cuck or I'm an incel who hates women. Why? Because it's a different day of the week. That's it. It's because I'm not accepting a radical ideology that is basically devoid of facts and reason. That's all there is to it. It's obvious that these two things are true simultaneously, and I see it a lot. And I think more people need to pick up on this and need to see it. People need to explain something serious to you, and you're likely to turn the TV on. Yeah, sure. And let me go back over here. What's this here? I just think you're a classical liberal. I don't think that there's any reason for me to label myself as anything because it's irrelevant. I think those labels are just simply used to control and divide people. And most people actually don't fall into any of the categories 100%. And then the people that are falling into 80% of the categories are pressured by people that fall into a different 80% of the categories in the same general category to adopt 100% of the category, or else you're part of the other category. I hate that stuff. I think it's annoying. It's obnoxious. It's divisive. And I don't think it's done anybody any favors. So yeah, I fucking hate it. I've said this many times. I will say it many more times. As a hard centrist, I'm a centrist in some things and other things I'm not. I believe in universal basic income, but I think if you break into somebody's house, they should have the right to shoot you. What does that make me on those two issues? I'd say pretty fucking extreme. But you know what? I'm not sorry. And so yeah, and I think that most people fucking agree with me. I do. I think a lot of them agree with me. Statistics are not exact numbers. Exactly. And it's important to understand, like, what statistics are. What is N? If you ever see N in a fucking statistic, that is a lowercase n, I believe. Uppercase is something different. Lowercase n is the sample size. So if you see a sample size of a very small amount of people, and you see a decision being made based off of that, that is a very good indicator that the statistic is deliberately hard to understand. And I guess I can explain to you how, if anybody doesn't believe how statistics are being taken advantage of, let's say I have a coin, and we're going to use this example again. Where's a fucking coin? I don't have a coin. I'm fucking poor. Anyway, so let's say you have a coin and you flip a quarter 5 times in a row. If you do that enough times, you will eventually get heads 5 times in a row. That's just that. Those are the odds, right? Like, you just, it's like the odds that this will eventually happen 5 times. If you tell somebody that I'm going to give you this quarter and it always lands on heads, and here's a study that shows that it does, and the N is 5 flips, then you can look at that and say, wait a second, it doesn't always land on heads. You just waited until you had something going in your direction, and then you stopped the count. That's what it was. Infinite monkeys on a typewriter. Yes, I know, I've heard that was disproven to some degree, but I think that to a lesser extent, to a more realistic extent, it's very easy to understand. Cherry picking? I don't really know what the technical definition for that is. So I'm not sure. You can't use statistics. Exactly. A good sample is representative of the population of study, though? Well, yes, and that's why you should go with good samples. Absolutely. But I'm just saying every example is not every sample is not a good sample. And so that's what I mean. Is like this is an example of a statistical truth that is clearly misrepresented in order to make people believe something that's deliberately false. Elaborate on universal basic income just for a second. I don't want to get into that too much, okay? I think that automation is going to take over. It's going to remove too many jobs from the economy, and people will no longer have the expectation as an adult to be able to work because there simply won't be as many jobs out there. And you already see this happening. You see this happening with rich people all the time, is that now you have people that, their job is just simply to bring food to somebody who has more money than they do with Uber or something like that. And I think that we're going towards an age of neo-feudalism. I think that we're going to go back to a world where people are basically living off of one person, and I don't think that it's a good thing. And so I think that you need to implement universal basic income ahead of the automation collapse of the economy and society, and that way you don't have to worry about a bunch of people that don't have food to eat and they don't have a place to live. And you have to do it ahead of time because if you do it reactively, I don't think it'll work. And so, yeah, I completely believe this. I think it will happen. And I think that more and more, there's a lot of people out there whose IQ is like, let's say 105, or like 105 is above average. Let's say 95 or 85 or something like that. Maybe it's me. I don't know. I've never taken an IQ test. Maybe I'm one of these dumb people. And so these people will no longer have a job in society because those jobs don't require a level of critical thought that these people are capable of. And so the only jobs that they can do are jobs that have already been automated, because it's usually easier to automate lower skill jobs. Now, obviously, this is not a 100%, and you'll always have people working lower skill jobs to a certain degree, but I think to a larger degree, you will have people not working lower skill jobs, and I think that we already have this happening with the U.S. military. The United States military does not bring anybody into the service who has an IQ under 83. The reason for that is because that person cannot do any sort of function in the U.S. military that is of use to the military. So I think that that number effectively is going to be pushed up by society, and at a certain point, that number will exceed 100, which means that 100 is the mean of the, or median, excuse me, of the average population for IQ, and because of that, it will cause more people than not to not have a job. So that's why I think you need universal basic income, is to counteract that coming reality that will be happening in, I think, 20 to 30 years. So yeah, that's what I think is going to happen, and you know, we'll see what happens. I could be totally fucking wrong. But that's what I think is going to happen. That's what makes sense. Andrew Yang, we follow each other on Twitter. I've never talked to him though. I'd actually be very curious. He did that forward party thing, and then all of his Democratic fans fucking hated him. I remember whenever that happened. Swifty got married today. I did. It was last night. Absolutely. Some things cannot be automated safely. Driving, for instance, I think actually the opposite. I think that in many of the cases of driving and the automated driving, it was the fault of the person who was the human driver and not the automated system that caused the crash. And I think also it's something that will become better. And as it becomes a fully closed system with everybody driving with automated cars, and this will be happening, I think that it will soon, probably in like 50 years or so, it will become illegal to drive a car yourself. I think this will happen. That was me, not you. Yeah, that was me, not you. Okay, Elon, chill. I'm just saying this is what's going to happen, and it will be done in the name of safety. Because if you guys think guns are bad, if you guys think, you know, a lot of these other things are bad, take a look at how many people died of cars. People get fucked up. They get destroyed. Absolutely, yeah, it's awful. And what's this, driving a 100% automatic, there wouldn't be accidents? I think there would be. I mean, like, it's impossible to remove 0%. And the reason why I say that there would be accidents is that there are glitches in computers, and computers are completely automatic as well. Glitches happen, systems malfunction, this is just reality. But it will be much less likely. Drunk driving, most common crime in the US? I think it's quite a lot, absolutely. License be required if everything is fully automated to driving? I think, yes, it would be required, under the logic that a person would still need to be able to diagnose and solve problems dynamically if something goes wrong with the car. I think that a driver's license will still be required, even with self-driving cars. But I could be wrong about that. I think it would be much, like, you're not going to need to learn how to parallel park, for example, I think in 50 years. It will be unnecessary. How would insurance work, and who would be at fault in robot accidents? Look, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, I'd have to really think about that. Like, yeah, I don't have all the answers, man. I have no idea. This is a rabbit hole. Yeah, it's like, that's a great question. What should you do? I have no idea. But, like, yeah, whoever has least money. Yeah, in America, you're not guilty until proven innocent. You're guilty until proven wealthy. That's the way it works, obviously. Let me see here. Talking about people losing their jobs. Imagine driving cars. What happens to people that work at Uber or Lyft? Well, that's what I was saying before, is that a lot of those lower skill jobs, because working Uber and Lyft, this is a lower skill job. You don't need to be incredibly smart to work at Uber or Lyft. Those jobs will be removed from society. And I think people will become more and more valued based off of, as long as they don't have something like that, they'll be valued based off of the value of their body. I think this will happen. People will not become, I think, slaves again. I don't think that we'll have slavery again. I find that to be unlikely. But I think that we'll have something that's basically the same thing. Yeah, it's gonna. I think that we are, for anybody who's like around my age, we are in for a very, very interesting, 30 to 50 years. An incredibly fucking interesting 30 to 50 years. I'm very excited, if you want me to be honest. I really am. I think there's going to be more that changes in this next 50 years than, in my opinion, I think any other time in history. Like, it will completely be different. I always talk about IQ. That doesn't define intelligence. It only measures logical and numerical thinking. You're right. So, did I ever say that this was a definitive thing that was going to apply to every single person? No, I didn't. I just said that this is going to be a general thing that will apply to the overall majority of people. I think to like the 80 or 90th% of people. Right? Of course, you can never, like, you're not going to back me into the fucking corner like that guy over there did. It's not going to happen. I don't need to be fucking specific. I'm not in a courtroom. Yeah, obviously, it's not going to apply to everybody. That's not the way statistics work. But I think that in general, this is what the case is going to be. 100%, man. Let me read a few of these other comments, okay? Why are Amber's experts not presenting unbiased findings the way that Johnny's did? Because they're not going to win if they did that. It's very simple. They're doing what's going to make them win. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else really more to that. And what's this here? Objection not responsive. Yeah, sure. And is speculate quite a lot. Of course, it's my job to speculate on things. Absolutely. And I think some speculation turns into truth. And that's just the way things go. I speculate on a lot of things. And I spend a lot of time looking things up. The way that I look at it, that's why I try to learn about stuff and look things up a lot, is that I believe, like, if you know everything, like theoretically, right? If you know everything, you will know what's going to happen next. Does that make sense? If you are aware of everything that's in play, you can pretty much predict what's going to happen next. So what I do is I try to know as much about things as I can, because how can anybody beat you? How can anybody, be able to outthink you or outmaneuver you if you already know what's going to happen? You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, and so that's why I try to know as much stuff as I can. Lynn, thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You're an observer, take information with a grain of salt. I think everybody should. And this is what I said before about that guy, and I want to go back to that point that I was making. Where is it? Not this one. Just Common Gideon L. Common Gideon W. Excuse me. And I was too used to reading fucking Twitter shit. Yeah, Gideon was totally right with this one. I saw that. Johnny Depp's lawyer will beat you. Honestly, that guy could beat anybody. Like, I wouldn't even feel bad about that. I wouldn't at all. And so, yeah. And do you think he'll win? I find it to be... it doesn't matter. I don't think it matters if he wins or not. Because I think that really... What this case shows, and I've said this 100 times, Noms Gifter, thanks for the 10 subs, I appreciate it. What this case shows more than anything is a turning of the tide socially. And people don't really care about the law. The law does not really matter. The law is made to reflect morality, but it's not a perfect reflection. There are a lot of ripples and cracks and issues with the law, and smudges and smears and stains on it. So you have to keep that in mind. People do not really care about the law. They care, most people don't. Do not really care about the law. They care about what the law is designed to do. Does that make sense? And so whenever this happens, even if Johnny Depp loses, it will be seen as a shortcoming of the law rather than a shortcoming of Johnny Depp. You see kind of where I'm coming from? Yeah. And no matter what happens, win or lose, it's Johnny win-win situation. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. We don't give it a goddamn utopia? No, I don't think so at all. As if I know the law? Well, as if you care about the law. Why the fuck would you care about the law? It doesn't matter. Like, you know what's right and what's wrong. What the fuck do you care about what they say? What some old fucking man wrote in a book? Who cares? Fuck him. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, who gives a shit? Amber's public image is toxic after this? Exactly, yeah. And it's important to keep that in mind. The law is there to enforce uniformity of barbarity? No, I think that that's... no, that's... I understand that sounds really... That sounds smart. It sounds very smart. Most laws, you can logically come to a conclusion that this is a good idea. I know we're about to start, and it's going to be starting in just a few minutes here. I'll go ahead and I'll have it open just so you guys can see it. It's clearly not starting, by the way. The way that I apply is a law good or not, or is something bad or not, or is something ethical or not, is that I ask myself the question, if every single person in society participated in this behavior, would society be able to function? And I think if the answer to that is no, then it's a problem. And if the answer to that is yes, then it's probably not a problem. which is why I think that it's totally fucking fine for people to be okay smoking weed. I think that's totally okay. I think it should be completely legalized and done the exact same way that they do alcohol. But I will never do it myself, because I think everybody can smoke weed and it will have no negative effect on people. It's the same thing with people that are gay that want to get married. I think that's totally fine. Yeah, it's totally okay. Relying on people having the same rationale, laws are there for people who don't. Well, of course they are. Of course, and like they're also there for people who do have the same rationale, because you can know almost every single person that steals things knows that stealing is a bad thing. And if you ask them, should stealing be against the law, they would say yes. These are people who are willfully engaging in breaking of the social norms and social laws in order to get personal gain. That's all there is to it. So I don't think it's really that simple. I think that there are a lot of people who, this is what I've always said, is that morality, ethics, principles, ideas, where are they? Can you touch them? Can you hold them? Can you buy something with them? Can you take them to the store? Can you live under them? Can they provide you shelter from the rain? And the answer to all of that is no. Material and actual actions and things, that's real. Morality, ethics, all that shit, that's not real. So all of that stuff happens. Think of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. That stuff is at the very, very fucking top triangle. So if somebody's down there at the bottom, in the fucking rectangles, in the fucking whatever the other those weird things are, if they're down there at the bottom, they don't give a fuck about what's up at the top. They don't care. It doesn't matter. It's not real to them. So every single time, the tangible will always take precedent over the intangible. And there are exceptions. Trapezoid. There you go. I was thinking trapezius. It's a muscle, I believe. Anyway. So this kind of stuff happens, and I think people need to realize that, is that all morality and all ethics and all principles will be immediately discarded the moment it becomes materially profitable to do otherwise. And I don't think this is the case with every single individual, but I think you can make a general case that this is the truth. Not for every single person. I know you're different, you're special, you're better than that. But for other people, and the majority, I think that's the case. Absolutely. Majority, morality isn't real, probably the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I actually like most of your takes. Well, it's not real. Can you touch it? Can you feel it? No, you can't. That means it's not real. Can you measure it? No, you can't do anything. It's not real. It will always, always, always take a second fiddle to the real. That's an elementary argument. Yeah, I know. I don't know why people use that either. What's this here? Because you can smell it? Yeah, exactly. Santa isn't real? I think so. And would you allow your driver to be high on weed? No, I would not. I don't want anybody who drives me around to be on any substance at all. It freaks me out, and that's why I used to always be the designated driver whenever we would drive around, whenever we were younger, and like would go to parties and shit like that, like down at like Riverside and shit. Absolutely. Yeah, I wouldn't want anybody to be on any substance at all. Let's see here. Loyalty isn't real either, then? You're right. That's true. Yes. Yeah, yes, you're very right. And yes, see, I understand. And again, there are always exceptions to this, and I think people like to always prey on the exceptions and talk about them all the time. But I don't really care about the exceptions. I care about what's probably going to happen. That's all there is to it. Big Paul with the 10 gifted community subs. I appreciate that. Thank you. And when I drove high back in the day, I'd go like 15 under speed limit without even realizing I was super safe. Oh, I know. I've heard the same thing. My mom used to actually prefer whenever my dad would drive around whenever he was drunk, because whenever he was drunk, he would actually try to obey the law while driving. So she would prefer for him to drive her around whenever he was drunk. Like, and he is now 75 years old. Santa Claus and Thinker and 100 gifted subs. I appreciate that. He still drives like a fucking maniac. It is insane. Like, I'm telling you, like, he will drive like, I don't even know what to say. It's nuts, man. Like, it's a lot worse than I am. I'm a very safe driver. All right, here we go. Thank you, Santa, again. I appreciate it. It's back on. We get back to work. Let's do it.
be seated. Your next question? Or
Here we go.
redirect?
Thank you, Your
Jack
Honor.
says thanks for 5 subs. This
Dr.
guy.
Spiegel, you were asked about whether you were able to examine Mr. Depp. Do you recall those questions back and forth?
Yes.
And so if I understand your testimony, you asked twice for Mr. Depp to be interviewed by you, correct?
Yes.
Objection leading.
And
Overruled.
Oh.
and then in addition to that, Ms. Heard requested twice of the court for Mr. Depp to be submitting to an examination of you, correct?
Yes.
And those were denied, correct?
Yes.
And now Mr. Depp is contending that it's unethical for you to provide an opinion in this case because you didn't get an opportunity to interview him. Do you think that makes sense?
Objection.
Do you
Your Honor.
think that makes sense?
I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah.
Is
Shut
that
up.
your understanding?
That is my understanding of it. yes.
Okay. Now, when counsel for Mr. Depp was reading to you the Goldwater rule, there were 2 words that he kind of went over pretty quickly, and I'm going to go over them again with you a little bit slower.
Yeah.
And that was that the Goldwater rule was that you cannot make an armchair diagnosis, right?
Objection.
Based on, quote,
Okay.
publicly available records. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the records that you reviewed in this case were private, were they not?
Yes.
And in fact,
pirates. Nobody's
Dr.
seen that movie.
Blaustein's records were marked confidential, correct?
Yes.
And his deposition was marked confidential?
Yes.
Okay. And Dr. Kipper's records were all marked confidential?
Yes.
Objection leading.
And
I'll sustain.
okay, what if any labeling was there on Dr. Kipper's deposition?
All the documents I reviewed were confidential, and I also signed the confidentiality agreement, so everything I looked at was confidential.
Okay, so that in fact does not even comport, that doesn't meet the restrictions that were put.
Objection leading.
I mean, so would it be fair to say that you have not, or have you rendered any opinions in this case as an expert witness based on publicly available records?
I have not rendered any opinion based on any publicly available records.
What about the earpiece thing?
Now, you were asked a number of questions about narcissistic traits and your diagnosis or findings that Mr. Depp exhibited narcissistic traits or had that disorder. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
All right. And the question was asked of you of the whether if you have 5 of 9 narcissistic traits. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the ones you testified before was for narcissism, it requires admiration, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, record evidence was there that Mr. Depp requires admiration?
The very people that surround him need to admire him, or they're no longer in his employment or his working circle.
Okay. The second one that you discussed was sense of entitlement. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Bro,
All right. What record
What about
evidence
saying
is
you're
there
gonna
that Mr.
donate
Depp
$7 million?
exhibits behavior of needing a sense of entitlement?
So again, thinking that Ms. Heard was marrying him solely for his money and his influence, and that was the case, was, in my opinion, very entitled.
Why would he think
All right.
that if he
And
wouldn't
the
sign a
third one you
prenup?
discussed was exploitative. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits behaviors that are exploitative?
Again, I think the whole concept of abuse is exploitative.
Okay. The
What?
fourth one was lacks empathy. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits lacking empathy?
To be able to commit intimate partner violence and the control you have over someone.
I'm sorry?
Circular
be heard?
fucking logic. Holy shit. I'm gonna take a piss. Like, that's circular logic. Oh, well, I know he has... holy shit. You see what I'm saying? Like, the narcissistic traits. I can't believe this. I'll be right back. I can take a piss.
I'm just going to ask you to give the record evidence of Mr. Depp's lacking empathy that you know of.
Yes. Am I allowed to elaborate?
Yes,
Okay.
just a little different than what you said before.
Okay. So if one does, so I'll make it more direct. So if you're not agreeing with what Mr. Depp has to say, you are no longer useful. Okay, therefore, you don't really care about others for others. You care about others for your benefit. So off and on dismissing Dr. Kipper, for Dr. Kipper setting some boundaries on substance use protocol, substance detox, is an example of lacking empathy and not really caring what other people have to say.
All right. Another one of the characteristics that you cited was envious. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
What is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits envy?
I think jealousy is a good start for that. I think that Ms. Heard wanting to have a career, start with that, beyond what she has, and the jealousy parts of with Mr. Franco and I think others.
Is it really jealousy if it's true?
Sorry, last week Ms. Burston commented about things about jealousy, so I think it's pretty apparent.
Yeah.
Okay. And the next one you listed was fragile self-esteem. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And what is the record evidence of Mr. Depp exhibiting that?
So fragile self-esteem would be more along the line of a cluster B trait. I should put that in. It's not necessarily the criteria for narcissism, so it's a trait. And basically what that means will be that the combination of poor self-control and rapid mood states is fragile self-esteem, fragile personality, so traits. So it go in the line of cluster B rather than.
I think that's a bit of a stretch.
All right. Now, we've seen Mr. Depp during this
Yeah,
trial.
that's a bit of a
eating
stretch,
candy. What, if any, evidence would that suggest that he has narcissistic traits?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you were asked about the cluster B, and counsel for Mr. Depp came back and said, are you aware Ms. Heard has been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Yeah.
Now, you reviewed, I think you testified at the beginning, you reviewed the therapy and counseling and medical records for Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
What, if any, evidence was there that Bonnie Jacobs diagnosed Amber Heard with either borderline personality or a histrionic personality disorder?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's fair, Cross. He asked the question. That's fair. Redirect.
It's beyond the scope.
It's not,
Overruled.
Thank you.
So, I mean, if I could start, Ms. Jacobs demonstrated no type of personality disorder, borderline or otherwise. And on a review of Dr. Curry's records.
Objection
beyond the scope of the question.
I'll ask each of them separately. And you also reviewed the therapy records for Ms. Heard for Colonel Cowan, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, evidence was there at any time that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Not only did he not, he referred to Mr. Depp as a narcissist.
Okay. Now, you also reviewed all of
He
Don
referred
Hughes'
to him as, okay.
records and her testing, correct?
Yes.
So
And
two
what, if
people with a
any,
false
evidence
diagnosis.
Did you find in any of that extensive testing and note-taking that she had found that Amber Heard had borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Objection leading.
What, if any?
Overruled.
None.
Okay. And you also reviewed Dr. Curry's notes and her testing, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what, if any, evidence did you find in any of Dr. Curry's testing that Amber Heard had either borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
She had traits she did not meet the full, on her own evaluation, she did not have the full endorse enough criteria to meet the criteria for borderline personality disorder and or histrionic personality disorder. She definitely had traits. She did not have the disorder by going by the strict number of criteria.
All right. Now, you mentioned in response to Mr. Depp's counsel's questions, you started to talk about battered wife syndrome. What is your experience with battered wife syndrome sometimes being mistaken
She made up,
with
I don't know.
borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Objection compound and leading.
Overruled.
So battered wife syndrome, which is
more subsyndromal or not quite PTSD, has 70 symptoms of PTSD. And if you
Okay.
hear some of them, you'll see why someone might think that. They do have reliving experiences as if feeling as if the abuse is happening, even if it's not upon reminders of the reminders of abuse, such
sure.
as getting ready to use something, getting ready to use a substance or something along that line. They do have hyperarousal. They do have hypervigilance, which is very easily mistaken for the emotional reactivity of borderline personality disorder. They do have avoidance symptoms, so they avoid emotions, activities, people, and if that can't be happening, they start becoming much more anxious, much more hyper-aroused. They have disturbances in relationships, which clearly can be an issue. Intimacy problems, again, which could also resemble borderline personality disorder. So those description and traits that were there, A, did not meet the full criteria for borderline, and B, could readily easily be explained by Bader-Weiss syndrome, a form of PTSD.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, you also indicated earlier that you reviewed the deposition of Amy Banks, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, determinations did you make based on her deposition from her meetings with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
So Dr. Banks is a professor at Harvard, the leading institution in America for medical schools, who's an expert on intimate partner violence. She had a chance to meet them in relationship counseling.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
You could see him
It's not
smiling
non-responsive. I said,
because
what
he
if
knew he
it's
was about to do it.
All right. Tell the jury about Amy Banks, the significance of Amy Banks.
So what Dr. Banks found was that she fully believed Ms. Heard's version of what was going on.
Objection, hearsay.
I reversed those. Let me do it again. Please tell the jury.
Sustain the objection.
Please tell the jury what about the qualifications of Dr. Amy Banks. This is the one who saw both Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp.
Dr. Banks is a professor at, I don't know whether it's assistant associate professor at Harvard University Medical School, one, if not one of the two top medical schools in the world.
That's good.
Who specialize in intimate partner violence. She is, above all people, who understand if someone is victim, perpetrator, because she does this, researches this for a living every day. And that's her qualifications. Can I say what she reported?
Then I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, did Dr. Banks indicate relating to histrionic
He's gonna do it.
personality
He's gonna do
disorder
it.
or borderline personality disorder for Ms. Heard?
He's going to do it.
Dr. Banks didn't mention anything about personality disorder at all. What she did mention was whom she felt gave a more accurate version of...
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
That's a credibility testimony.
I think he can testify to that.
I'll
Your Honor.
sustain the objection. Next question.
There
What,
it
if
is. Yeah, so I
anything,
knew it.
Did Dr.
It was
Banks'
coming.
report, not saying what the ultimate conclusion was, what, if anything, did Dr. Banks say about what was reported to her by Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp and how they responded?
So Ms. Heard discussed the, in trying to, again, as a victim, trying to save the relationship, discussed with Dr. Banks these accusations, these facts of intimate partner violence. Mr. Depp.
Objection, hearsay.
I think he's entitled to rely on hearsay.
Oh,
He was not
my
given
God.
what
Yep.
ultimately was- he's
Here we
entitled
go.
to it. That's my
You can rely on hearsay, but you just can't state the hearsay.
Uh-huh.
So you can rely on it.
All right. What, if anything, did Mr. Depp do in response?
Mr. Depp said nothing. When Ms. Heard accused him of intimate partner violence, Mr. Depp said nothing.
And what is the significance
Objection,
of that?
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. And what is the significance of that?
Jesus.
The significance
Of
of that
what?
is with
Objection, no foundation.
Yeah. Sustained true.
All right. We'll move
All
on.
right.
You were asked about MDMA.
He's like,
and
yes,
what
dude.
the impact could potentially be of taking
Jesus
8
Christ.
to 10 of these pills. Do you recall?
yes.
Okay. And now I'm going to take you to Australia 2015. You've reviewed testimony over that, right, from Mr. Dabb, Ms. Heard,
Yes.
and a number. Okay.
Mr. Dabb?
Do you recall that Ms. Heard also said that she found dime bags of cocaine in drawers at the end of that 3 days?
Oh, shit.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up 1828, it's already in.
All right, let's see it. Let's see them drugs. Oh my God. I'm ready.
And if we could publish that, okay, we can, thank you. I'm going to, this is one of the pictures that was taken in Australia, and the testimony's been that these two canvases of Ms. Heard's were painted completely over. Is that something that could be the impact of having 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA and combining that with cocaine and alcohol?
Of course it could be.
Objection, no foundation.
There's a million other things it could be too.
The foundation's already been laid, Your Honor. That's.
What kind of a question even is that?
What, if anything, if you look at the painted canvases on this one, what, if any, evidence is that reflecting behaviors indicative of taking a lot of MDMA, cocaine, and alcohol?
Objection, speculation, no foundation.
It's the same question. Sustained.
You testified earlier about
Just
property,
they can't beat him,
destruction
man.
of property. Do you recall
They
that?
can't beat the
Okay,
anti-wizard.
could you tell the jury
He is a fucking warrior.
how that relates to the correlating factors and risk
Oh
factors
my God.
for IPV?
Again, destruction of property is a form of psychological abuse, psychological mistreatment. And so destruction of property is used as intimidation and as means of control.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up 1829?
Okay, let's see this. Is this going to be the writing on the wall, I'm assuming?
And this has already been admitted. Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Yep, there it is.
And what, if any, evidence does this reflect as correlating behavior to risk factors of IPV?
I would say that one that demonstrates a good deal of violence and psychological abuse. I think it's pretty clear that they're trying to be intimidating. I don't think.
Objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please continue.
It would be people who would
So just stop talking for a minute.
Ecstasy without cocaine, are prone to agitation, suspicion, jealousy, violence. What we're seeing there would be very consistent with that presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Michelle, can you now bring up 1830, I guess? And that's already been admitted into evidence as well, Your Honor. I'd ask that it be published. And what, if any, evidence does this correlate with behavior indicative of IPV perpetration?
Again, this is intimidation, psychological abuse, where you're solely trying to emotionally.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be heard?
Okay, if you want to.
So, like, I find this to be disingenuous because, like, he's right. Like, the doctor, the wizard is right. This would be considered intimidation and, like, abuse and stuff like this, like, in a vacuum. But this isn't in a vacuum. This is right after he got his finger cut off. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, Amber wrote it. I think she wrote part of it, but there was never an indication that she wrote the entire thing. The expectation was that she wrote the red part. It's just like, again, like they're presenting it from one side and then pretending like the reason why it happened doesn't exist.
Dr. Spiegel, if you,
oh my God.
If you can answer the question, what, if any, evidence is this correlating to the risk factors for IPV perpetrator?
Again, I think the violence comes through.
Objection, Your Honor.
Just the evidence of risk factors, if you can.
Evidence of, I'm sorry, the evidence of risk factor would be accepting a more than average degree of violence, as well as psychological abuse.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you aware of any record evidence of Ms. Heard writing on walls, mirrors, countertops, or painting canvases?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Michelle. You can take that down now. Now, you were also asked about Seroquel and some of the other prescription medications. Did you, during the course of your review of evidence, see the lists of medications that Mr. Depp was on at one point?
Yes, I read that list.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 301.
Okay.
And Dr. Spiegel, it's not into evidence yet. I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. Is this one of the documents that you had that reflected the amount of medication that Mr. Depp was on as of October 26, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And this was an email from Debbie Lloyd to Dr. Blaustein, his treating psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, Leslie.
Now, can you tell the jury that we've got Seroquel, 50 mg? Can you just
Objection,
tell,
hearsay.
Can you just tell the? I haven't finished asking the question yet. So
Yes, you have.
okay.
According to you, you have. Yeah, but if he says you're done answering a question, you're done. That's all there is to it. Yeah, she's mad. I know. Like, this guy, all he does, like, he just, like, as I said, this guy can't, like, he can't do nothing, man. This is crazy. Stun locked? Yeah, I know. Oh, my God. This is amazing. The Uber wizard? Yeah. I mean, it's just, like, I feel like this guy, he's starting to become my favorite just because of how fucking aggressive he is. Just how aggressive. And also, I want you to know that he is the one who said Amber Turd 3 times. It wasn't once. It wasn't twice. He said it 3 fucking times, man.
Michelle, can you scroll up just so I can see all of them at the same time?
Jesus,
Thank
dude.
you.
What a great
So,
teammate to have. Yeah, this guy's amazing.
Dr. Siegel, if someone was taking 50 milligrams of Seroquel, 25 milligrams of Seroquel, and 50 milligrams of Seroquel and 50 all in one day, how would that impact them?
So
They would be dead.
obviously this is not for sleep because I'm presuming you're not wanting to sleep in
Megagrams?
the
Yeah,
morning,
she was about to say that.
noon, and from 4 to 6, although you're sleeping at night. What I would say is he's using it for one purpose, as I say, with substance use disorder. They're using it to calm down. They're using it just as a down to relax. And given that you're taking 45 milligrams of Adderall a day to stay awake, and that's more than the prescribed for adults and children for that matter, the combination makes very little sense at all to me.
Okay.
And if a person was taking 300 milligrams of Neurontin, I'm going to pronounce that wrong again. 4 times a day and 600 later in the day,
Okay.
how would that impact?
Again, you're looking at medications that are there solely for a substance use disorder patient to get them up and to calm them down.
Yeah, sure. That makes
That's
sense.
all this regimen is about.
Sure.
Gabapentin doesn't have a psychiatric indication other than actually
Everyone
doesn't have a
reacts differently to
psychiatric
different drugs.
indication,
True.
although it does calm you down.
True.
And it, as I may have intimated before, similar to Adderall, gabapentin is also abusable. Cimetidine, Seroquel is also abusable. So you're getting these kind of unusually calming effects from these medicines while at the same time getting what's called a super therapeutic dose or an excessive amount of Adderall.
Okay.
And for the record book, adults are only indicated with Adderall for the extended release, not the immediate release preparation. And why that's relevant is the immediate release preparation is more abusable. You get more high quicker. The extended release goes out throughout the day. The immediate release gets you up right away and then down. Now, in ADHD, this medicine is very effective. But from what this is being used for, clearly based on the combination, no.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Do addicts
Sure.
lie?
Yes.
All right.
Obviously.
Now, you were asked about Mr. Depp passing out.
Do addicts
you recall
lie?
reading testimony of Mr.
Thanks.
Depp
That's a great question.
passing out in the bathroom in his vomit?
Yes.
Okay. Does that help refresh your recollection of what you
Yes.
recall?
I,
All
also,
right.
I mean, for the record book, I don't think that falling asleep with ice cream on you is a...
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Overruled.
Keep going.
I don't think taking Seroquel at night and falling asleep with ice cream on you is not what Seroquel is indicated for. It's not meant to put you out in a state where you don't even be able to stay awake to put ice cream away.
All right. Michelle, if you can pull up defendant's 1090. It's already into evidence.
Uh-huh.
If we can publish that
Let's
to
see
the
this.
jury, Your
I
Honor.
want to see this, dude.
Dr. Spiegel.
This poor man
does
can't
this
even
look
sleep.
like,
No, he can't sleep.
I mean, would this be evidence
No
correlating
sleeping.
with behaviors consistent with IPV perpetrator risk factors?
Okay.
This would be correlated a person who is completely knocked out, and it's usually only one way someone gets knocked out that badly, and that's with pharmacological assistance, whether it be legal or illegal. They make it to the bed, they don't sleep with their head on a game box in a furniture. That doesn't happen to people who sleep, no matter how tired you are. No matter how tired. I've been a resident in the past, and I was up for 40, 45 hours.
Objection beyond the scope.
I'm going to be honest. I've had friends that slept like that.
Michelle,
My
can you
friend
pull
Eric
up
slept on the floor in my bathroom
1095,
like
please?
twice. Like, yeah, like that's normal. Like if you're drinking and you're
this has
doing
been-
drugs,
I'm going to ask you the same question, Dr.
That's
Spiegel.
normal.
What, if anything, does this indicate relating to risk factors for IPV?
oh my God, he is
Again,
fucked up.
You know,
Wow.
colloquially passed out, and there's very few ways to get like that without pharmacological assistance,
Okay.
legal or illegal.
I'm gonna have to let my
And/or
dad
illegal.
know that.
And then let's pull up a 1094.
Yeah, I'm gonna let my
please,
dad know that.
Michelle.
I can't believe that.
Defense.
Wow.
That's also been admitted.
Damn, bro, like he's gonna be pissed and every.
And now we have the ice cream picture.
Oh my God.
And what, if any, indication does this have?
Probably could see how I could.
Objection, speculation, no foundation.
Probably could see how he
What,
thought
if
it was
any,
vomit.
Correlation?
He has to be right.
What, if any, evidence does this indicate correlative with the risk factors for IPV perpetrators?
Again, this proves one of the major risk factors and precipitating factors for intimate partner violence.
Objection,
You are a
move to strike.
All right, sustained. I'll strike it from the record. Next question.
Look at his face. Look at his face. He's fucking
You
pissed.
asked about earpieces. Do you
There it is.
recall reviewing Tracy Jacobs and Joel Mandel's depositions?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall them both testifying that Mr. Depp had someone on salary to feed him his lines?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've testified that you reviewed a substantial amount of evidence in this case.
Mm-hmm.
Did you find any evidence that Amber Heard exhibited conduct or behaviors indicative or consistent with any of the risk factors for perpetrators of IPV?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Well, it was suggested with the borderline personality.
Sustained.
Okay. But you did
Sustained.
find that for Mr.
Nope.
Depp, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find record evidence that Mr. Depp had a substance abuse disorder?
Severe substance use disorder.
All right. Did any of the questions asked by Mr. Depp's counsel change any of your opinions in this case?
Nothing there, no, not my opinion has not been swayed an iota.
Okay. Do you hold them all still within a reasonable degree
I would
of
assume
medical and
that.
psychiatric probability or certainty?
Absolutely, yes.
Yep.
Thank you very much,
That's
Dr.
right.
Spiegel.
All right, thank you. Sir, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right, your next witness,
My next witness is Catherine Arnold.
Catherine Arnold.
Okay, let's see it. Oh, is that her? All right, let's see who this is. Oh, they haven't even shown this before. Okay, let's see who this is. It's Catherine, not Karen. Come on, guys. Okay, let's see what she got to say. Here we go.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Will you please state your name for the record?
Smart water.
Catherine Arnold.
All right. And what is your profession?
I am an entertainment industry consultant, and I also serve as an expert witness.
Okay. And can you please tell the jury your educational background?
Yes. So I've been in the entertainment industry for over 20 plus years. I started
Long time.
As an assistant at ICM, which is one of the largest talent agencies in Los Angeles that represents actors, writers, and directors. And I worked with the talent agent there. And then I also worked at William Morris, for William Morris as a script reader. So I was working on scripts that they were delivered and submitted to for their actors, writers, and directors.
Okay.
After that, I went
Sure.
into development of film and television projects for a company based in New York called the Maltese Company, which actually produced animated television shows and feature films based on Wall Street, animated product, like toys.
Makes sense.
And then I went to work with a company called the Goober Peters Company. And Goober Peters was, at the time, one of the largest production companies in Los Angeles. They did films like Batman and Rain Man and Tango and Cash. They did TV shows like Witches of Eastwick. And there I was involved in the development of scripts. We worked with the studio directly in terms of what cast would be attached to the scripts and brought directors and talent to those projects. I then went on to work in, there's a lot. I went on to work in the independent film world as a film producer.
Okay.
So I found the material, I would get the financing, I would get the cast and the director attached to the project. We call that packaging. And then we would go and obtain financing for that either through equity sources or international sales and financing and bank financing. And then I also went on after that. I produced 5 or 6 films with actors that you may know, including Salma Hayek, Vincent D'Onofrio, Kirstie Alley, Thomas Jane, Ethan Hawke. And then I worked with a international sales and production company where I was the head of production, and I worked again on the development of scripts and the procurement of financing.
Incredible.
So I worked in both the independent world and the studio world, meaning independently financed or financed by the big studios like Warner Brothers and Disney and Paramount and such as that. That's the bulk of my work in the entertainment industry.
Did any of your films win awards?
A couple of them did. So a couple of the independent films that I produced, one of them won, called The Coriolis Effect, won the Venice Film Festival in its category.
That's crazy.
And then I also produced another film that won the Heartland Film Festival Award.
That's
it's called
amazing.
Crystal Award.
Wow. All right. Why are you here?
And what other video production projects have you been involved in?
So throughout that time, in between those jobs, I also worked in the corporate world. So large studios like Warner Brothers and Disney and CBS would need corporate videos for their live events. So I would interview executives and interview their talent and then edit the piece together to create video and media for their live sales conferences that they had at that time. And then I also produced some commercials.
All right. And what, if any, experience did you have in corporate relations and licensing?
So early on in my career, I worked at the Los Angeles Olympic Organizing Committee, and I worked in the licensing department where we handled the licensing of the Olympic logo, and we also worked with sponsors and suppliers who were funding those Olympic Games. So it was a lot of contractual negotiations with the use of the logo, as well as raising money for the games and working with those corporate sponsors throughout the 2 years prior to the games and then during the games themselves.
Okay.
And what, if any, experience do you have working on film festivals?
Well, I've had films in festivals. I've actually been very lucky to travel the world and gone to a lot of festivals with my films, both here in the United States and elsewhere. And at one point, I was also hired to raise sponsorship funds for the Sundance Film Festival. They had a new program that they were starting to do online festivals, and so
she's
I
an
raised
expert.
about $500,000 for them.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
All right. And do you have a degree, a college degree?
Yes, I graduated from UCLA with a bachelor's degree in economics.
Okay.
What does your current consulting practice entail?
I wonder.
So as an entertainment consultant, having been in the business in both the independent and the studio worlds as both a producer and an executive, I work with investment companies and production companies who are looking to navigate the various inroads of Hollywood. It's a business that's very different and unlike anything else and very relationship based. So I use my 20 years of experience to help them get cast, get financing, understand the distribution process, marketing process, and get them set up to be able to produce their films.
Okay.
Have you ever testified as an expert witness in the field of entertainment industry?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many times have you served as an expert?
I've been involved in somewhere between 85 and 100 cases as an expert, from beginning stages to testifying in court.
And have you ever testified?
That's
as an
a
expert
real
on
job
damages
right
and
there.
defamation cases?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And approximately how many times have you qualified as an expert on
Oh
that?
my God.
On defamation?
Yes.
I believe 3 or 4 times.
Okay.
And have you ever been admitted to testify as an expert on damages?
Yes.
Okay. And how many times have you qualified as an expert on damages?
Almost all my cases have some form of damage.
That's what makes sense, sure.
Economic damage related to the case. So I would say in all of the cases that I've testified in, I've been qualified in damages.
Okay. Have you ever served as an expert for both? Have you served as an expert for both plaintiffs and defendants?
Yes, I have.
Okay. How much of your current practice involves consulting as opposed to serving as an expert witness?
So over the last 10 or 12 years, it's been about 50-50. So I spend half my time working as a consultant and the other half working with lawyers on their cases.
Oh.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to qualify Catherine Arnold as an expert in the entertainment industry, standards and practices, and related economic damages.
All right. Any objection?
All
right, so moved.
Okay.
Now, you have a dual role here as an expert, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're going to be testifying with respect to Mr. Depp's challenges to or claims of damages, and you're also going to be testifying to Amber Heard's damages, correct?
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm going to start you with Mr. Depp's.
She's smiling because that means she gets paid twice.
With respect to Mr. Depp's claimed damages, on what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to assess any alleged damages that the op-ed piece in the Washington Post that Ms. Heard wrote, whether that impacted his career in any way, particularly did he lose any income or any economic opportunities because of the op-ed piece specifically.
All right. And have you been asked to limit that to the period of December 18, 2018, with the date of the op-ed?
Yeah, here we go.
November 2, 2020.
Here we go. Let's see it.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what materials did you review in making your analysis?
There were a lot of documents. I reviewed the pleadings of the case, the complaints, the discovery items, the responses to what they call interrogatories, which are the questions that the lawyers ask both sides. I reviewed Mr. Depp's deposition testimony, which there were volumes of that, as well as Ms. Heard's. I also reviewed the deposition testimony of the experts that were proffered that had to do with the entertainment industry, the agents and the management teams of both sides. Ron Schnell, the data expert. I also reviewed emails and texts between the parties, between their families, between their management teams, the audio recordings, the visual recordings that have been presented in this case and the previous cases that have been involved in the last couple of years. I also did my own independent research from general publicity and press and investigative articles, as well as those that are specific to the entertainment industry, and utilized some entertainment industry specific sources to get some information that was helpful to my case, to the case.
Got it.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. Please describe for the jury your observations with respect to Mr. Depp's career trajectory.
Okay, let's see it.
Well, Mr. Depp has had an extraordinary career over many years, so it's a long one to look at. Obviously, he was a rising star in the late 80s and in the 90s, starting with 21 Jump Street.
Our case,
and
yeah.
You've heard, all the films that I'm sure
Cute,
he's
right?
been in. He really started to break through when he worked with Tim Burton, the director, and of course his character Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean was, world renowned.
True.
Probably his biggest role. And
True.
he was, a well-liked, both critically and within the industry and within the public as a movie star.
True.
And at the same time, his behavior and both on and off the set, in his personal life and in his professional life, start to interfere with what we would say, what everybody saw was his great talent.
Okay.
And it started, there's some stories of issues that started back in the 80s and the 90s, but I would say really in the mid-2000s, between 2006 and 10, is when the behavior started affecting his work to a certain extent in terms of lateness on set. And then as Ms. Jacobs, his talent agent, discussed with you in her deposition, it really started to affect her ability to get roles and the industry's willingness to work with him, given the issues that he was having with both behavior, tardiness, drinking, and the drug abuse, and other issues in his personal life. So it got
Other
more
issues
complicated for her to find him work, and I think it got harder for production companies and studios to hire him due to the challenges that would put on a production.
How are you going to tack
And when
that
did
on at
Mr.
the end
Depp's
without
career
saying what it
downturn
is?
begin, based on your review of all the record evidence?
Well, again, according to Ms. Jacobs, his agent, she mentioned that it started getting more challenging for her around 2010. The lateness on set was being made, she was being made aware of that more and more often from production executives and the producers that she was working with on the Pirates movie.
Okay.
And not only Pirates, it continued on the other films, including Mordecai and Murder on the Orient Express. And in around 2014, when he had the appearance, it was presumed that he was under the effects of alcohol at the Hollywood Film Awards in 2014.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Is that
She's answering the career downturn.
like?
Your Honor.
Are we gonna?
Please continue.
Are we gonna confirm that Johnny Depp does drugs again?
In 2014, when Mr. Depp appeared in the Hollywood Film Awards, Ms. Jacobs received many phone calls from both producers, casting directors, and production executives asking her what is going on with your client, why, what's going on with his behavior, can we get him under control? And then I think it really started to shift around the Pirates 5 movie in Australia with, again, the lateness and the issues with the finger that stopped production and things of that nature, and then it got harder and harder.
Now, based on your analysis, what has caused Mr. Depp's career downturn?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Can you please repeat the question?
Based on your analysis, what has caused Mr. Depp's career downturn?
I wonder.
And I realize you've said a number of those, so just is there
Yeah, I
anything else?
wonder. I
Sure.
wonder what it could
Well,
possibly be.
We've talked about the erratic behavior, the tardiness, the drugs and
Yeah,
alcohol
yeah.
abuse, and the lawsuits have had a really big impact, not just
Really?
this lawsuit, but previous lawsuits that Mr. Depp has been involved with, because there's a lot of publicity around anything
Involved
that he does.
with.
And every time he has
Involved
filed a
with.
lawsuit, it has brought to light various issues with respect to whatever that lawsuit was about, whether it was about, erratic behavior or domestic abuse or drugs and alcohol and even spending habits. So every time a lawsuit has been filed, the press and the publicity has just been charged up and brought everything back to light. And it's been an unfortunate problem for on that level for the industry to continue to work with him, even though all this is out in the public.
For the films that were shortly
like an article
before
written
Pirates 5,
would do the same
how
thing?
successful were they? We're talking Mordecai, Alice Through the Looking Glass. I think you testified to some of those. The Lone Ranger, Tonto.
Right.
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
Of course, Mr. Depp has had some obviously extremely successful films, but also in the 4 or 5 years prior and, through Pirates, there were films that didn't do well at all and were considered what the industry calls a bomb, which could have been.
Oh, I've heard of those.
Alice Through the Looking Glass, The Transcendence, the Lone Ranger, and Mordecai were films that just didn't perform, although they were valued in their financing based on Mr. Depp's star quality and acting ability. Unfortunately, they just didn't perform. So as many hits as he's had, he's also had a lot of recent, what they call failures in the business.
What they call.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do with respect to showing up for a press conference in Japan for Mordecai?
Ms. Jacobs mentioned in her deposition testimony that Mr. Depp didn't show up for the press conference in Mordecai, which he was not only an actor for, he was also a producer. And he didn't show up. Apparently, he was sleeping, so he wasn't able to make it.
Okay. Now, what, if any, impact did the Brooks litigation have on Mr. Depp's career?
Is the jury familiar with this already, or?
Well, I think you can go, I mean.
Okay, so the Brooks litigation was, there was a litigation around Mr. Depp had punched someone on one of the, I think it was a location manager, on the set of a film called City of Lies. I don't know exactly what happened to that litigation. However, of course, again, it was written a lot about in the press, and unfortunately it came to the forefront that he had, violent behavior yet again.
So
yet again,
wait, yet again. And I'm going to say before the op-ed on December 18, 2018, was there any negative articles, negative press about Mr. Depp?
How are you going to just put that in there?
For quite a while. When you're a celebrity such as Mr. Depp, you're in the limelight, and
everybody
wants to look at everything that happens. So after every movie or after every incident, there was usually press. But the ones that were more significant were the ones in the Hollywood, a couple of them in the Hollywood Reporter and one in the Rolling Stone. So in 2017, there was an article in the Hollywood Reporter where the journalist discussed, I think the article was called Pirates of the Caribbean, The Diminishing Returns of Johnny Depp. And that Pirates, the last one was 5, right? And that one didn't perform nearly as well as the other previous Pirates of the Caribbean films. And there was some discussion that the character...
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I think you could explain generally.
Sustained.
Okay. Let me ask you this. When was that Hollywood Reporter article on diminishing returns of Johnny Depp?
That was in the spring of 2017.
Okay. And
so it seems like these articles have an impact.
I just want to make sure we understand. How well did Pirates 5 do compared to 1 through 4?
It performed less well by over $200 million.
Okay.
That's not as good.
What, if any, other negative press was there in this time frame? We'll take 2017, 2018, before the op-ed.
So in 2018, there was the Rolling Stones article that was an in-depth expose on Mr. Depp's life. Again, his erratic behavior, the money he was spending on wine.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can give generally, Your Honor, the negative.
Sustained.
Sustained, nope.
What, if any, knowledge do you have of
Pirates 5 is SJW political ships, why it flopped? Maybe.
Saw
I didn't
the
see
Rolling
it.
Stone article.
There were emails between the publicity department and the co-chairs and some of the senior executive Disney that they would forward the articles as they came out, both the Hollywood Reporter article and the Rolling Stones article, and they would make commentary. And Alan Horn, who is the
but they didn't do that with the
co-chairs
op-ed
of Disney, used the word sad. And I think one of the other executives used depressing, that their film star was now being shown in this light to the public in a Rolling Stones magazine.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
It's like, didn't the other person say they didn't know?
Was there any
and
more
that was the implication?
articles about Pirates of the Caribbean prior to the op-ed in December of 2018?
There was an article in October 28th, the Hollywood Reporter, October 28th, 2018, where the journalist had spoken to 2 writers of the film, and they were talking
Objection,
about rebooting the franchise.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, and she's just giving the general. She's not
approached.
Yeah, here we go. Let's go. Think you could stop the warrior? That's not going to happen. Holy shit. Yeah, objection. Hearsay. I'm telling you, this guy is just not going to let it happen. And I feel like Pirates of the Caribbean, like, you can only make so many movies until people kind of get tired of the movies. You know what I mean? It's like, how many Fast and the Furious movies did they have? And like other ones, right? It's like, like Pirates of the Caribbean was played out at that point. And like also Pirates of the Caribbean, well, like, I don't remember exactly like what this was, but like a lot of that is based in real life. Like Blackbeard Edward Teague was a real person, for example. But like that ended. Like that was in like a very small period of time, and then it ended. So like they ended it. It's the same with Black Sails, right? Edward Teague, Teach. Was it Teague or Teach? I think actually you're right. It might have been Teach. Yeah, I don't remember. But either way, it was that's Blackbeard's real name. He used to actually, I think he was an admiral or some sort of a captain in the British or the Royal Navy or something like that. Teach. Yeah, I don't remember which one. But like, either way, like shit runs its course, man.
So without saying what the article said, say what it's about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in October 28th, the article was about whether the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise would be rebooted without.
Overruled.
Please continue.
In the article in October 2018 was about whether or not the Pirates franchise was going to be what they call redefined without Johnny Depp. And that was regarding two writers that were on the project.
Okay.
Okay. And
there was one other one I'd like to talk
go ahead,
about.
please.
So there was another article, there was an expose on the president of production. It was also in the Hollywood Reporter. And this is the one that Mr. Marks, Mr. Depp's expert, pointed to regarding the op-ed's impact on Mr. Depp's career.
Yeah.
And the online article was, as Mr. Marks pointed out, published on December 20th of 2018. But the same article was in print on the morning of December 18th, 2018, which is the same morning of the op-ed. So that Hollywood Reporter article that Mr. Marks used to say...
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Please continue.
He's
Mr. Marks
trying. Used that article to show that Disney wanted to let go of Mr. Depp because of the op-ed, but it was actually printed in the Reporter the same morning that the Washington Post article was printed. So there's no way that the Washington Post article had any impact on what the Hollywood Reporter journalist wrote. So they were on the same morning. They were released simultaneously, interestingly enough.
Is that the...
And the one that was 2 days later was the same article, just online?
Same article, it was just online, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Now, what, if anything, was there about press in 2018 relating to The Sun and Dan Wooten and any litigation that Mr. Depp was bringing?
So a lot of press was about the UK trial in the lawsuit that Mr. Depp brought against the Sun.
Yeah,
in the UK
for calling him a wife beater.
Title that they used. So there was a ton of press around that.
He should have won.
It was filed and throughout as documents were being shared with the public, and then, of course, during the trial itself.
Okay. And what is your understanding of when the article, the wife beater article, first appeared?
I believe it was in July of 2018, about 6 months before the op-ed piece.
And what is your understanding of when Mr. Depp filed suit against The Sun and Mr. Wooten?
Again, in 2018, I believe.
Okay. June, would it be?
Yeah. Sounds like a real smear campaign.
Would it refresh your
It was in the spring or summer. It was fairly shortly after the article, so it was long before the op-ed piece was out.
Okay. And what, if any, impact did Mr. Depp's litigation in the Sun case have on his career?
That was a really tough one on Mr. Depp's career because every allegation of abuse and every text, every email, all the audio, all the visual stuff was brought to light and made public. And so not only did the public get to see it, but the industry was watching closely. And it's hard for studios, especially a studio like Disney, who's family-oriented, be connected to a star that has texts about burnt corpses and violent behavior in video. So it was a big conflict.
The
for
lawsuit
a lot of the
was the
people in
problem.
industry to how to navigate that if they're going to work
Disney
with
had a problem with that, but not him being called a wife beater?
And what, if any, impacted Mr. Depp's other litigation?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Mandel and Bloom have. during that time
So
period.
defending himself is that?
As I was trying to say earlier,
Don't
every
defend
time
yourself.
Mr. Depp brings a lawsuit,
Get
because
the
he's
fuck
such a
outta here.
well-known public figure, the spotlight goes on him. So every time a lawsuit was filed, whether it was to his business, against his business manager, against his former lawyer, even when he fired his talent agent, it becomes news. And then everybody talks about what could have preceded that. Why would that lawsuit have happened? And then they look at the details. So again, the erratic behavior and the financial issues and the drinking and drug abuse was all part and parcel of every one of those. And it was brought to light yet again each time.
What is your understanding of Mr. Depp's claims regarding Pirates of the Caribbean 6 and how that impacted?
Well, Mr. Depp is claiming that he's lost money on Pirate 6, but Pirate 6 hasn't even been made yet, nor is there even a script that has been what we call greenlit, moved towards production. So I don't know how you lose something that hasn't happened. So I think that's what you're looking for me to.
And in fact, since Mr. Depp's damages are limited to November
This is such bullshit.
2020 and nothing since, and that hasn't happened, is there any way he could claim damages for Pirate 6?
Well,
Objection leading.
Obviously not.
Overruled.
Again, you can't claim damages for something that hasn't even happened.
Yeah, of
whether
course.
he was in it or not in it, or was going to be in it, or might have been in it, whether it was 2018 or now, there just is no Pirate 6. Not only did he not have a contract even back in the day, 2018 or after that, no contract had been signed for a Pirate 6. It doesn't exist as we.
Objection legal conclusion.
That's just like, oh my God.
Sustain the last part.
How do you know he doesn't have a legal contract?
Well, Ms. Jacobs said he didn't have a legal contract, and also his agents at CAA said he had not yet negotiated a contract for Pirate 6. And again, there is no script, so they haven't greenlit it, as we say. They don't have it cast or with the director yet.
Okay. Based on your analysis, what, if any, impact did Ms. Heard's op-ed have on whether Mr. Depp could claim a loss for Pirate 6?
Zero.
Okay. And why do you say that?
Again, well, many things.
Okay.
The movie doesn't exist yet, so that's one. But even as important is that Disney, in their file for this trial, did not have the op-ed piece as part of all of the information they had read and looked about and discussed. The conversations of Mr. Depp not being in whatever new version of Pirates, the franchise that goes forward, those were in discussions long before the op-ed piece even came out. And there are other factors that Disney was considering: the lateness on set, the cost overruns that costs, which can go from hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars when you have crews sitting around for 2 to 4 hours, 8 hours, or even several weeks to a month when the finger incident happened. So on top of that, Mr. Depp is an expensive actor. He can earn between $20 and $25 million
That's so
per
fucked
movie
up.
plus back end. So it's very expensive. So when you put that all together, the rising cost of Mr. Depp as talent, the challenges that they had to keep it on budget because of his lateness and his tardiness, and all the other allegations that would affect a brand such as Disney.
I'm
right?
mauled.
Someone talks about a
I
burnt
am
corpse
mauled.
does not necessarily coincide with the brand of Disney. So there were many problems. And interestingly enough, there was a lot of conversation internally in the industry.
Objection hearsay.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
This is just like.
Hearsay.
All right. Please continue without saying what the discussion in the industry was.
Oh my God, man. I just.
The Jack Sparrow character had been exhausted in terms of where it could go creatively. And I think the studio is looking for a way for it to renew the franchise, but not necessarily base it entirely on the Jack Sparrow character, which is where it had ended up the last couple of years.
Okay. And
evidenced by the lesser box office of Pirates 5 compared to the earlier ones.
Right. And was there any article that came out on November 5, 2020?
It's
3
true,
days
but I don't
after
believe it.
The damages are cut off relating to Pirates of the Caribbean and Mr. Depp's chances of being Jack Sparrow?
I think they reiterated the fact that he was probably not going to be in the movie.
Okay. Now, what impact has the op-ed had on Mr. Depp's career?
Very little. Hardly anybody even knew the op-ed existed before he filed suit.
Okay.
If anybody that I know, but certainly not Disney.
Okay. And
Then why did everybody start
what
tweeting
impact
justice
has
for
the
Johnny
op-ed
Depp?
had on Mr. Depp's Q scores?
Then why did everybody start tweeting that?
According to what I read of Mr. Alan Jacobs,
On the same day.
an expert in statistical analysis, and from my own research on websites that are available to us, Mr. Depp's Q score, or if you're familiar with IMDb, which is Internet Movie Database, which is available to public and to the professional side.
I actually never knew what that
his Q score
stood
did
for.
not change dramatically. It was kind of in the middle of exactly the high and low of his Q scores overall. It was in the middle. It was at like 113, which is where it was a couple weeks before and a couple weeks after. So the op-ed didn't have any effect on his Q score, and that was reiterated by Mr. Jacobs in his deposition testimony.
That's such a stupid thing to
And then you testified in
say.
response to an earlier question I had that people, or that nobody seemed to notice the op-ed until Mr. Depp filed suit. Now, that was on March 1, 2019. Do you recall?
Yes, that's when the
Okay.
lawsuit
That's so
was filed.
stupid.
And why do you
That's such a
say
stupid
that
thing
they
to
didn't
say.
notice until then?
Because the op-ed piece, for most people in the industry,
it's
kind
so
of came
stupid.
and went without much fanfare or much conversation. It was much more about the, I don't think very many people even know it was written until the allegations were made by Mr. Depp in the lawsuit. It kind of came in and out of the radar very quickly, if anybody even saw it at all.
They had the graph that
Between
showed
December 18, 2018,
The fucking
and November
tweets.
2020, November 2, 2020,
Like-
our window here, has Mr. Depp continued to star in films?
So, Mr. Depp, so the article came, the op-ed piece came out December 18 and 20 of 2018. In January and February of 2019, he shot a film called Minamata, which was an independent film that it was what we call a passion project. He loved the script and wanted to do it. So he was able to
Okay.
film that after the op-ed piece.
Sure.
And then the Dior campaign, Sauvage, I don't know the exact dates of filming, but I know that it did air throughout 2019, and it's my understanding that he still may have that contract with Dior, so he continued that product endorsement. And then in in the spring and the fall, I believe it was, Mr. Depp was able to do press for the film Waiting for the Barbarians. He went to the Deauville Film Festival. He went to the Venice Film Festival. He was well received at the press conferences. You know, life was at the same level for him in terms of his popularity over in Europe. They were still, he was still working on press for the films. And then, of course, he was scheduled to film Fantastic Beasts in early November of 2020.
And that's no longer the case, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Can we approach?
Okay.
Okay, let's think about this. The IMDb rating is his public perception. Is that right? Like, I'm pretty sure that's like his in general public perception and just kind of like how people look at him, right? Yes, no, what is it? What is the IMDb rating? Yes, no.
And that's no longer the case, correct, on Fantastic Beasts? I don't want you to say anything more than
It's
that.
per
That's no
film.
longer
It's no longer the case, correct.
He's no
Shouldn't
longer
be, but
in
it
that
could be.
film, correct?
He was
It's a
paid
gauge
for
of
it, but he does
hypeness.
not star in the
Okay.
film.
Okay, thank you. Now, what, if any, effect did the
Here we
op-ed
go.
have on Mr. Depp's fan following?
I don't know I don't think it had any effect on his fan following. Again,
That's
his
true.
scores didn't shift, and he clearly has a strong fan base.
So then it clearly,
In your
all right.
opinion, what or who
There-
has
there we
caused the
go.
damage, if there is any, to Mr. Depp on his career and reputation between December 18,
Yeah, she just said it.
2018 and November 2,
Okay,
2020?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Mr. Depp.
And why do you say that?
Well, again, filing the lawsuits, bringing to light the issues, is Mr. Depp doing that on his own accord? And
What?
any statements that were made by his team, Mr. Waldman or anyone else, is associated with Mr. Depp, and those statements that came out, the defamatory statements, which we'll talk about in a minute, were also
Action.
put out by Mr. Depp's team. So in actuality, he's causing his own demise by bringing these lawsuits forward and continuing to kind of ignite the fire.
It's his
of
fault for defending himself.
Negative publicity around both of them.
Yeah, it's his fault for defending
Are all
himself.
Of your
He
opinions
shouldn't
to
do
within
that.
a reasonable degree of probability or certainty with respect to Mr. Depp's damages?
What a stupid.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to move you to Amber Heard's damages. With respect to Amber Heard's claims for damages, on what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to look at the reputational harm and economic loss that Ms. Heard incurred due to the defamatory statements that Mr. Waldman, on behalf of Mr. Depp, made in April of 2020. And
She doesn't know it's on behalf of Mr. Depp. She doesn't know that.
And what materials did you review?
She doesn't know it was on behalf of him.
Again, many of the same materials that I reviewed for Mr. Depp's case, which was the deposition testimony, the pleadings, the discovery, all of that was included, as well as expert testimony that was based on statistical analysis of negative social media campaigns that were created, as well as what happened. I talked to Ms. Heard's agents. I read their depositions. I talked to her publicist. I read her deposition. I talked to Ms. Heard herself to get a first-person accounting of what happened from her perspective after those defamatory statements were made. And then I looked at the, again, emails back and forth and texts back and forth with the studio, Warner Brothers, and other producers that the management team is working with to get Ms. Heard more work.
Okay. Now, before I go into the questions that I'm going to ask, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of define this so that we're all on the same page going through it. The jury has seen the 3 defamatory statements. They're defendants 1245, 1246A, and 1247. And I'm just going to refer to them as the Depp/Waldman statements in asking you all these questions. Will you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, good. Please describe Amber Heard's career prior to the publication of the Depp-Waldman statements.
So Amber's had a long career for someone who is not, is fairly young still. She was in over 50 productions, I believe including Aquaman and Justice League, but let's just say close to 50 productions.
How many of them nobody cared
50
about?
productions before the defamatory statements were made. She had, a consistent working actor's career. Her agents were strategic as she started getting
49,
more work,
yeah.
that they wanted
48,
her to
Pineapple
work
Express
with
was
better
good.
and better directors, to have, the Danish Girl is a film that had a strong director and a strong critical acclaim. And then she went from that to getting Justice League, which is on the bigger budget, is a bigger scale movie, and then, of course, Aquaman and Aquaman 2. So her career was following a very nice, steady rise, and she was on the precipice of a meteoric rise with with Aquaman and Aquaman 2 prior to the statements.
No, she wasn't.
Was Aquaman a successful film in terms of box office sales?
Aquaman was an extremely successful film. It made over $1 billion, and I believe it is the highest grossing DC comic film ever.
That's true.
Now, what, if any, accolades did Amber receive for her role in Aquaman? And I'm going to call it, sometimes I'll call it Aquaman 1 just to make sure we don't get confused.
Right. So in Aquaman 1, there were many emails from the director and the producer and
Objection, hearsay.
She's just characterizing, Your Honor. She's not quoting them.
Well, I don't know where it's going. I'll overrule at the moment.
Thank you.
She got email from the producer stating that they loved her performance.
Objection, hearsay.
You can't say what the emails say, but you can summarize them or characterize them. Can you do that?
Accolading emails? Emails of accolade from her, from the director and the producer.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled as to that.
It's just like, this is such horse shit.
What type of press opportunities did
This
Amber
contradicts
have
an
prior to
earlier
the Depp-Waldman
testimony.
statements?
So the press really loved working with Amber. She was on the cover of many magazines after The Danish Girl, after Justice League, after Aquaman. She was the cover girl, I think it was, of Marie Claire or Elle in the UK. She had a cover story of a big magazine in Mexico and Australia. They were, one magazine called her Woman of the Year, another one called her Role Model of the Year. So she got a lot of press. She did a lot of press, both in magazines, but also in the press tours.
I'll be right back. I got a ball. I got a.
And were some of those California Style, Marie Claire, Elle, Shape, Glamour?
Yes, there was a lot of them.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
There was a lot of them, so I'm not, don't remember all of them, but it was, GQ, Elle, Marie Claire, the big magazines, both here, the UK, Eastern Europe, in Latin America, and in Australia.
And what about after the release of Aquaman, which was December 2018? How was her press then?
Well, the press tour was doing well, and they wanted to give her a lot more press. And I think up until the defamatory statements came out, she was on deck to do a lot of press. And then it
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Please continue.
So the press and the request for press went silent after the defamatory statements were made, and which then the negative social media campaign ensued after that.
Now, what factors relating to social media does the entertainment industry rely on when considering an actor for a role?
Social media becomes a big part of how studios decide to use an actor or an actress in a film, because they want to know how the general public feels about them. They want to know what the consumer feels about that actor. So when there's positive social media, that's a good thing for the actor. When there's negative social media, it can be very bad, because not only can social media be directed at the actor or the actress themselves, but it can also be directed towards the movie, towards the movie company, towards the product that the actor or actress is working with. So it becomes very complicated, and it can get very messy to continue working with an actor or an actress if there's a lot of negative social media around them.
Okay. And after the Depp Waldman statements, what happened on social media?
After the Depp Waldman statements, social media blew up with negative tweets and Instagram posts and, Facebook posts and Snapchat and trolling, as we call it. It was just negative. According to Mr. Schnell, there was over 1.2 million negative tweets about Amber using hashtags that used the words in the statement of the Depp Waldman statements, excuse me.
Okay.
That 1.2 million negative statements between April of 2020 and November or January of 21. It's a lot of negative publicity, and there was just a lot of what we call noise around Ms. Heard and her work of any kind.
Mm-hmm. Can you please describe to the jury what a negative social campaign is?
Oh, here we go.
A negative social campaign would be when
boomers explaining social media
fan base, or in this case, according to both the forensic statistical analyst as well as Ms. Heard's agents and the product that she was working with, L'Oreal, and her publicist, it was a campaign that included both live accounts.
Oh, we're bots, by the way.
Are individuals.
Yep, here we go.
As what we call
Objection. May I be heard?
All right, you're welcome.
What a stupid fucking thing to say. I don't think there's anything that's come out of this woman's mouth that wasn't fucking stupid. Like, I don't think there's a single thing that she said in this entire fucking testimony that wasn't completely fucking stupid. Like, I don't even know where to begin. I actually started writing down every single thing that was stupid because I lost track. Like, I actually did. I completely lost track. She says Pirates doesn't exist. Can I say Johnny? No, it's not about the Aquaman 2 or anything like that. It's like, number one, all of these people saying all this good stuff about Amber Heard, they already said a couple of days ago that Amber Heard didn't get more roles after Aquaman. It didn't give her the boost that they thought it would. Remember that?
Other than the bots, please describe the rest of the social media, the negative social media campaign.
It directly contradicts it.
The fan base was very energized by the Depp
Yeah, let
Some
me
movies
just
just have nothing to do with her.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
I
there's a lot in my brain right now.
It doesn't matter. Why don't I do this? Let me formulate a different question. How has the negative social media campaign been used against Amber Heard since the Depp Waldman statements?
Great. So the negative campaign has been used both to, let's fire Amber off of Aquaman, to the product that she had an endorsement contract with L'Oreal, the makeup. And every time that L'Oreal mentioned Amber Heard and the product together, they would get harassed. Her publicist company was harassed. Any kind of movie that she was related to or television project that she was related to got negative attention from the social media world. Even the
People didn't like her.
The charities that she was involved with were getting hammered, if you will, or bombarded by negative social media, which made it difficult
Involved
to work
with,
with
not
Amber on
donated
any
to.
level because negativity was brought to their product, service, or film.
And is that negative social media campaign ongoing to this day?
Yes.
Okay. And you were talking
That's
a little
us,
bit
guys.
before, I think, about
We're part of it.
remove Amber Heard from Aquaman 2. What were your observations with respect to that in connection to the Depp Waldman statements?
Again, the statements, the social media campaign, whether called, remove Amber from Aquaman or, negativity for her relationship in that film, it always tended to use words that were inside the defamatory statements. They became hashtags, right? So, if it was said in the defamatory statement, they were often reiterated in the tweets and the posts.
Like Amber Heard?
How difficult is it for an actor to repair
That's explicitly
this type
untrue.
of negative social media?
Well, first of all, it has to stop. Okay, so once it stops, then an actor and their team can work slowly and patiently in both. Maybe it's press interviews, maybe it's relationship with charity, maybe it's a small role in a movie and they do well and they kind of rebuild their career. But it can take
like Mel Gibson
2, 3, 4, 5 years or more to rehabilitate your career. But first and foremost, it needs to stop.
Right.
It just needs to stop so that they can, the consumer can get beyond it and then they can reactivate their career by doing their work again.
Describe Amber Heard's reputation after the Depp Waldman statements.
Well, the reputation, I guess, depends on who you're talking to, but in the public, it's been very negative.
Yeah.
In the industry, they like her work, but they can't work with her right now, again, because every time her name is mentioned, the negativity flares up again. So it doesn't make sense for them to try to make a movie which costs millions of dollars and then have a lot of negativity towards the film or the TV show or the product. So her world has been silent in terms of opportunities and even things that she wanted to work on are no longer available to her.
Has Amber been able to obtain roles after the Depp Waldman statements?
For a long time, no. Very recently, she was able to do a small independent film from some people out of who get their financing out of Europe. But up until that, no, she has not worked.
Now, based on the fact that Amber came out of Aquaman, what should her opportunity, what would you have expected following the release of Aquaman, December 2018?
She played no important role.
To what's going on now.
Like, what do you mean?
I like to call Aquaman really, Amber Heard's Star is Born moment. It was that moment where not only was she a good actor, but she was now
That's a weird way to pronounce Jason Momoa.
Because she was in the most successful film.
That's a really
almost
weird
of all
way.
time, if not all time, and certainly for DC
Well,
Comics.
I've never heard it pronounced that way.
She was on the poster with the very handsome Jason Momoa, and they were this couple, and she was strong and beautiful, and it was just this extraordinary moment for her career to take off, right? Her agents were excited, the producers were excited. Everybody just wanted to hit the ground running and let's do more. Let's do more work.
Then why didn't they?
What, if anything, happened to Amber's participation in Aquaman 2?
So for a moment in time, in February 2021, there were conversations that Amber's, I'm going to be technical with you, her option for employment was not going to be exercised. So they may not have hired her again, even though she had a contract for it. There was some question as to whether she was going to be hired again on Aquaman 2.
All right. And did ultimately then she still get hired for Aquaman 2?
She did. Her management team fought very hard, and they ultimately ended up hiring her, but also not only because of what her management team did, but Jason Momoa, the star, and James Wan, the director, committed to her in an email saying, if we are involved in this movie, you will
Objection, no foundation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the
Don't
objection.
say
I thought he
what
said he
the
didn't
email
want to
said,
work with
just
her.
Summarize it or describe it,
Oh, okay.
please.
I'm sorry.
I thought he said, yeah, I thought he didn't want to work with her. I thought he didn't like her.
Her management team worked hard.
Yeah.
And Jason Momoa and the director were adamant that she was in the film.
Objection, hearsay.
Worked hard
I think
to be in the
that's,
film.
Your Honor, she has to be able to say that.
Wait, I don't understand this.
Right. So, what, if any,
Was this expert
assurances
gossiper?
did
Yeah.
Mr. Momoa and Mr. Wan give Amber that she would be in Aquaman 2?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. Momoa just followed Johnny on Instagram too?
What, if any, are you aware of any chemistry issues between Amber and Jason Momoa from Aquaman?
According to the fact that they did a chemistry test with Ms. Heard and Jason Momoa, in order for her to be hired, that is a good indication that they thought the two of them had good chemistry. Obviously, when you look at the movie, they have good chemistry, and the poster, they have good chemistry.
People
So,
said the
I think
opposite.
It's general awareness that they had great chemistry.
No, it's not.
And what, if anything,
Does she live on
would
the
also
moon?
suggest, with respect to Aquaman 2, that Jason Momoa believed they had good chemistry?
He wanted her in the movie.
Okay.
Objection, hearsay.
I think she has to be able to
Sustained. I'll strike it from the record.
No, there it is.
In your review of all of the record evidence, what, if anything, did you see in writing anywhere that there was ever any chemistry or creative issue with Amber Heard and Jason Momoa from Aquaman 1?
There were no communications whatsoever that there was no chemistry between the two.
And what, if anything, did you, in all the record evidence, did you see that the producer or Jason Momoa did not want Amber Heard in Aquaman 2?
I did not see any evidence of that.
Okay. In fact, the opposite, correct?
Correct, again.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, what, if any, leverage did Amber Heard have to renegotiate her salary under the circumstances of the discussions you were talking about with not exercising her option?
She had zero leverage. She was fighting for her life to stay in the film.
Ah.
Now, is it typical for an actor to be able to negotiate an increase in their salary after a successful franchise?
Sometimes I would assume so, yeah.
You may know this already, and so I apologize if you've heard it before. I don't know what's been brought to your attention, but in a franchise such as, a potential franchise as Justice League and Aquaman, the customs and practice is that the studio will make an agreement with the actor that incorporates potential future films. So if Justice League does well, they want to know what they're going to pay the actor for the next one and the next one and the next one. And in those successive terms in the contract, the fee for that actor customarily goes up.
Yeah,
it can go up by 10%, 20%, 100%. It could double.
Right.
And in the case, as Ms. Kovacevic stated in her testimony, that in a successful franchise, that a movie that's made $1 billion, the actors, agents will go back and try to renegotiate that upcoming price tag. So if it was going to be X, they might want it to be 2X or 3X.
Right, yeah,
and that's
obviously.
Very standard in the industry
All
to
that makes
renegotiate your
sense.
contracts when there's many films in one single contract that each have their own price points.
What, if any, other actors in Aquaman 1 were able to renegotiate their contracts?
Jason Momoa renegotiated his contract very significantly from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2.
Good.
Do you know roughly how much more?
It went up
It's
from
outside of the scope.
Somewhere between $3 and $4 million to $15 million.
Fuck yeah.
Did Amber have a
There
contract
it is.
for Aquaman 1?
Yes.
How much was she paid
My
for
man.
Aquaman 1?
Aquaman 1, she was paid $2 million.
Okay. And if... And
Yeah, it's his
did that
fucking
same
movie.
contract provide
He
for
made $1
if she
billion.
was in Aquaman 2?
I'm sorry, I apologize. Aquaman 1, I believe she got $1 million. Aquaman 2, she was supposed to get $2 million. I apologize. The numbers, there were a lot of numbers in that one contract. So Aquaman 1, it was $1 million. Aquaman 2, it was going to be $2 million.
All right. Now, based on your experience and knowledge in the industry, how much would Amber Heard have been able to negotiate her contract but for the Depp-Waldman statements?
How would you
For Aquaman 2,
possibly
I'm
know
asking.
that?
Right.
Like,
Well, as you can see from Mr. Momoa's contract, that went up exponentially.
Don't
up to
even
$15 million.
compare it.
Ms. Heard, I don't know if she would have gotten $15 million for the movie, but she certainly could have increased it by $1 or $2 million or even doubled it. So if it was 2, it could have been 4 or even 5 or 6, depending on the enthusiasm if it had just rolled from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2 without any of this negativity that was created by the Depp-Waldman statements.
What, if anything, happened to Amber's role in Aquaman 2 after the Depp-Waldman statements?
It was diminished.
didn't they say that wasn't true? The people that did the
Now,
the
why
movie?
would Amber have been featured more prominently in Aquaman 2?
Objection, no foundation.
It's only a foundation.
Okay.
Yeah, so they
What
yeah, they
usually
said that already.
determines- Are you able to speak to whether Amber should have been or would have been more prominently featured in Aquaman 2?
Well, a couple things. Just
I'm trying to get your foundation. Are you able to speak to that?
yes.
Okay. And please tell the basis of that and then your opinion.
So there's two things. When two actors do well in a romantic relationship and, you know, they get married or they're going to have a baby, you know, you want to follow that through because part of what did well in Aquaman was not only the action sequences, but to have a strong female character having a relationship with a strong male character, it's very empowering, right? So that was working for them in the first place. The poster of Aquaman that went around the world was, one of the main posters was of the two of them together standing proud and strong, right, being that couple. And so naturally, as you go and develop scripts in the industry, you want to follow on the things that are working. And according to Ms. Heard, when she read the first script for Aquaman 2, she had a strong romantic arc for the entire film. And then she also got to do some great action sequences at the end of that storyline in that script. So she was featured predominantly throughout the script of Aquaman 2 when she first read it.
All right. And then what happened?
Well, she didn't hear anything, so she wasn't getting the scripts when her colleagues were getting the scripts. She heard that through her agents. And then when she got the script, it was pared down from the first script dramatically. They had her in the hospital very shortly in the first part of the movie called Act 1. They had her in the hospital, and they pretty much had her in the hospital, and then she was going to do this action sequence in the end. She trained 5 hours a day for several months with a trainer to do this big action sequence.
I find that unlikely.
And then when she got to set, two things happened. One, the costume designer said, I don't know what happened to your role. It got diminished.
Objection, hearse.
Sustained.
All right. Go ahead with the second one. That's all right.
Maybe they cut it because nobody gives a shit about her.
That she was going to do at the end of the movie in the third act was cut out, and they took it away from her. So it was radically reduced from what it was in the script and what she even trained for while she was preparing for the movie.
And what, if any, changes were made to the storyline?
Don't spoil
I
it.
haven't seen the movie yet specifically, so I can't really speak to that yet.
All right. And when you say she was in the hospital, what do you mean by, was she injured in the first scene?
I believe that in the first act of the movie, she was injured somehow or had something to do with the baby. I don't know exactly. I'm just going with what Ms. Heard told me about was that she ends up in the hospital early in this new Aquaman 2 movie and doesn't really come out till the end to kind of wrap things up. But all of the interactions with Momoa's character and certainly the action scenes were taken out.
Okay. From what I was
How has Amber
told.
typically been involved in promotions?
So she never saw it.
As we talked about earlier,
Yeah, so she never even
actively
saw
involved
this.
in the press and the promotion, whether that was on the press junkets, what we call when they tour the world and the actors tour together and answer questions from the press at various screenings and film festivals. And then also she was, on the cover of magazines, usually after her movies, especially after Justice League.
And how was the promotion of Aquaman 2 affected by the Depp-Waldman statements?
Amber has not been involved in any of the promotion that's been done to date, or very little, particularly in a teasers that I've seen, we call, short little films about the making of and so forth. She's not featured in them. And also, very specifically, there was a big event that Warner Brothers put on during the fandom. I think it was a DC fandom event, which is a big kind of like Comic-Con style event. And they invited all of the actors, or the majority of the actors that have strong roles in film, to participate, both in the posters and the artwork, and also participate at DC fandom.
It makes
and
sense.
Ms. Heard was not invited to either be in the poster or be at the event. And in fact, they told her she cannot come.
Now, can this hurt Amber's career, not being allowed to be in any of the promotional materials?
Of course.
Absolutely. It means that nobody knows about her. She doesn't have the same part in the film. It's not going to take her on to her next movie. She's not being associated with the tremendous amount of promotion that's going to be made for this, movie that everybody's looking forward to see. So she's not a part of it because of this negative campaign.
How have the Depp Waldman statements affected any other films or TV project promotions?
The
for
Depp
Amber?
Waldman statements. Wait a minute.
Prior to the defamatory
Wait,
statements,
what?
But either around the
How are you
after
gonna just...
or around the time that Aquaman 1 came out, she was in the TV show called The Stand. It was based on a Stephen King novel. So, big book.
Oh my God.
Going to be a big TV show. And again, Ms. Heard didn't do any press or promotion for that for the same reasons.
Yeah.
And what, if any, plans were there to have Amber
Get out of
Heard
the frame.
on the cover
Thank
of
you.
LA Style relating to Stand before the Depp Waldman statements?
Right, so Ms. Heard was in, and they had done an article about her participation in this TV show, The Stand, the Stephen King novel related TV show, and they were going to give her the cover picture and cover story, and they took that away. I don't know if the article existed, but they certainly took away the cover picture and the cover story.
Okay. How have the Depp Waldman statements affected press requests for Amber?
There aren't any. So yes, they affected it because there used to be a lot of press requests, and now there aren't.
All right.
Has Amber Heard obtained any roles since the Depp Waldman statement?
Again, for many years, no, for a good period of time, or a year and a half, 2 years, until she got this small movie called Into the Fire.
Okay. Has Amber obtained any studio movie roles since the Depp Waldman statements?
No.
How, if at all, have Amber's philanthropic opportunities been affected by Depp Waldman statements?
What philanthropic?
Again, she had some passion projects. She was invited to do some charity work, and she also had her own passion projects that she, loved and wanted to be involved with and even travel for.
Oh my God!
But they decided
this is
it
so
wasn't
shameless.
going to be a good idea because every time she appears anywhere, the social media negativity campaign starts up again. So she hasn't been able to do any of her charity work.
What is an endorsement?
I can't believe this.
So an endorsement is when an actor associates themselves with a product, either for print promotion or commercials, like Jennifer Aniston doing The Water, or Matthew McConaughey doing the car commercial. That's a product endorsement. He's paid to say that the product is good and be associated with the product.
How important are those endorsements to the actors in the entertainment industry?
Well, very, very important on two levels. One, they bring a good amount of income to them when they're not shooting a movie, so it's a good way to make money in between film roles. And then also, it shows the studios and the production executives and the financiers that the actor is relevant in the community because they're being associated with a product. So if it's a well-known product, that's really great. If it's a medium product, that's great, and so forth and so on. So you want to be, if you can, and if that's something that you like to do, not everybody does, but if they like to do that, then they can get a lot of value out of those product endorsements because then the studios see that there's
I want to see the cross-examination on this one.
Not just on the film, but also
Oh my God.
Did Amber have any endorsement activities prior to the publication of the Depp Waldman statements?
Right?
Yes.
Please explain.
So Amber was hired by L'Oreal to be a product and endorse their product, the makeup line. And she had a $1.5 million contract for 2 years.
That's nothing.
They were able to work. They had 20 days of her work. They had the right to work with her for 20 days. And she started the work, and then when the defamatory statements came out, they essentially put a pause on working with her. So they no longer brought her to photo shoots, they no longer had her do public events for the product, and they basically said, we love you, but we can't work with you right now because it's just too much.
Objection, hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Well, I think that's true. That's probably what they said.
Have the Depp Waldman statements affected that deal in any way with L'Oreal?
Well, they put it on pause and haven't done any of the work, so she's not out there in the public eye related to the product.
But they
and
extended it.
They have decided to continue working with her at some point once, as I said, this all quiets down, this trial is over, and hopefully the negative campaigns will stop.
That's not going to
So
happen.
they extended her contract, but they did not pay her for that extension.
And has Amber been hired for any other endorsement deals since the Depp Waldman statements?
No.
Now, did you assess
Can
Amber's
you imagine the
losses as a
anti-wizard
result of the Depp Waldman
if they
statements?
put him on the stand?
Yes.
What did you do to assess those?
Oh my God.
Well, first of all, I looked at Amber's career
If they
directly,
put him
so I
up
wanted
there?
to see, as I said earlier, she worked
Oh,
consistently, and then she
no.
was on this kind of very large upswing with the big movies, Justice League and Aquaman, and all of that, and The Stand with the Stephen King project, and then it stopped, right? So her work stopped. And then I looked at other actors that kind of grew up at the same time frame. Grew up meaning they started their career and had the same time frame to start going from the smaller projects to the well-known director projects to the big movie projects. And I looked at those actors, and I then saw, after they had their Star is Born moment, if you will, I wanted to see where their careers went. So I looked at several actors to see, including Jason Momoa, her co-star, to see what happened in their careers after such a successful film as Aquaman came out.
What a
Why
joke.
did you use that method of analysis?
It's a very common methodology in the entertainment industry to work with what we
Yeah,
call
he was
comps.
already
I think
well known
this
from Game of
Bostovic
Thrones.
even used that word comp.
People loved him. He was my dad's favorite character.
With films, you try to find comparable films. With actors, you look to see comparable actors. So you can kind of, it's not a distinct actual, this is going to happen, but this is the probability with a reasonable certainty that with the right management team that she had and her acting ability and her looks and the press that she was getting and should have continued to get, that her career would have been similar to these other actors.
Have you used that method in other cases in which you've been an expert on damages?
Yes, I have.
Who did you select as comparable actors for your comparison?
Okay, here we go.
Well, I wanted to look at actors that were in superhero films that had done really well at the box office. So I looked
Don't
at
look at
Jason
Henry
Momoa,
Cavill.
her co-star. I looked at Gal Gadot, who was is in Wonder Woman. I looked at Ana de Armas, who was in
Blade Runner?
Thank you, Blade Runner.
don't know
I
about
looked at Zendaya, who was in Spider-Man, and I looked at Chris Pine, who was in Star Trek and also Wonder Woman. About the similar age range, all attractive actors, all with good acting skills, all able to do stunts. So there are not that many actors to look at who do superhero characters. So it was a small pool to work from, but I took a wide range from those actors, both men and women, to see what could potentially
Not as
happen.
much
to Ms.
younger.
Hood's
Yeah.
career.
Do you consider all of them to be identical for purposes of measurement?
Well, absolutely not. I mean, no two actors are identical. You can only look at that within a range of characteristics and work history, management team, and so forth.
And we've heard from Mr. Banya.
What a
did you review Mr. Banya's Q-score analysis regarding the comparables you used?
I'm about to
Yes, I
to
did.
pop off.
And
Just
what, if
go
any,
on break.
opinions have you formed in reviewing
Go on
Mr.
break.
Banya's analysis
Stop.
regarding the comparables you selected?
So Mr. Banya looked at calendar years to assess what happened
my
in December
God.
of 2017 or 18 or 19, what happened in June, what happened in a very specific time frame, which works on some statistical analysis. But when you're talking about actors and their relationships to Q scores are related to the actor's viability in the consumer's mind, if you will, how well known or how much they're coming up in conversation.
Okay.
And so Mr. Banya did not look at time periods of the actors that I compared them with to the film when it came out, so like right after the success of their big film,
Yeah.
what was their Q score, but moreover, he just looked at them in a year range. So it doesn't coincide from actor to actor just because you look at it over time. You have to look at it specifically after each of those individuals box office success with a particular film, you look at the Q score high or low during that, and then you look at how low it drops, say, a couple months afterwards, and then if it comes back up, if they have another film or another event that brings them into the limelight again. So it's not about time, it's related to a specific activity or event, and he did not do that.
Okay. What did your comparison show in terms of films that those actors had been in since their breakout roles?
I'm about pop off. Let's go.
I'm talking about the comparables.
Come on.
In terms of their, I'm not quite sure I understand.
Well, what happened with these other actors after they had their
unrelated to Q scores.
Right.
Okay, sorry. So all those actors' careers, the ones I mentioned, they all either were a steady rise or even a meteoric rise in terms of where their career went after their Star is Born moment. Then they got some other good films, and maybe they got another film that performed extremely well.
Yeah.
So it was a range, but they all were on an upward trajectory without a doubt.
And what does this mean for Amber?
With a reason, I mean, the way that the kind of industry works is usually, unless there is a force majeure or some really negative event, her career should have followed that same upward swing in about the same time frame, give or take 6 months to a year. But it would be very reasonable to believe that her career would have been on an upward trajectory within the range of those other actors.
What, if any, comparisons did you make respecting endorsement deals?
That's fucking funny.
You know, again, all those actors that we've talked about all did multiple endorsement deals after their big movies.
That is
after
funny.
Their big series of movies. You know, Jason Momoa is on, you know, Rocket Mortgage and Harley Davidson, as well as, you know, 5 or 6 other companies. Zendaya is Lancome and fashion and water and jewelry, and Gal Gadot and Chris Pine and Ana de Armas. They've all done either a couple or many, and all of them have associated with a large brand. Unlike Amber, who hasn't even been able to work on the one contract that she had. She certainly didn't get any others.
So what did your analysis show with respect to
Oh
Amber
my
Heard's
God.
losses, but for the Depp Waldman statements?
They were significant if we follow the
Oh
trajectory
my
of
God.
her, you know, colleagues.
Well, let's start with at Aquaman 2. What would she have realized there?
Well, as I stated earlier, so from Aquaman 1 to 2, it went from $1 million to $2 million, right?
Yeah.
So that was a pre-written contract. It doubled. So the agents were
bro.
very excited after the success of Aquaman to go and negotiate a much higher fee like they did for Jason Momoa. They weren't able to do that. So in that instance alone, it was more than likely a $2 million loss just from that movie alone.
Oh, right.
2 to 4, you had said before?
It could have been 4, it could have been 6.
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay. What about other films?
That's fucking.
So once as Amber's agent,
Oh
Ms.
my God.
Kovacevic. I was doing okay. Ms. Kovacevic said that once you get that quote of the $2 million from Aquaman 2, that kind of was like the baseline for any other movie she would have done. So
Yeah, sure.
any other studio movie would have started from there, and depending on the success of Aquaman and how much press she did, maybe she worked on another great director, independent film, whatever, that $2 million for a studio film and had it jump to $4 million with the renegotiation, that then would have been the basis. So any future studio film that she would have done, any big budget film, would have been the basis at $4 million, and then most likely have gone up from there if she was able to get others, which she should have, just like the other actors.
Which she should have.
Let's talk about TV for a minute. What would those losses have included?
Well, On the Stand, which was, you know, about the same time as Aquaman, but got the press and the promotion got cut off because of the defamatory statements and the negative campaign. She got paid $200,000 an episode on The Stand. So on a TV series of 9 episodes, it's $1.8 million. So if she had, again, done other TV shows, it's very likely that whether she worked with a streamer or with one of the networks, that fee would have gone up from there. Her agents would have been able to use the leverage of the success of Aquaman 2 to put her, if she had done another television show,
Oh my God.
given rise to even a higher episodic fee. Some actors go up to $1 million an episode. Jason Momoa's in his TV show got $1 million. So there's
a good show.
You know,
I watched
an exponential range of where she could have gone.
All right. What about endorsements?
Same thing, you know, all the other actors were doing over the course of a couple years period.
Bad science,
you know,
yes, it's
anywhere
stupid.
from 5, 6, 7
It's
other
ridiculous. It's
endorsement
fucking
deals.
stupid. Like,
and Ms. Heard realistically should have gotten endorsement deals in other categories. L'Oreal is makeup, so probably not in makeup, but maybe water or clothing or jewelry
I'm about
or
to- oh, man.
wellness, or it could have been anything else. And so she too should have, with a reasonable degree of certainty, gotten other contract deals based on the success of the films that she's been associated with and the TV shows she's been
And
associated
what would
with.
that have translated into in terms of dollars?
So in terms of dollars, okay, so if it was $1.5 million
Oh, my
for
God.
L'Oreal for a 2-year contract, and let's give her 4 other $1.5 or $2 million deals, which all those other actors, you know, especially the ladies, have gotten, then you're looking at an additional $8 million of income over time. I'm not saying this is in one period. We're looking at as far back as the defamatory statement.
This
of
is so
2020
funny.
to now. which
How
is
can you
almost
be
2
this
years.
fucking stupid?
And again, as I said earlier, even when this is quiet, it
Wow.
will take 3 to 5 years for her to rehabilitate her career if she can. So we have to look at it as a period of a minimum of 5 years. So when I say $8 million for endorsement contracts,
Yeah.
it would have been over time.
Of course.
What, if any, losses relating to production or film activities?
Well, again, these other actors that we looked at, and there's a wide range of them. Some of them did bigger films and some of them did gigantic films. But it is very reasonable to assume that once you are in an Aquaman-style film, you'll either continue to do those, right? Some of these franchises, as we know, go 4, 5, 6 films. Or she would probably have been in another studio film that had nothing to do with Aquaman. But again, so over the course of 5 years, it's very reasonable to consider that she would have been in at least 1 film a year at a minimum of $4 million, because that's what her precedent would have been had she renegotiated.
Johnny owes her
And
$50 million.
It's important to note that in her Justice League contract, if there is a Aquaman 3, her price is set at $4 million. So it's very reasonable to assume and to believe that if she
This
did
is
film
so
a year
stupid.
for 5 years at a minimum of $4 million a year without any
Please.
negotiation, which probably would have happened, but let's just say that baseline, that would be another $20 million over that time frame.
What, if any, opinions do you have about Amber Heard's earning power over time?
That it would continue to rise. It's customary in the industry, as I've talked about earlier, that the negotiations, especially with her agents at William Morris, her fees would have gone higher. So I'm just using the baseline without any ability to foresee in the future that I already know she got negotiated for $4 million from Aquaman 3. So if we use that as a baseline minimum, but it very well would have gone up had her agents done the work that they wanted to do.
So combining all of these opinions and calculations that you've had, what, if any, range are the losses you are estimating for Amber Heard but for the Depp Waldman
Okay,
statements?
thank God. All right.
Right, so again, it's really important
hun-
that I looked at, and hopefully you understand this, that it's over time, right? So let's just say a minimum of 5 years.
Yeah,
that We're going
sure.
to talk about these losses, and it could be more.
It's like
but at
$50 million.
minimum, if you look at the
That's what she's going to
film,
say, something like
the
that.
television, and the endorsement
Yeah, all
contracts,
together.
it's very likely that Ms. Heard should have earned between $45 and $50 million over
Yeah.
that time period.
That's the math.
Are all your opinions to within a reasonable degree of probability or certainty?
No.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess, ladies and gentlemen. Do not do any outside research and do not discuss this case with anybody.
May I sit down?
Yeah, you can step down, that's fine.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Oh, boy.
That's
All right.
I appreciate it.
All right. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Where do we start? Let's start with what she just said. So she had 5 examples. One of them I didn't know, so I have no frame of reference. With Jason Momoa, he was already in his own TV show. He was popular in Game of Thrones, and then he did Aquaman. He was popular way before Aquaman. Everybody knew about him before Aquaman. On top of that, he was also the lead actor in Aquaman. So it's very different. Like, you're the love interest in Aquaman. Here, let me give you an example. How many people probably, like, nobody's buying and watching Aquaman for Amber Heard. It's just, that's just not what happened. Stargate? I didn't watch Stargate, so I don't know about that. I'm not sure. So Jason Momoa is like the worst example you can possibly use. He was the lead actor in the film. You can't compare the two. Her job was to be hot. That's all. Yeah, exactly. And she even didn't do a good job with that because apparently the chemistry was bad. They had even said that. And so this woman, like, you know what I've said before about how whenever I read that one thing is wrong, I assume everything else is bullshit? Do you remember that? Like, I've said this before. Like, yeah. Like, as soon as you read that, like, I think she's completely full of shit because she was wrong about basically everything, man. Megan Fox and Transformers. Yeah, I think Megan Fox and Transformers is a great example. Yeah, exactly. It's just... That's about it. Now let's look at the other one, okay? Gal Gadot. Now, she was Wonder Woman, the lead actor in the movie. She was the lead actor. She was the main one. Like, it was all about her. So wow, what a big fucking surprise. It's just, yeah, I'll look at that meme in a minute. Let me focus on this stuff right now. Yeah, she was the lead actor. Yeah, the title actor of the character. And also, Wonder Woman was a good movie. Like, it was actually a very good movie, and it was a good movie, and she was the lead actor of the good movie. I mean, that makes perfect fucking sense, man. Wonder Woman was its own movie, exactly. Chris Pine. Chris Pine, before Chris Pine was even, like, Chris Pine was the love interest in Wonder Woman. But before that, like, I'm talking like 8-10 years almost, he was in fucking Star Trek. And let's be honest, he was great in Star Trek. He was fucking great. And that had, I think, 2 or 3, I know it had 2 movies, it might have had even 3. Yeah, he was Captain Kirk. Yeah, he was fucking great. And like, yeah, still is. Like, yeah, absolutely. So, like, you can't compare that. And then Zendaya, I feel like, yeah, it's really kind of hard for me to say. But the truth is, I think people just like her a lot more. That's the fucking facts. Is it the reason why she's way more popular? Is because people like her a lot more. She doesn't have a resting bitch face. I think people look at her, she's like, oh, she's really cool. She's nice. I mean, she's very attractive. I mean, it makes sense. Amber Heard was attractive in Aquaman too. I'm not gonna, act like she wasn't. But at the same time, I think that Zendaya is a lot more unique. She is really unique. And so obviously people are gonna be, paying more attention to her. Yeah, exactly. Again, Zendaya's not hot. I mean, everybody's going to have their own opinions, but I think that she's attractive. I absolutely think so. Yeah, and she was in a number of things as well. Yeah, I know that, sure. And so with Amber Heard, like, she really wasn't in hardly anything else. And to just assume that she was going to be paid all this money is, I think, ridiculous. And also, like, if L'Oreal had negotiated a 2-year contract for her for $1.5 million, like, I'm going to tell you guys something. A lot of streamers get paid more than that for a 2-year contract for products. Like, there are a lot of streamers that do. So this is not a lot of fucking money, especially compared to, like, a Hollywood celebrity, okay? So if she's being paid this much without the context of any of this controversy or anything like this, then how is it not unreasonable that she'd only be paid $2 million for Aquaman? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it makes literally zero sense. I think that's pretty congruent in my opinion. Then also, I think that it was really fucking annoying that this person that this person said that it was Johnny Depp's fault for causing the lawsuits, for starting the lawsuits, as if him defending himself for being called a wife beater. Him saying, I'm not a wife beater, I'm going to sue you for saying this. This is what really puts people off. Oh, this is what the problem is, because Disney can't be associated with a person like that. Well, wait a second. So if Disney can't be associated with a person like that, then if it doesn't really matter what the public perception on Johnny was initially, and it only mattered how the articles affected the executives at Disney and at these other studios, then why is it that the executives were affected, but the public wasn't affected with Johnny, but Johnny got fired, and then with Amber Heard, the public was not affected, or sorry, the public was affected, public didn't like it, but the executives supposedly didn't care. Do you see what I'm saying? It's counterintuitive. Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. What's this here? Let me go back and I'll read the rest of this. What's the rest of this? Disney and never said the 50th anniversary poster is Captain Jack. And also, like, yeah, that they weren't going to cast Jack Sparrow as in the new Pirates of the Caribbean. Like, I mean, are you fucking kidding me? Like, here's what they probably should have done. I agree that Disney probably should have moved away from having Johnny Depp in Pirates of the Caribbean. Because let's be honest, Johnny Depp, Captain Jack Sparrow is Pirates of the Caribbean. Like, his personality is the entire fucking show. Like, it was the entire movie. Everybody remembered him. He was the biggest character. Orlando Bloom and I think it was Keira Knightley were in the movie too. And yeah, they were great, but it's about Captain Jack Sparrow, okay? Like, I mean, don't get it twisted. And so, like, yeah, but how do you do that? Do I really think that Disney would not exhume the corpse of a series to just constantly exhume as much money out of it as possible with little to no creative integrity? Would I assume Disney would do that? Absolutely. So I think that if Disney was actually trying to move Captain Jack Sparrow out of the movie, they would have written him out of the movie, inside of the movie, and not just said, hey, you're not going to be in the next one. Captain Jack Sparrow, oh, he went to the gas station to get food, to get a fucking, like, I don't know, to get gas and get a pack of cigarettes, and he's gone. Like, that's not what they would have done. Like, it's such a ridiculous thing to even say, because that's exactly what Aquaman did with Amber Heard. Also, that, like, Jason Momoa fought really hard to keep her in the movie, etc. Like, I don't know if this is before or after the accusations or not, number one. Number two, I thought it was, like, very well and evidently stated that he didn't really get along with her, and there was not a lot of chemistry. And this was stated, like, many times from people that were completely independent. She said that Johnny lost nothing because there's no script for Pirates 6, yet Amber lost $50 million for imaginary films and endorsements. Well, yeah, but the difference in her mind is that Johnny Depp is at fault for losing that money because he had the audacity to defend himself. He had the audacity to defend himself against an accusation that he considered to be false. And so I don't understand how she's using the public perception of Amber Heard as an indicator of, like, how workable she is, whenever she wouldn't use the exact same thing as with Johnny Depp. I feel like she's using two different things. To be honest, she said she was also paying the ass to work with. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she called him a wife beater. Yeah, a wife beater, man. And so anyway, if the article didn't do anything, then why would Disney have dropped him? It doesn't make any sense. Why can't they cross-examine them? I'm going to. I think that's going to happen for sure. And it's the public perception is clearly not if you are going off of public perception, Johnny Depp would be in Pirates of the Caribbean 6, right? Like, this just makes sense. He would be in Pirates of the Caribbean 6 like 100%. I think that's what everybody wants to see. That's what people are about. Abso-fucking-lutely. So clearly the company leadership and the decisions made by the company are different than what the public thinks, right? It's not the same exact thing. And as Grindelwald, yes, exactly. She was acting as if Amber Heard's personal talent had lost her money. Yeah, that's the other thing. But no one knows that Pirates 6 is a thing. Nobody knows that Pirates of the Caribbean 6 is a thing. I'm not gonna argue about that. Like, all I'm saying is, like, if they were going to make, well, we know the Harry Potter one. Yeah, we know Harry Potter was a thing because they literally said who he's getting replaced with, right? So, like, let's not even talk about that. That's the same thing. And, like, also Grindelwald is, like, pretty much like the main personality character in there. Like I think Jude Law plays what's his name? Dumbledore. Am I right about that? Albus Dumbledore. Yeah. And like obviously, I think Jude Law is a great actor. He's amazing. But the fact is, like, Grindelwald is a much more compelling character. He's much more interesting. It's almost like the difference between like the Avengers and like Thanos. Well, Thanos is way more fucking interesting than Captain America, right? I mean, sure, yeah, he's the main villain. Yeah, he's just way fucking more, right? And look at the views. Amber who? Yeah, the movie already came out. I know that. And anyway, what I'm trying to say is that the reason why, and also, am I remembering wrong? That after Aquaman came out, there was another testimony before this that stated that Amber Heard didn't get the larger increase in opportunities after the movie came out? Like, I remember, I'm remembering this right, aren't I? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and so, like, this was already stated beforehand. Pirates 6 was in talks because the post-credit scene of Pirates 5 is teasing a conflict from Pirates 6. I'm just saying Pirates 6 is not really a thing, but the six years of Amber Heard's would have been filled with movie roles of unnamed movies, a sequel to a sequel to a sequel. Yeah, it's a ridiculous assumption to make. And also, like who's to assume that, like, as I said, I think the role that Amber Heard had in Aquaman was to be hot. That's it. You could have replaced Amber Heard with a random Instagram model, and there would have been no difference. To be honest, with a lot of the Instagram models, it probably would have been an improvement. That's the truth. She was not integral to the success of Aquaman. Jason Momoa was integral to the success of the movies that he was successful in. Gal Gadot was integral to the success of Wonder Woman. Chris Pine was integral to the success of Star Trek, multiple movies of Star Trek, and I think that he was not really integral in Wonder Woman. Like, you didn't really need to have him, but I think that he was fine. Yeah, he was fine. Zendaya, I think people just like her a lot. I mean, I really think that's the. It's actually just that simple. Yeah, people, and she was also in Dune. Yeah, she was also in Dune. There's a good factor with that too. And what's the rest of this? She's funny and a good actress. Yes, and people like her. I think that's one thing that, like, this is one thing that some people might get mad about, but it does matter. The only thing that matters is if people like you. And if people don't like you, that's all there is to it. It doesn't matter. It's got nothing to do with it. And yeah, here we go. Amber Heard's agent was told lack of chemistry with Jason Momoa caused reduced Aquaman 2 role. So this is what she was told. Okay, well now, wow, that's really interesting, man. Holy shit. That is crazy. What a fucking surprise. And then also, what I was going to say before, yeah, lack of talent. Yeah, what is this here?
Choose.
Okay.
Is this consistent with what Warner Brothers originally gave as the rationale for not using her in Aquaman 2?
The lack of chemistry between her and Jason?
Yes.
Yes. She was very well received in the movie at the time. Everyone was very happy with her at the time. There was no issues. And then
I would say that there were no issues. She was the hot girl in the movie, and she did a good job at that. That was fine. Yeah, you were the hot girl in the movie. Yep, sure.
Have a complete downturn after that, and then have that coincide with constant tweets and negativity put out about her. Mm-hmm. I don't have a physical piece of paper of evidence, but it's the only logical conclusion I can draw.
And is the arc of her career now?
Why is Mozart practicing in the background? Like, who thought this was necessary to put this music? Like, what is this?
Now on the upswing with her being part of
like,
Aquaman
am I about to see like some like some like starving kid somewhere in a third world country? What the fuck?
When you have an actor who is in a movie as successful as Aquaman was, their career totally changes.
Yeah.
And they're in a different echelon. They, get way more offers. They're just
only
put in a different
$20.
place, position-wise with studios. They're more bankable, so they can greenlight projects. All of those kind of things are consistent with when you're in a blockbuster of that size. And with her, that did not happen. You know, it happened, you know, very significantly for her co-star. Obviously, he's the lead of the film and he's the title character. But,
obviously. Aquaman.
Even, you know, even a small percentage of that did not happen for her.
Yeah, so that I feel like that directly contradicts what she had said. That directly contradicts it. Like it's so annoying for me to see this. I'll turn it up and we're gonna look at that, right? Yeah, it does. And presidents of Warner Brother and DC are on Depp's team and rebuttals next week too. Yeah, I wonder why.
Excuse me?
Your sound mixer?
Yes. All right, we're ready for jury? Do I stand? It's up to you.
Well, that's gonna make her look bad. She should have stood up. It's not a big deal, but people will like think that's bad. Oh, there we go. Stand for respect. Yeah, you just make her look bad. Like, yeah, she heard me. Yeah, she's smart. Okay. Here we go. Music. I got it. It's off. It's just the audacity to think that like it was bots that didn't like Amber Heard.
All right, you can be seated. All right, cross-examination.
He's so fucking stupid.
Good afternoon, Miss Arnold.
Hello, how are you?
So you repeatedly testified about what as the Depp-Waldman statements.
The Depp-Waldman statements.
Miss, you don't have any knowledge whether Mr. Depp knew of the statements that Mr. Waldman made, do you?
Only with association with Mr. Waldman.
So you don't?
You don't know when the first time Mr. Depp learned about those statements?
I don't know.
No.
Okay, no.
And the association you're talking about is that Mr. Waldman worked from time to time as Mr. Depp's attorney, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Oh, man, she's trying, like, he's gonna, oh no. It's like literally the first question. The first question, like, this is gonna be, he's ready to shred, like, this guy is, oh no, this guy's a juggernaut, I know. He's the expert witness destroyer. Like, they just don't even have a shot, man. Do you see his face? Yeah, he's happy. Because it's like, I think that he might not go quite as hard on her as he did on the previous one, but it's going to be bad. It really is. The Mage Slayer? Yeah, exactly. Holy fuck. So his master at ripping arguments apart? He's a master at discrediting people. He's just an absolute fucking genius at it. Just making people look fucking stupid. Here we go.
All right, and I understand that you're testifying as a damages expert and wear two hats.
Yeah.
Talking both about Mr. Depp's damages and about Ms. Heard's purported damages.
Purported.
Let's talk about Ms. Heard's damages first.
Uh-huh.
You understand that you have to testify as to damages that resulted from the Waldman statements, correct?
Jesus.
That was my analysis.
Jesus.
Most of your testimony, however, was just simply testimony about things that occurred after the Waldman statements.
That's what I was tasked with, yes.
Right. The mere fact that there were activities after the Waldman statements doesn't establish that the Waldman statements caused any damages, does it?
when you look at the time frame of when the Waldman statements came out, and you look at what was going on with Ms. Heard's career prior to the statements and what happened after the statements, it's very clear to make that correlation that they were caused by those statements and the campaign that followed afterwards in terms of the negative social media.
Well, all right, that's an interesting thing, because the witness this morning actually described the notion of what's correlation and what's causation. And correlation does not imply causation, does it?
No.
I'm not an expert in semantics.
Okay. But you're an expert who is purporting to say that Ms. Heard lost between $45 and $50 million. And I'm trying to understand where you put the link between the Waldman statements and all the other activity that occurred since then.
Yeah.
As I stated and very clearly wanted to make sure that everybody understood
Expert
was that it was
destroyer.
a time frame under, between which the Waldman statements were made and the negative decline in her career started happening, and in discussions with her agents and her publicists, there was a very tight timeline and a very close link to when those statements came out and when everything started pulling away from Ms. Heard.
Right, but what you're talking about is just a link in time. You do not put any causal connection between what Mr. Waldman purportedly said and the damages that Ms. Heard purportedly suffered. You have no idea whether Mr. Waldman's statements caused any damage to Ms. Heard, do you?
It could have been her
Well,
own
actually,
statements.
both the words in the statements were used as hashtags in the campaign, as well as when the statistical and the investigative
Justice for Johnny
analysis was
Depp?
done on the social media campaign. It turned out that 1 in 4 of the statements had Waldman or Waldminian in them. So that was another connection that I was able to make between the defamatory statements and the negativity that the studios and the product endorsements and the television and the press connected as well.
All right, let's start with first principles. If they're true, they're not defamatory, correct?
Again, that's outside of the scope of my expertise.
All right, let's then go back to what you just testified to, and I think you said the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
I said words from the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
Right. And the hashtags that were analyzed, however, don't have the Waldman statements
in
the hashtag.
No way.
I've also seen them online myself.
Well, but the analysis that Mr. Schnell did, he looked at 4 of them, right?
No.
That was Schnell's analysis.
No, he's going to say it.
Yes.
All right. And the 25% that you just raised, that's Mr. Schnell's analysis. You didn't do that. He did.
Oh, no.
Correct.
All right. So you know what Mr. Schnell did.
Here we
he
go.
Didn't look at hashtags that contained the Waldman statement words.
Please.
He looked at Justice for Johnny Depp, right?
That's one of them, yes?
One of them, of the 1.2 million hits that you talked about, that was 900,000, 984,000.
Well, also in my conversations with Mr. Schnell, we talked about all of the words that were in the statement that also appeared. So what he wrote in his report and what I had in my conversation may not have been the same thing.
Ma'am, I don't want to hear about your conversation with Mr. Schnell.
It's part of what I relied on, and I'm allowed to talk about that.
All right, so
I don't
your
want to hear about it.
conversation with Mr. Schnell, let's move beyond that.
I don't want to hear
Let's
about
talk
it.
about what the other hashtags were. Amber Heard is an abuser. That's not in the Waldman statement.
He's going for it. He's going for it. Here we go.
The fact that she was called a hoax can be related to
please
Amber
show
Heard's
her
abuser,
reaction.
but no, those words were not used correctly.
Please show her.
And we just don't like Amber. That's not in the Waldman statement.
That's 3. You know
Correct.
what number 4 is.
And Amber Turd is not in the Waldman statement.
Correct.
Right. None of those things are. And in terms of the use of the words fraud and hoax,
There
that
it is. He
appeared
went for it.
in only 6.5%
God, this guy's amazing.
of the millions
Oh my God. He had
of
to do it.
tweets that Mr. Schnell analyzed, right?
I don't have his definition or his report in front of me, but we can look at it together if you'd like to.
Right. And And you said Waldman appears in 25%. Waldman or Waldminian.
According to Mr. Snow, yes.
No, all right.
Yeah.
But if that's your only evidence, however.
Oh God, he had to say
that
it.
Any of this
You knew
activity has any link to Mr. Waldman. Is that correct?
Well, no, we also look at the timeline because those campaigns were not active prior to the Waldman statements, and then they started appearing, so there is some connectivity there as well.
Mr. Depp bears no responsibility for the social media campaigns. He doesn't. If the social media campaigns caused Ms. Heard to lose her ability to generate income, that's not the Waldman statements. That's a social media campaign.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach? Okay.
Okay, here we go. Holy shit, man. And the thing is, like, you saw her smirk a little bit because as he was naming them off, he's like the 4 things. And as soon as he listed, or he gave a number, he's like, there's 4 of them. I was like, uh-oh. He's going to go for it again, man. This guy is unleashed. I know, man. He's just getting warmed up. You got to understand, she's only been sitting in that chair for 5 minutes. He's got another hour. There's another hour of this. Oh my God. He unleashed the turret. Yeah. Holy fucking shit, man. 4-time back-to-back. Yeah. It's like they were holding this guy back. It's only 10% of his power. Yeah, this is 6. It's 4 so far. They probably have an office pool for how many times he can get it in, he can get it in during the trial. Yeah, maybe you're right. Oh my God, this rate he might not even need an hour. I don't think he. Honestly, like he's just getting. He's so happy too. He's smiling. Oh my God.
All right. So I'm just looking for all evidence of the causal connection that you claim exists between the $45 million in damages that you assert and the 3 statements made by Mr. Waldman.
That's a lot of money.
Well, I also looked at Ms. Heard's career after the divorce proceedings and other lawsuits that she was either involved with or was discussed.
So it didn't have anything to do with Mr. Waldman.
Her career might have had a pause, but she was able to overcome that when she did Aquaman and she did The Stand, both very prominent productions. And there was no dramatic downturn in her career after any publicity.
Ma'am, I don't mean to interrupt you, but do you have notes?
Interrupt.
No, there's dust.
Oh, okay.
It's just dust, and I'm just distracting myself. I guess
I'm sorry.
It's just nerves. It's really just that. There's just
that's okay.
Dust. Sorry.
So you looked at her career, and you looked at the way her career was moving.
Right. So as I was saying, her career was moving forward, and she had been able to overcome the negative publicity surrounding the divorce or the initial filing of the UK lawsuit and the other lawsuits, anything that she was associated. She overcame that.
Powering up,
She did Justice League, and she did Aquaman, and she did The Stand, and she got the L'Oreal contract all after that. The only time her career slowed down and stopped was at the same time that those defamatory statements came out. So.
But there was a lot of other activity that happened following the defamatory statements. You said every time Mr. Depp files a lawsuit, it ignites the fire around the both of them.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I actually said it ignites the fire mostly around Mr. Depp. That was excuse me, please.
I'm sorry.
That was in context of when I was asked about Mr. Depp's career.
He's
it was not in context of when I was asked about Ms. Heard's career.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the same fire?
It is and isn't. Who's the protagonist in the case in the UK?
It is and
Mr.
isn't.
Depp. Ms. Heard was a witness to that case. She was not a part of the case. So most of the negative press went.
There was enormous amounts of negative activity around Ms. Heard as a result of the UK case. Isn't that true?
Isn't that true?
There was negativity, yes, about both of them in the case, yes.
Right. Substantial amounts of negativity.
Right.
Yes.
Right? And so you can't tell me that that negativity isn't the thing that keeps your or Ms. Heard from working.
That's
Well,
true,
again,
because it was going on before
a
then.
close time frame. The negative statements were a much closer time frame to the press and publicity around Aquaman and The Stand than the UK case, which was months later. So again, I will look at the defamatory statements as kind of the igniting force, and it was promoted, and kind of more oxygen was put on the fire when the UK came out. So it kind of became a snowball effect of, you know, the match was lit and it kept getting stronger and stronger.
Right, but Ms. Heard isn't claiming a causal connection between the UK case and her damages, right?
That's true.
No.
All right. And you can't distinguish between the UK bad publicity and the bad publicity that derived after the Waldman statements.
What time frame are you talking about with the bad publicity from the UK case, so we can at least be specific on time frames?
Well, you talked about a 5-year time window.
A 5-year time window from
It's only been 5
2020
minutes.
to the 2 years that we're at now, plus the 3 years moving forward, is what I talked about in terms of the time frame that it would take someone who's been under this much duress to kind of rehabilitate their career. That's when we talked about the 5 years.
But she
That's
did
when
the
you
opposite.
talked about the 5 years. So you look over this 5-year window, and during the period that precedes this window, there's lots and lots of negative press about Ms. Heard, irrespective of the Waldman statements, correct?
Before the Waldman statements, as I said, she was able to overcome that, and she got great jobs and was getting endorsement contracts.
Right, but after the Waldman statements, there is more activity in the press, there's more social media activity, and you cannot put a causal connection between that activity and what Mr. Waldman said.
It can be the instigating event, if you want me to call it that. We'll call the Waldman statements the instigating event of a torrential rain of social media tactics that has gone on for years, yeah.
The instigating event, and therefore your damage analysis with some degree, I guess, of reasonable certainty is that once there's an instigating event, everything that happens thereafter is fair game for damages?
Well, it's like a fire. If one tree burns and then more air or wind is added to it, then the next tree burns and the whole forest burns. But if that first fire hadn't started with the one tree, there would have been no loss of acreage. So you can look at it with that same analogy.
Trees burn one at a time, don't they, ma'am?
You know, I'm not a firefighter. I'm not going to go there with you, but obviously we know that a single match can cause thousands of acres to burn. So we can leave it at that.
I think I went there with you. All right, let's do this.
Okay.
You decided that there were a number of persons that you described as comparable in order to determine what Ms. Heard was likely to make over time, correct?
Yes.
All right. Of those comparable actors and actresses, is there a single one who has had any press suggesting that they defecated in the marital bed?
Oh my God.
I don't know. I have no idea.
You gotta relax.
You would agree with me.
Oh my God.
That is a negative influence.
Oh my God.
With respect to Holly.
Holy
If one
shit.
believed it, yes.
Yeah, if one believed it, you know, it was reported.
Holy fuck, man. This guy is.
Yeah. It certainly has been discussed. We don't have any proof or video of anybody defecating on the bed.
I certainly do not have proof video of anybody defecating in a bed. I'll give you that.
That's a good thing.
Is he flirting with her? Oh my God.
What you know is that Mr. Waldman didn't say anything about defecating in a bed.
Bro, this is ridiculous.
Correct.
Right. So all of the bad publicity around that activity has nothing to do with Waldman, right?
Waldman, as you said, didn't talk about defecation.
Okay.
Exactly.
And you haven't
That's the
considered
point.
how that story has adversely impacted Miss Heard's
No
career.
way he's going to go for 5.
That story,
No
you've
way.
been asking me for a causal link between that poop story and her demise of her career. I can't, no, I'm not going to do that, nor can I.
You couldn't do it?
Can I make it? No.
No way he's going to go for
And you
5.
can't do
I
it
think
with
he's going
Waldman's
to.
statements either, can you?
Well, again,
The
I
poop
did, and I
story?
have, and I
It's
stand
4.5.
by them. So
You did by just pointing out the time frame are relatively close.
the time
that's
frame
true.
and the instigation and if you will, the rallying of the forces. Again, it's like a lit tree. It's going to ignite everything. It's like free game afterwards. So it was the instigating event, if you will, and that's what I looked at, yes.
All right, so from your perspective, anything that happened after Waldman that was negative to your client is attributable to Waldman and therefore attributable to the damage analysis that you made.
That's a
I
lot.
was tasked with looking at that specifically, and that's what I was asked to limit it to. I was not asked to look at anything else.
All right.
That's different.
Jason Momoa. That's one of your comparables, right?
Oh, my God.
Yes.
He's been prominent since 1999. He was in Baywatch in 99.
Didn't know that.
44 episodes on Baywatch. Do you know that?
You can look it up if you did. I'll go with that.
Right. But you remember him on Baywatch.
Actually, didn't watch Baywatch, but
All right.
he certainly had the physique for it. So
Stargate, Atlantis. He was on that. Many episodes.
right?
Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay. He played Conan the Barbarian.
Oh, yeah.
In TV or film?
It's a film.
Okay. I don't
I heard it
have
wasn't
Mr.
accurate.
Momoa's resume memorized, so
No, I'm just trying to understand how you came to the conclusion they're comparable, because I'm just want to spend a few minutes talking about Mr. Momoa's career.
Yeah.
Game of Thrones was one of the most popular things on TV.
I heard about that
for
show.
a period of 3 years, correct?
yes,
A
he was.
period of
And he
3
was in
years.
Game of Thrones.
Yes, he was.
Yep. And
The sneak
he's
diss,
Aquaman,
dude.
right?
Yes, he is.
Right. He's the title character in Aquaman.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. And he was actually Aquaman in a movie before the Aquaman movie started.
That's true.
Do
You mean
know
the
that?
Justice League and other things like
Yes.
that?
Batman versus Superman, Dawn of Justice. Wasn't he in that as Aquaman?
I didn't see that one.
Didn't see it.
No.
Miss Heard wasn't in that movie, was she?
Not that I know of, no.
No.
I don't even remember him
And he
being
was
in
in
that
both
movie.
Justice League movies.
Correct?
And he's in Aquaman 2.
Right.
Yes.
They used him in the second Lego movie. Right?
Yes.
Dune.
He's one of the most heroic characters in the recent Dune blockbuster.
Very true.
Which happened post Aquaman.
He was even
Right.
cloned multiple times because of how heroic
In
he
fact,
was. According to the lore.
likely his character.
He's not the lead, though.
No.
In Dune, no, he's not the lead.
Did you ever read Dune?
Pardon?
Did you ever read Dune?
No, but I've seen the movie.
No. Do you understand whether his character will come back from the dead in the third movie?
It will.
As again, I didn't read the book, so he might. I don't know.
That might just-
We're just talking about that one movie.
That
so
might be
that's
a bit of a spoiler.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
No.
Dude.
No way. Yeah.
He's one of the principal leads
cloned
in
multiple
the
times.
new Fast and Furious franchise movie Fast X, right?
Duncan, I
I don't know that for sure, no.
Okay. But that's not the career path that Ms. Heard has had. She's never been the title character in a movie.
That's a good way
she
to say
hasn't
it.
spent years on television. She did, what, 8 TV shows? 8 single episodes of TV?
Again, I don't have her resume. If you want to show it to me, we can count them together.
All right.
All right. I love how he says that.
Mr. Momoa
Holy shit.
remains well-liked, even though he's engaged in a recent divorce from another actor?
That's very
That's correct,
true.
right?
I don't know. I don't follow his fan base.
You don't follow Jason Momoa, but you use him as a comparable to come up with a $45
I said I don't
million
follow
deal?
his fan base. I understand him as a prominent actor in the business, but I don't follow his fan base.
But like his social
Isn't
activities would be relevant.
Isn't fan base one of the things that you analyze?
Of course, you can look at numbers, but I don't keep a watch on his social media feeds.
All right.
All right. Oh my God.
All right. You indicated that Gal Gadot is in Wonder Woman.
Oh no.
Yes, she's a star.
She's in fact Wonder Woman.
I know, she's good too.
Yeah. All right. She's the title character, and there's been now multiple Wonder Woman movies, right?
True. I heard the second one was not good.
And even before
I
that,
haven't
she was
seen
in
it.
franchise films.
Which one are you referring to?
Fast and Furious.
Excuse me, I honestly don't remember her being that as
Yeah,
one
I
of the main
remember her not
characters. I know it's The Rock and that
You
whole crew.
didn't even know she was in the Fast and Furious franchise.
I've seen it on her resume, but I didn't. Again, I'm not a fan of the Fast and Furious.
All right. You'll agree with me that Wonder Woman is a
She
more
doesn't like
prominent
family.
role than Mira?
If you're going to talk about apples to apples in that exact movie, yes.
Right. What about, does Mira have any, self-titled franchise films?
Not yet.
No.
Not yet.
And Ms. Gadot played a much bigger role in the movie they were in together, the Justice League movie.
In what movie they were in together? Oh, in Justice League?
Yeah.
She did, yeah.
I haven't counted the screen time, so I can't really
Well, of
say.
course she did. She was in the Justice League. Mara's not. How's that even a
indicated
question?
That another person that you compared Ms. Heard with is Zendaya.
Zendaya, yeah.
Person so famous she goes by one name.
I guess when you have a name that's a Z, it works, I guess.
All right. She's been on the Disney Channel since she's 13 years old.
Right.
Right? She's won an Emmy.
Yes, she did.
Right. She was singing and dancing and swimming from trapezes in The Greatest Showman, right?
It's a lot.
Yeah. She's now been in multiple Spider-Man movies.
There it is.
Yes.
Also
She's
in
10
Dune.
years younger than your client.
Right.
Yeah. But this is a person that you deemed a comparable.
Well, as I was explaining to you how I chose them, when you look at superhero characters, there's not that many to pull from. So I just I worked on pulling characters that were in superhero movies
here
that
we
were
go.
about the same age
Here we
range
go.
within 10 years, as you've
We're
noted
circling
too.
the
Thank you.
drain.
And also just where her career would have gone. I said that they were comparables. They're not identical. So you can just look at what their career has done either before that superhero movie, then in others, or the one they were in, and then you look at where her career should have gone. Even though she may not have been at the stature of a Zendaya at that time, you can still look at it as a comparable trajectory of what happens when you're in a blockbuster movie. It's just a reference point. It's not meant to be identical. They're not meant to be the same people, or not even have the exact same career. It's meant to be a reference point. Simple as that.
So far, everybody we've looked at have been in more blockbuster movies than Ms. Heard.
But Miss Heard was also in the biggest blockbuster movie, and the light that shines on Jason Momoa will also shine on her.
Apparently
so you
not.
have to look at it in context of the biggest movie that
In the
DC
DC
Comics is,
universe.
and also one of the biggest box office films ever, probably within the top 10 because I've looked at
24,
it. Right, so
number
that
24.
light was going to shine brighter on her. Than someone who wasn't in that movie.
She's not happy
And again,
about
it would have
this.
just helped her in her
She
career
is
move
not
forward,
happy.
not stalled it and be in her world be silent afterwards.
For the jury to accept your damage analysis, they would have to agree with you that Ms. Heard was on the precipice of a meteoric rise. That's the word you used, right?
Actually, no, I didn't. I did use meteoric with someone like, let's say, Gal Gadot or Zendaya, but I actually gave you a range and gave the jury a range that they weren't all going to have a meteoric rise. Some of them would be smaller, right? And so what the numbers that I gave you do not represent a meteoric rise. A meteoric rise is when Jason Momoa goes from I don't know, $4 million, $5 million to a $50 million payday. That's
a lot.
a meteoric shift in our business. But when someone has contracts that actually go from $1 million to the first one, $2 million, and then $4 million, that is standard for a franchise that is perceived to do well. And so I based those calculations on very specific numbers that were already contracted. I wanted to stay within reality and look at the numbers that were already contracted for Ms. Heard and just move out forward on one film a year, maybe a TV show here or there, and some endorsement contracts, which is very typical for an actor in our business to make that kind of money. It just is what happens.
So the example you just used is somebody went from 1 million to 2 million to 4 million. Your client has never had a contract that exceeds $2 million, correct?
Incorrect.
All right.
In the Aquaman it's actually the Justice League contract because they're associated. So Justice League, Aquaman, she was paid $1 million. Then in Aquaman 2, it was written that she was going to earn $2 million. And if there's another one, it was written in the terms that she would get $4 million. So it actually was a contract that Ms. Heard signed with the studio.
Right.
That's an
but
option.
the movie hasn't been made.
Aquaman 2 hasn't even come out yet, so the
Right.
third one is still on deck, as they say.
Okay.
Probably not going to be a
Let's
Justice
put it
League 2.
differently. Your client's never been paid $2 million for a movie she appeared in.
She was paid $2 million for Aquaman.
Right.
Aquaman 2.
And she's never been paid $4 million.
She was contracted to be paid, and when the movie goes, that's what she will be paid. So that's what I said. She was on the
They pledged $4 million.
Right, but if Aquaman 2 does even nearly as well as Aquaman 1, there's going to most likely be a third one. So we can look at that as a precedent that was set in writing, actually.
If a movie makes $795 million, that's
a lot.
You think there's likely to be a next one?
If it was the first or the second one, but if it's the fifth in the series, I assume that you're referring to Pirates 5.
Yeah.
It performed well at the box office, yes, but certainly not in comparison to some of the other ones. And that's what a studio like Disney will look at to say, has that franchise had its run? Or do we need to change it?
A studio like Disney wants to walk away from an $800 million payday?
Well, an $800 million payday has to be put into context to the budget that it cost to get that movie and then the marketing thereafter. And with the increasing costs in not only Mr. Depp's fee or any of the, and plus the other actors' fees, plus general production costs that are getting more expensive, then you put in the marketing costs, which are sometimes 1, 2, or 3 times the budget of the film. A film like that, a studio can spend $600-800 million just making and marketing the film. So $795 million is a lot of money.
Yeah.
And it seems like a really good box office, but you have to put into perspective of what's spent on production, marketing, and the overhead costs that the studio takes. So you have, again, it's all in context of what the budget of the film and the marketing of the film is.
All right, let's put some more things in
She didn't even consider merchandising,
Armas.
which is huge for Disney.
That's another one you
and
used.
especially
Yes.
Pirates of the Caribbean. She didn't even take that into consideration.
Most recently, I guess, in Deep Water with Ben Affleck.
I don't, again, I know some of the movies that she's been in. I don't remember about Deep Water. I don't even know if that's out yet,
Okay.
to be honest.
She was in the last James Bond movie.
Yes, she was.
Yeah. They were talking about making her the next female Bond, right?
Right, after her big Stars Born moment, yeah, she's gotten a lot more big roles, which is what we had hoped for Ms. Heard.
Yeah. And you said that her breakout role was Blade Runner?
I don't know who this is.
It was like the first big, studio movie that got a lot of attention. I believe that was the one that we can look at as a marker for her, sure.
Did you watch Blade Runner 2049?
Who is it? I'm gonna
I
look her up.
did.
She's hot.
Do you know what she did in the movie?
It was years ago. I don't remember exactly what she was in, what role she played, but she was in that movie, and from that, her agents used that as leverage to get her more movies.
You have no knowledge that her principal role in that movie was as a gigantic naked billboard?
Are you saying that's the only thing she was? She was a gigantic naked billboard. She wasn't in the
That's the
movie.
principal role in that movie.
I don't remember the movie well enough to know.
Okay. And did you know that she was? I talked a little bit about Ben Affleck, right?
Right.
He's an interesting example because he's been in a role that's been recast multiple times.
Uh-huh.
You know that role?
We're talking about Batman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Batman.
Sure.
All right.
Right.
So the title character in that DC series has seen how many actors?
Several.
Right.
3.
Michael Keaton,
He was Batman.
Val Kilmer.
You're a movie buff, yeah.
Oh my God.
Christian Bale was Batman.
I think he was, you're right.
George Clooney was Batman.
Oh my
Definitely.
God.
Yeah.
Oh
Yes,
my
Robert
God.
Pattinson is now Batman.
Yep, Robert Pattinson.
Don't know.
Okay.
How do you not know that?
You're taking an absolutely iconic role that the DC universe has recast 4, 5, 6 times, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
So that just because you have the role in the first movie or the second movie doesn't mean you get it in the third movie or the fourth movie.
Yeah.
Unless it's contractual.
Right. Unless it's contractual. So, now, let's look, Ana de Armas, she's like the new Marilyn Monroe on Netflix too, right?
I believe so. She was also in Knives Out, which is probably even a bigger breakout role for her. But
Right.
again, I chose Blade Runner because it's a similar thing. You have to start somewhere. But Knives Out probably was her big moment in time.
Yeah. All right. The other person you picked was Chris Pine.
Oh.
Chris Pine is in a superhero movie, Wonder Woman.
But
he is in Wonder Woman. He's also, well, Star Trek being a blockbuster, but not necessarily superhero, right?
That was a huge one.
He was in both Wonder Woman movies, right?
Yes, he plays the love interest to Gal Gadot, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
On Star Trek, in the Star Trek franchise,
Wait, Captain Kirk? The main
he
guy?
plays Captain Kirk.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't remember exact role that he played. I didn't see it in the movie. I just know it from his resume, to be honest.
Do you know who Captain Kirk is?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Well,
But you didn't
with
know that
characters.
Chris Pine is Captain Kirk in Star Trek?
Uh-oh.
I hate to say I'm not a Star Trek fan.
Okay. But
I'm
you
gonna be
used
honest, like, the
Mr.
old ones were
Pine
terrible.
as an example,
never
irrespective
liked
of the
them.
fact you didn't even know he starred in this franchise film.
I did know that he starred. That's why I used it. Again,
But she doesn't know the context of what he
we can go over this a couple more times, and I'm happy to do so. All I wanted to do was look at, from a small pool of people that have been in huge franchise movies or superhero movies, and give you a sense of what the range is or what someone's trajectory can be. Again, they are not apples and apples. They're not both green apples or both red apples. I just was looking at a range. It's what we do. It's what we do in the industry. It's what you do to kind of get a sense of
You
how
watch
much you're
them
going
to
to pay an
compare them?
actor,
Yeah.
what they're worth in the foreign markets and the
Ma'am,
domestic
I think
markets.
my question was, did you know whether he was in Star Trek?
Yes, and you were asking me why I chose him, which is what this conversation is about. And again, I chose him because he was part of Star Trek and Wonder Woman, but mostly because he was in Wonder Woman. And I don't know the
Mostly.
exact time frame of
Oh,
which came first, but the fact that
What?
he's in both of them is consistent with what actors of this ilk tend to do once they're in a movie like this.
But you talked about
How
breakout
do you
roles,
not
but you don't
know
know
that?
which was his breakout role.
Chris Pine's been an actor. He's been a well-liked actor. He was in both Star Trek and in Wonder Woman.
I think Star Trek.
And
Did a
Star
movie
Trek
with Denzel
starred-
Washington?
Pardon?
Did a movie with Denzel Washington?
He's had a good career.
Yeah, great career.
Yeah, I felt like that was like the
Much
movie
longer career
I knew him.
than Ms. Hurt, right?
She was on the precipice of a great career.
Yeah,
She hasn't had the
Precipice.
chance to negotiate that for that yet or be in those movies yet, so we don't know yet.
We're getting back to precipice. Didn't you just deny precipice a few minutes ago? I thought your testimony was she was on the precipice of meteoric rise. You said, I guess.
I didn't say meteoric. I said consistent. I don't know. She could have a meteoric rise, but I was talking about consistent with Ms. Heard.
All right.
None of these people shit the bed.
So of the actors you selected, 2 of them are the title characters in their DC movies.
Uh-huh.
One of them,
One is Aquaman. Who's the other title character?
Gal Gadot.
Wonder Woman, right.
Right.
She's
Yeah.
Wonder Woman. And you mean Jason Momoa? Sure. Yeah.
So you get 2 title characters. You got James Kirk, and those are the people that you thought were most representative of Ms. Heard.
Again, there are not that many in the pool to pick from. I'm not going to put comparable actors that haven't been in either large, what we call tentpole movies, or franchise movies, or superhero movies. So I wanted to work within those parameters, and that's what I did. So those are the actors I chose, yes. And to...
Okay, what the fuck happened? What happened to
One of the actors you chose had a much longer TV career than Ms. Heard.
Again, they were all in superhero or franchise movies that did very, very well at the box office.
And there are tons of actors and actresses who are in superhero movies that don't have meteoric rises thereafter.
Look at Ryan Reynolds.
Not when they're the lead character with Jason Momoa, but to your point, there are many actors
Green
that
Lantern
have
wasn't
no
that great.
career prior to a breakout role and then have a meteoric career and have had no career prior. So you don't always just look at
Brie
the
Larson,
cast.
yeah.
It's helpful, and with Ms. Heard, she had good reviews, so that's what I looked at. But if you look at other actors and they have their first role and all of a sudden they become a superstar from one role. So that happens in our business. It just does.
Yeah, sure.
All right. With respect to your comparable actors, you have no personal knowledge as to how much any of them were compensated over the period you reviewed.
Incorrect.
You have personal knowledge as to who?
Jason Momoa.
And you derive that personal knowledge from talking to somebody?
Yes.
He didn't tell you.
His agent did.
Okay. So what you will rely on what Mr. Momoa's agent told you, but you have you didn't see the contract.
No, his agent is at William Morris as well, so they told me that.
Right. And you've never seen anybody else's contracts as to what they were making.
No, but in 25 years of being in this business, I understand the basis of which actors are paid when they're in blockbuster films and then they're in large budgeted studio films. So it's not a leap to kind of understand where the actor's making. And again, I really didn't want to try to be speculative in my analysis. I wanted to work with the numbers that Amber had contracted for already and just take it from there and said if she had done one movie a year and one series and done product endorsement, that's how I got to the number. So I wasn't looking to take her on a meteoric rise. I wasn't looking to give her the same career as Jason Momoa.
Yeah.
I took her numbers that her agents had actually negotiated and worked from there.
When you say you weren't trying to give her the same career as Jason Momoa, the TV program that she most recently did, The Stand, she made $200,000 an episode. That's what you testified to.
Correct.
And in your damage analysis, you give her $1 million an episode had the Waldman statements not occurred. And you do it only because you believe Mr. Momoa has gotten that in something that he's in.
Right.
So you are giving her the same career as Jason Momoa.
That's
very interesting. With someone like Ms. Heard, who was in a blockbuster film with the team at William Morris, in my discussions with William Morris, that's what they were looking to negotiate for her on other projects. So I got some of that information from her management team directly.
So her agents were looking to get her as much money as possible?
Wow,
I think
can't
that's the
believe
job
that.
of an agent. They usually try to get the most money as possible.
Your testimony is they were looking to get the money for her, but you need somebody willing to pay on the other side of that deal, don't you?
Right, but agents are working with people in the industry and have a pulse on have a finger on a pulse of what's going on. So
Not
they know
always.
who's marketable and what the prices that all the streamers are paying these days.
You haven't seen a single one of the endorsement contracts that you referenced, other than Ms. Heard's?
No, other than, again, what I was talking I was talking to William Morris in terms of the
Not
pricing
always.
that they are aware of, not only for their own clients, but what's out in the marketplace, and it's pretty consistent. And I've also worked with other actors on other cases that have gotten similar contracts, so I'm familiar with the rates of endorsement contracts.
You haven't made any reference to the actual earnings of any of these actors.
Huh?
again, as you do an analysis, you put together the numbers that you know from both your experience and the marketplace and the agents that are working in the marketplace. So together, that's how I created those numbers, and mostly using Ms. Heard's numbers specifically and giving her a very steady career, which is what she had had prior to Aquaman.
Yeah, and you don't have the prior earnings of any of the actors you looked at other than Ms. Heard's.
Okay.
No, I don't have all the contracts.
No, she's got no idea.
I'm sorry?
You don't have any of that information?
No.
Of course not.
In fact, that information, I guess aside from Mr. Momoa's, is confidential, right?
Nah.
Usually
is, yeah, NDA.
And the only reason you know anything about Mr. Momoa is that Ms. Heard shares an agent? Or an
Right,
agency?
but I've also been in the industry for many years, and I know what actors get paid. I talk about budgets constantly, so it's not a secret within the industry the amount that actors in those types of movies are paid very, very well.
Very, very well is kind
You're
of...
not currently working as an agent for anyone, are you?
No.
It's one thing to say that, and another to say what number it is, you know? Okay, all right, here we go.
So, the salaries of these comparable actors, did they form some basis for your opinion?
No.
Okay. So your opinion, as I understand it, is that Ms. Heard should have been able to renegotiate an existing contract.
Which is standard in the industry as well as with her agent specifically.
Do you know if it's standard with Warner Brothers?
I'm sorry?
Do you know if it's standard with Warner Brothers?
I don't know if it's standard at any of the studios, but it is standard for agents to renegotiate, and oftentimes are successful when the film is done. So.
Right, that happens. But what you're talking about is there's an existing contract where Ms. Heard has made a promise that she will do the next movie for, in this instance, $2 million, right?
Right.
And what the agent is trying to do is to get Warner Brothers to say, hey, you should pay her more than your contract says because you like her?
Well, as Ms. Kovacevic said, also, it's standard in the industry. As again, I've been in the industry, I've worked with agents, and I've worked with lots of lawyers, and we have conversations about what is an actor getting, or what can they do, or what are they going to do the next time. So again, it's a standard in practice in the industry, especially when a film is as successful as Aquaman, that the agents will go back and renegotiate. In fact, that was conversation.
Isn't the standard practice is that they would try to renegotiate, but it's up to the studio?
Sure, but oftentimes in a movie of such as the nature of Aquaman, they're very successful, usually.
But the entirety of your analysis assumes a renegotiation with a studio for terms that are double what the studio had already got a promise from Ms. Heard she would work for.
Especially for like a secondary character. Like, yeah. Yeah, it's Aquaman, not Aquaman and Mara. Let's be honest.
Have you talked
Aquaman
to Walter Hamada?
Have I spoken to him? No.
Do you know who he is?
Yes.
Who is he?
He's a senior executive at Warner Brothers, or I think he still is there, but certainly at the time of the renegotiation, he was a senior executive.
And do you know whether he's the president of DC-based film productions?
I think that's exactly his title, yeah.
Who's in a better position to determine whether Warner Brothers would renegotiate, you or Mr. Hamada?
I based this on the agents that were talking to Warner Brothers about Mr. Momoa,
I wonder.
and they
I wonder who it
is
is.
about Ms. Heard as well.
Well, okay, I'm not
So I based my information on them.
Uh-oh, she's getting upset. She's getting
the connection
pressed.
should be Mr. Hamada or the agents, not Mr. Hamada and me.
All right. Who's in a better position to know whether Warner Brothers would renegotiate.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Just asking.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Sorry.
question.
Do you review any testimony from Mr. Hamada?
I did.
What did he say?
Did you understand that Mr. Hamada says that they want to hold the lawyers, hold the actors to their deals?
That was a philosophy that he said Warner Brothers had, yes.
Yeah. Did you understand that Mr. Hamada said that nothing Mr. Depp did impacted her compensation?
I don't remember that part of the testimony. You have it available for me to read?
This is going to be the witnesses this week.
You don't know whether Mr. Hamada testified. Did anything Mr. Depp
the bottom
said
one.
about Amber Heard affect her compensation?
He's teeing this shit up. Yeah, this guy is coming on.
You don't remember?
I don't recall that testimony, no.
Yep. Oh, no,
Do you know
no,
whether Mr. Hamada indicated whether he even knew who Adam Waldman was?
Again, I don't remember the conversation about Hamada and Waldman or...
And you don't remember whether Mr. Hamada made any statements as to whether anything Mr. Waldman said affected Ms. Heard's compensation?
In my experience, studios don't talk about how or why they make decisions based on publicity or conversations. They're not going to try. They're going to be very protective of all their relationships. So that's just natural.
Yeah, unless you can get him to testify under oath at a deposition, right?
Well, even so, they're not going to say anything negative. They may bypass it by being positive, but they're not going to do anything that could potentially damage a relationship that may change or be worthwhile in the future. So that's just what a studio person does.
Mr. Hamada is in the best position to determine whether there were chemistry issues with Ms. Heard.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
He's the president of the company.
Overruled.
I don't know how involved Mr. Hamada was on a daily basis in terms of chemistry, but I do know that Warner Brothers did a chemistry test with Ms. Heard and Mr. Momoa before she even got the role. She went in and did what they call a chemistry test.
He's getting her to qualify him
there was good chemistry
because he's
going
to come on.
And evidently there was good chemistry because she was then hired to be the romantic interest. So whatever Mr. Hamada said during his deposition, I look at what actually happened in real life, which is she got the chemistry test and then she got the job.
Evidently?
Yeah, let's look what happened in real life. She went in before and took the test.
Jesus, no.
Then she made a movie. Then there was an existing movie under which Warner Brothers could then decide whether there was chemistry, right?
The movie worked. It made over $1 billion, and they're all over the poster. If they didn't think that there was chemistry, they wouldn't have put Ms. Heard on the poster next to Mr. Momoa. So
what?
You know there were multiple posters for the Aquaman movie.
Yes, there always are. That's standard.
And that 3 out of the 4 posters, the standard posters for Aquaman, didn't even feature Ms. Heard.
Right. So when you make a poster at the studio, it's normal to have 3 or 4 variations because you want to appeal to different people's perspectives. So you want the romantic poster, you want the action poster, you want the superhero poster. So it's normal for them to have many posters, but the romantic poster was of Ms. Heard and Mr. Momoa.
Duh.
And everyone, and all the others are just of Mr. Momoa.
Like we talked about, it's Aquaman, but she was prominent in the ones that that Warner Brothers wanted to appeal to women and to the romantic interest of the consumer.
Right.
Uh-huh. That's crazy.
What movies?
She said one of them. Or I think 2.
Would Ms. Heard have gotten absent Mr. Waldman's statements?
No, wait. She's actually only in one of them.
Well, the ones we know about
she's only in one of
specifically
them.
that she was in conversations with was a movie with Gail Garcelle Bernal, I believe that's how you say his name, at Amazon, which is what Ms. Kovacevic said. And she was also in consideration for a movie called Ambulance with Michael Bay. But again,
I only saw one on the
after
Google
the
search.
Waldman statements, nobody would talk to the agents, and so they weren't able to garner more. Oh, she also had a movie that she was interested in producing that a good friend of hers or a friend of hers or colleague was doing. So there was at least those three.
She's in all of them. There's sharks there.
That I read about.
Those were 3 movies that she was being considered for, but you don't know what movie she was going to be in.
Well, again, they stopped the conversation after the statement, so we don't know where they would have gone, of course. But she was in consideration for all of them, and given her fame from Aquaman, she would have that would have helped all those movies. So it would have made a lot of sense.
You're projecting movies way out into the future that you have no knowledge would ever have gotten made.
Yes.
Well, that's what we do when you talk about comparables and economic damages. You talk about the future. That's standard in our industry as a forensic expert and in the industry. That's how movies are financed, as a matter of fact, is by forecasting what happens in the future.
5 years.
What connection do you draw between Mr. Waldman's statements and the reported reduction in Ms. Heard's Aquaman 2 role?
Again, it's just it's the timing of it all. It's the timing of it all. And also, they were going to take her out of the movie after the statements, and then they put her back in. And then can I talk about the emails that I read? I'm not sure at this point, but.
So, when you say they were going to take her out of the movie, when you have an option, you literally have the option whether to include the actress.
Yes,
right?
you do.
That's what it means.
Correct.
Right. So they can choose to exercise the option or not exercise the option. Entirely up to them.
Correct.
And they have that particular studio, to your knowledge, has repeatedly recast even major figures in their DC movies.
We talked about Batman.
What about Superman?
You know, I'm not. I think I'm more familiar with the Batman actors. I think there have been a couple actors of Superman, but depending on how the movie
Henry
performed,
Cavill, yeah.
if the movie doesn't perform, they'll look for other actors. Or if they want to go a different direction or reboot a franchise, they will look at different actors. So if the movie's successful, they're not likely to change the actors, especially not in the second one or the third one.
Another reason they'll look for a different actor or actress, if the actor or actress is charged or asking too much money to play the role again, correct?
Yeah, it could happen.
Yes, not in figures under $10 million, but yes.
Yeah, if you're asking for too much money, you might not get your role again.
That's true.
And your analysis assumes that Ms. Heard could double her money.
Well, her contracts doubled her money from each one to the next, so it wasn't that large a leap to do that, especially when the agents had told me that that was what had been they were considering and what they'd been discussing.
All right. You seen the script of Aquaman 2?
Personally?
Yeah.
I did see a draft. I don't know what the date was or when it was or where in the succession of the rewrites it was. I did see one draft, yes.
You don't know what Warner Brothers has in mind for that movie in terms of the kind of movie it's going to be?
Oh, no.
It's a superhero movie.
Right.
It's
supposed to be like a buddy comedy, right?
I don't know. I don't know about a buddy comedy. It's an action movie, superhero movie. I don't know.
Who's Patrick Wilson?
Patrick Wilson. I've heard that name in terms of an actor, but I don't know Mr. Wilson.
All right. Do you know if he appears in Aquaman?
Again, I don't know him by name. If you want to show me a picture, I can, or a clip from the movie.
He was the brother, right?
Do you know if Mr. Wilson appears more frequently in Aquaman than your client does?
Yeah.
I didn't count the screen time when I watched the movie. It was a long, even when I watched it again, I didn't count the screen time of anybody else.
I thought he was great in Aquaman.
Did you read the testimony of Mr. Hamada?
We discussed that, yes.
You disregarded all of it in your analysis as to her ability to renegotiate, correct?
All right.
Well, I remember the part where Mr. Hamada said that from time to time they will break their philosophy and renegotiate. It's what they did with Jason Momoa and with Gal Gadot. So, you mean the lead actors? It coincides with what we know in the industry, which is it can be done.
It's what they did with the two title characters.
Yeah, the two title.
the DC universe.
A little bit different.
I've worked in the business for a long time, and I've seen a lot of actors renegotiate their careers. I'm sorry, not their careers, renegotiate their fees.
Yeah.
It's common practice. And it's certainly what the agent will think about first when a movie makes $1 billion+ dollars.
Right. Again, focused on the agent, but it's the studio that pays the bills.
Yes.
Right. All right. Your Honor, I have a fair amount more to do.
Continue.
I'm sorry?
Continue.
Okay. I didn't know if we were going to 5:30 today or not.
Every day is 5:30 day.
Okay.
Oh, she's not excited about this.
Need to get there.
Every day is 5:30 day.
All right. Perfect.
Oh,
All
Jesus. Right. She just wants this to be over.
You talked about Ms. Heard's endorsement deal with L'Oreal.
Every day is 5:30.
Yes.
Yeah, let's go.
And that L'Oreal has concerns about using her because every time they try to use her, people respond negatively to her.
I bet.
People don't. The Depp fan base has responded. Have posted negative things about Ms. Heard
it's the fan
on their
base.
campaigns.
It's his fans. It's not just normal
people. Did you say
people.
the Depp fan base?
Well, people that were using the hashtags that were consistent with the rest of the Depp fan base.
Fan of Johnny
But
Depp
there are people posting negative things other than things that came from Mr. Waldman, correct?
I haven't seen all the. I haven't seen all. That was. I was just looking at what.
Wait,
L'Oreal,
is he about to go for 5?
L'Oreal discussed and what L'Oreal said in their communications.
No.
Right. They made. Did you see L'Oreal make a word cloud of the words that were most commonly associated with Ms. Heard in its marketing campaigns?
I knew they did that. I didn't see it myself, actually.
Do you know what words there were?
Again, no.
We're about to find out. Here we go. Tee it up. Let's go for 5. He's getting out the list.
You didn't talk much about this, but in order to get to the damage analysis that you got,
please,
the $45 million, I think at least initially you suggested that Ms. Heard would have a role producing and starring in a movie, and that she would make $12 million.
I've talked about that, but in the latest calculation, that was really less what I considered and more about what films and TV and endorsement deals that she would do. The producing was something that she had wanted to do, and again, Mr. Momoa got that, so that's where the agents were discussing those figures with me.
The last movie that she has a production credit for is in 2013, right?
Again, I haven't memorized her resume.
It was a movie called Syrup. Did you ever hear of it?
No. Aside from having probably seen it on her IMDb.
And Soon the Darkness.
Expert,
that's her
by
other
the way.
Production credit, right?
She's an expert in this.
If you say so. If you're reading it off of her resume, I will believe you, yes.
Yeah.
2010?
Okay.
All right. 12 years ago. But you, at least at some portion of at some point in this analysis, were of the mind that
lawyer knows more than the expert. Yeah.
Recover $12 million with a producing role and a starring role in a movie, because that's what Mr. Momoa got.
Again, the agents were just saying that those were the kinds of numbers they were looking at to help her as she moved forward in her producing career.
Right. Those are the kind of the numbers the agents would like her to get.
Yeah.
Right, but again, I didn't use that in the final analysis of my $45 million.
Yeah.
So it was just a discussion point because that's what the agents wanted me to consider.
Sure. I bet they did. Absolutely.
All right. You have testified that the breakout role for Ms. Heard was Aquaman, right?
I didn't say the breakout role, but I used it as a movie that it was a superhero kind of super box office success. I think that some of her other critically acclaimed movies probably helped her break into that role, which would have been The Danish Girl, and then her work in Justice League, which was a natural progression to getting to star in Aquaman.
All right, but I used breakout, perhaps you didn't, but this is the movie that springboards her to the kind of money that you are suggesting she should earn.
It should, I guess.
Yeah.
That's what it seems like, absolutely.
And other than Aquaman, which was released in 2018, how many movies has she booked?
Well, she booked Aquaman 2.
Right.
And she did The Stand, which was a significant television show.
Uh-huh.
Right. But outside of the Aquaman franchise, she obtained only one movie role, since 2018, right?
That's one way to look at
Right.
it.
The industry also knows that she's planned to be on that next movie, and they understand her production schedule, so she's not going to go after films that would conflict with a mega box office movie. So there's scheduling and conflict issues as well that she and her team would consider.
So from when was Aquaman released in 2018?
I don't remember.
December.
It was either December 2018 and then it depends on where it was in the world. It started in December 2018 and then it moved out, into 2018.
How many months between December 2018 and the Waldman statements went by?
12, I think 15 or 16 if my math.
Okay.
Right. She got one role during that 15 or 16 month period, during the entirety of the post-Aquaman boost, right?
She got Stand.
Right.
And then she was in discussions for the films as they were getting ready to go.
Okay.
But she didn't get another role for 16 months between the release of Aquaman and what you say are the Waldman statements.
Well, she got The Stand.
Right. She got one TV role.
Wow.
A pretty significant TV role, yes, for a Stephen King novel.
Right.
There's a lot of
She
those.
was in a movie, though.
I'm sorry?
She was in a movie that was released after Aquaman.
Oh, really?
What movie are you referring to?
Gully.
Oh, well, I don't know when that was shot, so you'd have to tell me when it was shot. Movies get released
She's
at
the
different
expert.
time frames.
But, guys,
it can be
she is the
shot
expert
in
on this.
2016 and not get released till 2018. So
Yeah.
you'd have to tell me. We'd have to look
Yeah,
at
she's the expert.
the actual filming dates of.
She
of Gully
knows
for
about
me to
this.
talk to you about that.
She wasn't initially cast in Gully, was she?
I'm not familiar with the casting process of Gully.
All right. Do you know who Alice Eve is?
Who?
Alice Eve.
Alice Eve. Sounds familiar, but I'm not recalling who she is.
She's an actress, been in any number of movies. You don't know who she is?
Again, I know her name, but
You don't know who she is? Like how he asked
She was in
her.
Star Trek.
Great.
Right. She was in one of those breakout roles, Star Trek.
Oh my
But
God!
you don't even know who she is.
I talked to you about Star Trek before. I'm not a big Star Trekian.
Okay.
Star Trekian.
Ms. Heard replaced
Jesus
Alice
Christ.
Eve in the movie Gully, right?
I don't know the casting process. I don't know who starred in that movie.
Do you know what she was paid?
How much?
Ms. Heard.
For Gully?
Yeah.
Can you tell me when that was in? No, I don't. But what was the filming date of, and what was the start date of Gully?
You didn't look at the Gully contract when you were making an analysis of Ms. Heard's damages?
My God.
I don't recall whether I looked at it or not.
So that's a no.
Did you understand that she was making $2,190 per week for Gully?
Can you tell me when it was shot? When does that contract get
That's
negotiated?
not a lot of money. Lazy
relevant.
thinks it's $10.
The contract is negotiated prior to the release of Aquaman.
Okay.
So she signs this contract
Uh-huh.
for $2,190. Is there do you know what the Screen Actors Guild low budget agreement minimum scale is?
Oh no.
It changes from year to year. It depends on what year and what the size of the budget. There's actually 3 or 4 different scale, benchmarks.
Oh,
so
no.
When there's a low budget, it can be a micro budget. It can be a minimum budget. At low budget, there's like 4 or 5 different scales that they use when it gets to anything other than a studio film.
It's $21.90.
And oftentimes actors do passion projects, and that has nothing to do with, or something that they really love to do, or they think that would be good for the career. It doesn't have anything to do with the fee made on the
Mega
film.
budget, yeah.
All right.
How much? Let us know. He's getting it ready.
What's a loan out?
A loan out? A loan out is the corporation that an actor will use so that their money comes in through a corporation, and then that corporation technically loans out the actor's services to the production. So the loan out is the corporation that the actor uses, and then they loan out the services to the production company.
Yeah.
It's just really for tax purposes.
Do you know of any movie that Ms. Heard booked immediately prior to Aquaman other than Gully?
Well, I know she did Justice League. I don't remember the dates and times of the filming of the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
You always have to look at the filming dates.
You talked about
Gully
Mr.
has
Schnell.
1.7 IMDb.
Gully was in his chart, right?
1.7 out of like what, 1.8?
I don't remember where Gully was.
Right.
Because you have no idea about it.
Did you look closely at his chart?
Pardon?
Did you look closely at his chart?
At Mr. Schnell's chart?
Yeah.
I looked at the numbers with respect to the social media campaigns is what I was looking at Mr. Schnell for.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Do you know whether any of the dates of the Waldman statements even appear in Mr. Schnell's chart?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
You talked a little bit about Q scores and Mr. Banya. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you get nervous? Yeah.
For Ms. Heard, Mr. Banya used Q scores from immediately after Aquaman, right?
Again, if you want to show me something, I can answer it. I don't remember every word of Mr. Banya's, but I remember talking about the dates with you earlier.
All right. But you don't know as you sit here today whether the Q scores that Mr. Banya used were after Aquaman but before the Waldman statements?
He used a couple different scores based on dates. I don't remember if they were correlated to the statements or not. I remember years more than anything else. Again, I looked at thousands and thousands of pages of documents, so I don't remember exactly what his said.
Okay.
Even before the Waldman statements, Ms. Heard had very high negative Q scores. Isn't that correct?
Very negative high Q scores?
No, very high negative Q scores.
As I said, very high negative Q scores. I remember discussions of a lot of Q scores. I don't remember exactly what or when, which score, or whether it was net.
So in your analysis, you didn't consider Ms. Heard's negative Q scores as a restraint on what she might earn on a going forward basis?
That's true?
No, Q scores change all the time. Ms. Heard's IMDb score has been 1, and it's been 300. Mr. Depp's Q score has been 1, and it's been 253. Q scores change all the time. Scores change all the time. They're based on current events and movie releases.
You talked a little bit about Mr. Depp's damages. Did you talk? Who's Jerry Bruckheimer?
Who's Jerry Bruckheimer? The producer of the Pirates franchise. Well, he's a huge producer of a lot of movies, but he happens to be the producer of the Pirates franchise.
You didn't talk to him prior to your testimony?
Personally, no.
No. And you didn't have other people talk to him on your behalf, did you?
Me personally, no. I did not talk to Mr. Bruckheimer.
And you've never spoken with Mr. Bruckheimer about why Mr. Depp has not appeared in a Six Pirate movie?
There has been no Six Pirate movie. There is not a Pirates movie titled Pirate Six yet.
Right.
Forever.
But you haven't talked to Mr. Bruckheimer as to whether Mr. Depp was going to appear in the movie?
From things that I've read in newspaper publications and emails,
Just
I think
like
that
Aquaman
Mr.
3,
Bruckheimer was
yeah.
uncertain whether Mr. Depp would star in.
Right. But you haven't talked to him. And you've never spoken with Sean Bailey about this, right?
No.
Or anyone at Disney?
I actually put a call into someone at Disney, and they didn't want to talk on the record.
All right, you called somebody at Disney and they didn't want to talk to you.
No, again, as I said, studios don't want to talk about their stars, whether they want to preserve a relationship that may or may not be used in the future. So it's their tendency not to talk about people they
Yeah,
are
of
in
course.
business with.
That makes
So
sense.
you have no personal knowledge why Mr. Depp hasn't made a Six Pirate movie?
Well, as I said, there is no Six Pirate movie.
Right. But you don't know why. You have no personal knowledge why.
I don't work at Disney now.
Did you listen to
Isn't that
Mr.
something?
Wiggum's testimony in this trial?
I read Mr. Wiggum's testimony.
Yeah.
And Mr. Wiggum said
hard to watch,
Mr. Depp
yeah.
had a deal
It's-
for the movie, right?
It's not good.
I think Mr. Wiggum did. The other agent, Mr. Carino, said he did not. And as there is no Pirates movie, there have been no deals negotiated, and that's what Ms. Jacobs also testified to.
But Mr. Wiggum testified to something.
It doesn't correlate, as we say, to the other two agents' testimony.
Oh my God.
You've indicated
Jesus,
that
man.
a portion of the reason that Mr. Depp has received negative, has received a variety of negative comments in Hollywood is that he engages in lawsuits.
One of the elements that has contributed to a lot of negative press and attention is due to the lawsuits, and the activity and the behaviors that we talked about earlier have been brought into the limelight.
Mr. Depp's lawsuit here has generated negative publicity for Ms. Heard, correct?
That's true.
Yes.
That lawsuit, until she's filed a counterclaim, didn't relate to the Waldman statements, did it?
Mr. Depp's lawsuits?
Yeah.
No, we talked about that. It was pertaining to her op-ed piece.
Right. It related to what
Pardon?
Ms. Heard said.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Depp's lawsuit relates to what Ms. Heard said and not to what Mr. Waldman said.
It related to the op-ed piece that Ms. Heard wrote.
Right. So Mr. Waldman's statements have no connection to the negative publicity that Ms. Heard has received relative to this trial, correct?
Oh,
Objection
no.
calls for speculation, foundation.
Oh,
hearsay,
no.
and outside the scope.
Any response?
We're looking for a causal connection here.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Yeah. When was the last time you met with Ms. Heard?
I only met Ms. Heard at lunch today.
Okay, that's the first time you talked to her.
First time I met her.
Okay. What's your compensation for testifying here today?
Ooh.
For a testimony, it's $650 an hour.
What has been your compensation to date for providing the assistance that you have in this case?
There's a lot of people here
I've
probably
been
thinking
working
I
on
should
the
be an
case for
expert
about
witness.
3 years, and
Okay, over 3 years, how much? I bet $400,000.
Over the 3 years, I believe it's around $60,000.
That's it?
You said 60?
Yeah, over 3 years.
All right. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Thank you,
That's it?
I'm going to make it definitely fit within that 530.
Okay.
Ms. Owen,
3 years,
you were
yeah.
asked a number of questions about the different social media, the negative, and how do you know that it relates to the Waldman-Depp statements? Do you recall all those questions?
Yes.
Okay. The social media that was connected, and some of that was your testimony, some Jessica Kovacevic, and some of it was Mr. Schnell, actually tracked the language from the 3 statements from Waldman, correct?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Okay. What, if any,
God, you're not going to finish them in the last 10 minutes,
efforts were
are you?
made to track the negative social media that caused the damages that you've attributed?
Objection leading.
Please don't let her do anything.
Overruled.
So L'Oreal did a lot of research. William Morris did a lot of research. Mr. Schnell did a lot of research. And in those conversations, those were also connective tissues to the negative social media campaign and the Waldman statements.
And they connected back to those 3 statements, correct?
Yes.
Objection leading.
And what, if any, connection did they have to those 3 statements?
Again, we talked about this earlier. We talked about some of the hashtags being similar. We talked about the Waldman or the Waldminion. So there were a lot of connective tissues between the negative social media campaigns and the Waldman statements.
Okay. And I'm going to jump because I think this is part of this. So you were asked some questions about Mr. Hamada. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And asked whether he testified that, whether anything Mr. Depp said or anything Mr. Waldman said had anything to do with their initial decision not to exercise the option to Aquaman 2. Do you recall that testimony? Or that, those questions?
You just said it.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the testimony from Mr. Schnell tracked the 1.2 million tracers to January 2021, correct?
Objection leading.
Do you remember what month that was until?
Right. So when Mr. Schnell did his analysis, it was from April of 2020 to January 2021.
And when did Warner Brothers tell Amber Heard and her agents they were not exercising her Aquaman 2 contract?
It was in February of 2021.
All right. And what, if anything, did Mr. Hamada say about whether the reason they did that was because of the 1.2 million negative social media tweets and Instagrams and,
They probably
and
didn't
other
say anything
communications
about it.
Objection, no foundation.
had any impact?
Sustained. Next question.
Are you aware of whether he said anything about that?
Oh, no.
I recall in the Warner Brothers file.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Oh, my God.
Do you know whether that had any impact?
Objection, hearsay.
Just waits for
I'm
her
asking
to
now,
talk.
She's allowed to rely on hearsay.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
Oh, my God.
All right. You were asked a whole lot of questions about the different comparables. And so I'm just going to go to this again. Of
That's
all the
3.
different movies, of all of those comparables, which movie was the highest grossing of all of them?
Again, I believe it's Aquaman. I mean, everybody talks about Aquaman being one of the highest, if not the highest grossing films. Certainly the highest DC comic film. We're in that superhero world. But
Spider-Man
again,
made more money.
I don't want to say it was the highest, but I think it was very close to it.
Spider-Man made more.
Do you know whether Walter Hamada admits it was the highest grossing DC film?
Yes, he said that, yes.
Okay. So when you're looking at all the comparables, what, if any, relevance is there to the degree of success of that DC superhero movie?
Objection.
I thought she was comparing to the other actors.
She can speak to that, Your Honor.
Like Zendaya and all that.
Do you know the answer to that question? Do you know?
I was confused.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I forgot it. No, I have to admit. Okay, so let's go backwards. So what if, do you know whether it makes a difference, whether how successful that DC superhero movie is in what types of films they'll be able to get in the future?
Objection, foundation.
I'm asking the foundation.
If you want to ask the foundation, go ahead.
I'm sorry, that's what I thought I was asking. Do you know whether that plays any role, the degree of success?
Customarily, when a film...
Objection, foundation.
Ask her how she knows.
How do you know?
In 25 years of being in the film industry, it's customary for when a movie does such an extraordinary amount at the box office, it shines a very bright light on the actors, especially if they're in lead roles. And it's customary that they will get, not customary, it is, I don't want to use the word standard, but it is very frequent that a star in a movie that has performed so well at the box office and with a role model character that Mira was, that she would have gotten other roles and worked quite a bit afterwards, and that movie would have helped her
Focus
career.
on
That's
the word
no
model.
question.
And with all these comparables, when you gave the range to this jury of 45 to 50 million in estimating this over this period of time, did you put Amber Heard's estimated damages ranges above all those other comparables?
No, again, I was very specific in using the actual negotiated rates that Ms. Heard's agents were able to get for her in that contract, and use that as a precedent. So again, I always wanted to be grounded in what Ms. Heard actually was in contract for and what her agents negotiated. And I used that as the baseline for the financial numbers of her loss. I used the comparable actors to show how consistently they all worked and how their careers moved forward after being in a box office.
Okay.
You were asked about Disney and the Pirates 6 again. What, if any, knowledge do you have of whether Disney is willing to pay Mr. Depp $300 million and 1 million alpacas?
Objection, no foundation.
Oh, here we go with the alpacas
I'm asking her what,
again.
if anything, does she know about whether Disney is...
If you can lay a foundation.
Okay.
Okay,
Did you listen to or did you read the Disney testimony in this case?
I did, yes.
All right.
And?
What do you recall Disney saying about whether they were willing to pay Mr. Depp $300 million and give him 1 million alpacas?
They would not be willing to pay $300 million and give him alpacas.
Thank you.
How many?
You were asked about the defecation. What, if any, recollection or knowledge do you have about whether that social media negative campaign that you've testified had the words defecation in it or poop?
Objection, no foundation.
It didn't.
I know that the word poop and the hashtag poop is used.
Okay. Was that in any of the
Move to
ones
strike.
you found?
Sustain the objection, move to strike.
Yep,
Next
it's
question.
done.
Okay. In your review of the social
Say it,
media
say it.
campaigns
Oh,
and the
man.
negative social media campaigns
Damn it,
that
man.
you testified to with this jury, that include the L'Oreal, that include the WME, that include Mr. Schnell, and include what you've done, what, if any, recollection do you have of how many of those that are influencing your connections to the defamation statements include the words poop or defecation?
Objection.
They're using the wrong word. She's using the wrong
one of the
word.
hashtags that was connected to the statements.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it wasn't poop or defecation. It was another one. Say it.
You were asked
I want her
about
own
the
lawyers
time
to
period
say it.
between the defamatory
Please.
statement, between the release of Aquaman 2 in December 2018.
Aquaman 1.
Aquaman 1, thank you. And the defamatory statements that were in April 2020 and June 2020. Do you recall that testimony?
I remember that questioning, yes.
Okay. During that time, were you aware of whether Aquaman 2 was in discussions with Amber Heard about scheduling the filming of Aquaman 2?
In the period between the statements and...
Before. I'm going before.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
talking about the period of time when they released Aquaman 1.
Okay.
And the April 8th, first of the defamatory statements.
Right.
Do you know whether whether Warner Brothers was in discussions already with Amber Heard about scheduling her for Aquaman 2?
Objection, hearsay.
Do you know? I'm asking her whether you know.
I'll sustain it as the hearsay.
Okay. Do you have knowledge of whether Aquaman was in discussions with Amber during that period?
Objection, hearsay.
Nah.
I don't know how to.
I don't know.
Ask her foundation.
I don't know.
Right, right.
Uh-oh, she got 1 minute on the clock.
Well, Amber received an early draft of the script. Amber's agents were in discussions.
Objection, hearsay.
I think she can say that.
Sustained.
Okay. What is, in your experience, based on getting scripts, what does that mean?
It's 5:30.
For experience. In my experience with the movie as
It's
high profile as something like
5:30.
Aquaman, they keep the scripts very tight. You know, they don't let anybody read them. They're numbered. They have your name.
Time's up.
So if you're getting a script for a movie such as Aquaman that's kept tightly close to the vest, if you will, by the studio, you are going to, they want you to be in the movie. Otherwise, they would never give you the script.
Okay.
And so if a script was given to
Ding,
Amber
ding,
Heard
ding. Yep, let's
before
go.
the first April 8, 2020 defamatory statement, what would that suggest?
Objection,
Based on your knowledge that you've just testified to.
Objection, speculation.
It's not speculation. Your Honor.
Overruled.
Oh, shit.
Again, if she got the script, they were going to use her in the movie. That was their plan. Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you're still an expert, so you can have a seat in
Okay.
the courtroom.
I'm still
okay.
okay.
You sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh-oh, she might be back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this come to the end of our day.
Holy
All right,
shit.
So please do not do any outside research tonight, and
Oh my
don't talk to
God.
anybody about the case, okay? And we'll see you in the morning.
Oh my
bright and early at 9
God.
o'clock, right? Okay, thank you.
What a fucking day. What an expert, guys. Wow. What a fucking expert. I can't believe that. Kept it close to the vest. Proceeds to spoil the movie in public court of law. What? I mean, they gotta do it. That's what it is. Even the judge was surprised? Yeah, she was. Dude, that guy...
right. Just a few planning notes, okay?
What's this?
After testimony tomorrow, and we've excused the jury, we'll go ahead and have the proffers that you requested, Mr. Rottenborn. We'll do those tomorrow after. Is that okay?
Okay.
Does that sound good? All right, we'll do those right after, like right now, tomorrow.
Yeah,
Okay.
all right.
That should give you, with the proffers that you need to do for the
Rottenborn. I mean,
record,
how do
okay?
you go with somebody
All
named
right,
that?
and then whenever all the testimony is done, possibly at this point it would be Thursday afternoon after the jury is excused. We'll go over the remaining jury instructions. I have 300
That's
advisement.
like the
We'll pick up
antagonist
those,
in a
and
Tim
we'll also,
Burton film.
if there's any other from the evidence
It's
this
like
week that we need
Rottenborn.
to talk about, we can discuss those as well after the jury's gone on Thursday evening,
Oh
or
my
if earlier
God.
if the evidence is done before then. Okay, and just as times up to this minute, the plaintiff has used 45 hours and 24 minutes.
Ooh.
The defendant has used 57 hours and 6 minutes, which means the plaintiff has left 15 hours,
left.
and 51 minutes, and the defendant has 4 hours and 9 minutes left.
Oh, 4.
Okay? So that's where we're at.
Jesus.
All right, anything else for this evening?
That is not
Your
looking
Honor,
good.
The last witness, it appears that is on the plaintiff's witness list is Mr. Depp, and I was just hoping we would get an
You
answer
mean
as to what.
defendant's witness list?
Yeah, and defendant's witness list.
I don't know. Are
was
you
hoping
still
to get an answer.
changing witness? I'm not sure.
We're discussing.
Okay. Making a
We have
decision
no
at the
idea what we're
morning,
doing.
okay? All right, everybody have a good evening.
We're panicking. Okay, oh man, like, yep, they're gonna bring him back on the stand, which is smart. I think that makes sense. Obviously it does. I am just so fucking shocked about that. Like, that lawyer is fucking savage. Like, holy shit. Like, he was the wizard deleter. It doesn't matter what you're an expert on. He's gonna make you look like you're not a fucking expert on whatever it is. Oh my God. And he had to go in with another one. I wonder, yeah, somebody said, like, their goal shouldn't be to win the case. It should be to make Amber's team say
Straight
Amber
ahead.
turd. Like, that's it. That's all they should do. Someone brought up Hackers to Camille and Ben. Yeah, I saw that. Somebody tweeted it at me. I saw the picture. I did. Holy fucking shit, man. Like, that guy, like, he just, especially the first guy. Like, this guy right here. Oh my God. This was fucking savage, man. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen somebody get owned on this level. It was awful. Yeah, 4 hours are left. Yeah, he's got more time. Well, yeah, it's just, holy fuck. Like, man, this guy just fucking destroyed him. So I will say, like, all right, in general, I feel like I feel like this last week is gonna be really, really fucking entertaining. Like, I am excited about that. Like, it is gonna be fucking crazy. Depp turning up to reggae music in the car. Oh my god. Check Twitter. Yeah. We gotta look at Twitter shit and get into that in a minute, right? Let me see if I can find this real quick. I know that a lot of people have tweeted shit at me and like tried to send stuff to me. I don't exactly know what this is. And like, yeah, take a look at this, boys. Like, look at this. Just a reminder that Depp's legal team has the president of Warner Brothers and DC Films on their rebuttal list. So the lies the witness is spewing about Amber not being dropped due to lack of chemistry will crumble. Oh no. Oh no. Man, that is not looking good at all. What's this here? So she can estimate Amber would make double digits of $4 million. Aquaman 3, it doesn't exist yet, but she can't estimate damages for Depp's pirate roles of the Caribbean as it doesn't exist yet. Well, I mean, I think there's a slight difference, but I do think that it's obviously silly. The witness lied about Pirates 6 not being in development. Well, also, I thought it was, like, very disingenuous for them to say that, like, the reason why it cost them a bunch of extra money with Pirates of the Caribbean, I think there's, like, 5 or 4, I forgot which one they mentioned, was because of Johnny Depp's finger. Because it's something that, like, I think that, like, according to him, at least, this is what I think, that he didn't do that. You know what I mean? Like, it's like he's now at fault. Like, not only does he get his fucking finger cut off, but on top of that, he's got everybody saying that it's his fault for ruining the movie. Yeah, and she caused that. Like, that's what's so fucking crazy. And yeah, they've only got 4 hours left, man. She said marketing cost is a factor. You don't need expensive marketing costs for an already popular series. Well, yeah, but you spend a lot of money on it, too. And I think also, like, the fact that she didn't even consider, whenever she was trying to, like, balance out the cost of, like, the movie versus, like, the amount of money that it would make, whenever she was explaining that to the jury, she deliberately was, I don't know about deliberately, but, like, she didn't mention merchandising. You guys want to know why George Lucas is, I think, the richest director ever? It's because he has rights to merchandising for Star Wars. And it literally made billions of dollars. He's richer than, like, Steven Spielberg, fucking Christopher Nolan, any of this stuff, right? And these people don't know this because I guess they just don't fucking know it. But I do. George Lucas is... Look, let me show you how big of a difference it is. Let me see if I can pull this right here. And where's it right here? Okay. Is there a list here? I'm trying to see if I can find a list at all. Let's see if I can figure it out. That's not a very good one. Where is this here? Okay, this is one from, I don't really know when this picture was. I want to go back and just look at it right here. Give me just 1 second. This was quite a long time ago, but we're just going to look at it real quick. Actually, people say this one sucks. I might change something else. But this is just one example, okay? And I think it generally proves the point, is that these are the richest directors of all time. This is 9 years. Obviously, it's changed over time. And this is, as I said, people, like, said in here, right? So let's go down here. George Lucas, right down here at the bottom with I know you guys can't read it. It says $7 billion. There he is. So it's over half as much more. Now, this was 10 years ago, and he's not doing films anymore, right? But that's how much fucking money he made off of merchandising. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I think Pirates of the Caribbean is a really good movie for merchandising. Am I wrong about that? I feel like it's pretty fucking obvious. And he's still the richest. Yeah, that's what I just looked it up and it said the same thing. Yeah, there it is. So he sold Star Wars to Disney. Yeah, he's got a lot more fucking money now too. Exactly. And let me go back and double check this. And where's the rest? So is Aquaman? Yeah, absolutely Aquaman is. I think it was a freaking South Park episode of Indiana Jones. Thanks. Yeah, sure. The last Pirates movie, not a success, by the way, is roughly the same as Aquaman, adjusted for inflation, by the way. So Pirates of the Caribbean 5 made $800,000. Aquaman made $1.1 billion. Adjusted for inflation, I forgot how far apart those movies are. I think Aquaman maybe made more, but like, I don't know. I would say with merchandising, maybe Pirates of the Caribbean might have made more because it's more established than Aquaman is. But I think Aquaman is also very established because it's an established character. It's really kind of hard to say. I'd have to look at the numbers. I think it's a wash, right? Yeah, 800 million. That's what I meant to say, not 800,000. Yeah, that's about it. And he didn't sell Star Wars, but LucasArts, Industrial Light. Yeah, so basically George Lucas is the richest person in the world. Like, that's effectively what I'm saying here. But in general, what I'm trying to get at, obviously, is that the merchandising for Pirates of the Caribbean is a tremendous factor. And so for her to just compare the cost of producing and filming and marketing the movie and then compare that with the box office cost, that's like looking at a pie chart and only looking at like maybe half of it. You see kind of what I'm saying here? It's deliberately painting a picture that is not accurate. I think that's effectively what happened. Merchandising about 20 to 25% of Pirates franchise revenue. Okay, well then there you go. You've got an even better number. So it's a quarter, not half. And this whole area in Disney World, only for Pirates of the Caribbean. Yep, there you go. Of course they are financially invested in continuing that to happen, okay? Absolutely. Sea of Thieves made a contract with Disney, Pirates of the Caribbean in the game. They have a storyline based on Captain Jack Sparrow after the lawsuit against Johnny. People literally started playing the game solely to interact with Captain Jack. Well, that's because he's a great character. Like, yeah, everybody loves him. Like, it's great. And imagine Disney sues Amber Heard for the lost revenue? Maybe. When's your masterclass on marketing? Well, I don't know about listen, there's a lot of different ways to market yourself, and I think the best thing to do is to look at what works for you, right? I think that's my best advice. And the truth is that, like, there's a lot of unconventional things that work as marketing. Like, the truth is that watching this trial and this trial being so popular, it's going to hype up whatever movie Johnny Depp or Amber Heard does next. Like, it doesn't matter what it is. It could be some fucking foreign film where they only speak Spanish or some shit like that. They only speak Chinese, and it doesn't matter. It's going to be fucking massive because people are going to want to hear about it, right? Amber might end up on OnlyFans stuff. I think with Amber Heard, you know, the best person I can probably compare with Amber Heard, and I saw a few people mentioning this, is Megan Fox. Megan Fox was in Transformers because she was hot. That's about it. And that was it. Like other than that, there's like, and she hasn't really ever been like that popular afterwards. She hasn't really gone and done like a bunch of like massive big movies afterwards or anything. She was just hot. Like, that's it. And I think that was basically why Amber Heard was in Aquaman, is because she was hot. And so to the extent that she's hot, she'll keep getting acting gigs, and to the extent that she's not anymore, she will stop. And that's the truth. Yeah, that's the fucking truth, man. Megan's way better. Well, I'm not really trying to argue about which one's hotter. All I'm saying is that they both have a literal surface level value. That's really that's the facts. Can't compare. Megan was blacklisted due to being high maintenance and fighting with Michael Bay on set. She was not blacklisted due to that. She was blacklisted for calling the director, I think, comparing him to Hitler. Am I right about that? She said Michael Bay was like Hitler or something like that. Yeah. And you know what he did? You know what Michael Bay did? He kicked her to the fucking curb. He said, guess what? You're fucking fired. Yep. We can replace you. That's no problem. Yeah, I remember whenever it happened. And like, that shit happened. And like, everybody was like, damn, he can do that? And he was like, yeah, I can do that. And then he went on and made like 50 other fucking movies, and they were just fucking fine, and they had 100 explosions in each one of them. You're right? Yeah, this happened back in, if I remember right, 2009, 2008 to 2010, somewhere around there. That's what, at least like in my head, that's whenever it was. For what movie? It was, I think, the second Transformers movie. It was a very, very long time ago. And 2009, yeah, look, guys, I remember a lot of shit. As I said, I remember a whole lot of shit. And Turtle Ninja had he take her back? Maybe. And she was back in Turtles? Well, yeah, because she's still hot. So, of course, people are going to want her in the movies. Yeah, there you go. Somebody's got to know it. You can take every superhero and check how the lover of the main character ends up. Iron Man, Superman, Spider-Man, wherever you want, with one of the girls you can remember. With Superman, I mean, like, you have Kristen Stewart with the Spider-Man. I think that she was already a well-established actor, and I think that she's had many great roles after that and before that. And I think the reason why is because Emma Stone is doing just fine. Kristen Stewart, what I can only think of her in the context of Twilight. Like, that's the only. Kirsten Dunst? Was that her name? Oh my God, I forgot. I fucking forgot. There's a lot of them I'm trying to keep in mind. It's hard. But anyway, yeah, she had many roles before and after that. Let's say, Iron Man. It was the ginger girl. I don't know what her name is now. Like, I'm not thinking of it right now off the top of my head. Kirsten Dunst was hot. Yeah, she was. Guys, it was like 20 fucking years ago. I forgot that one. All right, Gwyneth Paltrow. Oh. Well, that's just, some random no-name actor, right? Like, yeah, I mean, what's she ever been in, right, guys? I mean, holy fuck. Yeah, and like, yeah, but that's, again, like, she was already in a number of other movies before and after that. She was huge. I was joking. She's fucking massive. Yeah, she's huge. Like, yeah, of course. But, like, again, that wasn't, like, a breakout role or, like, a big role for her at all. Absolutely. Just being sarcastic, yeah, I am. And, Emma Stone, I'm not sure what she does now. Actually, I have no idea. Jessica Alba? I mean, Jessica Alba, she was in the Fantastic Four. And I'm trying to think whatever else. I don't know if she's really in anything else besides that right now. I actually have no clue. Sin City? Yeah, well, that was fucking... Bro. Sin City was amazing, and she was awesome in that movie too. Oh my God, that was one of my. I was like, that movie was so. It was one of the first DVDs. I remember I bought that at like one of those like fucking 3 for $10 things at Blockbuster back in the fucking day. Is they used to sell DVDs after they stopped renting them out. They'd sell them on like the fucking table, and you could buy them. Let me look over here. I'll read the rest of this shit here. Dark Angel. Yeah, I mean, I can't think of every single person, but in general, Emma Watson. I mean, again, like, I feel like, yeah, absolutely, like, she's gonna have more roles. Like, yeah, of course. Left Hollywood, spend time with her family. Yeah, I thought she had, like, a baby or some shit like that. That's what I assumed, too. Yeah, that's what I kind of thought, but I have no idea. And all I'm saying is, like, a lot of these other actors did have, like, I think that one thing that we can look at is, like, with many of these other actors, like Natalie Portman, Mila Jovovich, Mila Kunis, Scarlett Johansson, all of these people, almost every single one of them, had a successful career before they were in that movie. I think with like every single one of them, they had a successful career before they were in that movie. And I think that's the big difference between them and Amber Heard, is Amber Heard really didn't have a successful career before that movie. Not at all. It was just, there she was, and that was about it. And to be honest, I don't really think that, like, I remember watching Aquaman and thinking that, like, the only thing that I thought about with her was that her hair was really red. Like, that was it. Like, I had no real opinion on, like, her character. Like, of all the characters I can think of in Aquaman, right? You had, like, Aquaman's mom. She was cool. Like, she was an interesting character. His dad was great. I think that, what's the guy? The Swedish guy was there. From Rocky. He's from Sweden. I forgot what his name is. William Dafoe. Yeah, he was in there as well. And, yeah, Ivan. Well, not Ivan. Dolph Lundgren. Yeah, there you go. Like, all of those characters, I feel like they were much more memorable than Amber Heard's character. I do. I feel like every single one of them had, like, more of a personality. And, like, again, Dolph Lundgren and William Dafoe have had, like, what, 30 years, 40 years of a successful acting career? So it would make sense. 100%. Yeah, she's forgettable. Exactly. You could have replaced Mara with another character or another actor, and I don't even think people would even be able to tell the difference. It would not even matter. It doesn't matter what. Yeah, red hair mermaid from Disney equals Ariel. Yeah, there you go. So let me read a few comments here. I can't believe she compared someone in the Marvel movie to someone in a DC movie. Marvel always makes more money. I don't think that's the only factor, but it's like, why does Marvel make more money? It's because usually the movies have been better. I think that a lot of the DC movies have been L movies. Like, most of the Marvel movies have been, I would say, on average better. And I think also, like, the pinnacle of them, like Justice League, like, if we had the Zack Snyder Justice League and we had, like, the second one where there's more of Darkseid and like, it's more interesting. Oh, I don't know. I think that, you know, maybe, I still don't think it would be comparable to Infinity War. I don't think so. I feel like what DC tried to do is they tried to do the same thing that Marvel was doing. You know what it's like? It's kind of like, no, I don't really know if this is a good analogy. Is it like DC had been building up, or sorry, Marvel had been building up this like massive fucking multifaceted universe of like all these different characters ever since, I think the first one was Iron Man in 2008. Am I right about that? So this had been going on for like literally 10 years. Then DC came back and they started doing this in like, I don't know, 5 years ago or something like this. And they were like, wait a minute, no, we have our own extended universe and we have characters interacting with each other in ours too. Hulk, yeah, but Hulk was 2002, I believe. And the Hulk was not, like, Edward Norton was the Hulk in the original one. I remember my dad and I saw it in movie theaters. Hulk was 2008? What, bro? Hulk was not 2008? No shot it was 2008. There were two Hulks? It was before Iron Man 2? I thought you guys were talking about the original one with Edward Norton. Okay, I was very confused there for a second. I didn't know what you guys were talking about. Yeah, it was 2003. Okay, yeah, never mind. Because, yeah, that one came out. I was disappointed they didn't have Edward Norton again. I think he's a great actor. But, you know, I think Mark Ruffalo did a great job, too. Either way, what I'm saying is, like, DC is playing catch-up to Marvel. And in my opinion, I don't think they're ever going to catch up. I don't think so. I don't think their characters are as personable. The people playing them are not necessarily as great. And I just think Marvel's so far ahead, it's going to be impossible, really, for them to catch up. That's really the truth. Joker, I mean, yeah, Joker was great. But, like, I feel like Joker isn't DC Universe, is it? I feel like it's not. I feel like DC Universe is the, what's his name? The guy that's a singer from fucking 30 Seconds to Mars. He was in a Dallas Buyers Club. I think he's great. I like him. But it is? Jared Leto. Yeah, there you go. And it's supposed to be? Well, I guess. I just didn't expect it because it was two completely different actors. I think Jared Leto is great, but I didn't really think the Joker, like his Joker, was like really that... it just wasn't that good, in my opinion. Yeah, that's about it. And Joker's literally... it's not. The new Batman already has another Joker. Yeah, it was weird because, like, I thought, I remember whenever I watched Dallas Buyers Club, I thought he was tremendous in that. And I remember he was in Lord of War, too, and I thought he was good in that, too. And it's just, it was weird to see him play the Joker, and it just wasn't that good. You know, it's just, I don't know. It's my opinion. And I thought it was going to be way better. I was surprised that it wasn't. Original Hulk is 1997, Bill Bixby. I thought that, what's his name? The big bodybuilder guy, played him even before then. Lou Ferrigno. I thought he played the Hulk even before then. Yeah. Let's see here. I gotta look at a few other stuff, right? All I'm saying is that I forgot how we got off on this tangent. But the point that I'm getting at here is that I think to compare Amber Heard to Chris Pine, to Jason Momoa, and to Gal Gadot, it's such a disingenuous comparison. And I think the reason for the comparison is obvious. They're doing the comparison in order to show that she lost a bunch of money. It's bullshit. It's obviously fucking bullshit. Hulk with Edward Norton is 2008. There's no way it's 2008. I don't want to hear that. Yeah, Vampire Survivor update. Just letting you know if you haven't heard, it's a small one. Yeah, I know it's a small one. I saw the update on Twitter. I would play it today if there was a lot going on. What do you think about Kate Moss on Wednesday? Well, I think this. it's obvious what they're going to say because they're being called forth by Johnny's team. I think that in general, you can expect that if a team is bringing on a witness, the reason for that is because that witness is going to help their side. So yeah, that's generally the way that I feel about it. And yeah, let me see, what's this here?
Isn't Falstad dead?
Isn't he dead?
And Falstad is not in the game at all. What happened to him?
Isn't Falstad dead?
Isn't he dead? Yeah. So the answer is no, he does not use one now.
Oh my God.
I used the past tense.
Oh.
Yeah, Alex, what's up with that?
Yeah.
Thanks for pointing that out. We're gonna get that fixed.
Thank you.
Bet.
That guy was a fucking legend. Holy shit. Yeah, I think Alex was too busy with other behaviors and activities in the office to remember his own lore. Obviously, that's what it was. Red shirt guy, yeah. So sad seeing the worst of Blizzard next to the best of Blizzard. I mean, the guy was a fucking alcoholic. I think that people thought they were able to help him. They were trying to help him. They were friends with him. The guy just kept going more and more and more over the edge, and then people left the company, and it just kind of collapsed. I mean, that's just what happens, man. It's very sad to see, though. It absolutely is. I wish we saw more Chris. I was very sad whenever Chris Mattson left. I think he left in 2016. And I wish we'd see more of him every once in a while, just show up and be Thrall again. Like, why not? You know, there it is. And Norton was 2008. Damn! That fucking freaks me out. Dude, like, in my mind, I was like, the Hulk with Edward Norton was like in 2003 or 2002. I remember, like, in my mind, I thought it was like, I was in like middle school or like early high school whenever my dad took me to see it in a movie theater. So it was a long time ago, man. How much you want to bet that Amber Stewart is going to pretend that Kate Moss won't answer truthfully due to fear of Johnny? Well, I'm sure that they'll try to devalue the witnesses as much as possible. Yeah, 100%. Let me go back over here. And it's because Edward gave us Hulk. We wanted 2003? Yeah, sure. All right, let me look at the other stuff here. And man, I'm really just hoping that, like, some of this... Oh, my God. There he is. Dude, it's this guy right here. The anti-mage tank boy who can unga-bunga through any wizard shit. It's this guy right here. The fucking legend. It doesn't matter what the experts say. It doesn't matter what they have to do. It doesn't matter. You can throw any numbers at him, and he just throws those numbers in the garbage. He doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't care about your numbers or any of this bullshit. You have no idea what you're talking about, and he'll prove it. Yeah, magic resistance 9,000. Oh my fucking God. I was so surprised to see just how he just demolished it, man. Wow. What's this? About all that? Here's my opinion about all that. What's this? Taiwan is a country and China is a prison. I did say this.
大会主席先生，世界卫生组织总干事先生，各位代表。
That's why.
首先，我认为。
Uh-oh. Oh no. Yeah.
所以现在是因为时间，准备，1、2、3。
Hi, everyone. I'm Elon Musk. My bag. My bad.
Oh, come on. Wow. Damn. Okay, that was pretty fucking funny. That took a turn I wasn't expecting. That was good enough. Yeah, I think that it's not really a surprise. I mean, a lot of times people were talking about that whole China thing. I forgot even what that was. It might have been the Hong Kong controversy. Or I think that based off of the amount of hair I had in that video, it was probably a little bit after that. So it's hard really for me to say it. Poor desk. True. Jesus Christ.
Oh. Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have to answer questions. Yes, sir.
Holy fucking shit, that was good, man. The end of a journey. Trying to seduce my 80-year-old wife. I don't want to see that. Okay. Got his ass. Damn. This guy just doesn't give a fuck. He's playing a different game than we are. Jesus. What a cool last boss this was, too. Damn, pulling out the sword. Alright, that was fucking cool. God damn. That was badass. Oh, like the cinematic. God damn. God damn. That's the third one. Okay. That is really fucking cool. Wow. That was crazy. That was really, really fucking good. Holy shit. This is the same guy that at the beginning of Elden Ring, he made the video killing Margit without jumping or like without rolling or something like that with no UI. And this was like right after everybody was like talking about how impossible it was to kill Margit. And he just made the video and like everybody fucking posted that shit out, man. It was amazing. Yeah, just parry it. Makes me want to play. Yeah, exactly. Obviously, McConnell and I need to play more Elden Ring. I don't know where he is or when he's going to be around, but I will tell you guys one thing, is that apparently the new set, or the new, not set, the new add-on is going to be coming out on the 27th. And so at that point, we can play the entire thing with the seamless co-op mod, and it's going to be totally okay. So I'm very glad about that, and I think that that's whenever we're going to be able to, like, really big dick it. You know what I'm really excited about with Elden Ring more than anything else? Is actually not even the game right now, it's the mods. Because ask yourself, why was Dark Souls 3 lit for years? Well, it's because of the Convergence mod. It's because of the Hollow mod. It's because of the Cinders mod. So my expectation is that like Elden Ring is going to completely take the, it's going to take modding to the next level. It's like they already have. Take a look at this. Take a look at this shit. Okay, Berserker Guts boss battle. This is what's already possible, and it's this early. Let me go back. I'm going to go to the boss.
I can sense a very dark presence residing within him.
Please, just cut out the fucking... So yeah, this is what we've got to look forward to. Hopefully they're going to have this stuff pretty soon. I'm excited. Blood and Guts, yep, there it is. And so this is one thing that like made Dark Souls 3 super fucking hype. Is like every 6 months, somebody made an actually insane fucking mod for it. Like I didn't get a chance to play the Hollow Overhaul mod, but it was insane. I did Cinders though. Look at this. Watch Death of a Game, New World. I might watch that at some point. I was gonna save that for the weekend, to be honest with you. Look at this. God damn, bro. Like, God fucking damn. Link the video, please? Yeah, sure. If you guys haven't seen this before. So yeah, I'm super fucking excited for this, man. I'm gonna be totally honest. I am super fucking excited to see the mods that people are gonna come up with with Elden Ring. Because I feel like Elden Ring is going to be like the new... So like everybody uses Dark Souls 3 or used Dark Souls 3 before Elden Ring as like that was like the gold standard. it's like people had like, I mean, you had like the Daughters of Ash mod and like a handle. There was that one guy that was making a really good Dark Souls 1 mod, but I don't think it ever got finished. It's the new Skyrim, exactly. So with the amount of modding that people are going to do with Elden Ring, we're probably going to get new content for Elden Ring maybe like every 6 months or so, in terms of like stuff on my stream that like me and McConnell and like maybe me can do for like just new mods and shit like that. Because I'm gonna be honest, I love Elden Ring. I do. I love the game. I think it's fucking amazing. And so yeah, we're gonna remake Bloodborne and Elden Ring. It's gonna be hard to do that. But all I'm saying here is that you know, this is what's possible, and this came out, by the way, last month. Okay, so you can only imagine the level that people are going to be able to take it to in, let's say, a year or so. Demo for the Elden 1 mod that's going to be finished. Yeah, whenever he goes to like the frost area, I watched Distortion play it whenever it came out. That was right whenever I was finishing Daughters of Ash. But like Dark Souls 3, like nobody was using Bloodborne. Like people use like a few Sekiro mods, but like not really. You can't use Bloodborne, it's harder to do. So like Dark Souls 3 was used as like, this was like the foundation that everybody would make their mods off of. And again, there were a handful of Dark Souls 1, and there were, I think, 2 Dark Souls 2 mods that were prevalent. But other than that was about it. And I think Elden Ring is going to be that new gold standard. Because I think Elden Ring does everything that Dark Souls 3 did, but it's open world, number one. Number 2, it has way more assets. Number 2, it has way more boss types, so you can change and, you know, you can make it much more malleable. And number 4, it has a larger scope of actions. Like you can just do way more stuff than you could do back in the other ones. That's all it really comes down to. And so yeah, there's a lot. Number 1, 2, 2, and 4. Yeah, exactly. That's how good it was. People are, what's this here? Forgetting it. No, people are already forgetting about Elden Ring. No, they're not. Absolutely not. I remember I released a video about this. Like, I released a video about this, like 2 days ago or something like that. It's already got 267K views. It came out 1 day ago. That's a tremendous amount of views for a 3-hour video, nearly. Like, obviously, I have plenty of videos that get more views than that, right? Of course. But this is a 3-hour video, and it already has that many views. So I think that there's a lot of people out there that they beat Elden Ring, but they wish they didn't. Are you guys that way? Like, I remember whenever I beat the game, and I knew that, like, after Godfrey, I was pretty sure that the last boss was gonna be right after that, because it's a tree, and I think I saw, like, a clip of, like, XQC killing the boss. I'm like, fuck, it's almost over, right? And I was like, fuck, man, like, this sucks, right? Because I was sad. I was like, man, like, I've been having so much fun with this. It's so good. I love it so much. And it's like, I want to recapture that. Like, I would love... I don't think you can ever really have a multiplayer server for Elden Ring. It just doesn't really work. You'd have to, like, redo the entire fabric of the game. Like, I think that in order to do that, you'd need, like, 2 or 3 years of dev time. You know what I mean? It's coming out soon. Listen, if somebody wants to convince me and show me, I'm willing to be proven wrong. Please prove me wrong. And yeah, I saw even Elon Musk tweeted about Elden Ring. Like, and like he talked about like his build. Like, obviously the guy actually played the game, right? Enough to know that much about it. So yeah, I think everybody played Elden Ring. But again, guys, let's look at validation. You go back and you see, you know, Elden Ring. Where is this here? Charts. Only 70,000 players. No battle pass. No updates. No seasonal gameplay. No PvP ladder. Guys, the devs aren't listening. It's a dead game. That's just too fucking bad. And then, oh, I guess this must have been whenever oh, shit. This was whenever we played it the other day. Oh my god, I didn't even notice that. Does that include console? No, it does not. And it could probably be even more than that on console. Lost Ark is, of course, doing very, very well. I don't really know exactly how well. It's certainly odd. Let's say that. Now, I beat Vaulton. I beat Vaulton on hard mode, and I got MVP, obviously. And, man, let me show you guys something. Let me go ahead and just pull something up here. It's pretty funny. Pretty funny little situation here. So, Rich was being a bitch. Situation here. I know, it's not a surprise. But we had a situation yesterday where we killed Volton. And Rich thought it would be funny to try to bid me up on the box from Volton. So Rich drops 140,000 gold on the box from Volton because he thought that he was going to goad me in to spending even more money and 150k. He thought I had never been to a GDKP before. So watch what happened to Whittle Witch.
No, wait, what? No, wait, why did he bid? Wait, why did he bid? No, Ashley, why did he bid? No, why did he bid? I know he thought he was gonna bid. No, what the fuck?
Look at his gold.
Dude, what the fuck? Dude, I thought you told me. No, you told me. No, you told me 500,000 gold.
I told him I was gonna bid on it and I was gonna buy it, but I would bid on it for like 10k or like 20k, right? That's it. He thought that he was gonna finesse me into paying out the entire raid over 20k. So you know what I did? I made a new character, and I have a destroyer now, and his name is Geared by Rich, and I'm gonna take all the money that I stole from Rich by having him. Actually, Rich stole from himself, and I'm gonna gear my destroyer all the way up to tier 3 and do Volton again, and I'll probably have to carry Rich on that character too. Because I know this might count as a surprise, but Rich died during the fight, and he didn't actually, we didn't really kill it. He didn't even survive to the last phase. So, yeah, I had to do the whole thing for him. To be fair to Rich, it was his first day on the fight, okay? Like, I made a number of mistakes too, but, you know, I didn't die on the kill. So, there we go. Current market rate, 140k. Yeah, so basically, Rich, this is the face of a man who just lost $400. That's effectively where we're at. That's effectively what it was. Show the kill clip? Yeah, sure. Let's see if I can find it. Shit. Where the hell is it? Alright, let's see. I'll show the kill clip real quick, and then after that, I want to do some other stuff. Now, I wanted to try out a game. And the game was called V Rising, okay? Now, this is a game that is a, what the fuck? Shut up! This is a game that a lot of people have asked me to look at, and a lot of people asked me to try. Now, I did a couple of hours to just see and figure out, like, what's going on in the game. And I'm thinking that, you know what, in a couple of days, maybe one of these days where McConnell's not around and we're, you know, got some extra time at the end of the show, after the trial, I think I'm going to try out the game and just give you guys a look and see what's going on with it. Not blind. No, I'm not going to look at it completely blind because it is a survival game and I wanted to get a lay of the land, so it was not me reading menus for 2 hours for you guys. That's right. I looked it up, and I want to say Final Fantasy soon, by the way. What did I say? What did I just say? When did I say I was going to do it? When did I say I was going to do it? When was it? When was it? I said I was going to do it after the trial. No. When did I say I was going to do V Rising? I said I was going to be doing it, after the trial. I meant, like, in times like right now. Like, whenever we're just chilling and there's not really a lot going on, I'll just boot up the game and we'll play some V Rising. I might even do that tomorrow. It depends on what McConnell's up to. And we could even try V Rising tomorrow and get into that. So yeah, that's what my plan is currently, and I'm pretty excited to see where things go. So this was the end of the fight right here. So as you can see here, I just want to talk about how good I am. I get right behind the boss. Now, let's talk about countering. I don't do that. That's for the people in the party that don't have as much item level as me. And they counter everything while I just hit the boss. So as you can see there, I'm actually just completely throwing. I got hit by 2 abilities right there. I move right in there. Rich and Loy and this other guy are dead. There's obviously 5 people still alive, which is totally okay. It doesn't matter one bit. And I'm gonna be honest, right there, I was saved by Jesus himself. I should be dead. And so that's why I said I didn't want to talk too much shit about Rich, because let's be honest, guys, I should have been dead there. Yep, I should have been fucking dead. And you know it. So we'll go ahead and just skip ahead just a little bit here. And obviously I did just crazy damage. And here we go. Boss is at 6 bars left. 4 bars left. And this boss was a real cock in the ass. You know what really gave me depression? Thinking about the fact that I have to do it next week. And so obviously I never move out for any of the mechanics, by the way, either. Moving out for mechanics, like, I didn't spend thousands of dollars on this game to do mechanics. Okay, I didn't do that. It's not going to happen. And so, yeah, obviously we killed the boss. Was very happy about that. Everything went very well. And let's take a look at this. Just want to look at this real quick. And there we go. Seago was in San Mateo County. Dude, Seago was the actual, like, I got MVP here. I did great. But to be honest, Seago carried the raid, not me. Like, if somebody else was in the raid that didn't do my damage and Seago wasn't there, we wouldn't have killed the boss. Like, Seago was the one who really carried the raid. Was not even me. But I did do good damage. That's one thing I can do, is I can do good damage. Watch Peon's new video. New Souls-like MMO looks OP. Yeah, I saw that. Do I want to watch that today? I mean, I guess I could. I mean, I don't know. I'm thinking about what else is really going on. Like, yeah, let's watch it today. Why not? Let me get it set up. Z Peon. Okay, there we go. Yeah, sure. I wanted to see this new MMORPG that will end Black Desert. I have a good feeling that's not going to happen. There are too many people who are financially invested into Black Desert to ever let it die. That's it. There's a little Vampire Survivors patch out today, too. Yeah, unfortunately, there's not a lot. V Rising or Elden Ring today. McConnell, I think, is chilling, and we might just be waiting for the mod, to be honest with you. We might just be waiting for the mod, and then whenever the mod comes out, and we're going to, whenever the mod comes out, we're going to just deep dick Elden Ring. Because I'm going to be honest, like, McConnell and I are probably going to kill all the bosses, but I would be surprised if any boss, including Milena, takes more than 5 attempts. Because, like, we both beat the game before. It's mainly just a fun adventure, right? It's not going to be something that's, like, super challenging. It's just for fun. I hope that we can still enable some invasions, though. Some of the invaders were funny. Here we go. Let's watch this.
I know you guys all love Korean MMOs.
I do.
I mean, why wouldn't you? They have the best combat, the most beautiful graphics,
who's got their credit
the biggest
card?
watermelons, cleanest user interfaces,
True.
and pay to win in these games literally doesn't exist.
No, it doesn't. Thank God.
I wish all of that was true, but unfortunately it isn't. Who cares though, because no matter how many times we get burned by these games,
We'll come back.
many of us are so fucking addicted to that new MMO feeling, we'll knowingly walk through the microtransaction valley of death to get it.
I actually don't completely agree with that. I think the truth is, I'm going to move my camera up so you guys can see a little bit more of the UI of the game. So I don't entirely agree with that, and the reason why I don't is because a lot of people, I actually have fun. In every MMO that I play, I legitimately have fun at the beginning of the MMO. It doesn't matter if it's Lost Ark, New World, World of Warcraft expansion, Final Fantasy, whatever. Being all there together with the boys at the start of a new MMO, I think is a irreplaceable experience. And even if it's a bad MMO, I think that it's still fun. You get that honeymoon period, and it feels so fucking good. And that's worth playing the game. That's worth buying the game just on itself. I get more playtime out of that than I do with a lot of single-player games. That's the truth. Here we go. Oops, wrong frame.
In this video, we'll be taking a look at a new upcoming MMORPG that's been over 12 years in the making.
That's a long time.
Inspired by one of the most successful MMO.
I always get a little bit skeptical about games that have been in development for like over 5 years, because I think that's one thing that happened with Diablo 3, is that Diablo 3 was in development hell forever, and then it never really came out, and then by the time it did release, a lot of the stuff was like kind of almost like DOA in terms of its like it was like not next gen, it wasn't like new, it was just like kind of like, I mean, Duke Nukem Forever is the best example, but I think Diablo 3 is another one.
IPs, which should be releasing Q4
outdated.
2022 or
outdated.
early 2023. But first, sponsor.
Alright,
ExpressVPN. How do you think I've been connecting to all these region-locked Korean MMOs over the years? Well, it's simply by opening up ExpressVPN, changing my location to a region supported by the game's publisher, clicking connect, and boom. As far as the internet's concerned, my device is now located in Korea. This is what I'll have to do to play the Throne and Liberty beta test later this year, and in the past I've used ExpressVPN to cover
I wonder if they're going to, if they're gonna make me do that. Like, I wish they could just whitelist my IP and just let me play the game. That would be fucking crazy, but I don't know if that's gonna happen. Like, cause I would try out the game and see what it's like. Why not?
on Lost Ark, Black Desert Online, and even Chinese MMOs such as Justice Online before they're available in the West. Other uses for ExpressVPN: expand your Netflix library by changing your location to another country with different movies. For example, if you're located in the US, you can change your location to the UK and watch South Park. Protect yourself from DDoS attacks whilst playing certain online games. Prevents your ISP from legally selling your data to ad companies. And if you're someone that simps over e-girls or watches porn, you can do so freely without your ISP keeping records of that. Nowadays, VPNs are basically a mandatory piece of software to have access to. So click my link in the description below to find out how you can get 3 months of ExpressVPN for free. So what big budget Korean blockbuster is coming for our wallet next? Throne and Liberty. It's basically Lineage 3, but at the last minute they decided to not set the game in the Lineage universe and
it's a smart idea, because that way, like, I think it's good to have like new IPs, man. Like, I'm so tired of like having old IPs. I feel like this a lot with movies. And like there's an exception, I would say, with like the Batman, right? Because it was like a new take on Batman that like we hadn't really seen before. But like with a lot of these movies and like games, it's like, man, I'm so sick of the same one over and over and over, you know? I'll be right back. I thought I bought Gatorade. I don't know where the fuck it is. Where the fuck is my Gatorade? Shit! That's the way it goes. It's in the bag. I checked, bro. Like, they keep having these little Gatorade bottles. It's like, this is a Gatorade for ants. Like, what the hell is this? This is for like some little kid. I gotta go to that other shit, man. Drink it. Did you wash your hand? Why would I wash my hands, dude? I got a clean dick. Why would I do that? Let's watch the video.
Instead, create a new IP. This game is the next big PC MMO from NCSoft and shares the same universe as another game in development called Project E. Throne and Liberty takes place on the other side of the globe, whilst Project E takes place on the other. We don't know much about Project E, so in this video we're focusing purely on Throne and Liberty. Now, this is a game that's been in development for well over a decade, And you may have actually seen trailers for it years ago, as this is an MMO that's gone through development hell.
Oh, but like I saw that trailer, this one right here, whenever it came out, and they were on like a bridge. That was another one of the things. I remember whenever this shit came out, like I saw this like 2015 or some bullshit, like on my stream, and I was so hyped for it. And I always wondered like, whatever happened to this fucking game? And it just never went anywhere. I think this is great, but I do think that, my opinion, like fixed camera, it works in Lost Ark, but I don't want it to work everywhere. Like I like being able to move my fucking camera around. Straight up, I just want to be able to move my fucking camera around.
For it years ago, as this is an MMO that's gone through development hell. Initially, it was called Lineage Eternal and was teased all the way back in 2011.
Yeah.
By 2016, the game was fairly close to completion and even had a closed beta test. For whatever reason, though, I'm assuming the game just wasn't fun, NCSoft...
Yeah, I just looked at that combat. That combat's fucking garbage. It makes Diablo 3 look like a high-quality game.
Went back to the drawing board, renaming it to Project TL and releasing a new trailer for the game back in late 2017. I'm sure you've all seen this trailer, and at the time the game seemed as if it would be isometric.
Yes!
Since then we heard nothing about Project TL, and it seemed unlikely to be something that would ever release.
Right.
Until March 2022, when out of the blue, NCSoft released an official trailer for the game. No longer Project TL, but official name Throne and Liberty.
That was cool.
What's most surprising is that the game now seems to be third person rather than top down.
Great.
I'll play the trailer in its entirety, then we'll analyze it further.
Okay, let's see it. Here we go. Now we get a chance to watch it. So this is set in America. That's why there's a bald eagle. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Sauron? Oh, maybe I did see this. I like the sword. Okay. That's Luke. Character creator, I'm assuming? Oh, it's the Erd Tree. But it's purple. Okay. I think the combat's it's like it's not like super great. Like it's okay, but it's not like super great. Yeah, I'll try this game out for sure whenever it comes out. But like seeing that doesn't like it looks good, yeah, but like it's not crazy. It's stiff? Yeah, it is. That's a really good way to say it. I like that. That was cool. Yeah, that was definitely cool. That's cool too. I like that. Yeah, the open world shit looks really cool. I hope these 4090s come out soon. I think I might need 2 of them. Holy shit! What you can move is that? Oh. Yeah, the siege element's really cool. Yeah, the siege element was great. I thought that was really cool, but I don't really know how I feel about it because, Like, I always compare, like, the thing is now is, like, I'll compare every game's sieges to the siege that they showed in the Ashes of Creation beta, or, like, the alpha footage. And in my opinion, I think the Ashes of Creation alpha siege looked way more promising than this game does. It looked a lot, way more promising. Like, the scope of it was much bigger. Like, you had, like, a trebuchet, you had catapults, you had a ballista, whatever it's called. Like, you had a bunch of stuff, man. It was great. What happened in New World? We talk about that afterwards.
Wow, that's the type of MMO trailer I like to see.
Yeah, we'll see
Tons of in-game footage, gameplay, and features shown off in a short space of time. Not just a CGI cutscene where we have no idea what kind of game this will be.
Good insight, I agree with
So
that.
let's break it down. The trailer starts with a big open landscape shot of a bird flying through a fairly standard-looking fantasy city. This city or town reminded me a lot of Hydael and Calpheon from Black Desert Online. Similar building design, similar color palette, instant BDO vibes. Character running through a desert, more BDO vibes. And this scene shows us that the game will have an active day-night cycle. Nighttime panning shot over a field of goblins. Perhaps this is an open world grinding spot. Next, our first look at an in-game cutscene. A character is sucked into a sacred tree where he's plunged into the abyss and seemingly gains some kind of magical power.
Oh my God.
He's attacked by a budget version of the Lich King. Then the camera pans out to third person
it's about
in what
right.
appears to be a transition from cutscene to gameplay. Next, we see a level 2 female.
I think Lost Ark does, like, fucking amazing job at turning cutscenes into gameplay. You know, like you do, like the Siege of Lutera or something like that, and they even have it with some of the boss fights. Like they do such an incredible fucking job with it. I love it. Phaeton cutscene was awesome. Yeah.
Character kicking open a treasure chest, and our first look at the in-game UI. Holy shit, this actually looks incredibly clean and minimalist for a Korean MMO.
I love minimalist, clean UIs. I want to have as few things as possible on my screen, because I think the more things you have on your screen, the more complex the game is to follow. And I think, in my opinion, I think it's harder to design a clean and very well put together UI. It's harder to do that than it is to design a game that's like got a million menus and a million features, everything. Like, I think it's an actual example of less is more.
Character opens the door and the camera focuses on the tree, which seems to be the same one he got sucked into in the previous cutscene. Now we're level 34, the character rolls on the floor when jumping from great heights. You can also vault over walls and obstacles in this game. User interface still looks incredibly minimal, this time with 3 abilities unlocked. There's also boats in this scene, so perhaps this game will also have arcade-like sailing. Level 45, and now we're grapple hooking around the environment. You can clearly see here that around the world, the small red flags indicate places you can grapple to. We also have an ESO-style compass on the top of the UI rather than...
I in general don't like that, even though it's probably better for gameplay, because I feel like it's not as immersive, where they're, like, you know, you can look up somewhere and you can just, like, tell, like, oh, maybe I should try to grapple up there. I feel like the grappling feature in the game, it's... You know what game has a great grappling feature that's actually completely fucking, like, seamless? Is Sekiro. Sekiro has such an incredibly well done grappling system. It's actually insane. Like, Godfall, I didn't get that. Like, I don't know. I don't remember how Godfall even was. Spider-Man? Yeah, Spider-Man for PS1. Good fucking point. That was amazing.
And a mini-map. Everything we've seen so far is making the game seem fully open world. The next scene shows what appears to be a point of interest or collectible system in the world. She runs to the gravestone, presses F, and an artifact appears. She goes into some kind of flashback, 2D cutscene with an interesting art style plays, and then we're shown the UI of what appears to be an artifact examination UI.
I feel like the, wait, we good? Are we good? Oh shit! I thought we were fucked up. Okay, yeah, never mind. I was worried. So yeah, like that art style, I like it a lot. Like Lost Ark does that art style, and it's really, really good. I feel like I didn't really like the art style, like the way that they did that one. I thought it just looked like a budget.
Translated the text here, and you can rotate, move, operate, or remove obstructions from items in this menu. Next, some kind of Witcher vision that highlights attackable enemies in a certain area. In this instance, it's useful because some enemies are disguised as plants. Our hero is able to pull enemies with his grapple hook. We're also level 66 in this clip and have 4 abilities in the bottom right. This next clip really indicates to me that the game is fully open world. We're grinding mobs in a beautiful large open plains area. We can see mountains and large structures.
I mean, that looks nice. I mean, like, let's go back just a little bit here. Like, this whole area looks pretty cool. You've got obviously like some giant fucking tower, some shit like that. Let me just move back a little bit more past that. Like, this looks good. Spin to win. It could have a button system like Black Desert. I don't really know, but yeah, I think this looks fine. Sure.
Structures in the background. We can see how loot and XP pops up upon kill.
Yeah.
And our character has 1,259 healing pots on him.
That's a lot of fucking healing pots. I don't think that the amount of spells the game has makes the game better. I don't think so at all. I actually think that New World not having a lot of spells, it's like borderlines on being an issue because they don't combo very well. But the best example I can use of like a game not having a lot of spells but still having very good and satisfying combat is Elden Ring. Like, you don't have a lot of spells. It's just you have different spells for different situations that you can use situationally. So I don't think it's a situation where like more spells equals better game. I think it's a situation where more spells that have individual special uses equals better game. You know what I mean? Combat's not the point of Elden Ring. Ooh, I don't know about that. Yeah, not for an MMO. I don't agree with that. I actually don't. I don't think the problem is with complexities of combat, but I do think 4 buttons is probably too few if they only work on a surface level that way. I would totally agree with you.
Which suggests to me that this game won't have an annoying wade system like Black Desert Online.
Nobody
Level
likes
45
a wade
mage
system.
doing big damage. The monster throws a rock at her, which she avoids.
Amazing.
Animations and spell effects look incredible. And we can see another giant castle in the distance.
Wow.
Visually, the game's looking very impressive. Also, it's important to note that we haven't seen any damage numbers so far.
I feel like the visual fidelity of the game is a little rough. Like, maybe it's on a low... I feel like what it is it's not optimized yet, and that's why you see all these graphical slowdowns, especially whenever you have a lot of targets on the screen. But it looks like it's not optimized at all. It reminds me a lot of like PUBG. Remember, like in PUBG, even if you had like a really good computer, if you were like flying over the forest, it would still lag you. I really hope that's not what happens. It's the same thing as like Elden Ring had this problem. Like whenever you'd fight like Tree Sentinel, for example, you'd have graphical slowdowns. Early version, yeah.
Perhaps they've turned this off for the trailer, or perhaps this will be something that's completely hidden. Level 62 warrior class fighting in a temple, level 60 archer which can also switch to a sword. Look at the environment here. The trees, plants and grass are moving with the wind.
Yeah,
the lighting
that's
from the
nice.
sun also looks beautiful.
Sure, I
Just
agree.
to go over the last 3 clips again, we can see that the game has a targeting system similar to Dark Souls. The archer was locked onto his enemy whilst moving, as was the mage. You can completely avoid taking damage by dodging your...
I think that you should have a lock-on system for casting spells and for shooting arrows. And I understand that people might think that, no, you should have to cast each arrow. I have to do that in New World. I don't like it. It's a chore. Like, I don't like it. It's not as fun. Yeah, it's tedious. It's just not as fun. I wish I could lock on. And I think that if anything, what you should be able to do is you'd be able to lock on with your spells for auto attacks maybe, and for maybe like a couple of base attacks, but like your big attacks should be skill shots. Like things like Fireball in New World, right? Where you like lob that big fucking dick over to him and you hit him with it, right? It feels good. So like you should have skill shots that do more damage, but like your auto attacks should not really be, every single one should not be a skill shot. I think it's exhausting for players.
enemies' attacks, so the game seems to have a Dark Souls style action combat system, or at the very least that kind of targeting option. It wouldn't surprise me if there's also a free targeting option too. This scene is very interesting. A level 58 has turned into a bird. We can see that this character has unlocked 8 different abilities as displayed in the bottom right.
That's good.
You can also see a bird icon towards the bottom left of the screen.
Assuming they're customizable.
The next character has turned into a tiger with a tiger icon in the same UI location. So my thinking here is that either every character can shapeshift into different animals and this game doesn't have a standard MMO mount system, or this is just some kind of special event that's being shown. Either way,
I think that everybody can shapeshift, and the reason for that is because later on in the trailer, remember whenever that big fucking giant did that stomp and then everybody turned into birds? You guys are gonna see it. Yeah, I think it's a base ability.
Super cool. The next few shots are showing off some world bosses.
Yeah,
the first one is a tree boss in a haunted woods area, a flying demon world boss in some kind of temple,
that's cool.
A giant spiky armadillo boss in the desert area, big ass rock elemental, giant ogre boss, and a 6-legged spider humanoid boss.
That's cool
in each of these world boss clips we can see between 20 and 40 players attacking these monsters, so it's clearly designed to be a large player encounter, and given that this game is heavily inspired by Lineage, is likely to breed world PvP as it did in Lineage 2. Next we see...
I'll be really curious to see how world bosses are done. I feel like world bosses are either gimmicky or terrible. Or basically they're either gimmicky or loot pinatas. Where it's like a world boss in World of Warcraft. I mean, like, you go and kill that guy in Zareth Mortis. I mean... You know what I mean? Or like even Moke or Thunderwings, right? You just go and fucking kill him, right? More Undasta. Undasta is great, but there are negatives with Undasta. I think in a way, like, the classic WoW world bosses were really good too, but you had a lot of griefing with that. And so, like, how do you balance that? It's very hard. I actually think that it's incredibly hard for games to get world bosses right nowadays.
What appears to be some kind of guild summoning feature by what I'd assume to be a summoning stone. There's a banner next to this stone, so my assumption would be that this is a guild standard. Time for some open world PvP. One guild has the high ground whilst the other is trying to push up from the low ground. Epic shot of 2 groups running into each other. If you pay close attention here, some are shapeshifted into wolves and transform to humans at the moment of engage. This once again suggests to me that every class can shapeshift to some extent. We also haven't seen any traditional mounts in this trailer yet either, so my theory on this seems solid so far. I find that silly. These next clips are epic. You can see what appears to be some kind of siege scenario, and each guild can control different siege monsters to smash through walls and doors. We can see tons of spell effects and buffs going off. Then we're shown another siege monster different to the previous one, which appears to be fighting for the opposing side. The 2 giant monsters engage, then boom, another big skeleton.
See, they all turn into birds.
I slowed this footage down and counted between 55 and 60 players on screen fighting this thing. Every player gets knocked up into the air and transforms to bird form. If you look carefully, you can see what appears to be either small pets or creature summons following players around. I'd assume these creatures are pets that loot for you, as is standard for Korean MMOs. Another giant wild boss, this time a desert worm. Let me guess, it burrows under the ground and you need to run away. So this scene explains a lot. This level 66 player has actually turned into one of these giant siege monsters. It's not a summon.
That's cool.
You can see on the UI that he now has 300k health. He's got 3 monster-specific abilities, and the transform UI now shows a siege monster icon. I think that's actually much cooler that these giant titans are actual player transforms. We can see that there's many types of these titans. Some specialize in being really tall and attack from range. Others can charge, some can hold platforms to put guildmates on walls, some can straight up jump on the walls, whereas others just fully destroy walls. Needless to say, from these final scenes, castle sieges are definitely going to be a massive feature in this game. And that's the end of the trailer. Honestly, this was one of the best MMO trailers I've seen in a long time. Just by slowing it down and taking a look at the details, we can make a lot of solid assumptions about about the features in Throne and Liberty.
Sure.
Solid
Yeah, I would assume
assumptions.
so.
Massive open world, action combat system, massive world bosses that require 20 to 50 players to take down.
Absolutely.
Open world guild vs guild PvP. Castle sieges where players can transform into different titans rather than using traditional siege equipment like battering rams and siege towers. Graphically, the game looks...
In my opinion, I as like a big fan of medieval sieges, grew up playing Age of Empires 2. I just want to see the trebuchets, the catapults, and other types of like fantastical siege engines, you know? Like that's what I like seeing. Like the Titans, like the Attack on Titan type stuff, like that's cool, right? But I also just like seeing catapults and shit like that, right? Like that's about it.
To be either Unreal Engine 4 or
Tree
Unreal
buckets.
Engine
Yeah,
5.
that's what I used to call
Beautiful
them.
minimalist user interface, which is extremely rare in Korean MMOs.
Very
the game
true.
likely doesn't have normal MMO mounts. It seems every class can transform into birds, tigers, wolves,
Seems like a
and
gimmick
so on.
to me.
The highest level players shown in the trailer were level 66, which leads me to believe that the hard cap is level 70, or level 60 is the soft cap, but you can go beyond that with grinding like in BDO.
Yeah.
Moving throughout the world in this game looks good. You can vault, roll, climb, and grapple by the looks of
Yep.
it. There's an active day-night cycle. There's collectibles in the world, such as treasure chests
Oh,
and
boy.
artifacts. The only
More
playable race
Mokuko
shown in the
seeds.
trailer was humans, but the world has other races such as goblins, skeletons, and other traditional high fantasy creatures. Since this game was initially built as Lineage 3, it wouldn't surprise me if elves and orcs are also playable races. The game
Okay.
doesn't have an
Sure.
annoying Black Desert weight system. The game has pets, so they probably loot for you. Weapons or classes I saw during the trailer: great swords, staffs, one-handed sword and shield,
Staves.
daggers, bow, and dual-wielded swords. A lot of these weapons seems to be mix and matched. I saw mages with daggers, sword and board warriors with bows also on their backs, as well as a mix of heavy and light armor. Not sure what to make of that other than maybe it's a classless game, or every class can use every weapon. I'm not too sure. These next few points are speculation and not confirmed by the trailer. The trailer didn't show any small-scale bosses or traditional 5-player MMO dungeons. The
I
game's
feel like there's like no game, at least I've played, that has challenging bosses that's an MMO where it's not instanced. I feel like it's almost like you can either have challenging bosses or you can have instanced gameplay. Or you can have open world combat. Like you can't, like that's about it.
also inspired by Lineage, so I think it leans more to being a PvP grinder
The boss's nightmare to
MMO,
balance,
and likely
yeah.
won't appeal to World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV players, but maybe I'm wrong. Throughout the trailer, I didn't see anything on the UI that relates to questing, so I'm fairly certain you just grind mobs in this game to progress,
That's how
as was
BDO
shown
was.
in many of the clips. Throne and Liberty
kill
is a
50
Korean
dudes.
PvP MMO, so there's about a 99.9% chance the game will be pay to win to some extent.
Yeah.
And we saw ships in the trailer, but they were static, so the game may or may not have an aspect of ship combat in the future. Overall, I expected nothing, but after watching and analysing the trailer, I think this will be the next big PvP and Castle Siege MMO that Black Desert Online, Arcade, and X-Lineage players will flock to next. Personally, I love Guild vs Guild Castle Siege endgame in MMOs, so this game is right up my alley, and will likely be something I play whilst I'm waiting for Ashes of Creation to release. That being said, I know it's going to be pay to win because it's Korean, but hopefully it will also be free to enjoy. But that's it for this video. As always, let me know
It is
your
what it
thoughts
is,
on this
right?
new MMO in the comments below, especially if you're an X-Lineage
Yeah.
player. What are your hopes for Throne and Liberty? Social media on screen, leave a like and comment for the algorithm gods, and I'll see you in the next one.
Wait a second, what was that?
And I'll see you in the next one.
Yeah, I think this game could actually be pretty good. We'll have to see how this goes, but yeah. Game looks good to me. I would say so. Looking for PvP. As I said, bro, if I'm looking for a PvP experience, I play a PvP game. I don't want to go and play some busted-ass MMO PvP that's never balanced right, it's always fucked up, and it's always an afterthought. or it's somehow fucking unbalanced. Overall, I thought this video was pretty good. Is this actually going to end Black Desert Online? I mean, I don't know. I feel like Black Desert Online, like, there's a lot of people that just played it. They spent a lot of time, money on their character. It's going to be pretty hard for Black Desert to die because of how many people are just, like, so, I mean, literally invested in it in a number of cases, right? So it's not really that big of a surprise. Either way, I am excited about the game. Again, this is a video from Lazy Peon. We've watched a lot of his videos before. I think he makes very good videos. I've watched him for years. He actually used to be a World of Warcraft person. And they made it even more pay to win recently. Well, that's because people don't really care about pay to win as much as they used to anymore. Pay to win isn't like this. Like, whenever people say pay to win now, people are like, well, how much pay to win is it, right? It's kind of like a, like, people like measure like how pay to win the game is, and then they decide how much they want to play it or how much they don't want to play it. They should care because it sucks. Well, there's a lot of things that people should do, okay? I agree with you, but I'm talking about what it is. Will you play V Rising? Yeah, I will. Based on if McConnell's around tomorrow, we'll do more of the fucking Elden Ring, and if not, we're going to do V Rising. I think I'll probably just play that tomorrow and just see what the game is like and give you guys a little bit of experience. I think that's a good idea. If you don't want to pay to win MMOs, stop playing them. Yeah, well, I wish more people thought like that, but they don't. That's just the truth. And her chest has the Atari logo. Okay, dude. I don't know about that, but yeah, a little bit. But yeah, I figure I'll try it out tomorrow if that's happened. Seamless co-op mod for Elden Ring. Yeah, it is. It comes out on the 27th, so it's not going to be until then. We're gonna be good. So guys, I've been on now for 10 hours. I'm gonna go and chill out and relax for a bit. I'm going to lay down. If you want me to be totally honest, I got 5 hours of sleep, and I am running on fumes. I am fucking tired, and I'm just glad that I've spent this much time playing streaming. Like, I've... Holy fuck. We've been here for quite a while. Thank you guys very much for watching today. I will be back online early in the morning tomorrow. We're talking about 7:30 to 8 in the morning. I'm going to be back online for the trial. As you guys saw earlier, we've got a lot of fucking stuff to look at. So we're going to do as much of that as possible, and we're going to get into that. Yeah, I'll be there right there early in the morning. We'll watch that, and then tomorrow we'll get into some gameplay for one of those two games, just based off of what we have on the on the docket. I'm not really sure yet. And so, yeah, if I was sleep depression and Orium ready to fight COD or become him, bro, I'm fucking like, I'm tired. Like, I'm not really that tired, but I'm looking forward to laying down after this. Like, let me tell you that. I definitely am. Because, like, the day before, I didn't get a lot of sleep either. So it's like, okay, I didn't get to sleep one day, and then the next day, it's like, ah, fuck. You know what I mean? Any Destroyer gameplay? Not yet. I need to keep honing him until Tier 3. And then I want to figure it out. So yeah, I'll be back on very early tomorrow morning, and so we can cover all the trial stuff and do everything else. VOD will be ready as soon as we finish, okay? That's it. Thank you guys so much for watching. The support for like the trial streams and everything like that has been phenomenal. If there's other stuff you guys want me to talk about or cover or anything like that, you guys can look at it. Jordan Peterson at home. Yeah, it's about right. Asmongold YouTuber, yeah, very fucking funny. I was in Orgrimmar as we were being sieged twice last year. I see. Wait, what's that? Brother. Oh no. Covering addict. Wait, somebody's not happy about this. Important facts you don't understand about drugs. Was just somebody mad about what I said? NA meetings, clean time, incurable fatal disease, requires treatment, substances used. But there's a lot of important facts you don't seem to understand regarding addiction. What do you mean? I'm gonna run ads in just a few minutes here. What do you mean? What is this? What does this mean? Like, I don't know. Like, did this person make a comment? It's incurable. I'll be never fully recovered. What is this? I don't hold it against them. AA to NA member. Continue to make content for a long time. I don't understand, like, what does he have a problem with what I said? Like, I'm just confused why, like, what I said that was wrong. I don't understand. Like, maybe read it. There's a lot of important facts you don't seem to understand. Please go to NA meetings and talk to some of the people who have significant clean time. They can educate you on how addiction truly works. No, I'm not going to go so I can be educated. Like, that's just that audit. Like, anybody that tries to, that tells me they're going to educate me, it's so patronizing to say that. Or use incidents at one time. It's just like, get the fuck out of here trying to educate me. The fuck do you mean educate me? Get off your fucking high horse. Let me run some ads. I'll talk about this a little bit. And we'll move on. Oh, bullshit. Yeah. I'm an addict, never disagree with anything you said. Yeah, it's actually not a disease, not recognized by the AMA. This person's not an expert. Well, of course they're not a fucking expert. They're a victim of it, and so they think that they know what they're talking about because they've had it happen to them. If you live in a house, it doesn't mean you know how to build a house. Holy shit. Another expert dismantled. You're not patronizing him now? Well, of course I am. Hey. If somebody starts shit, I'll come right back at him. The way I look at it, is about a violation of NDA after divorce settlement. I mean, it sounds like he's hurting, but well, I mean, the thing is, like, I think that I've made statements before that, like, I don't really feel bad for a lot of people that get addicted to drugs, because I think that a lot of them, like, the reason that they did it, it was like their own actions that caused this to happen. And I can feel sympathy for people, and I can empathize that it's bad, but I also never discount the fact that there are some people who are just purely victims of their own stupid decisions. And I think doing things like heroin, doing things like, these like other types of like drugs, like fentanyl, stuff like this, this is something that people do. Alcohol is the same thing. This is something people do voluntarily. They don't, at least at first, they do it voluntarily. I agree with you, as time goes on, it becomes involuntary. There becomes a chemical dependence, and I think addicts get treated like criminals when they should be treated like victims in society. I do think so. But they are victims of the substance and also their own bad decision making. I think both things are true. Now, I think that also, if you preach this idea that people are not accountable and responsible for their own actions, I think that what you do is you teach people a learned helplessness that's toxic for society, bad for them, and all it does is mollify and patronize an audience of people who are impressionable, and it can cause them real harm. So I'm not going to do that. It allows an excuse. Yeah, no excuses. Now, I'll say for sure, like the budget Jordan Peterson said that, today, that there are people that get addicted to oxy. There are people that get addicted to hydrocodone. They get addicted to benzos. They get addicted to a lot of things. I think it's a totally different conversation if a doctor prescribes you something and then you get addicted to it because you took the regular dosage and you develop a chemical dependency. So, like, that's a totally different situation. Like, I'm talking about a very specific situation of people doing illegal drugs of their own volition and the accountability that they should have for their actions. That's it. Men enslave women with drugs and force them to take drugs, common in Brazil practices. Well, like, what do you think that I was categorizing, like, women that were enslaved and forced to take drugs? Like, I'm just curious, like, what goes on in your head? Like, do you think that those were the people I was talking about? Yeah, just do you think that's who I was talking about? Like, I'm just curious. Like, yeah, like, what's going on here? It starts with pleasure and not fun. When it starts being fun, starts being for well-being, then we have a problem. Yeah, exactly, for sure. No, but you're making it sound like everyone makes a choice. No, I'm not. You're only feeling that way because you're mad and getting defensive. I've said that many times. I've never made it sound like, the reason why you think that it's sounding like it's everybody makes a choice is because I think actually a lot of people do. I've grown up with a number of people that started smoking weed, and then they started doing drinking alcohol, and these are like high school, like middle school, right? And then they got older and they did coke, meth, stuff like this. These are all actions that were taken voluntarily. Nobody sat there and held them down and made them take meth. They did this on their own. I mean, I saw it happen. I saw them grow up. I lived with them for years. This is their own bad decisions. They ruined their own life. That's it. You say you're not a role model? No, of course not. Speak to mind, I have attention to some impressionable minds. I've got I know exactly what I'm talking about with this. I've seen it happen to multiple people. I'm not listening to anybody who thinks otherwise. That's it. There's a new law, a violation accusation against Blizzard. I tagged you on Twitter. Just post it on my Reddit, and I'll go through everything tomorrow. Cousin died from a bad batch of fentanyl. I'm sorry, man. That fucking sucks. It really does. Do you not understand half the addicts start heroin because the doctor prescribed drug? Well, based off of your your language and like the way that you communicate, I assume that you're probably too stupid to hear what I said earlier. So I'm not going to explain it to you again. Yeah, I already explained it. I already said it before. I'm not going to explain it to you again. You're just a moron. There's no reason. You fucking idiot. Selective hearing chatter. Yeah, there's no reason. Let's see here. Obviously, what I was talking about. Yeah. What do you think about the cost of housing going up since it did 2019? Well, it will continue to go up, and people will continue to have to live in, you know, like all this, these memes. I don't want to live in a pod and eat bugs. I don't know about eating bugs. I find that to be unlikely, but I think that people will become more and more closer to living in pods. I don't know how much more, and I don't think it's going to be, I don't think people are going to be living in pods and things like this that are smaller because out of necessity. I think they're going to be living in pods and things like this that are smaller because they are going to have less resources and less access to resources. So you're going to have like a larger gap in the difference between like a rich person and a poor person. It's going to get bigger and more pronounced over time. And there's going to be times where like you're going to have people, you know, like let's say my house right here, it's like a 4 or 5 bedroom house. I don't even know. And there'll be like 7 people, 10 people living in my house in like maybe 30 years. But there'll be other houses that are like fucking the size of, I don't know, a mansion. And there's just like one family living in there the same as now. Until the poor kill the rich. That won't happen. The rich will pay half of the poor to kill the other half of the poor. What do you think they've been doing for hundreds of thousands of years? Yeah, that's just what's going to happen. Yeah, they do this all the time. Yeah, I mean, come on, hundreds of thousands. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I understand, like, it's always sad. It sounds cool to say that, right? French Revolution? Nah, it's not going to happen. It's called history? Yeah, it's just history. 1700s French royalty? Yeah, I mean, sometimes things go overboard, you're right. But 1700s French royalty is not really, I wouldn't really consider that comparable to, like, today's technology. I don't think so at all. I don't really think that people could, like, really have an actual uprising against the government because of, like, how highly scaled the governmental, like, military technologies are. It's like back in the Revolutionary War, for example, like, it was muskets versus muskets. Like, now it's an AR-15 versus, like, a satellite and, like, a fly that's a robot that can record your speech. You know, like, it's, like, basically, like, the population has, like, leveled up to Burning Crusade, but the government's in Mists of Pandaria. Taliban did just fine. Really? The Taliban did just fine. Yeah. I'm sure that we had so much trouble. Like, I'm sure that there was no other interest in mind that, like, maybe, you know, there was, like, a massive military-industrial complex that thrived off of continuous, unending wars. Yeah, I'm sure that that's what it was. You gonna wait for the stats quest? Yeah. Saying a third world country, not same as US? Yeah. Thank God I'm poor. I don't have to waste my money on hiring serial killers. Oh my God. Neo-bourgeois army in Paris got rid of the royalty. Not all French people were against the king. Well, I don't know a lot about the French Revolution, if you want me to be totally honest with you. I really don't. I never looked into it. Obviously, I know, like, all of the fucking major stuff. Sure, right? And, like, the gist of it. But, like, I don't really know the history of it that well, to be honest. No Vaulton today? Nah, I beat his dick off. I beat his dick off yesterday. It took forever. I didn't want to do the whole thing on stream. I would just get mad. Just more conspiracy spewing from you? It's not a conspiracy at all. Listen, man. If you want to get mad and complain about it, I don't need to like really prove it to you. All I have to do is wait. I just have to wait. And I will be proven right. Yeah, I'm not going to convince you or anything like that. Yep, just wait to see. Let's see here. January 6th almost worked and there were just a few hogs. No, it didn't. Oh my god, how could you even think that? That's so dumb. The only reason that people think it almost worked is because that's what the media wants you to think. Because it's more profitable for them to make you think that there were a bunch of hogs that almost took over the government, because it keeps people more paranoid and terrified, and it makes them more reliant on the media and central services and power in order to consolidate power and to keep them safe. So yeah, I don't believe that at all. I think that's silly. Vault on Destroyer before reset? No shot. No shot. You actually believe that a terrorist in a military? I don't know. You can own most military tech yourself. One guy has his own private fighter jet force in Utah. I own a howitzer cannon myself and a Hellfire missile pod. Yeah, but like, don't you have to have like the sheriff that allows you to have that? Yeah, I feel like you have to get like a fucking, like, you have to get like a notarized letter of approval from like the sheriff there. Yeah, clearance. Yeah, pretty much. They have to know about it. Exactly. So it's like, I don't really consider that comparable. Federal firearm license for it yet? Yeah, there you go. What's this here? Go back to talking about comfy things like WoW mounts, etc. Oh, there's no reason to stress out about. I'm not worried or stressed out about anything, man. I think that a lot of people really get in their feelings whenever you talk about like social issues and like different things like this, like upsets them. I don't really care that much about it, you know, like it's not that big of a deal. I think that most things that we talk about don't really affect us personally. It's always in like a theoretical sense, and I try to keep that in mind. And also, like, you know, every president, like, things kind of change a little bit, right? But there's a lot of things that change all the time, and it's important not to get too attached to how things are, because that's not how they'll be. And just try to embrace it. That's it. Yeah, I try not to get emotional or upset about it. If you don't care, why even comment or respond to it? I didn't say I didn't care. I said I didn't get emotional about it. Selective hearing. I never said that. How long will the OTK Games Expo be? Yep, it's going to be one day on June 8th. That's right. There's a lot. I'm getting a little bit nervous about it, to be honest with you. I'm getting a little bit nervous. We actually have a really huge announcement that's going to be happening around that. And it's a big org announcement. It's big enough that we're going to be doing it on my stream. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, big deal. Big deal. I doesn't watch Twitch, social media. I wonder what she says. 68 years old. I watch Asmongold. I watched him since he was a baby. Yeah, it's about right, John. Yo, what up, dude? What up, Cody? Oh my gosh, Don John, there he is. Holy shit. OTK Funko Pops, there it is, man. NFT game. Oh, who's excited? Who's excited? Listen, guys, I'm not gonna say anything, you know, any of this stuff. You'll find out very soon. Announcement here. Yeah. What's the OTK Games Expo about? Oh, basically like what we're doing. For anybody who doesn't know, wait, can I just play the video? Fuck. I'm just gonna play the video. I'm tired. Here we go. Here's what it is.
So, wait, how does it... Okay,
You
so...
just press the next button.
Basically, so... Okay.
There's literally one button to press.
Pretty much...
This event was a W event. Like, I remember, like, we had conversations about this beforehand, or, like, afterwards. Like, this was, in my opinion, like, a fucking S-tier event. And I was so happy because we had a couple of events after that. And it just really, they weren't really that good. Or sorry, before that, like, you know, the 1 year anniversary of OTK, stuff like that. There was just like a bunch of like drama and like stupid shit. So I was just so happy whenever we did this shareholders meeting and everything was so good. The reason why is because nobody cared about like saying the wrong thing. Like Schlatt came up there and started selling cigarettes. You know, somebody else came up there and started, you know, like Nick was playing a clip of Barry riding a motorcycle over and over and over. Nobody gave a fuck. And then, like, we came Bruce on. You thought that was bad. We fucking signed Bruce to the org. The first thing he asked is, when was the last time you said the N-word? Like, if you thought it couldn't get worse. Oh, my God. I loved it.
This is
like 5 seconds,
what we're doing.
What's up, y'all? It's been many years that I've gone through and watched all the different gaming expos, gaming events, and gaming.
By the way, like, this was actually the transition. The people that we have, like, a lot of times, like, you guys don't really see this a lot, but the people that we have that that actually do work in OTK are really, really good. Like, they're really, really, really good. Like people like Finn, Trevor, like especially like our video guys, like and Jeff, obviously, like Jeff, right? Like they're so good. Wajito, yeah, you guys know them. I think that's I consider that a big success. I think it's a great thing.
Shows many times live reacting to them alongside with you, giving our opinions, our criticism, our comments, and our feedback, and talking about what we liked and what we didn't like. And I thought to myself, well, I thought the same thing that I thought whenever I made this org. Fuck it, I'll do it myself. And that's because on June 8th, I am doing on my channel, twitch.tv/Asmongold, the first ever OTK Games Expo. We are going to be premiering 30 different games across a dozen different genres, and this is not going to be just a showcase of these games. You all are going to be involved as well, because we are putting up $50,000 of developmental prizes to help make these games a reality that are going to be chosen by you for which games that you guys like the best. We want to put a spotlight on a lot of these underrepresented developers and these people that might not have the same opportunities and the same avenues that the bigger developers and the bigger companies have. So we're going to put this out there. We're going to give those people a chance to get their game out there and really have their dream come true. I am really excited about this, to be honest with you. I can't even believe it's happening.
I'm a little bit nervous
and
now.
I am just so hyped for this. I think it's going to be super fun.
nervous.
Again, guys, it's going to be on June 8th on my channel. And for anybody who's looking to submit their game, you guys can submit them at this link right below here. And the submission deadline is going to be on May 14th.
We got a lot of submissions.
So, guys, thank you, everyone, for making this possible. And I am extremely nervous. I'm also equally excited.
True.
So, yeah, I'll see you there.
True.
Yeah! Woo! You heard it here first, boys. Asmongold will be streaming until June 8th. Bye, baby. That's what
June 9th, I'm done, boys. I'm done. We packing that shit up. I'm gonna just be like back on Zach Rar, complaining about like politics at 5 in the morning. Like, this shit's gonna be lit. Oh my God. That's end of the season. Yeah, June 8th. Yeah, so it's gonna be June 8th, and we're, as I said, we're putting up 50 grand for these developers and try to actually make these games happen. I think that, like, I mean, especially like this is before Vampire Survivors. Like, look at a game like that. You know, a small little game like that. Wouldn't it be cool to help one of those happen? It would be incredible. So yeah, we're going to be doing this on June 8th. There you go. 50K pledge. Yes, it's a 50K pledge for now because we don't know who it's going to go to. I have a feeling it will actually be a donation. Okay, I don't want to hear it. It will be a donation. Chill. Let's see here. We're pledging 50K. Make the next V Rising. We'll see what happens. V Rising is a huge game from what I hear. Want to get the game? Doesn't have time to make the deadline? Well, I mean, if this one goes well, why wouldn't we do it again? That's the way I see it. Why wouldn't we do it again? We'll see how things go. OTK MMO win. We'll see what happens. What part of Texas are you from? I'm from Austin. But you guys much for development? Still cool? Oh no, it's not for in a big team, right? But like for small dev teams, I think it's a substantial amount of money, and also like the promotion and everything helps too, of course. But you're right, it's not a lot for like a big team. No. Have you seen the new videos on your Clips channel? No, I haven't. What do you mean by new videos? Let's see here. What's this? Damn, these get a lot of views. Holy shit. 1.8 million, 1.3 million, 1.8 million all today. Jesus Christ. That's nuts. Yeah, that's a lot of fucking views, man. Oh my god. I didn't even see that. Small creators can't focus on creative project, low budget, other eye-roll obligations. That's true. Yeah, absolutely. Are they shorts? I watched those. A lot of them, yeah. It's good. I'm glad that there's a lot of people who what would you do if Johnny Depp reached out to you to thank you for coming to trial? I mean, I'd say thank you for all the movies, man. Like, it's the least I could do. You know what I mean? That's honestly like what I would say. Other than that, I don't know what I would say. I'm not sure. Reactive Road to Vostok video for Games Expo. I'd have to look and see. We've looked at so many of them. Johnny Depp for Allcraft. Yeah. My application was successful. Have I heard by now? I don't want to like. I don't want to speak for. Like, to be honest, I don't want to speak for the org. I try to do that as little as possible, because obviously, like, people can take what I say. That they can take what I say and then turn it into something else. And like, we have employees and we have other people that are involved with the org, and so I don't want to put anybody at risk. I don't want to put anybody in a bad position. So it's important for us to not do that. And so that's it. And like, if it was just me, I would say whatever, right? Like, you guys, like, for example, I would have made a bunch of jokes about how OTK was going to make its own gambling website, right? Whenever all that stuff happened. But I didn't do that because I didn't want somebody to like pick up on that, some article to be written, and then it to make the org look bad. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's just, you know, smart things like that you have to do. You just did. Yeah, in the context of saying that I wasn't, I was saying I was gonna make a joke, but I didn't make the joke. And then people were like, yeah, he's gonna do it. Of course. You just said they're gonna twist it now? I mean, if people wanted to go through that, they can. That's fine. SJW kill comedy? Well, no, I actually don't think this is an SJW situation at all. I think this is just a good business sense situation, and I have a number of business partners that all own the org as well, and they have ownership in the org, I mean, and I don't want to put them at risk. I don't want to put what they do at risk. I don't want to do something that we haven't agreed upon as a team. It's important to I think that, like, respecting people that are on your team
and being able to, especially for us, right? Because we have a lot of people that are on the team. It's so important to make sure that people feel like they're not getting goofed around or anything like that. You know, it's very important. Teamwork makes the dream work. Yeah, I've always been, I've always tried to be as good of a leader as I could be. And, yeah, I try my best. No boy, Tips back for an OTK event. Dude, Tips is working so hard. Like, oh my god. I wish I've been streaming like constantly. I've been doing like 10-hour days almost every day. So like I haven't really been spending a lot of time helping out either. I feel bad. I feel guilty. You sound tired? I am. I'm actually quite tired. Yeah. Evolved and grounded for lifelong degenerate WoW player. Well, that's because I've made every mistake that you can make. Like, the reason why I'm good at doing this stuff is because I was like, you know, I was like always one of the older kids in the neighborhood, and so like I would have to. You learn how to be a leader in a much better way whenever you learn it in a place where people don't have to listen to you. And like, for example, like whenever you're at work and you're put in charge of somebody, that person has to listen to you and do what they say, do what you say. Like whenever you're, you know, just trying to get people to like, I would try to get people to like, we'd build a fort in like the woods, right? And like, I was one of the older kids and I was the one that had like the vision for it, right? And so I'm like, let's do this and do that. And like, it's hard to convince people to do that, right? Or it's the same with like Warcraft, right? It's hard to convince people of things and make people show up and do what you want, etc. And so I always had a decision. I always did something like, if I couldn't get people to agree with me, I would never make a, I never make decisions where it's like people don't agree with me, but I know this is the right decision. I'm going to do it anyway. No, I don't do that at all, because I think that it ferments resentment and it's bad in the long term. Yeah. People don't agree, is trouble along the way. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I make sure people own the idea as much as I do, and if they don't, if I can't convince them, maybe it's not a good idea. I can always convince people and get people to see my perspective on things. Resentment's a poison that eats at you. Yeah, it's like something that's going to affect you like 2 years down the line. Biggest scare whenever making OTK? I think like doing an org or something like that is like, it's such a big idea, and there's like it's such like a pie in the sky grand idea that the biggest fear I think really is just, is this even possible? Like, could I even do this? Like, yeah, that's it. People hold against you? Yep. Yeah, I think so. You can get people to see your perspective because you're not condescending. That's because I have a goal. Like, I want people to agree with me, and so I speak with them in a way that will make them agree with me. It's pretty simple. Yeah, it's... Why would I be condescending? That would be against my personal interest. Is that difficult if you're a multimillionaire? Well, I mean, a lot of the people on my team are too. So that's it. What's the mission of O2K? I mean, a lot of stuff, man. I want to thank you for pledging on July 24th. Means a lot to me. Of course, Grumpy Bear. Of course. How do you reflect on OTK now that you're 1.5 years in? It is astronomically more successful than any of us could have ever expected, if you want me to be totally honest. Like, I never expected it to be as successful as it is. And a big part of that, to be honest, is because of, like, obviously my stream, the truth is, like, my stream and my audience and everything has done nothing but get bigger over the years, and, like, I think I've done a great job with that. My YouTube channel does incredibly well. It does, like, infinitely better than my Twitch channel. My Twitch channel has been incredibly successful for years as well, and it's only become more and more successful, right? And, obviously, like, that brings a lot to the table, and it makes a lot of things possible. But the truth is, like, two people that I would say, three really, is, like,
like, it's hard. I don't even really want to say this because I feel like it'll make it sound like other people weren't putting in effort. But like, whenever I took a break, I feel like Mizkif like really stepped up and like really picked up the slack and did an incredible job with like his shows and like his stream and everything like that. And it like, whenever I had to go because like my mom's stuff, like he was able to do that, and that was tremendous. And I think another person is like the one you guys don't ever see is like Tips. Tips is working harder than like any of us, to be honest. And you know, you might not see him in the foreground, but he's just working his fucking ass off. Yeah, he does amazing. Yeah, we know Tips works his ass off. Yeah, well, I mean, for however hard you think he works harder than that. Yeah. Yeah, and so, like, and also, like, Schlatt's been doing a lot of work on YouTube and everything. Like, we've been bringing out some pretty great videos. And so, like, S-Fan doing Loot Goblins was tremendous. Like, I've... Like, doing Loot Goblins with S-Fan, like, I wasn't really sure how it was gonna go, right? I didn't know. But, like, S-Fan, like, after we did Loot Goblins with S-Fan for the first season, it was just, like, so obvious that we made the right decision. It was just so obvious. It was so good. Loot Goblins was unexpectedly so fun. Yeah. That's it. How much did the org take up of your time? It's really hard for me to say how much the org takes up of my time, because like I'm kind of like always working. Like whenever I take a day off, I only work probably 8 hours a day. And what I mean by work is like I do things related to my online image in one way or another, right? My online image and or the org. But on days that I'm like streaming, I usually end my stream and then I will like keep up with everything, look at YouTube, keep up with that, plan tomorrow's stream, get caught up with everything in the org, talk to people, fill in with all that stuff, you know, like tie up loose ends. And so like, I'd say on average, are you an accountant? No, I'm not. I've taken accounting classes. I understand accounting. I can read a balance sheet. Sure. But like I'm not a CPA, no. Maintaining online image sounds exhausting. Yeah, sure. Here, I feel like it's a job, not necessarily fun. There are some times that I think it's good to remind yourself that it's a job. Like, for example, one of the best times to remind yourself that it's actually just a job is, like, if you get in, like, a really bad controversy and you're stressed out and unhappy, I think that it's really important to, like, take a step back and tell yourself, like, this is not all you are. This is just what you're doing as a job right now, and that's it. You know, you just, you know, try to just take things at a stride and relax, you know what I mean? And so I think that there are a lot of times to treat streaming like a job, and there's also a lot of times to treat streaming like a hobby or a passion. Do you think Ash is a good shot at becoming a great MMO? Yeah, I think so. Landed my first job in accounting? Oh, bro, congrats. That's huge. It's actually really, really big. And so, yeah. That's the thing is like I started doing that a lot more, and like whenever I look at like people that are criticizing me as like, you know, like things that I do or stuff like this, it used to like bother me more. And I think that like really like whenever my mom was going through like all that stuff, like it made me a lot more like emotionally I don't know if the word is vulnerable, sensitive maybe you could say. And like now that it's just me chilling in my house and I like unfortunately don't have to worry about it anymore, I'm much more mentally and emotionally stable. And so I don't really get like I get upset about stuff. Yeah, shit pisses me off. Yeah, of course. But like I can handle it better. Yeah, I can deal with it. It doesn't like upset me. Like I don't go through and like read comments about myself and get pissed off about them and like try to find out ways to like bring them up, like refute them or something like that. Like who cares? You know, and so that's something that's probably taken a lot of time. You worked out, you look super ripped. Every male in my family, at least on my dad's side, is either a college athlete or in the military. So you're probably right. But I don't know if I'll ever really work out a lot. Yeah, I think if I could, you know, like gain like, I don't know, maybe like 20 pounds or so, but that's about it. I wouldn't want to be overweight. I like being thin. What do you plan to do with your wealth? Money that I made? I don't really worry about it. I don't really care about it. It's just money. I use money as like a... Like, some people treat money like gold in a bank vault. Like, I treat money as like a currency that I use to do things. Like, it's like an energy. Like, I have like this much energy that I can spend on something. So I don't really care that much about it. Like, I live on, as I said, $1,500, two grand a month. Something like that. Pretty much nothing. Yeah, so there's no reason for me to worry about it. Money is a means to an end? Yeah, exactly. That low? Yeah. I eat about 1 to 2 meals a day. I usually eat out one meal, and then I buy $5 steaks for the other meal. I love them. They're delicious. I had one last night. It was the greatest steak. Every steak I have is the best steak I've ever had. I love steaks. I think they're amazing. And that's it. Yeah. So, investing? Yeah, I invest all of my money. Filet mignon? I'll get filet mignon sometimes whenever I go out to like a, you know, business dinner or something like that. Sure, of course. But like at home, that's what I get. What sort of sides do you like with your steak? I love to just have mashed potatoes with my steak. I'm literally a steak and potatoes kind of guy. Meat and potatoes. That's it. Need that wealth for Diablo Immortal. Ever had dry-aged steak? No, I haven't, but I'd love to. I've watched the Guga Foods before, and it looked delicious. What do you invest in? A lot of things, just like any reasonable person would. Favorite way to cook steak? I like my steaks well done, or maybe like whenever I go somewhere really nice, I'll get a medium well, or like maybe medium. But I don't like rare. I don't like the mouthfeel that it gives me. It makes me uncomfortable. For me, like there's a lot of things that have a mouthfeel that just makes me automatically nauseous. And you know, not well done steak is one of those things. Ketchup? No, that's Nick. Nick, whenever we go out to any business dinner or anything, Nick will order a steak with ketchup. It doesn't matter if it's $200 steak, fucking $300 steak, and you know, we're spending collectively like $3,000 at the table, right? Like, he will order it with fucking ketchup. Yeah. No, brisket? I love brisket. I mean, it's salmon has a bad mouthfeel. Honestly, every time I've eaten salmon, it's because Trainwreck has cooked me salmon. He's actually incredible at cooking salmon, like just fucking randomly. And yeah, we made it in the cooking stream like 3 or 4 times, and that was it. Salmon's amazing. Yeah, it's okay. Been Interstellar in Austin? No, I don't think so. You and Trainwreck's close? Honestly, like I'm working like 12 hours a day. Trainwreck is streaming 32 hours a day. Like I talked to Trainwreck like last week, right? Like, I mean, we talk regularly, of course. And you know, like he does something good, I'll message him. I do something good, he'll message me, right? Like, we're not as close as we used to be, but that's not because it's not voluntary, right? It's just that we're both really, really fucking busy. He used to live in Austin, so we'd hang out like almost every weekend. It was like me, Train, Mitch, Nick, Cloaksy, Zach, Soda Papa would sometimes come over, right? And a lot of stuff like that. I mentioned you on stream like last week. Yeah. Like we were, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's and like that's the good old days. Yeah, it was good days. Hell yeah, they were the good days. They're the best days. Like Eli, everybody else too. Like, holy fuck, I have to think about a lot of them. And yeah, Cloaksy, really cool. Yeah, of course. We were there. I was there whenever he first got approached by FaZe, and I implored him, go with FaZe. I don't care if they're not going to pay you any money. Trust me, go with FaZe. You're going to blow up.
And I remember like Train and Nick were pretty much saying the same thing. Eli, the party bus dude. Yes, but it was actually his boss's car. His boss was like a super rich guy, and he just let Eli drive it around. Hoaxy, what the fuck? Yeah, like we were hanging out all the time, man. It was great. We want to do barbecue? I'll probably get barbecue in a bit. Actually, finish Coke story. So like, let me see if I find this. I've showed this before. Where is it? Okay. This is like us. Yeah, it's right here. It's right here. So like this was us hanging out. This was like back in 2018. He's on the phone with FaZe for the first time right there. He was on the phone with FaZe. And that's why he wasn't in the video. Yeah, and like we were the only ones that knew about it because it wasn't public yet, obviously. There's Nick too. Yeah, and like so like we've been friends for like years. Sweaters, yeah. 2018, the good era. Yeah, I know. I mean, like, S-Fan and I have talked a lot about like how much like that like everybody got less viewers then, but we all agreed that we liked streaming more, and we want to do more IRL stuff. And if like basically the problem is that like I pretty much put in 100% whenever I do my stream, and then whenever I'm done with my stream, I go down to 0%. So like I'm so tired because sometimes I like won't get enough sleep because I have sleeping problems. I'm pretty much dead like outside of stream, and that's why I don't go and do more stuff with them. But it's all they live farther away from me, so it's harder for me to get over there. Zachariah might actually be -%, bro. Yeah, exactly. Would you enjoy it if your stream numbers went down? You had a slower chat to interact with. Would I enjoy it if my stream started dying? No, I would not. Next question. But yeah, this was a good fucking time, man. It was. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh my god, dude. Good chant. Yeah. 2016, 2019, best times. Yeah, it was crazy. Any ambitions go traveling? Yeah, only if I can make content out of it. I don't care about traveling at all. I prefer not to. Dr. Cloxy? We're not like super close because he's busy. Like I'm just so busy. Like I'm just tired at the end of my stream. I don't really want to talk to anybody. I'm just like, all right, I just want to fucking, like, I don't know, lay in bed. Like I'm chilling and plan the next stream. What if your YouTube doubled due to more IRL content? If I knew that I would double my viewership doing IRL content, yeah, I'd probably do more of it. Absolutely. Sure. Yeah. Time alone's important. Yeah. What are you doing in chill time, bro? I've been watching Attack on Titan, and I also jerk off a lot. And besides that, what else do I do? I just play video games, right? I play a lot of video games. And besides that, I want to get into One Piece. I've been watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Let's see. Like, I don't know, just like normal, like just normal shit, right? How far are you? I'm like pretty early on. Like, I'm still in like the first season. Have you seen Levi? Yeah, I saw Levi. You have a body pillow, Maso? Oh my god, I didn't even know that. Holy shit. I think I gave that mouse pad to like Cody or Zach. One Piece, let's go. Yeah, I feel like One Piece is like one of those things like you just have to do. What jobs you work? I worked at the IRS for 2 tax seasons for 2 years consecutively.
And then I also worked at Sam's Club. And I did other stuff before and after then. Well, actually, mostly before then. But that stuff was not stuff you'd put on a resume. A memorable content to do with your dad. Yeah, I will drive tanks in Texas. My dad actually drove tanks in Vietnam. Yeah, he straight up drove tanks in Vietnam. I think that, like, if I told my dad that he'd have a chance to drive a tank again, he would get his old ass out there and he would fucking do that so fast. Dad repair tanks in Vietnam? Damn, that's crazy. You gotta see Vinland Saga. It's 100% recommended. So I'm on the episode of Vinland Saga. It's like the episode after, like, Asmongold, I think, and like Thor Jr. We're having a conversation about, like, the Romans. So I'm like halfway through. Expert in anything? My dad said he shot distinguished expert in a couple of things, actually. I'd have to look and see. Like, he's got, like, he gets a free license plate. Like, he has, like, war medals and shit. And so, what do you call it? Like, he gets a free license plate and a bunch of other stuff. Seriously, they'll buy him a tank? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Distinguished marksman and expert. I don't know which one it was. Like, I'd have to ask him. Like, I could probably get my dad on stream to have him tell some stories. Some stories are like fucking Omega TOS. Like, I remember one time he came on my stream and he just starts telling this, like, story about Vietnam, and it's about how he killed somebody. It's just like fucking, like, yeah, so like this shit happened. It was pretty crazy. I can't believe it. It just moves on. It's like, all right, next. Oh my god. So yeah, if he came on, it'd be a real fucking story. I'll say that for sure. Take your dad down to Vegas? Oh, fuck that. Stream a single player game again? Yeah, sure. Story with a knife he had to mail? Wait, did he tell that story? He had to where he stabbed the guy? Oh my god. I don't know if he told people that story. He did? Oh, he stabbed the guy? Jesus, yeah. He did? Yeah. Yeah. Danger, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Yeah, he mailed it to my uncle. So they couldn't use it as evidence. Oh, would you go to space? You had the chance? I don't know if I would or not. I have no idea. Yeah, allegedly. Looks like George Carlin? Yeah. My dad loved George Carlin. I did too. He's great. Another anime questions. You've seen new seasons of Ghost in the Shell. You ever do like them? I never did. I feel like I never assumed if they're good or not. I kind of assumed they weren't, so I never really did a whole lot with that. I want to go back and like rewatch Ghost in the Shell right from the beginning. Does he play World of the Tanks? No, he doesn't do games. Trial was brutal today. What's the most reliable car to buy? My best advice, you're gonna buy a used car, is get a car, like find a mechanic that you trust. Like we know a number of mechanics here in Austin, and like take the used car to the mechanic and have the mechanic check it out. Toyota, Civic, I think a Ford is good. Like honestly, my dad's pretty much like gotten a lot of Fords. I've gotten a lot of Fords, and they've been good for me. But like it's like one of those things where like everybody has like opinions on this, but like some people's opinions are from like the 90s, other people's opinions, like my dad's opinions from like the 60s, right? And it was just, it's hard to really know like what's legit and what's not. But I was telling you, like, Toyota, think about it like this, right? Look at the Taliban. Like, that's one way to tell if the car is good or not. Look at what the Taliban is driving around. And if this car can handle the fucking Taliban, it can handle your ass. So just go with that. Yeah, they all drive around Toyota. My mom used to have a Toyota truck, actually. Never changed the oil. Yeah, yeah. In Tacoma. Yeah, she had 1985. I used to hate that fucking car. Get a Tacoma? Nah, I ain't gonna get no fucking Tacoma. I was gonna get, like, what was that, that, like, those weird, like, it's like a halfway a Jeep, halfway SUV, like, almost like a four-wheel, like an off-road vehicle, Toyota. I was gonna buy one of those. Yeah, not a cruiser. I don't think. 4Runner? Let me see. Let me see if this is it. No, that's not it. Cruiser? Yeah, cruiser. Yeah, those are the ones. Like, I thought this car was fucking badass. Yeah, I liked it a lot. I don't know if I'd ever buy one or not. How much are these? How much is a cruiser? Wikipedia. How much does shit sell for? Fuck. What is it, MSRP? Well, they stopped making them in 14, apparently. Shit. It's like 40. It's like 30 to 40. That's a good amount of money. Yeah, that's a good amount of money, man. Damn. This should never break down. Yeah, that's probably why they sell so high. It's actually decent for a new car. No, I don't think that shit's new. I'm pretty sure it's not. These are 2014. It's like use. Yeah, this shit's expensive, bro. Like, god damn. Like, I would buy a car like maybe like, I don't know, like 10, 20K. I just want something that runs. That's it. Alright, I'm gonna do one more ad and that's it. Let's get back to 2008 stream style after COVID. It's getting there. S-Fan, did you just randomly come in here and say that? Or like, cause like I literally said the exact same thing. I said I was talking to you about it. And like fucking 5 minutes ago because I was watching that video. Lost Ark Reddit threads and your vaulting attempts. Quality content. I mean, the thing is like I'm not like an elite video gamer, right? I'm gonna make mistakes, do shit wrong, etc. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Like, so it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna be perfect or anything, right? I mean, I'll eventually kill the boss, and that's it. It's done. Yeah, there's no reason to worry about it. I'm not stressed about it at all. It just takes some time. All right. Anyway, was it like one tapping everything? I got 2 more minutes. So this ad's over. I gotta get my food and everything. I got a meeting I gotta be at soon. V-Rising longevity. I'll talk about that, like maybe if I play V-Rising tomorrow. That's what I'm thinking, right? I'll play V-Rising a little bit tomorrow and getting into that. But we'll see what happens. That's what my current plan is. Do you prefer your hair longer? There's advantages to both. No trial tomorrow? Nope. Trial will be tomorrow. And then I'm talking about afterwards. Yeah, that's my plan. Any plans for Metal Gear Revengeance? I might do that for like a weekend or something like that, sure. But I don't want to spend too much time delaying Final Fantasy, just because like I want to be caught up for the content and everything, for like whenever the new Ultimate comes out, and just like new patches and everything. That's it. Finishing Stanley Parable. I feel like that's a one and done game. Like I might play that again like some random time, but like I feel like it's one and done. Even though I didn't do like every single little thing, I think I did a lot of it. What upcoming game can I sink my life into? You try V-Rising, see what it's like. Lost Ark is chilling. Metal Gear Rising campaign is like 68 hours. Yeah, I do it a weekend. Like, it'd be like Saturday, Sunday, you know? That's my plan. Also gotta do some WoW stuff, too. We got Dragonfight coming out soon, the patch. Wrath of the Lich King Classic comes out. I'm excited for that. You give Outer Wilds a look. I saw it. I'm not really super excited about it. Empire Stars update has a ton of content. I'll look at it tomorrow. Alright, guys. Let's see what we got. 24 seconds. Alright, that's good enough. Alright, boys. I'll see y'all later. Hopefully, you guys had a good time. You had fun on the stream. I'll be back tomorrow morning early as a motherfucker. And we gonna do more of the trial. I'll see y'all later. Peace.